In my past life, I possessed a fortune of hundreds of millions, but only on my deathbed did I learn that the woman I had pushed away had already given birth to triplets for me. She endured the pain and rumors alone until her death in 2003, while my three daughters were bullied from a young age and never even met their father. When I opened my eyes again, I was back in Changsha in 1999. Outside the train station, a 4-year-old girl was selling flowers under the scorching sun, just to raise money for her seriously ill mother's medicine. I was about to leave when I saw Su Wanchua's shadow on her face. At that moment, I understood that God had given me a second chance, not to make me rich, but to help me find the three daughters I had wronged my entire life. But all of this began the moment I stepped off the train. Changsha in 1999 was as hot and humid as a steamer. I stood in the crowd with my luggage, but my fingers were trembling uncontrollably. In my past life, I left this place, fleeing to Shanghai with $1 million debt, and personally severed all ties with Su Wanchua. I thought that by shouldering the debt alone, I wouldn't be a burden to her. But years later, I realized that my so-called sacrifice had ruined her life. In this life, I will not run away again. I will pay my debts, earn money, win back Su Wanchua, and protect my child with my own hands. I had just stepped out of the train station when a thin little girl suddenly stopped me. She was holding a basket of roses and asked me in a very soft voice to buy one. I was about to hand over the money and leave, but the moment I saw her face, I felt like I'd been struck by lightning. She looked so much like Su Wanchua. The girl forced a smile and said all the roses were only 5 yuan. Without hesitation, I bought all the flowers she was holding on the spot. Her eyes lit up with joy, but her little hands were sunburned and red. She was only 4 years old, yet she had already learned to make a living under the scorching sun. I couldn't help but ask her why she was selling flowers alone at the train station. With so many people coming and going, she was so young. Something could happen to her at any moment. She proudly said that she knew people in the neighborhood and wasn't afraid. But when I asked about her parents, the smile on her face vanished instantly. She lowered her head and told me that her father had passed away long ago. Her mother was seriously ill, and she wanted to earn money to treat her mother's illness. Those words pierced my heart like a knife. I bought her an ice pop, and although she was clearly drooling with desire, she still shook her head and refused. She said her mother had taught her not to take things from strangers. The more sensible a child is, the more heartbreaking it is to see them. The girl politely thanked me and prepared to leave, clutching her empty flower basket. Watching her small, thin figure, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Just as I turned the corner, I saw her being blocked by several boys. They insulted her, calling her a fatherless, unwanted orphan. The boys tried to snatch her flower basket and shoved her. The girl's eyes were red, but she clung tightly to the basket, refusing to let go even as she fell. Just as the fist was about to land, I rushed forward and stood in front of her. At that moment, the anger in my chest exploded completely. I pointed at the children and yelled at them, saying they had parents who gave them life but no one to teach them, that all they did was bully weaker girls, and that they were worse than animals. The boys turned pale with fright and quickly ran away crying. Only after they left did I realize that my hands were trembling with anger. I knelt down to check the girl's injuries. Her calf was scraped and bleeding, but she was still enduring the pain and smiled at me instead. Her name was Sue Bauer. Hearing that surname made my heart skip a beat. The character Sue was like a key, unlocking my nightmare. I offered to take her home. She hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded obediently. But the first thing she did was go to the florist to return the flower basket. The florist's eyes immediately lit up when she saw me with Bauer. I told her the truth. I was from Yongzhou and had only helped the child. The proprietress then lowered her guard. While wrapping roses, she said that Bauer was so sensible that it broke her heart, and that it was too hard for her mother to raise a child alone. I didn't ask any more questions, just turned around and went to the pharmacy to buy disinfectant and spray. When I came back, Bauer's eyes lit up instantly when she saw me. She sweetly called me Uncle Jiang. That sound hit me like a hammer blow to my heart, bringing warmth to my previously cold, reborn life for the first time. I cleaned her wound very gently. Her little face turned pale with pain, but she gritted her teeth and didn't cry, as if she was used to enduring it. After I finished treating her wound, I was about to leave, But Bauer suddenly grabbed me.
and earnestly invited me to take her home, and even said she wanted to buy me some water. I knew it was just the child expressing their gratitude, but I still agreed. It was as if an unseen force was pushing me to make this trip. All the way up, her calves were in terrible pain, but she pretended to be fine. It wasn't until we reached the top of the stairs and her face turned pale that I squatted down and carried her on my back. She lay quietly on my back, her little hands gently resting on my shoulders. In that instant, I felt a long-lost sense of peace. She suddenly asked me if I had a girlfriend. I was taken aback for a moment, and could only smile and tell her that I was still single. She earnestly praised me for being handsome and kind, saying that many girls would definitely like me in the future. I wanted to laugh, but a strange pang of sadness welled up inside me. In my past life, it wasn't that no one approached me. It was just that I shut out all feelings to repay debts and to survive. But the person I rejected may have ended up bearing my child alone and then living out the most painful part of their life alone. When we arrived at her door, Bauer handed me the key. I opened the door and gently placed her on the sofa. The house wasn't big, but it was very clean. There were no unnecessary decorations on the table, and the old fan in the corner was still creaking. Just then, a photo under the TV cabinet suddenly caught my eye. I only glanced at it, and I froze instantly. The woman in the photo was none other than Su Wanchua. Even if I had died once, I would never mistake that face. And standing beside her were three almost identical little girls. One of them was Sue Bauer, the one I had just carried home. I stared intently at the photo, my mind exploding. Triplets, for years old, 1999, everything matched up. If they were 4 this year, then Su Wanchua would have given birth to them in 1995. And in 1994, we were still deeply in love. I remember clearly that she gave me everything back then. That means these 3 children are very likely my biological daughters. Even more jarring is the empty space next to Su Wanchua in the photo. It's as if a man should have been standing there, but is forever absent. I looked through the photos. Every single one featured Su Wanchua and her 3 children, but the children's father was never in the picture. Bauer came over with a glass of water, smiling as she introduced the woman in the photo as her mother, and the other 2 as her younger sisters. Her voice was innocent, but I could hardly breathe. I suppressed the shock in my heart and softly asked her how old she was. She answered crisply, 4 years old. At that moment, my last shred of hope shattered completely. Shock, guilt, excitement, and fear rushed into my mind simultaneously. Bauer tilted her head and asked me if I knew her mother. Looking at her little face, so much like Su Wanchua's, my throat tightened. I finally asked the most crucial question. Bauer, do you know who your father is? She lowered her head and whispered that she didn't know. Her mother only said that her father had passed away a long time ago, but that he had always loved them very much. Hearing this, my heart felt like it had been squeezed tightly. Su Wanchua didn't hate me to the point of making the children resent me. She had even preserved my dignity as a father. But I, this so-called father, made her suffer alone for 5 years, leaving my 3 daughters without a father since birth. I asked her again if she had her mother's phone number. Bauer shook her head, saying that her family couldn't afford a cell phone, and her mother was currently on a business trip and wouldn't be back for a week. Then I remembered that it was 1999. Cell phones were ridiculously expensive, and life was going to be even harder for a woman raising 3 children on her own than I had imagined. Bauer also said that her second sister is currently staying at Aunt Lin Xiao's house. Hearing that name, I immediately snapped out of my daze. Lin Xiao is Su Wanchua's best friend. She must know what happened back then, and she must know the background of these 3 children. But Bauer still has an injury on her leg, so I decided to take care of her first. We've already waited 5 years. What's another half day? At noon, Bauer stubbornly insisted she wasn't hungry, but her stomach growled first. She blushed with embarrassment, and my heart ached terribly. She had only eaten 1 steamed bun that morning, and had been starving herself to save money. I didn't say anything, and went straight to the market to buy groceries. When I got back, Bauer was already asleep on the sofa. She was curled up in the corner, looking like she was afraid of being abandoned at any moment. I quietly prepared several home-style dishes, and the aroma of the food quickly filled the house. Bauer was awakened by the smell, and her eyes lit up instantly. She was stunned after taking her first bite. Then her eyes crinkled into crescents with joy. She said that the food I made was even better than what you can buy outside. She innocently said that if I were her father, she could eat such delicious food every day. Hearing that, my nose suddenly stung with tears. If she really is my daughter, then all the suffering she has endured over the years should be attributed to me. After dinner, she insisted on clearing the dishes, saying she was all grown up now and wanted to help her mother. I stopped her from washing the dishes, but then I noticed the kitchen faucet was leaking. Bauer said her mother couldn't fix it, and she didn't want to spend the money to hire someone. I turned around, bought some tools, and quickly fixed the faucet. The moment the dripping stopped, Bauer was overjoyed, as if she had witnessed a miracle. But my heart grew heavier and heavier. The fact that a simple faucet could make her so happy showed how much they had truly suffered over the years. At 3 p.m., after Bauer woke up, I changed her dressing again and then took her to find Lin Xiao. She was worried about the cost and insisted on walking. I walked with her for half an hour, and the more I walked, the more my heart ached for her. The more my heart ached, the more I wanted to know the truth. When Bauer arrived at Lin Xiao's house, she had just knocked on the door when a little girl who looked almost exactly like her poked her head out and happily called her big sister. I froze instantly. The girl in front of me was Bauer's second younger sister. The two sisters looked like they were cut from the same mold. Soon, Lin Xiao came out of the house. The moment she saw me, her face turned cold, and her hostility was undisguised. I had barely uttered the name Jiang when she pulled Bauer into the house without saying a word and slammed the door shut. Standing outside the door, I felt even more certain. If I had no connection to the child, she would never have reacted this way. A short while later, Lin Xiao reopened the door, coldly tossing out, "Let's talk downstairs." I didn't refuse, silently following her downstairs. She had barely steadied herself when she questioned why I had approached Bauer, and then coldly asked why I wasn't dead yet. Faced with her hatred, I didn't argue, but calmly told her that the person I was truly looking for today was actually her. She was visibly taken aback. I asked her directly how Su Wanxue had been doing all these years. Lin Xiao sneered. "I disappeared for 5 years. It's too late to pretend to be sentimental now." Every word she spoke sounded like she was demanding justice for Su Wanxue. I didn't argue, because I knew she was right. The person who left 5 years ago was indeed me. I stared into her eyes and finally asked the most important question. Who are Bauer and the other two girls really their biological daughters? Lin Xiao's expression changed abruptly, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. But she quickly regained her composure, only warning me to stay away from the 3 children. The more she avoided the question, the more certain I became of the answer. Those 3 children must be related to me. Lin Xiao turned and left, and I didn't chase after her, because I knew that the real truth was getting closer and closer to me. If these 3 children were truly my daughters, then the person who made Su Wanxue wait 5 years in vain in my past life, and who caused them to be bullied since childhood, was myself. Meanwhile, Bauer and Bayer, hiding behind the bushes, were already terrified by my conversation with Lin Xiao. They hurriedly ran home, pretending they hadn't heard anything. When Lin Xiao returned, she immediately saw that the 2 little ones had been eavesdropping, but she didn't expose them. She just smiled and went into the kitchen to cut watermelon. That evening, after settling the 2 children, she went to the phone booth alone and dialed the number of Su Wanxue's business trip guest house. After the call connected, Lin Xiao first asked about work. Su Wanxue said that things weren't over yet, and it might take another 10 days or so before she could return to Changsha. Lin Xiao was silent for a moment, then tentatively mentioned my name. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone, so long that even the sound of breathing became clear. Su Wanxue finally spoke, saying that 5 years had passed, and even if they met again, it wouldn't lead to anything. She felt that I was already married or had someone else in my life, and she didn't want to disturb me. She only wanted to raise her 3 daughters well. Her biggest wish was to earn more money so that her children could go to kindergarten smoothly and no longer suffer with her. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiao sighed softly. She knew that although Su Wanxue said she had let go, she had never truly forgotten her. On the other side, Su Wanxue put down the phone and stood there in a daze. She couldn't help but fantasize about how wonderful it would be if she were still single. But soon, she shook her head with a bitter smile. 5 years was too long. She no longer dared to hope that he would still be waiting for her in the same place. Back at the guest house, I also couldn't sleep all night. My mind was filled with thoughts of my 3 children and Su Wanxue's familiar face. I went to the front desk and called home. Luckily, I remembered my neighbor's number and quickly got through to my mother. The moment the call connected, my mother's voice trembled with excitement, and she repeatedly asked if I was her son. My eyes instantly welled up with tears. She didn't ask me how much money I made, only whether I had eaten enough and whether I had suffered. In my past life, I was only focused on making money, rarely going home or calling, and I owed my parents so much. I told my mother I would definitely come home this time. I immediately heard crying on the other end of the phone. She kept confirming, as if afraid it was just a dream. After hearing my affirmative answer, she laughed and cried, saying she would make me blood duck, stuffed tofu, dong and chicken, and sweet dumplings herself. After hanging up the phone, I stood there for a long time, not moving. And regarding the identities of the 3 children, I was becoming increasingly certain. Meanwhile, Bauer and Bayer lay in bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time because of what had happened that day. Bauer whispered, "If Uncle Jiang really were Dad, that would be great." At least Mom wouldn't have to work so hard all by herself anymore. Bayer analyzed the situation carefully, concluding that there must be something between Mom and Uncle Jiang, otherwise Aunt Lin wouldn't be so wary of him. Finally, the two little girls silently made a pinky promise, deciding to continue working hard to earn money and cure their mother's illness as soon as possible. I was completely unaware of all this. All I knew was that I couldn't let them continue living such a hard life. The next morning, I waited outside the residential area. Sure enough, Lin Xiao quickly took Bauer and Bayer away on the bus. I didn't follow. Instead, I started thinking about more practical issues. Right now, what I lacked most was money. I only had 200 yuan, which couldn't change anyone's fate. To protect them, I had to earn my first pot of gold. While sitting in the snack shop, I suddenly noticed a sign posted at the entrance of the noodle shop across the street advertising high prices for wild eels. The owner was offering 10 yuan per pound, but in the countryside, many people had no idea that eels were valuable, considering them just small creatures found in ditches. At that moment, my eyes lit up. What others looked down on was, in my eyes, a surefire opportunity. I immediately took a car to the rural outskirts. August was the rice harvest season, and the fields were full of farmers busy cutting rice. I knew very well that wild eels were most abundant in the ditches during this season, but no one was willing to specifically go out of their way to catch them. Soon, I saw a little boy playing with an eel he had just caught. I knew my chance had come. I smiled and went up to him, and after confirming that it was a wild eel, I offered to buy it on the spot. Before the child could answer, an elderly man approached warily, thinking I was a con man trying to scam people in the village. I patiently explained that I specialized in buying eels, but the surrounding villagers laughed at me, saying that no one would spend money to buy such a thing. I didn't argue and just quoted the price. For yuan per gene, 500 G, I'd buy as many as I wanted, cash on the spot. The old man seemed a bit skeptical, but handed me the eels. I weighed them in my hand and immediately took out 1 yuan and 20 cents and handed it to him. Upon receiving the real money, the old man was stunned. He immediately urged his grandson to continue catching eels in the field, and his attitude changed drastically in an instant. A dozen minutes later, the little boy ran back, carrying a bag of eels. After checking them, I handed him 20 yuan. I deliberately shouted out the price, 5 gene of eels, 20 yuan in cash. As soon as I said that, the entire rice paddy fell silent. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared in shock at the two 10 yuan bills. No one thought I was a liar anymore. I struck while the iron was hot and announced loudly that I would only be buying 50 gene today, first come, first served, and I would stop immediately once I had bought enough. The moment I finished speaking, the entire village erupted in excitement. Those who had just been laughing at me dropped their sickles and rushed into the ditches to catch eels. Eels that no one wanted suddenly became hot commodities. Old people, children, and young people alike rolled up their trousers, afraid of missing out on a chance to make money. Before long, bags of eels were piled up at my feet. After collecting 50 gene, 25 kilograms, I knew my first pot of gold was finally starting to roll in. I carried the eels back to Changsha and went straight to that noodle shop. After the proprietress inspected them and confirmed they were all wild eels, she bought them all on the spot. 50 caddies of eels, 10 yuan per caddy. I received a full 500 yuan in cash. After deducting costs, I made a net profit of 300 yuan on this trip. Seeing that my goods were good and I was straightforward, the shop owner offered to let me deliver every day from now on, with a maximum of 50 caddies per day. After that, I found a few more eel restaurants. They weren't big, but they were enough to consume the eels I collected each day. For the next 2 days, I kept traveling back and forth between the countryside and Changsha, collecting eels from the ditches and selling them to restaurants in the city. In just 2 days, my savings grew to over 2,000 yuan. But the more I earned, the more I worried about Su Wanxue and the 3 children. These days, I wait outside Lin Zhao's apartment complex every day, but she always has Bauer and Bayer with her, making it impossible for me to have a chance to see them alone. That morning, Lin Xiao left her 2 children in the residential area, repeatedly telling them not to run around and not to trust strangers. As she drove away, I knew she was still wary of me. But this time, she finally gave me the opportunity to get close to the child. As soon as Lin Xiao walked away, Bauer pulled Bayer along, preparing to go to the flower shop to pick up flowers to sell. Hearing this, my heart ached again. While other children were still being pampered, these girls were already thinking about earning money to support their families. The more I understood them, the more guilty I felt. As I walked over, Bauer recognized me immediately and happily called out, "Uncle Jiang." That smile warmed my heart. She asked me where I'd been these past few days. I smiled and said, "Uncle has been busy, and I came to see you as soon as I finished." During our conversation, I noticed that the sisters' old clothes were faded from washing. At that moment, I became even more determined to make it up to them. I took them straight into the children's clothing store. Bauer immediately waved her hands nervously, saying that she didn't need to buy clothes and that it was too wasteful of money. I patted her head and told her not to worry about spending money. Just pick out what she liked, and I would take care of the rest. I picked out a pink dress for Bauer and a blue overalls for Bayer, and had them try them on. When the two sisters came out after changing, I was completely stunned. They looked like two little angels, so beautiful that I couldn't take my eyes off them. The waiter smiled and complimented me, saying the two children looked just like me. My nose stung, and I almost lost my composure. Belle earnestly explained that I wasn't their father. But more than ever, I hoped it was true. Hearing that 2 sets of clothes would cost 60 yuan, Bauer immediately pulled her younger sister back to change into her old clothes, saying she couldn't let me spend so much money. While changing, they secretly glanced back at the new dress. Their love for it was impossible to hide, yet they still stubbornly resisted the urge to give it up. I stood outside the door and saw everything. When they came out, I told them directly that the clothes had been bought. Bauer hurriedly told me to return it. I smiled and said, "This is a gift from your uncle. Don't worry about the money." She hesitated for a long time before gently nodding. Belle hugged her new clothes, reluctant to let go of them the whole way. I didn't continue talking about clothes. Instead, I squatted down in front of them and earnestly asked if they would like to come with me to get a paternity test. The two children didn't know what a paternity test was. I patiently explained that it was to confirm whether we were really family. Then I told them that my mother and I used to be lovers. Now, seeing them, I suspect I might be their father. Bauer and Bayer exchanged a glance, not afraid, but nodding together. A hint of cautious anticipation lingered in their eyes. I brought my two sisters to the paternity testing center. After registering and paying the fee, we went into the sampling room together. The nurses drew blood from each of us and collected hair samples with follicles, sealing and storing them for testing. After the sampling was completed, I asked how long it would take to get the results. The nurse said a normal week and 2 days for expedited service. Without hesitation, I paid an extra 200 yuan for expedited service. Right now, I didn't want to wait another minute. Outside the door, the two little ones were whispering. Belle secretly asked, "Could Uncle Jiang really be our dad?" Bauer was silent for a moment, then said she didn't know, but she felt a connection with me. If it really is Dad, Mom won't have to work so hard anymore. They don't know that every word I said felt like a needle piercing my heart. More than anyone else, I hoped the answer 2 days later wouldn't disappoint me. As we left the testing center, I asked them if they wanted to go out and have some fun. Bauer immediately shook her head. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but she didn't want me to spend money. Belle tugged at my sleeve and whispered that they were going to sell flowers to earn money. I smiled and immediately agreed to help them. On my way to the flower shop, I passed a boutique and bought a few strings of colorful lights. Bauer asked me curiously why I bought the lights. I just smiled and said, "You'll find out soon enough." After walking a few steps, Belle was drawn to the Samoyed puppy in the pet store. The chubby white dog wagged its tail, and her eyes lit up. I asked her if she liked it, and she nodded, blushing. Bauer quickly stopped me, saying we couldn't waste money anymore. I smiled and told her this wasn't consumption, it was investment. It would soon help us earn more money. Bauer looked puzzled, completely unable to understand how a small dog could make money. Belle, however, was holding the leash, her eyes crinkling with happiness. The owner said the Samoyed puppy was 3 months old, purebred, and gentle. I paid 100 yuan right away and took it out. Along the way, the little Samoyed ran around the two sisters, and Belle laughed nonstop. Bauer, however, kept frowning, heartbroken over the 100 yuan. I didn't explain, only telling her to watch patiently. Soon, she would know that those who have been reborn are not ordinary even when selling flowers. When we arrived at the flower shop, Aunt Chen saw me and the two children again and asked in surprise why I hadn't returned to Yongzhou yet. I smiled and said that I was planning to earn some money in Changsha first, and also help the children sell flowers. Aunt Chen nodded and handed us the flowers. In my past life, after achieving great success, I learned flower arranging. Ordinary flowers in the eyes of others can fetch a completely different value in my hands. I selected roses, sunflowers, chamomile, and colorful baby's breath, quickly arranging several exquisite bouquets. Then, I wrapped the newly purchased fairy lights around them and gently pressed the switch. The colorful lights lit up, instantly elevating the entire bouquet. Bauer, Bayer, and Aunt Chen were all stunned. Aunt Chen couldn't help but ask me if I had ever run a flower shop. I smiled and shook my head, only saying that I had learned a little. Then I borrowed a stroller and took the two sisters and the little Samoyed to the movie theater entrance. Cinemas are busiest on weekends, with young couples and students constantly passing by, making it the perfect place to sell flowers. As soon as I set up my stall, a young girl was drawn to the Samoyed puppy, squatting down to play with it before her gaze quickly fell on the bouquets. Bauer immediately smiled and recommended the flowers. I took the opportunity to explain the meanings of the flowers and how to care for them, quickly gaining her trust. The girl listened attentively and eventually bought a bunch of sunflowers. Bauer counted the profits on her fingers and found that she made 3 yuan on each bunch of flowers, and she was so happy that she almost jumped for joy. While no one was around, I taught the two sisters the selling points of various flowers and how to communicate with customers. Finally, I offered a small suggestion. To improve business, we could pretend to be their father for a while. Bauer nodded without hesitation, and Belle quietly agreed. When I asked them to try calling me Daddy, Bauer sweetly uttered the name. At that moment, my eyes instantly welled up with tears. Just 2 simple words, yet they filled me with an unprecedented happiness. I eagerly awaited the test results in 2 days. If they really were my daughters, I would never miss them again in this lifetime. Soon, a young couple stopped in front of the stall. I encouraged the 2 sisters to go out and greet them. They immediately mustered their courage, and Bauer sweetly called out, Daddy, while Bayer quietly followed suit. Hearing those words, my heart completely softened. The 2 sisters, one explaining the meaning of flowers and the other how to care for them, worked together with increasing ease. The girl listened attentively, nodding repeatedly and praising their intelligence. Bauer immediately said proudly, My dad taught me all of this. In the end, the couple bought a bouquet of roses. With the experience of their first successful sale, the 2 sisters became more and more confident, taking the initiative to greet customers. They hardly stopped all afternoon. I mostly just stood by and watched them work hard to sell flowers. The satisfaction I felt even exceeded that of making money. They were busy until 4 p.m., and all the flowers on the cart were sold out. Not a single bouquet was left. When we got back to the flower shop, Aunt Chun was stunned to see the empty cart. She hadn't expected we could actually sell everything. I handed her the 268 yuan payment. After counting it, she was full of surprise and couldn't help but ask us how much we had actually made. I sat down with the 2 sisters, emptied all the loose change from my bag, and carefully counted each bill. The 2 little girls leaned over the table, barely daring to breathe, their eyes fixed on the pile of banknotes. Finally, I announced with a smile, Today we've made a net profit of 312 yuan. The 2 sisters gasped in unison as soon as I finished speaking. Bauer couldn't believe she could earn so much money in a day. Belle looked at me, her eyes filled with barely concealed admiration. I pushed the money in front of them, telling them to keep it themselves. Bauer quickly refused, saying the money should belong to her. I smiled and told them that they were the ones who actually sold the flowers today, so the money rightfully belonged to them. The 2 sisters exchanged a glance before carefully putting the money into their bag. Holding their first large sum of money earned with their own hands, they smiled more happily than ever before. Bauer carefully counted the money she earned today, took out 160 yuan and handed it to me, saying that it was for buying clothes and a puppy, and insisted on returning it to me. I smiled and pushed them back, saying they were gifts for them. But the 2 sisters kept shaking their heads, insisting they couldn't take things from others for free. Bauer told me that this was a rule their mother had taught them since they were little. Now that they were earning their own money, they had to pay back the money they owed me. Looking at her stubborn little face, I finally accepted the money. Only then did she finally show a relaxed smile. Belle hugged the little Samoyed and said happily, Now we've finally saved up enough money to take Mommy to the hospital for treatment. Hearing this, my heart sank, and I immediately pressed them to tell me what illness Su Wanchua had. The 2 sisters shook their heads, knowing only that their mother coughed incessantly every night, but had always been reluctant to go to the hospital for a checkup. I instantly understood that it wasn't that she didn't want to get treatment, but that she simply couldn't bear to spend the money. Raising 3 children on her own, she could only desperately try to save money. Thinking back to my past life, when I heard about Su Wanchua's death, I was devastated for a long time. It felt like a knife had been plunged into my chest. In this life, I will never let the same tragedy happen again. As long as she comes back, I will definitely take her to the hospital for a thorough checkup. I gently patted the 2 sisters' heads and earnestly promised that I would take good care of their mother and leave this matter to my uncle. Hope rekindled in the children's eyes, and they nodded vigorously. At that moment, I became even more determined to protect their family. Not long after, Belle reminded me that it was time to go home, otherwise Aunt Lin would be worried when she got back. So I walked them home. On the way, Belle looked up and asked me if I would come to see them again tomorrow. I smiled and said that I would definitely come if I had the chance. The 2 sisters skipped and hopped happily all the way, their radiant smiles making me feel that all my efforts were worthwhile. Upon reaching the entrance of the residential complex, Bauer suddenly became worried, unsure how to explain the new clothes to Lin Xiao. Bayer considered secretly hiding the clothes, but seeing the little Samoyed in her arms, she was at a loss again. I took the dog leash and let the puppy stay with me for the time being. I will return it to them in person when I have the chance. The 2 sisters waved goodbye to me reluctantly and carefully remembered the name of the guest house where I was staying before slowly walking into the residential area. Not long after, Lin Xiao, who was returning from grocery shopping, saw my back in the distance and stopped in her tracks. Her eyes were full of doubt. She thought that person looked a lot like me, but she quickly dismissed the idea, believing that I should have left Changsha long ago. When she got home, she tentatively asked the two sisters if they had met any strangers that day. The two little ones pretended not to know and kept it all from her. When Lin Xiao turned around to cook, they all breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ran to the kitchen to help, afraid of giving themselves away. The next morning, I rented a dilapidated van, intending to expand my eel business and look for new ways to make money. Passing by a tea oil factory, it suddenly occurred to me that every household in the countryside needs tea oil cakes and animal feed, which is a surefire way to make money. I would drive into the village empty-handed to sell tea oil cakes, and then buy eels on my return trip. I could make money from both sides. Thinking of this, I immediately stopped the car, offered the security guard 2 good cigarettes, and casually inquired about the price of tea oil cakes. Seeing that I was generous, the security guard immediately became enthusiastic and even offered to help me contact the factory manager. The manager told me that tea oil cakes were 60 cents a pound, and tea oil feed was 70 cents a pound. I immediately ordered 800 pounds, which filled the entire truck. When I arrived in the village, the villagers thought I was there to collect eels again. But I opened the car door first and placed the tea oil cakes in front of everyone. When the villagers heard that I was selling tea oil cakes and animal feed, they immediately surrounded me. These were exactly what they needed, and after I quoted a price lower than the market price, everyone rushed to buy them, and the entire truckload was sold out in no time. I made a net profit of over 400 yuan from this trip. Afterwards, I collected another 200 jin of eels and hauled them back to Changsha to sell to several noodle shops. I earned 1,200 yuan from the eel business alone, and with the tea oil cakes, my daily income exceeded 1,600 yuan. In this day and age, this is equivalent to 2 months' wages for an average worker, and it's not even 9 a.m. yet. After earning the money, I rushed to Lin Zhao's apartment complex. Seeing the red rope on the tree, I knew the two sisters were already waiting for me. This was our pre-arranged code. As long as the red rope was hanging, it meant Lin Xiao wasn't home, and I could go upstairs without worry. As soon as the door opened, Bauer and Bayer rushed out happily, cheering with joy at the news that they could continue selling flowers today. I smiled and asked the two young ladies if they had eaten breakfast. After receiving a positive answer, I took them back to the flower shop. Today, I decided to move the flower shop to the university town. There are more young people there. Business will definitely be better. Sure enough, as soon as they set up their stall, they attracted a large crowd of students. The sisters' smiles were brighter than any flowers. I encouraged them to actively sell flowers. After yesterday's practice, they became more and more confident and quickly sold their first bouquet. The two female college students beamed with joy at Bauer's compliment, immediately buying flowers and praising the two sisters for being sensible and adorable. Bauer almost called out Uncle Jiang, but ended up calling me Dad. Hearing that, a warm feeling welled up inside me again. The number of people in the university town far exceeded that of yesterday, and the flowers quickly sold out. The two sisters looked at the empty cart and cheered happily. The next day, I continued to run around the countryside selling tea oil cakes and collecting eels, and then rushed to pick up the two sisters to sell flowers. I earned more each day than the day before. This time, I chose the foot of Yuelu Mountain as the location. Tourists flocked to the area, and flower sales broke records again. After selling the last bouquet, I decided to take my two daughters up the mountain. They jumped and danced with excitement, as happy as two little birds. I left the stroller at the small shop at the foot of the mountain. The owner smiled and praised me for being so lucky to have such beautiful twin daughters. The sisters didn't explain, and I didn't deny it, because what everyone said was exactly the answer I most longed for to come true. As we climbed the mountain, people kept praising us for looking like a real family. I just smiled and responded, but inside I was looking forward to tomorrow more and more. Halfway up the mountain, a photographer approached me with a smile and asked if I wanted to take a family photo of the three of us. I looked down and asked the two sisters, and they nodded almost simultaneously, their eyes filled with anticipation. I knew that what they really wanted to preserve wasn't the photos, but the time they spent with me. I nodded in agreement to have my picture taken and led Bauer and Belle to my sides. The photographer smiled and reminded me that I could hug both daughters and get a little closer. I took the two sisters' hands, and as the shutter clicked, our smiles were forever captured under the bright sunshine of Yuelu Mountain. The photographer praised the photo repeatedly, saying we looked like a real family, and even recommended that it be made into a crystal ball as a keepsake. The sisters' eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this, and they lingered in front of the counter, reluctant to leave. I decided to have a crystal ball custom made for them. While waiting, they would occasionally steal glances at the counter, their anticipation impossible to hide, which softened my heart more and more. Soon, the crystal ball was finished. The two sisters held the photo inside, smiling as if they possessed the most precious treasure in the world. I asked the shopkeeper to print an extra photo, intending to keep it for myself. This photo has become my most precious memento since my rebirth. When it was time to pay, the owner offered a discount. Just as I was about to pay, Bauer stopped me, insisting that they pay this time. She earnestly told me that they had already made money selling flowers and couldn't keep letting me spend money. Belle nodded vigorously beside her. Seeing their persistence, I finally didn't refuse and let them complete this small token of their affection themselves. Afterwards, I took the two sisters down the mountain and we went into a restaurant at the foot of the mountain to have a good meal. As soon as the food was served, the two children, although they were already starving, obediently waited for me to start eating first. Their thoughtfulness was heartbreaking. I put beef on their plates, and Belle ate it with a satisfied look on her face. Bauer, however, laughed and said that even the best food couldn't compare to the aroma of my cooking. Hearing this, I couldn't help but smile and promise to cook for them often in the future. The two sisters immediately ate half a bowl more happily. After dinner, we went back to the flower shop to pay the bill. We made another 400 yuan selling flowers today, and I gave it all to the two sisters to keep for themselves, as usual. Aunt Chin stood there, stunned. In just a few days, the money I earned with the two children was almost equal to her monthly income. What shocked her even more was that I hadn't taken a single penny. I'd given it all to the two children. The way she looked at me completely changed. After leaving the flower shop, I took them into the supermarket, intending to buy some things the two little ones liked. I told them to pick out any toys and stationery they wanted, but Bauer gently shook her head, saying that the money should be saved for her mother's medical treatment. Belle kept staring at the Barbie dolls on the shelf, her little face full of love, but she didn't dare to say anything. Bauer immediately advised her sister to give up, saying the toys were too expensive and not worth the money. She was so mature for her age. I gently stroked Bauer's head and told them that as long as I was there, they wouldn't have to compromise themselves for money anymore. In the end, I bought them toys and a few sets of stationery. Seeing the two children's happy smiles, I felt it was all worth it. On the way home, we ran into the same boys who had bullied Bauer again. They recognized me from afar. One of them deliberately mocked the two sisters, asking if I was their new father, which caused the other children to join in the teasing. Belle, her eyes red, retorted loudly, saying that I was their father, and if anyone bullied them again, their father would stand up for them. I merely gave them a cold glance, and the children turned and ran away in fear, none daring to utter another word. But I felt no relief at all. I couldn't imagine how much suffering the two sisters had endured over the years. I secretly vowed that once the paternity test results came out, I would never let anyone bully them again. When we got home, Belle didn't say a word. She ran straight into her room and slammed the door shut, which made my heart tighten. I was about to ask her something when Belle gently shook her head and said that her sister was just sad and that I shouldn't worry. I remained silent for a moment, then turned and left the house. Since I didn't know how to comfort the child, I could only try to find a way to make her happy again. Inside the room, Bauer gently pushed open the door and saw Bayer lying on the bed, secretly crying, her shoulders trembling. Seeing her sister come in, Belle couldn't hold back any longer and threw herself into her sister's arms, bursting into tears and letting out all her grievances. Bauer gently patted her, telling her to be strong. But as she spoke, her own eyes slowly reddened. Belle sobbed as she asked if they had a father. Bauer gently wiped away her tears and whispered, "I might be your father." She earnestly told her sister that if that were true, they would also be children with a father's love, and they would never be laughed at again. Just as the two sisters were talking, the door suddenly opened. I walked in carrying a large cake, and the two children were instantly stunned. They had never eaten cake before, and had no idea why I had suddenly bought it. They could only stare at me blankly. I just smiled, and said that I'd heard that when girls are unhappy, eating something sweet makes them feel much better. I cut the cake and handed it to them. Belle had just taken her first bite, when Bauer suddenly secretly smeared some cream on her sister's face. I also smeared some cream on Belle's nose and gently dotted it, instantly turning her into an adorable little kitten. Belle quickly realized what was happening and grabbed the cream to retaliate. Belle laughed and dodged, and the living room instantly erupted into chaos. I joined them, and the three of us chased each other, laughing, smearing cream everywhere. For the first time, the room was filled with laughter. Seeing the two sisters finally smile again, I felt a huge weight lifted from my shoulders. Even though the cake was wasted and the house was a mess, I felt it was all worth it, as long as they could still laugh so carefree. After they'd had their fun, Bauer felt bad about the remaining cake, saying she'd spent almost all of it playing with. I smiled and promised to buy it whenever she wanted. The two children nodded happily and then tidied up the living room on their own. I helped them tidy up, and we quickly restored it to its original state. After I finished, I was covered in sweat. Bauer handed me a towel, and Bayer brought me a water glass. The two of them quietly took care of me. Seeing how considerate they were, I felt both heartbroken and warmed. The more considerate they were, the more I wanted to make up for all the things I had done to them. I escorted them back to their room to rest, but Bauer gently took my hand, inviting me to lie down and rest with her. Eventually, I lay down on the bed with the two sisters. Soon, they fell asleep peacefully, nestled gently in my arms. That night, I dreamt that Su Wanxue and her 3 daughters were all by my side, and we were living happily together as a family. When I woke up, I gently covered the 2 sisters with the blankets, quietly got up and left, hoping that the dream would one day become a reality. When they woke up, they found I was no longer beside them. Belle sat up groggily, her first words being a soft question to her sister. "Daddy, is he gone?" Last night, eating cake and playing around together felt so real, they even thought it was just a beautiful dream. The 2 little girls pushed open the door and saw me standing on a stool changing a light bulb. They immediately ran over happily and sweetly called out, "Uncle Jiang." I smiled and told them that several lights in the house were broken, so I bought new bulbs to replace them, making it safer to see things at night. The 2 sisters nodded obediently and thanked me together. Their thoughtful expressions made me increasingly reluctant to leave. After changing the light bulb, I took the old TV apart. The screen kept flickering static, and it took me ages to fix it, so I just fixed it anyway. Soon after, the TV lit up again, and the picture became clear and stable. The 2 sisters looked at me, their eyes filled with barely concealed admiration. Belle couldn't help but praise me for being able to do everything, and Bauer looked at me with admiration, as if I were an omnipotent superhero. After finishing everything, I took them back to Lin Zhao's house. Because the next day was the day the paternity test results would be available. The next morning, after finishing my business selling eels and tea oil cakes, I couldn't wait to rush to the paternity testing center. The testing center hadn't opened yet, but I was already standing at the door waiting. The closer it got to 9 o'clock, the faster my heart was beating. The staff recognized me and quickly led me into the office. As soon as I sat down, I couldn't help but ask about the test results. The staff smiled and told me to wait a moment, then turned to get the report. I sat on the sofa, so nervous I could barely light a cigarette. Those few minutes felt longer than 2 lifetimes. Su Wanxue and Bauer and Bayer's smiling faces kept flashing through my mind. Finally, a staff member came to me with the report, gently placed it on the table, and said the results were in. I stared at the thin report, hesitating to reach for it. Those few pages seemed to determine my entire life. After a long silence, I finally mustered the courage to open the report and slowly read it word by word, starting from the first page. I deliberately covered the final conclusion with my hand, my heart pounding faster and faster. I had never been this nervous, not even when I signed contracts worth hundreds of millions in my past life. Finally, as I slowly removed my hand and saw the test results, I was completely stunned. The report clearly stated that a father-daughter relationship was confirmed between me and Bauer and Bayer. Seeing those words, my eyes instantly welled up with tears, my fists clenched tightly, and the excitement in my heart was almost uncontrollable. They really are my daughters. I finally found my loved ones whom I lost 5 years ago. The staff smiled and congratulated me. I thanked them choked with emotion, and as I walked out of the testing center, tears streamed down my face. At that moment, I finally understood that God gave me a second chance not just to make money, but also to make up for my greatest regret. I desperately want to rush to the 2 sisters and tell them in person that from this day forward, they finally have a father. I also want to find Su Wanxue, cure her illness, and make up for everything I owe them, mother and her 3 daughters. But Su Wanxue is still out of town, so I can only go find Bauer and Bayer first, and then slowly resolve all the misunderstandings. Thinking of how Lin Xiao had desperately tried to stop me before, I actually smiled. From her perspective, she had always seen me as a heartless man. In fact, I had no idea Su Wanxue was pregnant back then, nor did I know that a separation would lead to 5 years of missed opportunities. Armed with the paternity test report, I hurried to Lin Zhao's house. There, she was with her 2 sisters. These days, she's noticed her 2 children are much happier than before, and they're always whispering to each other, which makes her increasingly suspicious. She had planned to take the sisters to the amusement park, but what the children care about most is when their mother will come back. She called the guest house, only to learn that Su Wanxue still hadn't returned, so she could only continue comforting the 2 children. Although the sisters nodded in agreement, the disappointment in their eyes was undeniable. The more Lin Xiao looked at them, the more convinced she became that they were hiding something from her. Back home, She finally questioned the two sisters seriously. At first, they shook their heads vehemently, but soon they confessed everything. Bauer told her that she had been helping her sell flowers for the past few days and had earned over 1,000 yuan. Belle excitedly added that I played with them, bought them toys, and even fixed the lights and TV at home. Lin Xiao was completely stunned. She finally understood that I hadn't left at all these past few days, but had been quietly staying by the children's side. She began to suspect that I already knew the sisters' true identities, otherwise I would never have gone to such lengths. Just as she was lost in thought, there was a knock on the door. Lin Xiao opened the door and saw me standing outside. The two sisters immediately rushed towards me happily, calling out sweetly, "Uncle Jiang." I looked at them, my heart pounding with excitement. I knew that soon they would be calling me Dad. I took a deep breath, looked at Lin Xiao, and said seriously, "I want to talk to you alone." Lin Xiao led me to the lakeside. Without any preamble, I asked her directly if Bauer and Bayer were my daughters. She immediately denied it. I didn't argue, but silently took out a paternity test report and handed it to her. When she saw the 99.99% blood relation, she fell completely silent. After a brief silence, she finally exploded, angrily questioning me. "You abandoned Su Wanshua back then, so what right do you have to come back and take the child now?" I didn't argue, because she had the right to hate me, but I still told her that I left back then not because I didn't love her. 5 years ago, my family suddenly went bankrupt, leaving me with $1 million debt. Not wanting to burden Su Wanshua, I had no choice but to cruelly break up with her and go to Shanghai to work alone. I always thought this was the best way to protect her, but I never dreamed that she was already pregnant with our child. Lin Xiao fell silent. For the first time, she realized that I wasn't heartless, but rather that I was bearing everything in the most foolish way. I continued to tell her that this rebirth back in Changsha was due to Bauer bringing me back to Su Wanshua's side, and it was also she who led me to discover the truth. It wasn't until I saw the two sisters and the paternity test results that I finally confirmed they were my biological daughters. Finally, looking at Lin Xiao, I promised, word by word, that although I currently have $1 million debt, I will pay it all off within 3 months. I will take Su Wanshua back and care for our 3 daughters, ensuring that the 4 of them will never have to suffer any more grievances. I told Lin Xiao that in the 5 years since I separated from Su Wanshua, I have never been in a relationship and have always been alone. This is not an explanation, but a fact. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's cold expression finally softened somewhat. She knew that Su Wanshua hadn't accepted anyone over the years either. Many eligible men had pursued Su Wanshua over the years, and even knowing she had 3 children, they still refused to give up. She refused them all, and if anyone continued to bother her, she would call the police. Eventually, no one dared to approach her anymore. She could have stayed in Beijing or gone to Shanghai or Guangzhou to develop her career, but she chose to come to Changsha, simply because I'm from Hunan province. Lin Xiao always knew that Su Wanshua had never truly let go of me. She stayed in Changsha, only hoping to meet me again someday. After a long silence, Lin Xiao finally relented. She told me that as long as she paid off all the debts within 3 months and proved that she was capable of supporting the family, she would no longer stop me. I nodded solemnly and agreed on the spot. This was not only a promise, but also a goal I set for myself. When I got home, the 2 sisters were already waiting anxiously. As soon as they saw me return, they ran over, but stopped in their tracks because of Lin Xiao's serious expression. I stopped Lin Xiao, who was about to take the children back to their room. Now that the paternity test results were in, there was no need to continue hiding the truth. Lin Xiao looked at the 2 sisters, remained silent for a moment, and finally spoke, telling them that I was their real father. Upon hearing this, the 2 sisters froze, their eyes widening as if they couldn't believe their ears. The next second, they jumped up excitedly, shouting that they finally had a father, tears already streaming down their faces. I went over and gently hugged them, my own eyes welling up with tears. In that moment, I finally rediscovered the family I had lost for 5 years. The 2 sisters looked at me at the same time and called out Dad earnestly. This time, it wasn't pretending, it was a truly genuine way of addressing me. Bauer hugged me tightly, saying she finally had a dad. Belle waved her little fist, saying that from now on, if anyone bullies them, their dad will protect them. Standing beside her, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile. This was the first time she had seen the 2 children so happy. She then went downstairs to contact Su Wanshua, but received the same message. The other party had not yet finished her business trip and returned to Changsha. When we got back, Lin Xiao suggested we go out to celebrate. I immediately offered to treat everyone. But Bauer raised her hand first, saying that they were little rich girls now and wanted to treat their dad and Aunt Lin to dinner. I smiled and patted her little head, telling them that now that they have a dad, this kind of thing should naturally be his responsibility. Lin Xiao was worried that I was still in debt and didn't want me to spend money recklessly. But I told her seriously that earning 100,000 a month wasn't difficult for me right now. Bauer immediately vouched for me, saying that her father had taken them to sell flowers for 3 days and earned over 1,000 yuan, which he had given them all. Bayer nodded repeatedly. Lin Xiao didn't believe it at first, but when Bauer brought out a small cloth bag full of change, she was completely stunned. The bag contained over 900 yuan, a sum of money the two children had never possessed before. Looking at the change, Lin Xiao finally began to believe that she really had the ability to earn money, though she still couldn't believe that she could pay off a 1,000,000 yuan debt in 3 months. Just as I was about to leave, Belle suddenly stopped me and whispered that it would be cheaper to cook at home instead of going to a restaurant. I burst out laughing. I knew it wasn't that she was reluctant to spend money, but rather that she had been longing for my cooking. Bauer immediately nodded in agreement, saying that she also wanted to eat the food her father cooked. Lin Xiao was a little surprised. She hadn't expected me to know how to cook. I just smiled and said we'd see after we tried it. In the end, Lin Xiao stayed behind to cook dinner in advance. I took the two sisters to the market to buy groceries. Along the way, the two children chattered incessantly around me, their joyful laughter filling the entire market. Bauer was the first to order, wanting sweet and sour pork ribs. I agreed without hesitation. Belle then rattled off beef balls, fish balls, and sauerkraut fish. I laughed as I wrote them all down. Soon, I returned home carrying 2 large bags full of groceries and went straight into the kitchen to get busy. Washing vegetables, chopping meat, seasoning, and cooking. My actions were practiced and fluid, and the rich aroma quickly filled the entire house. 2 little girls ran into the kitchen, drawn by the aroma. I had just wiped my sweat when Bauer tiptoed and gently wiped the beads of sweat from my forehead. In that instant, my heart suddenly welled up with a warm, bittersweet feeling. This kind of simple happiness is something no amount of wealth in a past life could buy. After all the dishes were on the table, I first put some ribs on my 2 daughters' plates. Belle's eyes lit up the moment she took a bite, and Bauer smiled and praised her father, saying it was the best cooking. Lin Xiao, who had initially been somewhat skeptical, was completely stunned after taking his first bite. She then tried the fish, meatballs, and other dishes, each one surprising her and exceeding her expectations. In the end, she couldn't help but praise me, saying that my cooking skills were even better than those of professional chefs. Bauer looked at me earnestly, hoping to learn to cook from her dad in the future. I agreed without hesitation. As long as she was willing, I would definitely teach her myself. Bayer was even happier, hugging my arm and acting spoiled, saying she wanted to eat daddy's cooking every day. Seeing the happy and content smiles of my 2 daughters, I finally felt that I truly had a family. After dinner, I went into the kitchen, hoping to take the 2 sisters back to my side to take care of them, but Lin Xiao refused outright. I didn't insist, only saying that I would take the children out to play in the afternoon and would definitely bring them back on time in the evening. Lin Xiao was silent for a moment, then finally agreed. She then told me that Su Wanxue would probably be back in about a week. I didn't press for her contact information. I knew that the most important thing now was to prove myself through actions. After leaving the kitchen, I told the 2 sisters that their father was taking them out to play in the afternoon. Belle jumped up excitedly, and the first thing she asked was if she could see the little Sammy yet. I smiled and nodded, leading my 2 daughters to the Baiyun guest house. As soon as we entered, the landlady asked with a smile if these 2 pretty little girls were my daughters. I smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. The 2 sisters obediently called her auntie, making the landlady beam with joy. The proprietress liked the 2 sisters more and more as she looked at them, and asked with a smile if they were twins. Belle immediately explained seriously that they were actually triplets, with an additional younger sister. The proprietress was stunned, repeatedly exclaiming how blessed I was to have 3 such adorable daughters. Hearing her words, my heart ached. Even though I am their biological father, it was only today that I truly stood by their side. Before I left, the proprietress earnestly told me to take good care of my 3 daughters. I nodded solemnly and kept those words firmly in mind. As soon as I opened the door, Wang Wang rushed out wagging its tail. Belle immediately hugged it, her eyes crinkling into crescents with laughter. Bauer didn't rush to play, but instead carefully looked around my room. Seeing that the room was clean and tidy, her face visibly relaxed. Belle ran up to me carrying Wang Wang and suggested we name it. The 2 sisters thought for a long time, but still couldn't come up with a name. Suddenly, Bauer had a brilliant idea and said that since it always barked, why not name it Wang Wang? I couldn't help but smile and nod in agreement. Upon hearing that Wang Wang had a name, the 2 sisters happily called out to it repeatedly. That heartwarming scene completely melted my heart. Afterwards, I took my 2 daughters and Wang Wang out the door, intending to buy dog food for Wang Wang first, and then buy some new clothes. Belle was very excited the whole way, but Bauer was still silently reluctant to spend money, but she still happily accompanied her younger sister to choose clothes. After arriving at the pet store, I bought dog food and then had the two sisters choose clothes for Wang Wang. The two children were as serious as if they were completing an important task. Finally, they picked out a gray outfit for Wang Wang. The little guy looked so smug in it, making the two sisters laugh non-stop. I decided to buy a few more sets, and when it was time to pay, Bauer offered to help me carry the things, but I smiled and declined. I told her that her daughter's little hands weren't for lifting heavy things. Hearing this, Bauer smiled quietly. Back at our place, we helped Wang Wang set up its doghouse. Wang Wang happily circled around the two sisters, and the room was filled with laughter. I suggested we go to the amusement park, but to my surprise, the two sisters shook their heads and said they would rather accompany me to make money. It wasn't that they didn't like playing. They were just constantly worried about their mother's illness and wanted to earn more money as soon as possible. I didn't expose them. I just gently patted their little heads and took them to the flower shop again. As soon as I reached the hallway, I ran into my neighbor, Wang Mei. Belle happily introduced us, saying her dad had taken them out to play. Wang Mei paused for a moment. Then, after repeatedly confirming that I was the children's father, a relieved smile finally appeared on her face. She told me earnestly that Su Wanxue and her 3 children had suffered too much over the years, and hoped that I would not let them suffer any more injustices in the future. I solemnly promised that from today onwards, I will shoulder my responsibilities and never leave them again. After saying goodbye to Wang Mei, we continued on our way to the flower shop. Along the way, a farmer was selling several potted orchids at a roadside stall. I had only glanced at it casually, but suddenly stopped in my tracks because there was a potted jade orchid in the corner. Others might not recognize it, but I had seen it in a past life. This kind of orchid will be extremely valuable in the future, and it's worth around 20,000 yuan now. I suppressed my excitement and deliberately asked about the prices of other orchids first. Only then did I casually inquire about the green orchid. The stall owner smiled wryly and said that this one was hard to sell, and it would only cost 25 yuan. Without hesitation, I took out my money and bought it on the spot. The two sisters didn't understand why I bought such an inconspicuous green plant. They just thought it was a good deal because it was cheap. I smiled and told them that this was called finding a bargain, buying a truly valuable item for very little money. As soon as I finished speaking, a Mercedes slowly pulled up to the side of the road. An elderly man hurriedly got out of the car, his gaze fixed on the orchid in my arms. The old man got straight to the point, asking if I was willing to sell. I didn't rush to answer, but instead asked him how much he was willing to pay. The old man introduced himself as Zhao Tongyuan, a university professor who had studied orchids for many years and immediately recognized the jade orchid. He initially quoted me 10,000 yuan, but I just smiled and shook my head. A true connoisseur would never be worth only that much. Zhao Tongyuan hesitated for a moment, then quickly raised the price to 20,000 yuan, admitting that this was his maximum budget. I didn't haggle further and agreed to the deal on the spot. Right now, I desperately needed this startup capital. Bauer and Bayer, standing nearby, were completely stunned. The orchid they had just bought for 25 yuan had suddenly sold for 20,000 yuan. Zhao Tongyuan invited us to go to the bank to withdraw the money. I held the orchid, led the two sisters by the hand, and quickly completed the transaction. After receiving the full 20,000 yuan in cash, I handed the jade orchid to Zhao Tongyuan. He was overjoyed, as if he had found a priceless treasure. Before leaving, he carefully wrote down my name, hoping to have the chance to meet again in the future. I smiled and nodded in agreement. After the old man left, the two sisters finally couldn't help but surround me and excitedly asked, "Did that potted plant really sell for 20,000 yuan?" I smiled and nodded, earnestly telling them that this was the value of knowledge and the true meaning of finding hidden gems. Then, I deliberately asked them what they had learned. Bauer immediately replied that only by learning more could she avoid missing out on truly valuable things. Belle added that simply buying a treasure isn't enough. You also need to find someone who truly understands it to sell it for a good price. Hearing my two daughters' answers made me happier than if I had earned 20,000 yuan. They were far smarter than I had imagined. Belle happily said that Want Want had brought her good luck. Bauer nodded seriously, saying that Want Want really does bring wealth. I couldn't help but laugh. Now I have more than 27,000 yuan in my hands, and I finally have the capital to start really planning for the future. Along the way, the two sisters kept shouting, "Wong, Wong, Wong," hoping good luck would stay with us, their laughter echoing throughout the street. After getting our flowers wrapped at the flower shop, we went to the pedestrian street. Wong Wong, dressed in new clothes, along with her two adorable daughters, quickly attracted a large number of customers. In just 3 hours, all the flowers were sold out. That day, we easily earned another 500 yuan. Squatting by the roadside counting the money, the two sisters smiled so much their eyes narrowed. Looking at the sweat on their foreheads, I felt incredibly satisfied. This happiness of working hard and living together with my daughters is more real than having billions in wealth in a past life. Before leaving the pedestrian street, I bought each of my daughters a mung bean popsicle. It was a small happiness costing 6 cents, but it made the two children smile exceptionally brightly. I was eating an ice cream when my gaze swept across the street, and I suddenly spotted an internet cafe. In that instant, a brilliant idea flashed into my mind, and a money-making plan quickly took shape. I smiled and led Bauer and Bayer into the internet cafe. The two little girls were full of curiosity, having never seen a place like this before, their eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. The small room was stuffy and noisy, with only a few old computers, but it was full of young people, and the sound of keyboards and cheers almost shook the whole room. After I asked about the price, I turned on a computer and discovered that the network administrator was also writing down the time in a notebook. Suddenly, a new idea for making money popped into my head. There is no mature internet cafe management system yet. Others find it troublesome, but I see a gold mine that no one has discovered. I sat down at the computer with my two daughters and told them with a smile that Daddy would play games with them today. The two little girls immediately surrounded me excitedly. The desktop only had Red Alert and Counter-Strike. Without hesitation, I opened Counter-Strike, skillfully controlled my character, and charged into the battlefield, taking down several enemies in a row. Bauer and Bell became more and more excited as they watched, praising me incessantly. Their eyes were practically overflowing with admiration, and my heart warmed with joy. I patiently taught them how to aim and fire, and the two little ones learned very quickly. They played the computer quite well on their first try. A number of players gathered around, exclaiming in amazement at my gameplay. Almost everyone in the internet cafe was drawn to me, but I didn't get engrossed in the game. Instead, I quietly observed the business. 5 yuan an hour. All the computers were full, and there were still many people waiting in line. I quickly did the math. One computer can earn nearly 100 yuan a day, and the more computers you have, the higher the profit. This is practically a golden opportunity. I only have a little over 20,000 yuan right now, so I can't afford too many computers for the time being. But once I get them up and running, it won't be long before I can generate even more capital. This was the eve of the internet cafe boom. While others were still observing, I knew what the future held, and I knew I had to make this money. The 2 hours passed quickly, and I paid and left. Bauer was upset about the 10 yuan internet fee, but I smiled and told her that the more expensive the business, the more money you make. I told my two daughters directly that their dad was planning to open an internet cafe. Their eyes widened instantly. They hadn't expected me to have such a plan. I patiently explained what an internet cafe was and what connecting to the internet meant. After listening, the two little girls quickly grasped the key to making money. Bauer said there was always a queue inside, and there simply weren't enough seats. Bell suggested even more earnestly that they should install more games, and the number of customers would definitely increase. I couldn't help but laugh. She's truly my daughter. At such a young age, she understands the essence of business, more astute than many adults. When we got home that evening, the two little ones kept asking when the internet cafe would reopen, their eyes full of anticipation, seemingly even more excited than I was. During my walk after dinner, I unexpectedly ran into Songjia, a high school friend I hadn't contacted in years. He was so excited when he saw me that he almost rushed up to me. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, his gaze fell upon Bauer and Bayer. I introduced them directly, saying, "This is my daughter. Please call him uncle." Bauer greeted everyone politely, while Bayer stood quietly to the side. Songjia was completely dumbfounded, never expecting that I already had a child. He asked me in surprise if I had become a father 5 years ago. I didn't explain much, just smiled and nodded. Songjia exclaimed in surprise that I had twins, but Bauer immediately corrected him earnestly, saying that they were actually triplets, and the younger sister had gone on a business trip with their mother. Songjia was stunned after hearing this, and his gaze towards me completely changed. He repeatedly marveled at how rare triplets were. I let my two daughters play on the slide, and only continued chatting with Songjia after making sure they were within sight. He said that after graduating, he joined a bank and is now in charge of loan business, with a monthly loan target of 200,000 yuan, which puts him under a lot of pressure. Hearing the word loan, a thought suddenly struck me. Internet cafes desperately need startup capital, and this opportunity had presented itself. I immediately asked him what the requirements for a loan were. Songjia immediately became wary and asked me in return if I was planning to take out a loan to start my business. I didn't hide anything and frankly told them I wanted to borrow money to start a business. Although I had no assets to pledge, I knew that acquaintances were my biggest opportunity. Songjia earnestly advised me not to take out a loan lightly, because if the business failed and the bank came knocking on my door to collect the debt, my whole family would be affected. I patted him on the shoulder and told him that I had a wife and children to support, and I had to seize this opportunity to make money. Songjia was silent for a moment. then finally asked me what I planned to do. Without hesitation, I calmly uttered 3 words: open an internet cafe. Upon hearing this answer, Songja was visibly taken aback. He knew that internet cafes could make money, but he also knew that the investment was enormous, with a single computer costing tens of thousands of yuan. He worried that business would decline after the hype died down, and all his investment would be wasted, or even total loss. But I was adamant. Opportunity only comes once. If I don't act now, it will be too late to enter later. I would never give up. After finishing his last puff of cigarette, Songja finally nodded and agreed to help me. He told me that he could find a way to get a loan of up to 100,000 yuan. The opportunity was fleeting, so without hesitation, I asked Songja to help me get a loan of 100,000 yuan. He was stunned on the spot, clearly not expecting me to have such a big appetite. I told him that I could definitely repay the money and that I would never let him take any risk. But he shook his head, saying that he wasn't worried about himself, but rather that I might lose everything. He felt that business seemed easy, but in reality, it was full of pitfalls, and many people only realize this after paying a hefty price. I smiled and told him that I already knew this. This wasn't a gamble, but rather seizing a golden opportunity. He finally agreed to help me apply for a loan the next day. Songja even proactively negotiated the lowest interest rate for me, trying to get it down to 3% per annum. My heart warmed. This kind of timely help is true brotherhood. Then, he smiled and inquired about the children's mother, saying that someone who could give birth to 3 such beautiful daughters must be no ordinary person. I watched Bauer and Bayer playing in the distance and whispered to him that the children's mother was named Su Wanxue, a famous beauty at the University of Finance and Economics. Songja was stunned for a moment, then punched me hard, complaining that I hadn't informed my brothers about my wedding and the birth of my child, and that I had prepared the money for the wedding gifts for years for nothing. I smiled bitterly and recounted all the misunderstandings from back then, including how she gave birth to triplets alone and raised them all by herself. Songja listened in silence for a long time, then earnestly told me, "You must never let a woman like that down in your life." I nodded solemnly. Since God has given me a second chance, I will definitely marry Su Wanxue and make up for everything I owe them, mother and daughter. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao dialed the guest house again, but Su Wanxue still hadn't returned. He could only leave his contact information and continue waiting. That evening, I took Bauer and Bayer home as agreed. The 2 little girls held my hands, repeatedly reminding me to come early the next day. I smiled and agreed, but as I turned to go downstairs, I could still feel their reluctant gazes following my retreating figure. After I left, the 2 children were visibly disappointed. Lin Xiao noticed this and couldn't help but tease them, asking if they were reluctant to part with their father. Bauer immediately started showing off, saying that she earned another 500 yuan selling flowers with me today and also played a lot of fun games. Lin Xiao was stunned when she heard 500 yuan. An ordinary person might not earn that much even after working hard for half a month. She never imagined I was truly capable. Then Bauer added that I took them to an internet cafe and taught them how to play computer games, which made Lin Xiao frown. But Bayer immediately chimed in, describing my marksmanship vividly, her eyes full of admiration. Then, Bauer brought up the jade orchid again, saying that she bought the orchid for 25 yuan and then resold it for 20,000 yuan. Lin Xiao was utterly shocked. She finally realized that this wasn't luck at all, but genuine insight and skill. She suddenly began to believe that when she said she could earn 1 million in 3 months, she might not have been exaggerating, though she still couldn't completely believe it. At 11 p.m., Aunt Chow suddenly knocked on the door, saying that Su Wanxue had finally called back. Lin Xiao immediately rushed over to answer the phone and told Su Wanxue everything about how I met Bauer, did the paternity test, and was reunited with my daughter. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. When she heard that I had no idea she was pregnant or that the triplets existed, she finally couldn't hold back her tears. Lin Xiao added, "I've been single all these years, not dating any other women, only thinking about paying off my debts. Now I just want to make it up to them, mother and daughters." Hearing this, Su Wanxue's last line of defense finally crumbled. For the first time, she realized that their separation back then wasn't betrayal, but protection. Lin Xiao didn't make the decision for me. He only told her that I promised to take responsibility, marry her, and take care of our 3 children for the rest of my life. After a long silence, Su Wanxue finally relented and asked Lin Xiao to give me the guest house's phone number, thus giving us a chance to start over. Before hanging up the phone, Lin Xiao told her that she had been taking Bauer and Bayer to sell flowers to make money these past few days, and they had already earned more than 1,000 yuan in just a few days. Su Wanxue remained silent for a long time after listening, her mind filled with images of her 2 daughters happily following her. Her eyes softened. She stood in the corridor in a daze for a long time before finally returning to her room, where she saw that her youngest daughter, Xiang'er, was still awake. Xiang'er was always the weakest, thinner and smaller than her two older sisters from childhood, which made Su Wanxue feel the most sorry for her. She gently picked up Xiang'er and softly told her that her father had not actually passed away, but that many misunderstandings had occurred over the years. Xiang'er was surprised to hear this, but unlike her sisters, she wasn't excited. She had never truly experienced a father's love. She gently hugged her mother and whispered, "Having mom here is enough." These words instantly brought tears to Su Wanxue's eyes. She held Xiang'er tightly and slowly recounted the truth of the past years until the little one fell asleep peacefully in her arms. But that night, the one who truly couldn't sleep was Su Wanxue. Her mind was filled with memories of the past and me, and she looked forward to our reunion with ever-growing anticipation. The next morning, as usual, I sold my tea oil cakes and bought eels. After delivering the goods, I went straight to the bank to find Songjia. Songjia was already waiting for me. He smiled and led me into his office, then handed me a brown paper bag and asked me to fill out loan application forms first. I took the brown paper bag. Inside, I needed to fill in the loan amount and purpose. Without hesitation, I quickly filled out the form and handed it back to Songjia. He smiled, patted me on the shoulder, and said there was no need for formalities between brothers. He then completed the paperwork and went out to process the loan. Not long after, Songjia returned with the approval documents and told me with a smile that the 100,000 yuan loan had been fully approved. I breathed a sigh of relief and opened a bank account to deposit the 100,000 yuan loan and the 27,000 yuan I had earned in the past few days. I only had a little over 2,000 yuan in cash on me. It's not safe to carry too much money when doing business. A bank card is more convenient for future transactions. After finishing the formalities, it was already past 9 o'clock. I thanked Songjia, made an appointment to treat him to dinner another day, and then rushed to Xiangdi community to pick up my two daughters. Songjia stood at the bank entrance watching me leave. He wasn't envious. He was only worried that my business would fail. After all, I still had 3 daughters to support. As soon as I knocked on the door, Bauer's happy voice came from inside. The door opened, and she rushed over, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons with laughter. Belle followed, running out too, her sweet, clear voice calling Daddy, instantly melting my heart. I went inside and looked around, but I didn't see Lin Xiao. Bauer told me that Aunt Lin had gone to work and had specifically asked them to wait for Dad at home. I took my 2 little girls out the door. Bauer whispered to me if we were going to sell flowers again today. She was still worried about her mother's medical expenses. I smiled and shook my head, telling them we weren't selling flowers today. We were going to buy a computer and prepare to open our own internet cafe. Belle was so excited she almost jumped for joy, immediately asking if it was the internet cafe we'd talked about yesterday. I nodded, and she cheered all the way home. But Belle was worried the computers would be too expensive. I told her Daddy has money now, so this investment isn't a problem, and she finally relaxed. Soon, we arrived at the computer mall. Relying on my memories from my past life, I had prepared a configuration list in advance, and the cost of one computer was about 8,500. As I walked into a computer store, the owner, Hu Daong, greeted me warmly. Without exchanging pleasantries, I went straight to explaining that I was planning to open an internet cafe. Hu Daong looked me up and down, clearly not believing I really had the ability, so he tentatively asked me how many I wanted to buy. I simply held up my hand, showing the number 11. Hu Daong was clearly taken aback. Back then, many internet cafes only had 3 to 5 computers, and I was asking for 11 right off the bat. He immediately asked if I had enough money. I smiled and told him that money wasn't an issue, just give me a quote. Hu Daong immediately began describing the various configurations, but I handed him the configuration list I had prepared. He looked at it more and more carefully, and soon realized that this configuration list was so professional that it was impossible for an ordinary customer to write it. I asked him if he could include everything. He immediately nodded, as if afraid I would turn around and go to another store. He then quoted me 9,000 per unit, and then offered a discount to 8,600. I smiled and shook my head. I knew better than him how much this configuration was worth. Hu Daong immediately realized he'd met an expert, and had no choice but to lower the price again to 8,300. I still didn't budge, only offering one sentence. 8,000 per unit. Do it now if you can. After a brief standoff, he finally gritted his teeth and agreed. Although the profit margin was lower, 11 computers were still a big deal. I didn't pay immediately. I just told him to come pick up the goods as soon as the shop was confirmed, and to prepare all the machines in advance. After leaving the computer mall, Hu Daong shook his head repeatedly as he looked at the configuration list. The order of 88,000 yuan was larger than the size of many internet cafes. On the way home, Bauer quietly handed me the money she had earned from selling flowers, hoping to help her father buy a computer. I immediately pushed it back. That was my daughter's hard-earned pocket money. No matter how difficult things are for me, I would never spend their money. After getting home and preparing lunch, I watched the two little girls eat happily, and I started thinking about where to find an internet cafe. After lunch, I prepared to go out to look for shops. Belle immediately grabbed my hand and said that they knew the area well and could help Daddy find some. I didn't refuse and took my two daughters to look around. We quickly found a large two-story shop near the train station. The customer flow was stable, even more so at night, and there wasn't a single internet cafe nearby. Although the location wasn't the most central, the area was nearly 200 square meters, perfect for getting things done in one go. Bauer suddenly told me that she knew the landlord and could help her father negotiate the rent. She led us to Uncle Yi. After the old man learned that I was the biological father of 3 children, he was very welcoming to me. Through Uncle Ye's introduction, we met the landlord, Lin Wu. I immediately expressed my intention to rent the shop to open an internet cafe. Lin Wu asked for 2,300 yuan per month, with a deposit of 3 months' rent and 1 month's rent in advance. I didn't rush to agree. Instead, I slowly negotiated the terms. Uncle Yi spoke on my behalf, and Bauer and Bayer kept speaking up for their father. In the end, the rent was reduced to 2,000 yuan per month, and the payment method was changed to 1 month's rent as deposit and 1 month's rent in advance, which saved me a lot of startup capital. The moment I signed the contract and the keys were in my hands, I knew that my first internet cafe had finally taken the most crucial step. The two little girls pushed open the roller shutter and ran around excitedly in the empty shop, their eyes full of anticipation. After settling them in, I immediately rushed to the business bureau to apply for a business license. I happened to run into Song Zhu at the entrance. Knowing I had already rented the shop, he immediately used his connections to help me with the paperwork. The originally tedious process was quickly completed, and all that remained was to pick up the business license the next day. I sold the tea oil cakes as usual, gave away the eels, and earned another 2,000 yuan, which I deposited into my bank account. After obtaining the business license, I immediately realized that renovation was the next crucial step. So I took a car to Wansheng to find Chen Hai, the renovation worker I had always admired in my past life. In my past life, my family went bankrupt and owed him 5,000 yuan in wages. Not only did he not press for repayment, he also took the initiative to give my family 20,000 yuan to help us through the crisis. More importantly, he was honest and kind, never cut corners, and was the person I trusted most. After arriving in Wansheng, I asked around based on my vague memory and finally found Chun Hai's old house. I knocked on the iron gate, and footsteps sounded from inside. When the gate opened, a man with a full beard paused for a moment, then exclaimed my name with delight. Jiang, how did you find my way here? I found Chen Hai, offered him a cigarette, and told him directly that I was planning to open an internet cafe and hoped he could help me with the shop's decoration. Chen Hai was stunned. He knew that internet cafes could make money, but he also knew that the cost of computers, rent, and renovations was a bottomless pit, and he couldn't help but ask me if I had thought it through. I nodded and told him that the startup capital was ready. This wasn't an impulsive decision, but rather the first step I had planned long ago. Chen Hai didn't try to persuade me anymore, but patted my shoulder in support and then asked about my parents. I told them that they were still working hard to pay off their debts back in their hometown, and although it was tough, their health was still pretty good. As we chatted, he also mentioned his difficulties. Since he stopped working on my projects and insisted on using genuine materials, his business has actually dwindled. Those who cut corners stole the market, but he would rather earn less money than cheat people against his conscience. I told him seriously that sticking to quality is the real skill, and those who make money by selling inferior products will eventually ruin their reputation. Chen Hai was silent for a moment, then finally smiled. He said that as long as I trusted him, he would definitely renovate the internet cafe for me. I handed over the entire renovation to him, including labor and materials, for a fee of 5,000 yuan. Chen Hai absolutely refused to accept the job, saying that I was short of money for starting my business and that he would do this work for me for free. I'll be blunt. If you don't take my money, I'll find someone else. Doing favors is fine, but in business, you can never take advantage of a friend. 2 days later, the shop was fully renovated. Although it wasn't luxurious, it was clean and tidy, with neat wiring, and I was satisfied at first glance. Then I found Hu Daong and ordered 15 computers in one go, each costing 8,000 yuan. When all 15 computers were delivered to the store and the machines lit up at the same time, I finally felt like I was running an internet cafe. The first thing I did was check the games. Red Alert, Age of Empires, StarCraft, Counter-Strike, I had to have them all. That's the key to attracting young people. Hu Daong patted his chest and guaranteed that everything would be installed perfectly, and even offered 3 years of free repairs, clearly treating me as a long-term customer. After he left, I recalculated the accounts. Of the 133,000 yuan, after buying the computer, desks, chairs, and decorating, only 6,000 yuan was left. Although the money is almost gone, I don't regret it at all. This isn't spending money, it's buying the future in advance. The only problem was that it was too hot in the store. Since we couldn't afford to install air conditioning right now, I immediately bought 2 large fans, which finally solved the immediate problem. When I went home to cook lunch, Bauer and Bayer kept asking if the internet cafe was finished being renovated. I smiled and agreed that I would take them there after lunch. Belle even brought Wang out, saying it wanted to see its father's new store too. Upon arriving at the store entrance, the 2 little girls immediately spotted the signboard. Wang Internet Cafe. Bauer happily praised the name, and Bayer even squatted down to earnestly tell Wang that she must help her father make the internet cafe more and more prosperous in the future. Seeing my 2 daughters so happy, I felt all the hard work was worth it. Meanwhile, 2 young people preparing to take the night train were strolling around the train station under the scorching sun. They spotted the newly opened Wang Internet Cafe at a glance and decided to go in and kill some time. As soon as the 2 entered, they were attracted by the spacious and clean environment. Upon hearing that it cost 5 yuan an hour, they turned on the machine without hesitation. After turning on the computer, they found that Red Alert, Age of Empires, StarCraft, and Counter-Strike were all available, and they became excited on the spot. In less than an hour, all 15 computers were occupied. Later passengers could only stand in line at the back. No one was willing to get off the plane early. Bauer secretly asked me if every computer was making money for her dad. I smiled and nodded. Belle immediately exclaimed excitedly that they would be little rich girls from now on. In the afternoon, Mr. Yi also came to the internet cafe. Seeing the room full of customers, he kept praising my good judgment. I took the opportunity to ask him to help me find 2 employees, one to be in charge of cleaning and the other to be in charge of cashiering. Old man Yi readily agreed, saying he would bring people over the next day. By evening, all 15 computers were still fully booked. In just one afternoon, I earned 300 yuan. In the evening, I bought 3 bowls of noodles and ate them with my 2 daughters. After dinner, they refused to go home and insisted on staying with me at the internet cafe. I cleaned up the small room on the 2nd floor, bought picture books, and let them play there. When they got tired, they would sleep. At midnight, 3 more young people arrived, intending to stay overnight. They even considered reselling the remaining overnight sessions to people in line. I suddenly realized that internet cafes next to the train station don't need to worry about customer flow at all. My job is to turn on the machine and collect the money. The rest of the time, the guests can rotate seats on their own. The next morning, I woke up while lying on the cash register. Bauer and Bayer were already sitting obediently next to me, flipping through picture books. When they saw me wake up, they sweetly called out, "Daddy." In that instant, I felt that all the exhaustion was worth it. They offered to help me with the bookkeeping, so I patiently taught them how to record the computer numbers, login and logout times, and payment methods. Before long, the 2 little girls were able to calculate the simplest charges. At 8 o'clock in the morning, I emptied all the money from the cash register. Bauer and Bayer stood on either side of me, watching intently as I counted the money. Finally, the total income settled at 1,050 yuan. In less than a day, the 15 computers earned more than 1,000 yuan. I know this is just the beginning. As more and more computers become available and internet cafes expand, wealth will only grow faster and faster. When the 2 daughters heard that they had earned 1,050 yuan in one day, they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. After breakfast, Mr. Yi brought a man and a woman to apply for the job. The young man wearing glasses is named Lu Hui. He just graduated from university with a degree in computer software. Upon hearing about this major, a new plan immediately popped into my mind. I want to create my own internet cafe management system. From now on, all memberships, top-ups, logins, logouts, and payments will be handled by the software. After listening attentively, Lu Hui nodded and said he could give it a try. Without hesitation, I offered him a reward of 1,000 yuan on the spot, as long as he could develop the system. When he heard 1,000 yuan, he was stunned. That was 2 months' salary for an ordinary person, and even more so for someone who had just graduated. Lu Hui's eyes lit up, and he quickly promised to do it well. I then asked him if he knew how to fix computers, and he immediately nodded and said yes. I simply asked him to stay and work as a network administrator. When I asked him how much salary he wanted, he cautiously quoted 600, as if afraid I would think it was too expensive. I could tell he wasn't really sure. I figured he would have agreed if I had lowered the price to 500, but I offered him 800 directly. Lu Hui was so excited that he thanked them repeatedly. This salary was already very high for him, who had just graduated, as many people outside were still unable to find jobs. Next, I interviewed the girl. Her name was Li. She had a high school diploma, stayed at home, and didn't seem like the type to cheat or be dishonest. The cashier position is the most important. Everything else can be taught slowly, but the money must not be wrong. I took out 200 yuan bills from the drawer and asked her to distinguish between real and fake ones. Lily took it, first touching the paper with her hand, then carefully examining the watermark against the light, and quickly picked out the real one. I immediately knew what was going on. I told her that she would be working at the front desk as a cashier, responsible for turning on the machines for customers, for 600 yuan a month. Lily was so excited that her face turned red. With her qualifications, she would typically earn around 400 yuan elsewhere, so earning 600 yuan is already quite an achievement. Therefore, she immediately promised to work hard. Seeing that I was satisfied with the two of them, Old Man Yu was relieved and smiled as he prepared to leave, but I quickly called him back. I said, "Uncle Yi, I'll have to trouble you to find me another Annie to be in charge of cleaning the internet cafe and also cook 3 meals a day. There's a kitchen in the back of the shop, and gas was already connected during the previous renovation. All we need to do is buy a stove, and it will be convenient for the employees to eat in the future. There's a small garden of about 50 square meters behind the shop. It used to be full of weeds, but I had Chun-Hai pave it with cement. When the weather is nice, everyone can eat in the back garden. Even though I'm too busy to cook, I can still join in and enjoy a hot meal." Old Yi readily agreed, saying that it was no problem and he could find someone for me tomorrow. I nodded, took out 100 yuan, and handed it to him. I said, "Uncle Yi, you've helped me a lot. You must accept this money." When Uncle Yi saw the 100 yuan, he was startled and quickly waved his hand, saying, "No need." I didn't expect that Uncle Yi was just introducing two people to me, and he felt it was just a favor, and he didn't intend to charge me at all. But I know this favor is valuable, especially since Lu Hui knows computer software, which can solve my most pressing problem right now. I stuffed 100 yuan into Uncle Ye's hand and said with a smile, "Uncle Yi, you should take this money, don't be polite with me." Uncle Yi wanted to decline, but I didn't let go, because Lu Hui and Li Li, whom he introduced, were both very suitable and saved me a lot of time. More importantly, if Lu Hui can really create an internet cafe management system, my internet cafe can get ahead of the competition. Internet cafes still rely on manual timekeeping and payment collection, which is troublesome and prone to errors. It's also difficult to prevent cashiers from tampering with the system. With the management system, guests' boarding and alighting times are automatically recorded, and money is directly deposited into their accounts. Only the amount used is deducted, and the accounts are clear and transparent. I also thought about the game ads that would pop up when I turned on my computer. Most people who come to internet cafes play games, so these ad slots are practically money. Seeing my firm attitude, Uncle Yi finally accepted the money, beaming from ear to ear, and said he would definitely find me another aunt who could cook and was hardworking. After he left, Lu Hui and Lily got busy with their own things. Lu Hui didn't have a computer at home, so I waited until a machine became available and then let him sit down and write code. After arranging all that, I picked up a broom to clean. Bauer and Bayer immediately ran over, looking up at me with their little faces, saying they wanted to help their dad with the chores. Seeing how sensible the two little girls were, my heart softened, so I asked them to collect the snack bags on the table while I swept the floor myself. After seeing this, Lily didn't say much. She quietly went into the kitchen, took out a rag, and started wiping the table. This girl is quite observant. Before noon, Uncle Yi brought a woman in her 40s into the house and called out to me from afar, "Xiao Jiang, I've brought the person to you." I looked up and saw that the woman was not tall and had a thin figure, but her eyes were sharp and she looked like a quick worker. She introduced herself with a smile. "My name is Wang Yumei. You can just call me Aunt Wang." Her words were neither humble nor arrogant, which was pleasant to hear. I asked her briefly what dishes she could cook, and then asked about the prices of common vegetables like pork and greens. She answered very clearly, obviously because she frequents the vegetable market. Aunt Wang is good at cooking Hunan home-style dishes and knows the prices of vegetables. I will feel much more at ease if I entrust the catering of the internet cafe to her in the future. After the interview, I said directly, "Aunt Wang, how about a salary of 600 yuan a month?" She was stunned for a moment, and her eyes lit up. She nodded quickly. "Okay, of course, Mr. Jiang, you're too generous." She used to earn just over 500 a month, but this time, she earned an extra 100. I smiled and told her not to be so polite, but Aunt Wang immediately took the handkerchief from my hand and said she would take care of the cleaning and that I shouldn't bother. I didn't refuse, and simply became a hands-off manager, going out to buy pots and pans, a coal stove, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and some vegetables. After returning the items to the internet cafe, I told Aunt Wang and the other two employees to eat at the cafe from now on, and then I took Bauer and Bayer home with the groceries. When I got home, I put the groceries in the kitchen and said to my two daughters, "You two go play first, Dad will make lunch for you." Ku Bauer and Bayer both shook their heads. They knew I had slept at the cashier all night and were so worried about me that they didn't want me to work anymore. Bauer said seriously, "Dad, you should go and rest, or you'll get dark circles under your eyes. We'll cook the meal." Belle nodded in agreement, saying she would wake me up when she was ready. I was about to refuse when Belle cut me off. With a serious expression, she said, "Dad, you can't refuse us. I'll cook. You should go to bed and rest." Looking at my two sensible daughters, I felt a mix of sadness and warmth in my heart. All I could do was touch their little faces and promise to go lie down for a while. I went back to their room and lay down, but I didn't really fall asleep. I was afraid something might happen while they were cooking, so I could rush over immediately if there was any noise. In the kitchen, Bauer quietly took out the groceries I had bought, and Bayer whispered, "Big sister, I'll wash the vegetables." Bauer nodded and said in a low voice, "Then I'll cook rice first." The two little girls moved very quietly, afraid of waking their father. The two little girls busied themselves in the kitchen for a long time before finally serving up a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and a plate of stir-fried greens. Sue Bauer asked Sue Bayer to wake me up, and a soft voice came from outside the door, "Daddy, time to eat." I opened the door and saw the little one standing there. My heart softened immediately, and I smiled and went to the dining table with her. As soon as I sat down, I was stunned. The two dishes on the table were steaming hot, and they were actually made by the two of them. Looking at Sue Bauer and Sue Bayer, I couldn't help but praise them. "You two are amazing. You can even cook for your dad." The two little girls' eyes sparkled, and they urged me to try it quickly with expectant looks, as if they were waiting for the results of the most important exam. I picked up a piece of egg and put it in my mouth. It tasted a little bland and wasn't cooked quite right, but it made my heart ache. I smiled and said it was delicious. Dad was especially happy because it was a meal made for me by my two little darlings. They are only 4 years old. While other children need to be chased around and fed by adults, they have already learned to cook for themselves. Thinking about how Su Wanshue has been raising 3 children alone for the past few years, I felt a lump in my throat, and I was too guilty to speak. If I had known earlier that she was pregnant with my child, she and her 3 daughters wouldn't have had to suffer so much. But now that I'm back, with the memories of being reborn, I will never let them live the kind of life they used to. Not long after lunch, Lin Xiao arrived. As soon as Bauer and Bayer saw her, they rushed over and grabbed her hands. Lin Xiao picked up the 2 little girls and kissed them. Belle immediately said excitedly, "Daddy opened a big internet cafe." Bauer also boasted that there were 15 computers inside, and that she had earned 1,050 yuan in just half a day yesterday. Lin Xiao was taken aback when she heard this, and her eyes immediately fell on me. She obviously didn't expect me to open an internet cafe so quickly. She knew I still had millions in debt, and 15 computers were no small amount of money. The machines alone would cost over 10,000. After the 2 children went for their afternoon nap, Lin Xiao sat down and asked me directly, "Jiang, where did you get the money to open an internet cafe?" I didn't hide it from her. I told her that I have a brother who works at a bank, and that I took out a low-interest loan to invest in an internet cafe. I explained to her, point by point, the loan interest rate, the intended use of the funds, and the current market conditions for internet cafes. Lin Xiao is Wanshue's best friend, and I must put her at ease, otherwise a single word from her could disappoint Wanshue. After listening, Lin Xiao frowned and asked, "Are you really that optimistic about internet cafes? With such a large initial investment, can you recoup your costs?" I did the math for her. Internet cafes are packed day and night now. Young people are really into playing games online. 1 computer earns 100 yuan a day, 15 computers earn 1,500 yuan a day, and about 45,000 yuan a month. I have invested a total of 127,000 so far. At this rate, I should be able to earn back my principal in about 3 months. Lin Xiao herself had been to internet cafes and knew that there was always a queue to get a computer. After hearing my explanation, her expression finally softened. I looked at her seriously and said, "Don't worry, I'm a father of 3 now. I won't do anything reckless again." Lin Xiao nodded and didn't press further. As long as I didn't squander the loan recklessly, she wouldn't interfere. Then she took out a piece of paper and handed it to me, on which was written the phone number of the guest house where Su Wanshue stayed during her business trip. I took the paper, my fingers tightening slightly, and a surge of overwhelming excitement welled up inside me. Lin Xiao finally gave me Wanshue's phone number, and I whispered a thank you to her. She stood up, looked at me, and said there was no need to thank me. She just didn't want to see Wanshue suffer so much anymore, and hoped that Wanshue could be happy. I gripped the paper tightly and solemnly assured her, "Don't worry, I will bring happiness to Wanshue, as well as Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger, the 4 of them." After Lin Xiao handed me the number, she rushed off to work. Clutching the piece of paper, I felt a jolt in my heart. 5 years had passed, and I had finally heard from Su Wanshue again. I went downstairs to the convenience store and borrowed a phone from the owner. Looking at the guest house number on the slip of paper, my palms were sweaty. It was just a few numbers, but it felt like a debt I owed her for 5 whole years. Back then, my family went bankrupt and I owed over 1 million yuan in debt. Afraid of burdening her, I cruelly broke up with her. After she nodded, I didn't explain much, went back to school to drop out, and that very night I boarded a slow train to Shanghai. I took a deep breath and dialed the number with trembling fingers. The moment the call connected, I said in a low voice, "I'm looking for Su Wanxue." The receptionist at the guest house told me to wait a moment, but my heart was already pounding in my chest. Not long after, the receptionist knocked on Su Wanxue's door, saying someone was looking for her, and this time it was a man. She was taken aback for a moment, then guessed it might be me, because almost no one else knew this number except me. She glanced at Su Xianger, who was sleeping soundly in the room, gently closed the door, and walked to the front desk. The phone was on the counter. She stared at it for a few seconds, and finally mustered the courage to pick up the receiver. "Hello." Her voice came through, soft and gentle, like snow falling in winter. The moment I heard it, I froze. I hadn't heard that voice in 5 years, and it almost made me lose control on the spot. I forced back my excitement and said, "This is Jiang Zhou, Wanxue, is that you?" There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a very soft But that one sound stirred up all the emotions I had suppressed for 5 years. I said, "Wanxue, I really didn't expect you to answer my call. I thought you would never talk to me again." She didn't reply. I knew she had mixed feelings, and I knew she had suffered too much injustice in the past 5 years. I quickly explained that I didn't know you were pregnant at the time. I was only thinking that my family was going to collapse, and I didn't want to drag you down with me. So I said we should break up. But I never didn't love you, and I never wanted to abandon you. I told her again that she had worked so hard raising the child alone all these years, and that I was the one who had wronged her. Fortunately, God allowed me to meet Bauer, and only then did I finally find you all, and realize how much I had missed. I told them, "Bauer and Bayer are with me now. Don't worry, you've raised them very well. They're obedient and sensible." A few days ago I took them to sell flowers, and the 2 little girls were so well behaved it broke my heart. Su Wanxue didn't say much, but I knew she was listening. I told her about the past 5 years, how I got through it, how I hadn't dated anyone else, and how she had always been in my heart. As I finished speaking, my voice trembled as I gripped the receiver. I said, "Wanxue, I'm back now, and I'm capable of doing it all. Can you give me a chance to take care of you and the 3 children?" I paused for a moment, then finally blurted out what I'd kept hidden for 5 years. I said, "I've never forgotten you all these years. I love you, and I want to marry you." After I finished speaking, my heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to burst out of my chest. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone, so long that I thought she would refuse. But the next second, she softly replied, That sound excited me more than when my company went public in my past life." I almost dropped the phone and quickly said, "Wanxue, thank you for forgiving me." Hearing my voice, she seemed to smile too. Even through the phone, I could feel her heart finally soften. After calming down, I told her that I now run an internet cafe and can earn 1,500 a day. Su Wanxue was clearly stunned, her voice filled with shock. "You can earn that much?" She quickly asked again, "But aren't computers very expensive now? One costs 8 or 9,000. Where do you get so much money to buy a computer?" Her words were full of worry, and also full of doubt about my experiences over the years. I told Su Wanxue everything about meeting Song Jia. My high school classmate works at a bank and happened to have a loan quota, so I borrowed a low-interest loan from him to keep the internet cafe afloat. I didn't hide this from her, because Lin Xiao only needed to know where the money was spent, but Su Wanxue was different. She and the children were the people I was truly responsible for, and I needed to let her know how we would support ourselves in the future. I talked to her about the future of internet cafes, about how there would be more and more computers and more people using the internet. I spoke very softly, but my heart was firm. This wasn't a gamble. This was the future I wanted to give her and her daughter. As Su Wanxue listened, her initial worry turned into seriousness. After I finished speaking, her tone softened, and she said that she was almost done with her business and should be able to return to Changsha with Xianger tomorrow. Upon hearing this, my heart felt as if it had been lit up. Tomorrow I would see Xiang. I suppressed my excitement and asked her what time she would arrive, and I would take Bauer and Bayer to the train station to pick them up. She said no, because she didn't know when she would get the ticket or if the train would be delayed. Communication wasn't convenient these days, and cell phones were too expensive. She was afraid I'd have to wait several hours and go through all that trouble for nothing. But I wanted to see them as soon as possible. So I gave her the phone number of the convenience store downstairs, asked her to buy the tickets, and call me from the train station to let me know her arrival time in Changsha. She smiled helplessly but still wrote down the number. I then asked her for her bank card number. She paused for a moment, then asked what I wanted her to do. I told her I wanted to transfer some money to her. She immediately refused, saying there was nowhere to spend money there, and that I needed the money to run my internet cafe. But I didn't back down. I told her I had enough money, and that she and Xiang shouldn't deprive themselves while they were away. Seeing my firm stance, she finally gave me her bank card number. After I wrote it down, I reminded her to be careful and to call me if anything happened. She also gently told me and Bauer not to overwork ourselves. Hearing her concern for me, my heart softened instantly. Just then, her colleague Wang Wan came looking for her, and she had to say she had to hang up. I quickly added, Wan Xue, the children and I are waiting for you to come back. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. She only gave a soft before hanging up, but I knew she must have blushed because that one word was full of reluctance. Wang Wan, standing to the side, saw the usually aloof Su Wanxue display such tenderness, and her eyes lit up. She jokingly asked with a smile which handsome guy could make their cold goddess blush. Su Wanxue blushed even more, but didn't reply. She only asked what Wang Wan wanted to see her about. Wang Wan then said that the manager had called them to a meeting so they could finish the final audit tomorrow morning and return to Changsha earlier. Hearing this, Su Wanxue nodded. She remained calm on the surface, but in her heart, she was already looking forward to going home early tomorrow to see me, as well as Bauer and Bayer. After hanging up the phone, I stood at the entrance of the convenience store and couldn't help but laugh. It all felt like a dream. I even pinched myself. It hurt so much to confirm that it was real. I asked the landlady how much the phone call would cost, and she said 8 yuan. I took out 2 5-yuan bills and handed them to her, not asking for change, but only asking her to keep an eye out for Su Wanxue and to find out her arrival time if she called. I pointed to the building next door and said I lived on the 5th floor, apartment 501. The landlady nodded in agreement, then looked at me again and suddenly asked, You're the father of those 3 children, right? I nodded and said, Absolutely. The proprietress smiled, but earnestly instructed me, You're lucky. You have to take good care of those 4 women. Wanxue has had a tough time raising her children alone all these years. You must treat her well and not let her down. I nodded and smiled, assuring everyone that I would cherish Wanxue and her 3 children and take good care of them. After I finished speaking, I went to the bank counter and transferred 6,000 yuan directly into Su Wanxue's card. After that, I had 1,050 yuan left in my hand. This amount of money is enough for me to get by, but she's in Guangzhou with Xiang. I won't feel at ease if I don't leave her more money. 6,000 yuan is just the beginning. In the future, I will make sure that she has more and more money in her card, so that she will never have to hesitate for half a day over a few cents again. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Su Wanxue returned to the guest house after finishing her meeting. As soon as Xiang saw her, she rushed into her arms and softly called her mom. Holding her petite daughter, Su Wanxue felt a pang of sadness. Xiang was already 4 years old, but she still couldn't fit into the clothes her older sisters had outgrown. She asked Xiang what she wanted to eat for dinner. Xiang looked longingly at the popsicle stall by the roadside and whispered that she wanted to eat popsicles. As soon as she said it, Xiang quickly changed her mind, saying that popsicles were too expensive and she wasn't used to them. Her thoughtfulness brought tears to Su Wanxue's eyes. Su Wanxue smiled and took her hand, saying it wasn't expensive and that she would buy it for her. She added that she would receive a 400 yuan bonus when the project ended tomorrow. Xiang's eyes lit up immediately. Su Wanxue bought her a 2-cent popsicle and then took her out for a hot meal of dumplings. After finishing her meal, Su Wanxue thought that this was her first time on a business trip to Guangzhou for so long, and Bauer and Bayer must be hoping that she would bring something back with her. But she didn't have much money, so she took Xiang to an ATM at the China Construction Bank to withdraw some cash. When she inserted the card and the balance popped up, Su Wanxue was stunned. There was a full 6,000 yuan more in her card. She immediately thought of me and couldn't help but mutter, Why did you transfer so much money all at once? Xiang looked confused and asked her mother what she was talking about. Su Wanxue suppressed her shock and said that her father had transferred 6,000 yuan to them. Xiang didn't fully understand the weight of the word father, yet she just blinked, as if wondering if her father had already returned. Su Wanxue stared at the balance for a long time, but in the end she didn't touch the 6,000 yuan, only taking out 200 yuan. She took Xiang to buy chicken biscuits from Guangzhou, and then went to a cheap toy store to pick out some building blocks for the 3 little girls, spending only 50 yuan in total. Back at the guest house that evening, the mother and daughter lay on the bed. Xiang gently touched Su Wanxue and softly called out, Mom. Su Wanxue turned to look at her, and Xiang blinked her big eyes and asked, After we go back tomorrow, will I be able to see Daddy? Su Wanxue was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and nodded, saying, Yes, Dad is in Changsha now. We can see him when we go back. Her voice couldn't hide her happiness as she softly told Xianger that her father was actually a good father and that there was a reason he left before. Now that Daddy's back, Xianger is a child with a father now. If anyone bullies you, Daddy will help you beat the bad guys away. She also said that Bauer and Bayer are with their father every day now, and their father treats them very well. He also helps his two older sisters earn money. Xianger didn't speak, but just stared at her mother with wide eyes, as if trying to put that unfamiliar father into her heart. After a while, Su Wanchua patted her head and told her to go to sleep early so she could see her father when she took the bus back to Changsha tomorrow. Xianger nestled in her mother's arms, slowly closing her eyes as she smelled the familiar scent, but Su Wanchua couldn't fall asleep, no matter what. She remembered that I had come back, remembered what I had done with Bauer and Bayer, and remembered me saying on the phone that I wanted to marry her. In the dead of night, it all seemed like a dream, but the little girl in her arms clearly reminded her that it was all real. She will see me soon, and our family will be reunited soon. Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger will finally have a father. As soon as I got home that evening, Bauer and Bayer rushed over like two little swallows, hugging my arms on either side and sweetly calling me daddy. I patted their little heads and told them some good news. Mom and Xianger will be back tomorrow, and we'll go to the train station to pick them up together. The two little girls' eyes widened instantly, and they jumped up excitedly, asking me again and again if it was true, as if afraid that their happiness would suddenly fly away. I smiled and nodded, watching them hug me tightly and not let go. My heart warmed too, knowing that my family would finally be reunited tomorrow. After I put Bauer and Bayer to sleep, I tiptoed out the door to the convenience store downstairs to borrow a phone and call my neighbor back home. Not long after, my mother, Lin Yuehua, came from the other end of the phone. As soon as she called me son, my nose started to sting. Ever since I said I was going back, she's been looking forward to it every day, but I have things to do here, so I can only come home a few days later. I smiled and said to her, Mom, I'll be back later. I'll bring you a big surprise then, and you and Dad will be so happy. I already had a plan in mind. Once Su Wanchua and Xianger returned, I would take her and my 3 daughters back to meet my parents. The 3 children want to be recognized by their ancestors, and I also want to tell them about my marriage to Su Wanchua. This surprise will definitely leave them stunned. When my mom heard the word surprise, her voice lit up, and she kept asking me what it was. But I deliberately kept her in suspense and said I'd find out when we got back. These past few years since our family went bankrupt, my parents have suffered terribly. Every day before dawn, they go out to set up a food stall and sell snacks, just wanting to pay off the debts as soon as possible. In the past 5 years, all they've heard is debt collection and sighs. There's no surprise in sight. For my mother, it's enough that I come home safely. I asked my dad what he was doing, and my mom immediately said he was right next to me. She quickly handed him the phone so he could talk to me. On the other end of the phone, I heard my father Jiang Haixing's voice. He tried to sound relaxed, but when he said son, his voice was choked with emotion. He asked me when I was coming back, saying that he and my mother hadn't seen me for many years and missed me very much. Hearing that made my heart feel like it was being squeezed. Back then, my family business failed, and we were burdened with debt. I dropped out of university and went out to work, sending money home every month, but rarely making phone calls. They didn't know where I was in Shanghai, so they could only watch over the money they sent back every month to make sure I was still alive before continuing to work with their heads down. I forced myself to stay calm and told him that I would be going back in a few days, and that he and my mother shouldn't worry too much and shouldn't exhaust themselves. But my dad turned around and told me to be careful outside and not to send all the money I earned home, but to keep half for myself to buy some good food. He said the family's food stall business was slowly improving, and they could pay back the money they owed, so I shouldn't shoulder all the pressure myself. Hearing this, my eyes welled up with tears. In my past life, around this time, I had almost lost contact with my parents, and it wasn't until I became successful that I was able to bring them to Shanghai. That was the darkest time for our family, but I've returned in this life, and I want to take over the burden from my parents' shoulders as soon as possible. I told him in a deep voice, Dad, I found a way to make money. I'll tell you all about it when I get home. Things will get better from now on. My dad immediately became serious and asked me if I was on the right path. He also said that no matter how poor the family was, we couldn't stray from the right path or go astray. I quickly assured him, Dad, don't worry, it's definitely the right path. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, and a hint of a smile finally appeared in his voice. He couldn't help but ask me what the surprise was, but I still didn't tell him. I just told him that it would be in the next few days and that I would definitely go home and tell them in person. After hanging up the phone, my mother kept asking me questions, but my father just smiled and said to go home first. The couple thanked their neighbors and then walked home together. As soon as I entered the house, my mom started nagging, saying that Jojo was being very mysterious and we didn't know what surprise he was going to bring us. My dad thought for a long time, but still couldn't guess. He just said that no matter if there was a surprise or not, they would be happy as long as I could come back to see them. My mom nodded and smiled, saying that when I get back, she will cook a table full of my favorite dishes to help me recover. My dad brought up my birthday again, saying I'm almost 24 and how wonderful it would be to celebrate it at home this year. My mom paused for a moment. It's been 5 years. She hasn't celebrated my birthday in 5 years. What she really wants is for me to stay by their side. She tentatively asked my dad, could Jojo's surprise this time be that she won't go back to Shanghai to work anymore and will stay here with us? My father, Jiang, sat in the room and sighed heavily. If it weren't for the failed investment that year, which led to the family going bankrupt overnight, I wouldn't have had to go to Shanghai to work and hadn't been home for 5 whole years. My mother, Manhwa, had long since stopped blaming him. She simply advised him gently that there was no use regretting the past, and that the most important thing now was to turn things around and bring Jiang and me back to his side as soon as possible. Over the years, they had been trying to save up some capital to try again, but as soon as they saved a few dollars, relatives and friends who had lent them money came to their door, demanding repayment. They had no choice but to pay them back first, and after 5 years, they were still penniless. My dad nodded, smoking, his eyes filled with exhaustion. Suddenly, my mom grabbed his arm, as if she'd just remembered something important, and asked him if the surprise I mentioned was about bringing his girlfriend home. My dad stopped smoking, his eyes lit up, and he said it was really possible. My mom immediately became happy, as if she could already see her daughter-in-law standing at the door calling her mom. But this happiness didn't last long. My dad shook his head again. The family still owed over $1,000,000. What girl would want to suffer with me? My girlfriend from college broke up with me because of bankruptcy. My mother fell silent after hearing this. She knew it wasn't that I didn't want to date, but that I was afraid of burdening others. In the end, she only said one thing. We need to quickly find a way to make money and pay back the money, otherwise my marriage with Jiang will be in jeopardy. The next morning, I got up at 5 o'clock. I made breakfast at home and put it in the rice cooker to keep warm so that the 2 little girls could eat as soon as they woke up without having to wait for me on an empty stomach. After finishing my chores at home, I bought some tea oil cakes to sell in the countryside. After selling all the tea oil cakes, I prepared to collect eels as usual, but today everyone in the village was hesitant and no one brought out any eels. Finally, Uncle Wu stepped forward and told me that someone in the village had also started buying eels. The other party was offering 4.2 yuan per jean, 0.5 kilograms, and since he was from the same village and we were related, I could only sell to him first. I wasn't surprised when I heard that. The eel business is profitable. Sooner or later, someone will be scrambling to buy them. But there are many villages around Changsha, and not every place has buyers, nor can everyone find a buyer. I offered Uncle Wu a cigarette, smiled, and said it was nothing, telling them to keep busy. After getting into the car, I drove straight to a more distant village. It didn't matter if I had to drive a little further. If the road was blocked, I could just find another one. When I arrived at the new village, it was already bright outside, and the villagers were all working in the fields. I parked my car by the roadside and walked towards the edge of the field, and the people around me looked at me with wariness. I didn't beat around the bush and asked them directly if they had any wild eels for sale. A young man was stunned and asked me what I needed them for, while the old man next to me didn't believe anyone would actually buy them. I laughed and said, I'll buy any wild ones for 4 yuan a pound. The moment I said that, everyone in the field was stunned. In their eyes, this stuff was usually worthless, but now it could actually be sold for money. A middle-aged man was the first to react and immediately said he would go and catch him. The others also put down what they were doing and rushed home, afraid that if they were a moment late, someone else would make the money. I reminded them that I only wanted wild eels, not farmed ones, and that I would only take a maximum of 200 caddies today. But this only excited them more. 200 caddies meant a lot of cash. In less than 10 minutes, the middle-aged man returned carrying 2 bags of eels. He opened the bags to show me that they were full of lively, wild eels, weighing exactly 20 jin, about 10 kilograms. I confirmed there was no problem, then took out 80 yuan and handed it to him. He took the money, his face beaming with undisguised joy, and thanked me repeatedly. The people around him, seeing that I was really giving them money, ran even faster. Before long, I had collected 200 caddies of eels in this village. Although this village was farther away than before, and it took 40 minutes longer to go back and forth, I didn't feel tired at all. Thinking of Wan Xue and my 2 daughters fills me with energy. Internet cafes can indeed make money, but that's a business of making money from money. I can earn 2,000 yuan a trip selling eels and tea oil cakes, so of course I won't give that up. Anyway, I get up at 5 o'clock every day and can finish work by 9 o'clock in the morning. As long as I earn a little more, they can live a better life sooner. Chapter 51 tonight. Can I sleep in this bed? Jiang Zhou first took 50 caddies of eels to the first eel noodle shop and sold them to the proprietress. The proprietress looked at Jiang Zhou and said with a smile, "Recently, some people have come to my place to sell eels, but I haven't bought any. I'm just waiting to buy yours, little Jiang." Jiang Zhou smiled and said, "Then thank you very much." The proprietress smiled and said, "Xiao Jiang, you're too kind. Those people's eels weren't as big as the ones Xiao Jiang collected, so they definitely weren't worth keeping. Moreover, none of those people were as handsome as Xiao Jiang. He was the most handsome person she had ever seen. Even just looking at it every day is pleasing to the eye and will put you in a good mood." The proprietress became more and more satisfied with Jiang Zhou. "Anyway, I'll take anyone's eels, so I'll definitely take Jiang Zhou's." "Oh right, Xiao Jiang, why didn't you come to deliver the eels yesterday?" The proprietress suddenly remembered this. Jiang Zhou smiled and said, "I had something urgent to attend to yesterday, so I was delayed. I will come to deliver it every time from now on." "Okay, if you ever run into any trouble, Xiao Jiang, remember to tell me. I'll definitely help if I can." The proprietress looked at Jiang Zhou with a smile. "Okay, I got it." Jiang Zhou nodded, then continued, "I'll be going now." "Okay." The proprietress nodded with a smile. "Xiao Jiang, you can go ahead and get busy. If you need anything like this again in the future, just come and find me." "Okay, I'm off then." Jiang Zhou smiled at the proprietress and left the noodle shop. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Zhou took the eels to 3 other eel noodle shops, which were similar to this one. In the past few days, people had come to inquire about buying eels. However, since these shops had previously bought eels from Jiang Zhou, they trusted the quality of his eels even more. Moreover, the eels at Jiang Zhou are very fresh and taste great. Customers who have eaten the eel noodles also praise how delicious the eels are. Jiang Zhou smiled and thanked the shop owners, promising to continue sending them eels before leaving. Jiang Zhou drove back downstairs, parked his car, and headed towards the convenience store to ask about Su Wanchua's situation. Just then, the shop owner saw Jiang Zhou walking over and said with a smile, "Little Jiang, I was just about to go upstairs to tell you that Wanchua called and said that she bought a train ticket for 12 noon and will arrive at the train station at 9 p.m. Jiang Zhou nodded upon hearing this, then said to the proprietress, "Oh, I understand. Thank you." The proprietress smiled and shook her head, saying, "You're welcome." Jiang Zhou nodded. After leaving the convenience store, he returned home and saw his 2 little girls lying on the sofa reading picture books. Jiang Zhou smiled and walked over, patting their heads and saying, "Have you eaten the breakfast that Dad heated up in the pot?" Bauer and Bayer turned to look at Jiang Zhou in unison, then nodded. "Daddy, we ate it all. No waste. So good." Jiang Zhou praised Su Bauer and Su Bayer with a smile. Then she said to the 2 little girls, "Bauer, Bayer, Mommy and Xianger will arrive at the train station at 9 o'clock tonight. We will pick them up then." Upon hearing this, Su Bauer and Su Bayer immediately jumped up on the sofa with joy. "Great. We'll go pick up Mom and my sister together. I'm so happy that Mom and my sister are finally coming back." Seeing the 2 girls so happy, Jiang Zhou was also very pleased. After Wanxue and Xianger returned, their family was finally able to reunite. "All right, Daddy's going to do the laundry now," Jiang Zhou said with a smile, ruffling the heads of his 2 little girls. Su Bauer and Su Bayer stood up and looked at Jiang Zhou, saying, "Dad, we're with you." Jiang Zhou shook his head, then smiled and said, "No need, Dad can wash it all by himself. But we want to help Daddy do the laundry," Su Bauer and Su Bayer said in unison. Hearing what the 2 little girls said, Jiang Zhou smiled and nodded. He put his clothes, as well as Bauer's and Bayer's clothes, into a large bathtub. However, Jiang Zhou felt that his home was too small. Although it had 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a living room, it was only 30 square meters, which was very cramped. There's hardly any room to move around when washing clothes now. 3 people are huddled around a large bathtub to wash clothes. It's really cramped. While washing clothes, Jiang Zhou said to the 2 little girls, "Daddy is planning to rent a bigger house so that it will be more spacious for our whole family to live together. This house is a bit small now." Upon hearing this, Su Bauer immediately shook her head and said, "Dad, let's not waste money. You have many expenses right now. Renting a bigger house would definitely cost a lot of money, and they are reluctant to spend that money." Su Bayer shook her head and looked at Jiang Zhou earnestly, saying, "Dad, the house we live in now is pretty good. Although it's a bit small, we're very happy to have Mom and Dad here with us." Hearing Bauer and Bayer's words, Jiang Zhou felt very gratified. His 2 youngest daughters, though different in personality, are both very sensible. Jiang Zhou smiled at the 2 little girls and didn't say anything more. "We'll definitely need to move to a bigger house. After washing and hanging the clothes up, Bauer said, "Mom will be back soon. We need to clean her room, so she'll be comfortable when she comes back." Upon hearing this, Jiang felt a surge of excitement, because he had been there for so long, but had never entered Su Wanchue's room before. This was his first time entering Su Wanchue's room. Although it has been 28 years since I last saw Su Wanchue. However, Su Wanchue's image remained vivid in his mind. In addition, I heard Su Wanchue's voice yesterday. He dreamed about her last night. In the dream, he did many things to her. Now that he could go to her room, his Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and his dark eyes deepened. At this moment, Bauer opened Su Wanchue's door, and Jiang looked over. The items in Su Wanchue's room were all arranged according to her preferences, and it was very clean and tidy. The bed still exuded a faint fragrance of roses, and Su Wanchue's bedroom maintained its usual warm and cozy style. Belle blinked her bright eyes at Bauer from behind, then looked at her and said, "Big sister, let's go clean the kitchen and let Dad clean Mom's room." After Belle finished speaking, she immediately pulled Bauer, who was still in a daze, away from the room. When they got to the kitchen, Bauer looked at Bayer with a puzzled expression. Bayer whispered in Bauer's ear, "Big sister, let Dad clean Mom's room by himself. Let's not bother him." After Belle finished speaking, she looked at Bauer and chuckled. Bauer was still confused. Jiang was in the room, looking at the bed in front of him. He was going to wash the sheets and duvet cover, because Su Wanchue hadn't been back for half a month, and there must be a lot of dust on the sheets and duvet cover. He needed to wash the sheets and duvet cover to sleep comfortably. Thinking that Su Wanchue would arrive in Changsha tonight, a smile played at the corners of his lips. I wonder if he'll be able to sleep in this bed tonight. Chapter 52 Wanchue's Original Flavor. As Jiang thought about it, he lifted the quilt, preparing to take off the duvet cover and wash it. Unexpectedly, as soon as she lifted the blanket, she saw a black bra underneath. Such things wouldn't have meant anything to him in his past life. Because of shows like Victoria's Secret, he has been invited to attend quite a few times. He's seen all kinds of high-end lingerie. However, at this moment, the simple, plain black underwear on the bed made his blood boil instantly. This is Su Wanchue's bed. It must belong to Su Wanchue. Before the brain could even process it, the hand had already grabbed it. A faint, elegant fragrance wafted to my nose. It smells wonderful, with a hint of milky fragrance. Wanchue's original flavor. Thinking that he had 2 children at home and was afraid they might come and see him at any time, he quickly put the black clothes into the closet. The hand that took the black bra was burning hot. If I could sleep in this bed tonight, I'm sure I could get a good night's sleep. After removing the duvet cover, he prepared to remove the pillow, but to his surprise, when he lifted the pillow, he found a pair of black underwear underneath. It even has lace trim. His mind automatically conjured up Wanchue's exquisite and graceful figure and her long, slender, fair legs. Just thinking about it made him feel incredibly hot all over, and his heart was pounding wildly. Jiang felt a rush of blood to his nose. Jiang quickly shook his head, put Su Wanchue's underwear into the wardrobe, changed the pillowcase, folded the pillow and quilt, and put them on the bedside table, and changed the sheets. After finishing everything, Jiang took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. But I still can't help but think about what happened in my dream last night. He smiled helplessly. It seems I've been single for too many years. I'm already almost unable to resist just by touching Su Wanchue's underwear. After calming herself down, Jiang picked up the duvet cover and sheets and went out to wash them. After washing the sheets, Bauer and Bayer took him to the rooftop communal terrace to air them out. When they reached the top floor, Bauer and Bayer discovered that their rope had been cut. Bayer picked up the broken rope and said aggrievedly, "Which bad guy did this? How could he cut the rope? How annoying." Bauer was also angry when she saw the rope in Belle's hand. She picked up the rope and said angrily, "That's too much." Jiang walked over to the 2 aggrieved little girls, patted their heads, and comforted them. "All right, don't be sad. Leave everything to me. From now on, Daddy will be here, and I won't let you be bullied anymore." "Yes." Belle nodded. Bauer nodded in agreement. Jiang went back home to get a rope, tied it up, and then hung up the sheets and blankets. After cleaning up, Jiang took the 2 little girls for a nap. After waking up from his afternoon nap, Jiang took the 2 little girls to an internet cafe. Jiang had just reached the entrance of the internet cafe when he heard the noisy sounds of people playing games inside. The internet cafe is clearly still full today. Jiang led the 2 little girls to the cashier and found Lu Hui sleeping on the table. When Lili saw Jiang arrive, she immediately explained, "He stayed up all night coding last night because internet access is cheaper at night, so he doesn't use the computer during the day." Jiang nodded to Li without saying anything. At this moment, Aunt Wang looked at Jiang and asked, "Mr. Jiang, have you had lunch yet?" Jiang looked at them and said, "We've already eaten. I've come to check the accounts." Upon hearing this, Lily immediately took out the money she had earned and looked at Jiang, saying, "Boss, all the money I've earned so far is here." Jiang took the money and counted it. There was a total of 1,995 yuan. Lily explained to Jiang that the machine was always at full capacity, but Lu Hui used it for 2 hours during the day and 8 hours at night. Jiang nodded, not a fraction off. Then Jiang took out 195 yuan and put it back in the cash register drawer and took 1,800 yuan. He currently has 4,850 yuan in total, 1,050 yuan from selling tea cakes in the morning, 2,000 yuan from selling eels, and 1,800 yuan from the internet cafe. With money, I can take the little ones to buy some nice things. He took Bauer and Bayer to a nearby shopping mall. Bauer and Bayer followed Jiang into the mall. It was their first time in such a large mall, and they were both excited but also a little nervous. The two little girls carefully followed Jiang, their eyes darting around, trying to see what was around them. Looking at the two little girls' appearance and thinking about their past lives, Jiang felt a pang of heartache. He affectionately stroked their little heads and asked softly with a smile, "Bauer, Bayer, do you know what Mommy likes? We're about to meet Mommy, and Daddy wants to buy her a gift." Su Bauer and Su Bayer shook their heads at Jiang. Su Bauer looked at Jiang and said, "Dad, there's no need to buy anything. We have everything we need at home. Don't spend money." "Yes, Dad, we have everything we need," Su Bayer said, looking at Jiang. "What I was thinking was, this shopping mall is huge, and the things are very expensive." Jiang smiled and said, "Bauer, Bayer, Daddy and Mommy haven't seen each other for 5 years. This is the first time Mommy and I have met in 5 years, so we have to buy some gifts." Upon hearing this, the two girls exchanged a glance. "I think Dad is right." Su Bauer blinked her bright eyes and said to Jiang, "Dad, why don't we go to Aunt Chen's shop to buy flowers? The flowers you wrapped are so pretty, and we can buy them at cost price from Aunt Chen." Upon hearing this, Su Bayer immediately agreed, grabbed Jiang's arm, and dragged him outside, saying, "Dad, the things here are too expensive. Let's go to Aunt Chen's shop to buy flowers. Mom likes flowers." Su Bauer echoed this. The two men, one on each side, pulled Jiang out of the mall, and Jiang smiled helplessly. Wanshua has truly given birth to two smart and sensible daughters. He thought that flowers were indeed very beautiful, and women all liked flowers. Su Wanshua probably liked them too, right? The three of them entered Chun Mingxiao's flower shop. Chun Mingxiao thought they were there to buy more flowers and said with a smile, "You can choose for yourselves." Jiang smiled and nodded, then walked over and began selecting the beautiful big red roses one by one. They even personally cut the branches and packed them up. Belle and Bauer, the two little girls standing nearby, were very envious when they saw Jiang wrapping roses. They wanted to help, but Jiang refused. They could only stand obediently to the side and watch Jiang pack roses. Jiang placed the roses in the box and even arranged them into a heart shape. Inside the heart, she used roses of other colors to spell out the English words, "I love you," making it look even more romantic and warm. When Chun Mingxia saw Jiang's heart-shaped bouquet, her eyes widened in shock. She had never seen such a bouquet before. Chapter 53 Brave Belle. Although she knew Jiang was good at flower arranging, she didn't expect him to be this good. He arranged the roses so beautifully, and the style was so novel. If she could learn to display and sell these in her own shop, they would definitely be a hit. Chun Mingxiao looked at Jiang and asked, "Mr. Jiang, can you teach me this?" "Okay." Jiang nodded and said. He knew that Chun Mingxia took good care of Bauer and Bayer. A few days ago, when he took the two girls to sell flowers to make money, Chun Mingxia always gave them the purchase price and never raised the price because they made money. Chun Mingxia looked at Jiang excitedly and said, "That's great. But Mr. Jiang, you could open a flower shop. With your excellent skills, you'd definitely make a lot of money. But please don't open one next to me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't have any business and I'll have to close down." Jiang smiled upon hearing this. Su Bauer and Su Bayer, who were standing nearby, stared at the roses Jiang had wrapped, clearly surprised. Then the two little girls looked at Jiang and exclaimed, "Wow, Daddy, you're so amazing." "Yes, Dad, how did you wrap it so beautifully? Mom will definitely love it." Su Bayer looked at Jiang. Jiang felt very pleased to hear the two little girls' praise. Jiang patted the two little girls' heads, smiled, and said, "What kind of flowers do you like? Daddy will wrap one for you as a gift." "I like sunflowers." Su Bayer said to Jiang with a smile. "I love baby's breath." Su Bauer said happily to Jiang. Jiang smiled and nodded, then said, "Okay, then Dad will make one sunflower and one baby's breath cake for the two of you." Thank you, Dad. You're amazing. By the way, what kind of flowers does Xiang'er like? Jiang Zhou asked with a smile. The two little girls immediately started thinking, and then Su Bauer pointed to a white flower and said, that one. Jiang Zhou turned his head and saw Bai Jiang smiling at the two little girls, saying, this is Bai Jiang. The two little girls nodded, and then Jiang Zhou selected the flowers that the three little girls liked and started wrapping them. After buying the flowers, Jiang Zhou and the two girls took them home. Bauer, Bayer, let's go out to buy groceries. Tonight, Dad will cook a meal to welcome Mom and Xiang'er back. Upon hearing this, the two little girls nodded happily, then reluctantly put down the bouquets Jiang Zhou had wrapped for them and followed Jiang Zhou out of the house. Walking along the road, Jiang Zhou asked, Bauer, Bayer, what dishes do Mommy and Xiang'er like to eat? Mom likes shredded potatoes, sweet and sour pork ribs, and braised eggplant. Su Bauer earnestly recited the names of the dishes. What does Xiang'er like to eat? Xiang'er can't eat spicy food. She prefers very bland flavors. But her favorite foods are steamed egg custard and stir-fried meat, Su Bayer said. Okay, Dad will take you grocery shopping, and then Dad will cook you a nice meal. The two little girls nodded happily. Jiang Zhou took the two little girls to the market and bought potatoes, ribs, eggs, and some vegetables and seasonings. He also specially bought an old hen, intending to give Xiao Xue and the three children a good boost of nutrition. After the two girls bought the groceries, Jiang Zhou led them home. Along the way, Su Bauer and Su Bayer chattered incessantly, while Jiang Zhou watched them with a smile. After arriving home, Jiang Zhou first took out the things he had just bought. Su Bauer and Su Bayer followed behind Jiang Zhou, helping to wash the vegetables. Jiang Zhou chatted with the two girls while picking the vegetables, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. After Jiang Zhou finished washing the vegetables, he prepared to kill the old hen. Upon seeing this, Bauer immediately ran over, grabbed a bowl, and looked at Jiang Zhou, saying, Dad, I'll fill it with chicken blood for you. Seeing how considerate the little girl was, Jiang Zhou nodded and said, okay. Su Bayer stood to the side, staring wide-eyed at Jiang Zhou. Dad, will this chicken feel pain? Su Bayer asked Jiang Zhou, pointing at the chicken. Ask it if it hurts, Jiang Zhou said with a smile, looking at Su Bayer. Dad, this chicken's feet keep moving around, Su Bauer said, holding a bowl and looking at Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou said with a smile, it's okay, Dad will hold it. As he spoke, Jiang Zhou prepared to use the hand that was holding the hen's wing to grab the chicken's feet. Su Bayer immediately said, Dad, I'll grab the chicken feet. It's too inconvenient for you to grab the wings and the feet, and you also have to kill the chicken. Jiang Zhou looked at Su Bayer and asked with a smile, Bayer, do you dare to grab the chicken feet? Su Bayer nodded vigorously. I dare. Okay, brave Belle. Jiang Zhou handed the task of catching chicken feet over to Belle. Catching chicken feet isn't dangerous, but it can greatly enhance children's courage, and Jiang Zhou also enjoys interacting with children like this. In daily life, cultivate children's hands-on and problem-solving abilities. Su Bauer asked, Belle, do you really dare? Of course. Su Bayer proudly raised her chin. After saying that, she grabbed the chicken by both feet, but immediately closed her eyes. Jiang Zhou could only think that his daughter was excessively cute. Even though they didn't dare, they still went for it. Good. Su Bauer smiled and looked at Su Bayer, saying, Bayer, why are you closing your eyes? No. Then open your eyes. Su Bayer cautiously opened her eyes and found that the chicken had been killed. No wonder she felt the chicken moving all the time and was too scared to open her eyes. Su Bauer couldn't help but laugh when she saw Su Bayer's expression. Su Bayer raised her chin and said, I closed my eyes because they were uncomfortable. They feel better now. After Jiang Zhou finished processing the chicken, he said to the two little girls, Bauer, Bayer, you two go play in the living room. Daddy will take care of things here. He was about to gut the chicken, but he worried it was too bloody and inappropriate for the two young girls to watch. Okay, Daddy. The two little girls obediently returned to the living room. After a long time, Jiang Zhou finally prepared all the dishes he would cook for dinner. When Su Wanxue and Xiang'er arrived home, he could start cooking them. However, since the old hen needed to be stewed until tender, Jiang Zhou started stewing the old hen right now. Turn the heat down to the lowest setting, so you can have chicken soup when you get back. As Jiang Zhou watched the time approach 9 o'clock, he grew increasingly excited for his meeting with Wanxue and Xiang'er. At 8 p.m., the train carriage was packed with passengers, and the air inside was very stuffy. The occasional snoring of sleeping passengers added to the noise and chaos. Su Wanxue sat in her seat, holding the sleeping Xiang'er in her arms. She looked out the window, her eyes becoming deep. She had been carrying Xiang'er on the train for 8 hours. Although Xiang'er didn't need a ticket, there was no place to sit, so she had to carry her the whole time. Chapter 54 Mom. Xiang'er, we've met. Seeing Su Wanshua speak up, Wang Wan said, Wanshua, why don't you let me hold Xianger? You can relax too. Su Wanshua shook her head and said, It's okay, I'm not tired. She didn't want to trouble others, and besides, everyone was sitting in hard seats, and she knew everyone was tired. Sitting opposite Su Wanshua and Wang Wan was Li Lin, who was 8 years older than Su Wanshua. Seeing how hard Su Wanshua was working with the children, she said, Wanshua, I'm not saying this to be mean, but it's too hard for you to take care of 3 children by yourself. You need a man to help you. My cousin's son is very handsome and works in a government agency. He has a stable job, and his parents also have formal jobs. They are a bit older, almost 30, but they have good incomes and are good men. Would you like to take some time to meet him? Su Wanshua shook her head and said, No need. Wang Wan looked at Li Lin and said, Sisterly, don't play matchmaker. Wanshua already has a boyfriend. You don't know, I went to see Wanshua yesterday afternoon and happened to see her on the phone. She was blushing. It was the first time I'd ever seen Wanshua so shy. When Li Lin heard Wang Wan say that, she looked at Su Wanshua with some surprise and asked, Really? Wanshua? Yes, really, the children's father is back. Su Wanshua nodded, her cheeks slightly flushed. She looked out the car window, her heart suddenly racing. As soon as Su Wanshua spoke, Wang Wan, Li Lin, and the other colleagues stared at her in shock. The father of Wanshua's 3 children is back. They had never met the children's father before. All they knew was that Wanshua had been raising her 3 children alone for many years, and that she had a very hard life. They had thought the children's father was dead, but he actually came back. Who is the children's father? Wang Wan asked curiously. Su Wanshua said, He will come to pick up my daughter and me later. Then we'd better take a good look. That's right. We need to find out who kidnapped Wanshua. Exactly. And they still haven't shown up. They're really mysterious. When everyone heard Su Wanshua say that she would come to pick them up later, they all chimed in. By the way, Wanshua, you're from Beijing, so why did you choose to work in Changsha? Someone asked curiously. Su Wanshua's aloof face gradually warmed up a little, and even the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Because I like Changsha. Where is the father of your child from? Li Lin asked. He's from Hunan province, Su Wanshua said. Wanshua, do you know that the children's father is from Hunan province, so you brought the children here specifically to wait for him? Someone asked with a smile as soon as Su Wanshua finished speaking. Upon hearing this, Su Wanshua did not continue speaking, and the others did not ask any further questions, though they were very curious. What kind of person could capture Wanshua's heart, making her wait here for that man, and even bring her children from Beijing to this place? This man must be quite charming. As Su Wanshua watched the scenery rushing past the window, her mind was filled with Jiang Zhou's image. As she thought about it, a happy smile appeared on her lips. I wonder if Jiang Zhou's appearance has changed in the past 5 years? I don't know what to say to him when we meet later. Thinking of Jiang Zhou, Su Wanshua felt a little nervous. But what I'm even more looking forward to is how Jiang Zhou will react when he sees her and the child. Thinking of Jiang Zhou, Su Wanshua's heart was filled with happiness. At 8:40 p.m., Jiang Zhou, carrying flowers for Su Wanshua, and Bauer and Bayer, carrying flowers for themselves and Xianger, arrived at the exit of the train station. Selling popsicles. Selling candied hawthorns. Selling stinky tofu. The place is filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares, and there are many stalls selling all sorts of trinkets. Moreover, a lot of people had already gathered at the exit, most of whom were there to pick up others, while others were queuing to board the train. Bauer, Bayer, hold on tight to daddy's clothes, don't get lost, Jiang Zhou said, looking at Bayer and Bauer in front of him. Bauer and Bayer nodded obediently, the 2 little girls clinging tightly to Jiang Zhou's clothes. Jiang Zhou smiled at the 2 little girls, then looked towards the exit with anticipation in his eyes. We'll be able to see Wanshua and Xianger soon. Jiang Zhou couldn't help but imagine the scene of the 2 of them meeting. Dad, when will Mom and the others arrive? Su Bauer tugged at Jiang Zhou's clothes and asked. I'll be there at 9 o'clock. How much longer? Belle asked anxiously. About 15 minutes left. Okay. Belle lowered her head and quietly played with the flower in her hand. Bauer kept looking at Jiang Zhou, her big eyes blinking, and said happily, Great. We'll see Mommy soon. I'm so happy. Yes, Mom has been away on a business trip for a long time, more than half a month. I miss Mom and Xianger so much, Su Bayer said, looking in the direction of the exit. Jiang Zhou nodded and said, Yes, we'll be able to see your mother soon. Yes, the 2 girls nodded at the same time. As soon as it hit 9 o'clock in the evening, Su Bayer and Su Bauer jumped up and looked in the direction of the exit. Su Bayer said happily, It's 9 o'clock. Is Mommy's train about to arrive? Jiang Zhou looked in the direction of the exit. He hadn't heard the train whistle yet, so he guessed it hadn't arrived yet. Let's wait a little longer, Jiang Zhou said. After a while, still hearing no sound, Jiang Zhou looked at the two little girls and said, "Let's go ask. Mom's car might be late." "Yay, let's go quickly," Belle and Su Bauer said in unison. Jiang Zhou brought the two little girls to the service center and asked the attendant, "Could you please check when the train from Guangzhou to Changsha departs at noon?" "Sir, please wait a moment." Upon hearing Jiang Zhou's words, the waiter nodded quickly and then turned to go and inquire. Jiang Zhou, along with Bauer and Su Bauer, stood there waiting for the car. After a while, the waiter came over and said, "Sir, the train you mentioned is delayed." "Late? How much longer until we arrive?" "We're 20 minutes late. Please be patient. The train will be here soon," the waiter said. "Okay, thank you." Jiang Zhou thanked the waiter. "You're welcome." The waiter smiled politely. The waiter then went off to attend to other tasks, and Jiang Zhou continued to wait at the exit with the two young girls. Time passed second by second. The train is 20 minutes late and is scheduled to arrive in Changsha at 9:20. An announcement came over the loudspeaker on the train. The broadcast woke Xianger, who was sleeping in Su Wanshua's arms. She immediately opened her eyes with a start, looked at the unfamiliar surroundings, rubbed her eyes, looked at the crowd around her, and then looked at her mother. Finding that her mother was still holding her, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then, looking at Su Wanshue, he asked, "Mom, have we arrived in Changsha?" Su Wanshue reached out and gently patted Xianger's back, saying softly, "Not yet. The train is delayed and will arrive later." Su Wanshue had been on the train all day carrying Xianger, and now her legs were very tired. "So, when we get off the bus, will we be able to see my sisters and the others?" Xianger asked Su Wanshue. Su Wanshue smiled and stroked Xianger's soft hair, saying, "Of course, we'll be able to see them then. Will Daddy come to pick us up?" "Yes, Dad said he'll come to pick us up and take us home," Su Wanshue said with a smile to Xianger. Xianger smiled and nodded, then whispered, "Mommy, I need to pee." "Okay, Mommy will carry you." Su Wanshue put Xianger down and picked her up. The train carriage was very crowded, and going to the toilet was a very troublesome thing, because you had to be careful not to bump into other people, otherwise you would be bumped into. "Excuse me, could you move aside?" Excuse me. Su Wanshue carried Xianger with great difficulty the whole way, and only when she reached the restroom did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. At 9:20, the two little girls ran to the waitress again and asked, "Sister, has the train arrived yet?" The waiter remembered the two little girls because they were very pretty and cute, making people want to pinch their cheeks. The waiter replied with a smile, "Yes, we've arrived. However, it will take a little while to get from the bus stop to the exit. You two stay close to your dad, as it will be very crowded. Be careful not to get lost." "Okay, thank you, sister," the two little girls replied sweetly. Then the two girls waved to the waiter and returned to Jiang Zhou's side. After a while, the flow of people started to increase, and many people came out. Everyone was carrying. People were carrying bags and packages. Some were carrying suitcases, some were carrying travel bags, some were carrying fruit baskets, some were carrying snacks, some were carrying large suitcases, and some were carrying cardboard boxes. Jiang Zhou held the flowers in his left hand and tightly grasped the hands of the two little girls with his right hand. He looked towards the exit, searching for Su Wanshue and Xianger, feeling both nervous and excited. Then, he saw a familiar figure, and his heart tightened. "Mommy, Xianger," Bauer and Bayer exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 55, A Reunion After 28 Years. However, there were just too many people coming out of the station exit. Su Wanshue was holding Xianger in her left arm, pulling her suitcase and carrying her handbag in her right hand, and just wanted to get out of the crowd as soon as possible. The two little girls' shouts could not be heard at all. Bauer and Bayer looked at Su Wanshue and immediately walked towards the crowd in their direction, their faces beaming with excitement. She kept calling out Mama and Xianger. I was incredibly excited. Jiang Zhou was led by the two little girls for a while. Then he quickly pulled them back. Because at this time, there are so many people coming out of the station exit that if the two little girls really squeezed through, they could easily be knocked over, or even a stampede could occur. He held the hands of two little girls because there were many people and noise around, and he had to shout so that the people around him could hear him. Jiang Zhou shouted loudly, "Bauer, Bayer, don't worry, Mom and Xianger are back. We'll wait here, there are too many people here." As he spoke, he held the two little girls' hands tightly. Train stations are a melting pot of all sorts of people, and human traffickers love to snatch children at this crucial spot. Fortunately, although the two little ones missed Su Wanshue and her sister very much, they listened to Jiang Zhou and stopped running away, standing obediently beside him. However, the two little girls kept skipping and waving in Su Wanshue's direction, excitedly calling out from their pink lips, "Mommy, Xiang are here, Bayer, and I are here." Their gazes followed Su Wanshue, who was holding Xianger. After confirming that the two little ones were safe, Jiang Zhou continued to look at that familiar figure. She was quickly found again in the crowd. Su Wanxue. The moment he saw Su Wanxue, he felt his heart suddenly stop beating. Just looking at him from afar, he felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his chest. It was a truly strange feeling. Looking at the girl in the light blue dress, her delicate and pretty oval face, her watery eyes, her slightly upturned nose, and her rosy and tender lips, Jiang Zhou felt his heart pounding wildly. Su Wanxue. She was exactly the same as the woman he remembered. Although it has been 28 years since I last saw her, she is still so beautiful. She stands out in the crowd. You can spot her at a glance. He finally understood why. Although he had met many women in his previous life, he had never been attracted to any of them. It turns out that he had always harbored feelings for his ex-girlfriend, Su Wanxue. After Su Wanxue passed away in her previous life, she didn't know what happened to Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger. But now, she has been reborn. He would absolutely not allow Su Wanxue to die of illness again in 2003. He wanted to lead his 4 children to a happy life. Together, the 4 of them witnessed the future prosperity of the Great Dragon Kingdom. Many of the girls who came out of the station saw Jiang Zhou standing there holding a box of flowers, and they all showed envious expressions. They looked at Jiang Zhou, thinking to themselves, "Wow, he's so handsome. He's absolutely stunning." The roses in his hand were more vibrant than the last. I'm so envious of his girlfriend. I really hope my boyfriend can give me a bouquet like that. How romantic. And he's so handsome too. Many young girls are starting to feel restless. They all hope their boyfriends could be as handsome as Jiang Zhou. However, Jiang Zhou didn't notice that there was a girl staring at him. His attention was entirely focused on Su Wanxue and Xianger. Seeing Su Wanxue carrying her daughter alone and being pushed around by the crowd, he felt a pang of heartache. This is only with 1 daughter out. If she had to take 3 daughters out, Su Wanxue would definitely be even more exhausted. But it's alright. Now that he's back, he'll provide Su Wanxue with a safe haven. At this moment, Su Wanxue, holding Xianger, was squeezing out with the crowd. Su Wanxue's arm, which was holding Xianger, had gone numb from being squeezed, but she persisted and did not let go. Xianger also felt particularly sorry for her mother and reached out to wipe the sweat from her mother's forehead. She wanted to grow up quickly so that her mother wouldn't have to work so hard. At this moment, Wang Wan, who was standing next to Su Wanxue, suddenly patted her shoulder excitedly and pointed towards Jiang Zhou, saying, "Wanxue, look over there. Isn't that Bauer and Bayer?" "Let me see." Upon hearing Wang Wan's words, Su Wanxue quickly turned her head to look in the direction Wang Wan was pointing, and her eyes met Jiang Zhou's. Su Wanxue's eyes were full of surprise as she looked at Jiang Zhou holding a large bouquet of flowers. Jiang Zhou looked into Su Wanxue's eyes, and their gazes met. Neither of them knew how to describe their feelings at that moment. In the vast sea of people, separated by the crowd, the 2 people looked at each other, as if they had forgotten the existence of time. They just looked at each other quietly, as if time had stood still for that moment. Neither of them spoke or moved, simply gazing at each other in silence. Looking at Su Wanxue's stunningly beautiful face, at the adorable Xianger she was holding in her arms, at Xianger's rosy cheeks, and at her bright, clear eyes that sparkled like stars, Jiang Zhou felt as if his heart had melted. Su Wanxue also looked at Jiang Zhou. She didn't know why, but the moment she saw Jiang Zhou, she felt her heart skip a beat. Jiang Zhou's warm gaze gave her a strange feeling, a feeling similar to when she first met him, her heart pounding faster than ever before. 5 years have passed, and Jiang Zhou is still as tall and handsome as ever. Or perhaps it was something that made her fall in love at first sight. However, his skin looks quite tanned. Thinking of this, she felt a pang of heartache. These past 5 years have been tough for her, but Jiang Zhou hasn't had it easy either. With a debt of over $1 million, just thinking about it, she knew how much pressure Jiang Zhou was under. At this moment, Wang Wan nudged Su Wanxue with her elbow and said, "Wanxue, is the man holding Bauer and Bayer's hands the child's father? He's so handsome." Su Wanxue then realized what was happening, quickly lowered her head, and nodded with her cheeks slightly flushed. The other colleagues all looked over. Su Wanxue, carrying Xianger, squeezed through the crowd and walked up to Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou took the suitcase and bag from Su Wanxue's hands, his eyes burning with desire, and called out, "Wanxue." Su Bauer and Su Bayer were overjoyed to see their mother. They immediately rushed towards Su Wanxue, grabbing her arms on either side, and saying with glee, "Mom, you're finally back." Then the 2 little girls looked up at Xianger and said, "Xianger, your older sister has missed you so much." Chapter 56. Colleagues are shocked. You are Wanxue's husband. Xianger, is Guangzhou fun? Xianger struggled a couple of times in Su Wanxue's arms and said softly, "Mommy, you can put me down now." When they exited the station, Su Wanshue had to hold the little one because of the crowd, so they wouldn't get separated. But now, there were far fewer people here, and Xiang'er couldn't bear to let Su Wanshue hold her any longer. She's not a baby. She knows she's heavy. Su Wanshue bent down and put Xiang'er down. Xiang'er looked at Jiang Zhou curiously, and their eyes met. Jiang Zhou smiled slightly at her. Xiang'er, I'm your father. When Jiang Zhou said this to Xiang'er, his heart was filled with heartache. He hadn't noticed anything unusual when Su Wanshue was holding Xiang'er. Xiang'er got down from the ground and stood with Bauer and Bayer. He then noticed the difference. Xiang'er is clearly a triplet with Bauer and Bayer, born at the same time, but when she stands next to Bauer and Bayer, she is much shorter and smaller. For the past 2 weeks, ever since he brought Bauer and Bayer back from Lin Zhao's house, he has been making different kinds of food for the two little ones every day to supplement their nutrition. The two little ones' complexions were finally less sallow. Their hair had even grown a bit darker, their skin was much rosier, and they had even gained a little weight, making them even more beautiful. When you compare the two little ones to Xiang'er, the difference in Xiang'er becomes apparent. Jiang Zhou felt very sorry for him. He vowed to treat Su Wanshue and her 3 daughters well from now on. Xiang'er just stared at Jiang Zhou with her big, curious eyes, without saying a word. Jiang Zhou wasn't in a hurry. After all, he hadn't been there for the past 5 years. Now that he had gained Bauer and Bayer's approval, and Su Wanshue was willing to give him a chance, he was already very satisfied. He affectionately patted Xiang'er's little head. Xiang'er didn't dodge. If anyone else had touched her head like that, she would have run behind Su Wanshue and hidden herself by hugging Su Wanshue's leg. Her personality is different from Bauer and Bayer's. She is somewhat timid and afraid of strangers. However, strangely, when Jiang Zhou touched her head, she didn't feel any rejection. Instead, she felt the warmth from his large hand. Seeing Xiang'er and Jiang Zhou getting along, Su Wanshue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then she lowered her head, smiled affectionately, and stroked Bauer and Bayer's little heads, saying softly, Bauer, Bayer, did you miss Mommy at home? Of course, Bauer immediately replied. I look forward to Mom and Xiang'er coming back every day. Su Bayer handed the white lisianthus to Xiang'er with a smile and said, Little sister, this is a bouquet that Daddy wrapped by hand. It's for you. Xiang'er immediately looked up at Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou gave him a gentle smile. She looked down at the bellflower in front of her and blinked her big, bright eyes. This bouquet was made by Dad himself. It was a gift for her. It's very pretty. Xiang'er, Su Bayer raised her arm holding the bouquet of white lily bulbs. Xiang'er stretched out her 2 little hands, took the bouquet, bit her lip, and said in a very soft voice, Thank you. Although Jiang Zhou didn't hear it, he understood lip reading and knew that his youngest daughter said, Thank you. Third sister, do you like it? Xiang'er didn't speak, but nodded her little head. Seeing this, Bauer smiled happily and then gestured to Jiang Zhou to quickly give the flowers to her mother. Jiang Zhou handed the rose gift box in his left hand to Su Wanshue, smiling as he said, Wanshue, welcome back with Xiang'er. This is for you. The rose gift box was open, and you could clearly see the English letters, I love you, written in rose petals inside. Su Wanshue took the rose gift box from Jiang Zhou with both hands. Especially when she saw the English letters written in roses inside the box, she felt her heart beat faster again, and her face turned slightly red. Because she knew what those 3 letters meant. Thank you, Su Wanshue said shyly, her head bowed. Looking at her blushing face, Jiang Zhou could only lament how foolish he had been in his past life, missing out on such a wonderful girlfriend and 3 little ones. Fortunately, God gave him a chance to be reborn. Do you like it? Jiang Zhou asked, looking tenderly at Su Wanshue. Su Wanshue nodded, then looked up at Jiang Zhou and met his deep eyes. His gentle gaze and handsome face made her heart pound even harder. She felt so happy at that moment. Wang Wan, who was standing next to her, watched Su Wanshue and Jiang Zhou interact, and saw their sweet gazes and intimate gestures. She covered her mouth and smiled secretly. At this moment, Li Lin came out, looked at Jiang Zhou and Su Wanshue standing beside her, and said with a smile, Oh my, who is this? Wanshue, introduce them to us. Jiang Zhou and Su Wanshue exchanged a glance after hearing Li Lin's words, and a blush crept onto Su Wanshue's pretty face. Seeing that Su Wanshue was shy, Jiang Zhou smiled, and looked at Li Lin and the others, saying, Hello, my name is Jiang Zhou. I am Wanshue's husband and the biological father of Bauer, Bayer, and Xiang. Su Wanshue suddenly looked towards Jiang Zhou. He actually said he was her husband. They're not married yet. So embarrassing. Bauer and Bayer proudly puffed out their little chests, smiling happily. Xiang'er quietly watched the boats on the river. The other unsuspecting colleagues stared at Jiang Zhou in shock after hearing this. Jiang Zhou's female colleagues were shocked by his good looks. He was the most handsome man they had ever seen. Who would have thought Wan Shua had such a handsome husband? And Wan Shua's husband has such a great physique. He's just wearing a simple summer t-shirt, but he looks incredibly sunny and handsome. And she also has a pair of long legs. She's even more dazzling than a model walking the runway. He's even more handsome than those movie stars on TV. Actually, they saw Jiang Zhou when they came out of the station, but they didn't expect that Jiang Zhou was Su Wanshua's husband and the father of their child. Moreover, Jiang Zhou is so gentle and romantic towards Su Wanshua. They looked at the roses in Su Wanshua's hand. The roses were wrapped up so beautifully. I'm so envious. No wonder Wanshua waited for him in Changsha for so many years with her child. If it were them, they would be willing to wait too. Jiang Zhou's male colleagues also looked at him with envy. They had always been curious about what kind of man could make the aloof and stunningly beautiful Su Wanshua give birth to a daughter out of wedlock. I didn't expect him to be so tall and handsome. And just by looking at Jiang Zhou, you can tell he's a very calm, mature, and poised man. They felt inferior to them. I envy Jiang Zhou for having such a beautiful wife as Su Wanshua, and I envy him even more for having triplets. Chapter 57. Su Wanshua is shocked. Jiang Zhou, your cooking is delicious. Several colleagues nearby chimed in. That's right. We're all so envious of Wanshua's husband. No wonder Wanshua has been waiting for you. But our Wanshua is not bad either. If you dare to make Wanshua wait again this time, then Wanshua will be snatched away by someone else. Exactly. Wanshua is so beautiful, you'd better keep a close eye on her. Wanshua, when are you having your wedding banquet? You must let me know in advance for such an important day as the banquet, so we can buy red envelopes and greeting cards. As everyone chattered away, Su Wanshua's cheeks flushed even more as she listened to her colleague's words. She lowered her head and said softly, we still have a long way to go. Please stop teasing me. But deep down, I felt a sweet warmth. Seeing Su Wanshua's shy demeanor, Jiang Zhou couldn't help but smile, his eyes filled with doting affection. Then he turned to his colleagues and said, I understand. I definitely won't make Wanshua wait for me anymore. I will cherish her dearly. When we have our wedding banquet, please come and join us. Okay. Haha. We'll definitely come to your and Wanshua's wedding. Right. Su Wanshua's cheeks flushed even more as she listened to Jiang Zhou's words. This is progressing way too fast. It was her husband all of a sudden. Suddenly, another wedding banquet is scheduled. Could it be that Jiang Zhou really wants to marry her? Jiang Zhou looked at Su Wanshua, who had her head down. Her beautiful face flushed, and she looked incredibly cute. He smiled and looked at everyone, saying, You've all worked hard today, so I won't take up any more of your time. I'll take Wanshua and the children home first. Yes, you two should hurry home. Wang Wan was delighted to see Jiang Zhou and Su Wanshua looking like a young couple, and quickly urged them, Go home now. Jiang Zhou waved to the crowd, then dragged Su Wanshua's luggage and left the train station with Su Wanshua and the three little girls. Back home, Jiang Zhou looked at Su Wanshua and said, Wanshua, you take the children to rest for a while. I'll go and prepare the meal, and we can have dinner soon. Jiang Zhou and Bauer Bayer hadn't eaten dinner yet, because they were planning to have dinner together as a family that evening. However, at the train station, Jiang Zhou and the two girls ate some eggs and corn to fill their stomachs first. Su Wanshua was surprised to hear this. You prepared dinner? Haven't you had dinner yet? Su Wanshua asked in surprise. It's almost 10 p.m. now. She and Xianger ate the eggs she had prepared in advance on the way, but now they were both quite hungry. Bauer immediately told Su Wanshua that Jiang Zhou went to the market to buy groceries today, and then killed a chicken to prepare the food. She also mentioned that they were going to have dinner with her mother, Xianger, but they had eaten something at the train station to fill their stomachs, so they weren't very hungry. Jiang Zhou had already gone into the kitchen and was busy working there. Su Wanshua was shocked after hearing what Bauer and Bayer said. She never expected that Jiang Zhou, a grown man, would prepare so much for her and Xianger's return. 5 years have passed, and Jiang Zhou has grown up into a mature man. Su Wanshua looked up and noticed that the lights in the living room were no longer flickering. Is the light working again? Su Wanshua asked, looking at the light in the living room with a puzzled expression. Su Bayer looked at Su Wanshua with a smile and said, Dad helped us set it up. Yes, and Dad fixed the TV for us too, and he even fixed the dripping faucet in the kitchen. Dad is super awesome. Su Bauer blinked her big eyes at Su Wanshua, trying to take credit for Jiang Zhou. After listening to Su Bayer and Su Bauer's words, Su Wanshua looked towards the kitchen and saw Jiang Zhou's handsome back. A sweet feeling welled up in her heart. Lin Xiao called her these past few days to tell her that Jiang Zhou had brought Bauer and Bayer home. Seeing that Bauer and Bayer looked much healthier than before her business trip, and that the two little ones had even gained a little weight, she knew that Jiang Zhou had been taking good care of the two little ones these days. She asked softly, Baby, Belle, is Daddy's cooking delicious? Delicious. Especially delicious. Su Bauer and Su Bayer nodded and said. Su Wanshue smiled as she listened to the two sisters' words. After a while, Jiang Zhou came out of the kitchen carrying a large bowl of chicken. As he walked, he said, Wanshue, the food is ready. Wash your hands first, then come and try it. I've made a lot of dishes for everyone. The aroma of chicken soup filled the entire room. It has a particularly pleasant fragrance. Upon hearing this, Bauer and Bayer took a deep breath and exclaimed, Daddy, the chicken soup smells so good. Xianger's eyes also got stuck to the chicken soup. It smells so good. My sisters just said that Dad's cooking is really delicious. Is that true? I'm a little excited. Su Wanshue hadn't expected that Jiang Zhou's chicken soup would look and smell so appetizing. Actually, after a 9-hour train ride, she felt a bit nauseous and couldn't eat much. However, the aroma of the chicken soup immediately whetted her appetite. She took the 3 little girls to the wooden wash basin next to the kitchen to fetch water and wash their hands. Then Su Wanshue helped Jiang Zhou serve the dishes. When she got to the kitchen, she discovered that Jiang Zhou had prepared a lot of dishes. Once everything was served, you could see that there were a total of 6 dishes. Old hen, shredded potatoes, sweet and sour pork ribs, braised eggplant, steamed egg, and stir-fried pork with wood ear mushrooms. These are all foods that she and Xianger like to eat. Jiang Zhou has finished everything. The 5 people sat around a square table, and Jiang Zhou served everyone a full bowl of rice. Jiang Zhou took Xianger's bowl, scooped a few spoonfuls of steamed egg custard into it, and said softly, Xianger, try the steamed egg custard that Daddy made and see if it's delicious. Hearing Jiang Zhou's concerned words, Xianger looked at him curiously, then nodded without saying anything. Su Bayer looked at Xianger and said with a smile, Xianger, Daddy's cooking is so delicious, you should try the steamed egg custard. Su Bauer said, Yes, I guarantee you'll want to eat it again after you've tried it. Jiang Zhou watched as his 2 daughters spoke up for him, and he spooned steamed eggs for each of the little ones. Su Wanshue watched this scene with a smile, feeling warm inside as she felt Jiang Zhou's love for the 3 sisters. Jiang Zhou then placed a piece of pork rib into Su Wanshue's bowl and said, Come on, Wanshue, try my cooking and see how it tastes. Su Wanshue nodded, picked up her chopsticks, tasted the dish Jiang Zhou had made, and then looked at Jiang Zhou with a shocked expression. This is so delicious. Chapter 58 Xianger is shocked. Daddy is so amazing. The ribs are incredibly flavorful and delicious, with tender and chewy meat. One bite of the ribs left a lasting impression. She's from Beijing and loves sweet and sour pork ribs, but people in Changsha prefer spicy food. She had eaten sweet and sour pork ribs at her workplace cafeteria, but they didn't taste like the ones from the north. However, the sweet and sour pork ribs that Jiang Zhou made were authentic northern-style sweet and sour pork ribs, and they were especially delicious. It's no exaggeration to say that this is the best pork ribs she has ever eaten. Looking at Su Wanshue's expression, Jiang Zhou smiled and said, How is it? Tastiest, right? Su Wanshue nodded, looking at Jiang Zhou and saying, Wow, I didn't know you could cook so well. Jiang Zhou looked at Su Wanshue and said with a smile, There are many things you don't know. You'll discover them slowly in the future. His gaze deepened in that instant, his eyes revealing boundless tenderness. Su Bauer was very happy to see Su Wanshue and Jiang Zhou like this. From now on, their family can live happily together, and Mom won't have to work so hard anymore. She looked at Jiang Zhou and said, Dad's cooking is so delicious, we should all eat more later. Okay. Jiang Zhou nodded at Su Bauer, then looked at Su Wanshue and continued, Wanshue, you should eat more too. Su Wanshue nodded as well. She looked at the food on the table, then at Xianger who was eating quietly beside her, and noticed that Xianger's rice was almost empty. Su Wanshue looked at Xianger with some surprise, because Xianger usually ate very little, but now she was able to finish all the food, and eat so much at that. It seems that Jiang Zhou's cooking suits Xianger's taste quite well. Thinking it over, Su Wanshue picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, and put it in Xianger's bowl. Xianger, this is sweet and sour pork ribs that your father made for you. Eat more. Xianger saw the ribs in the bowl, then looked up at Su Wanshue and said, Thank you, Mom. Su Wanshue smiled but didn't say anything, then started eating, and the family enjoyed a harmonious time together. After finishing their meal, Su Wanshue cleared away the dishes and prepared to wash them. Jiang Zhou quickly went over and took the bowls from her hands, then looked at her and said, Let me wash them. You sit down and rest for a while. You've been on the train all day and must be exhausted. Su Wanshue shook her head and looked at Jiang Zhou, saying, I just ate, so I'm not tired. But you must be exhausted after cooking such a big meal. You should go and rest. I'll do the dishes. Jiang Zhou wouldn't let Su Wanshue wash the dishes. Although he was tired, Su Wanchua had been traveling alone with the child for so long by train, which was even more tiring for her. Under Jiang Zhou's insistence, Su Wanchua compromised. Jiang Zhou then smiled. Then he started washing. He put the bowl aside, filled a basin with cold water, and poured the hot water that was heating on the gas stove into the basin. After mixing them together and getting the temperature to a suitable level, he finished washing. He squeezed dish soap into the basin, then picked up the rag next to him and began washing the dishes. The apartment that Su Wanchua is currently renting doesn't have hot water, only cold water. If you want hot water to wash the dishes, you have to use a kettle. Standing behind Jiang Zhou, Su Wanchua watched his skillful movements and handsome profile, and thought that Jiang Zhou was absolutely stunning at this moment. The kitchen lights shone perfectly on Jiang Zhou, making him look exceptionally charming. Looking at Jiang Zhou's tall and straight back and his broad shoulders, she felt as if there was an extra layer of protection under the sky above her home, and she felt safe in her heart. This little home is also very cozy. Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger, the three little girls, were huddled in their room playing with the building blocks and Barbie dolls that Su Wanchua had bought for them. Bauer looked at Xianger, then suddenly got up, ran to the wardrobe, opened it, took out a bag, and said to Xianger, "Xianger, this is the new clothes Daddy bought for you." Xianger glanced at the bag, then lowered her head to look at the things in her hands, without saying a word. Seeing that Xianger ignored her, Bauer pouted, and then said, "Xianger, Daddy bought this for you. Why don't you open it, and take a look?" Xianger glanced at the clothes in Bauer's hand, and said indifferently, "Not interested." After saying that, Xianger turned around, went back to her bed, and started playing with the building blocks. Seeing Xianger like this, Bauer walked over to her, and said, "Xianger, Daddy bought this dress especially for you. Do you want to try it on? You'll see that your dad is a good person once you get to know him." Su Bayer got up and looked at Xianger, saying, "Dad bought some for me and my older sister too. We both have some." "Really?" Xianger asked Su Bayer after hearing what she said. "Of course, Daddy picked out these clothes for me himself, and we both look so pretty in them. Daddy always picks out the best clothes for us," Su Bayer said, pulling Xianger's arm to her side. "Xianger, come here quickly. Let's look at our new clothes together, okay?" After hesitating for a moment, Xianger walked over and sat down next to Su Bayer. Then she took the paper bag from Bauer's hand. She glanced at the paper bag and looked at the clothes inside. Xianger was slightly stunned and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. "This dress is so pretty. These clothes are so exquisite. This one is pink, and the others are all white, and they're all princess dresses. They look so beautiful and lovely." Xianger looked at the clothes in her hand and couldn't help but reach out and touch the beautiful clothes, feeling a little happy. These are the clothes her dad bought for her. Bauer saw Xianger touching her new clothes, and she looked at Xianger with a grin, asking, "Xianger, does it look good?" Hearing Su Bayer's question, Xianger looked at Su Bayer, nodded, and then softly replied, "Beautiful." Bauer smiled and nodded when she heard Xianger's words. She knew that her younger sister Xianger had always been very dependent on her mother and didn't have a good impression of her father. It's okay, Xianger will gradually accept her father eventually anyway. "Xianger, let me tell you, Daddy is very powerful," Su Bayer said to Xianger with a smile. Xianger looked at Bauer and Bayer with a puzzled expression. "Dad took us to sell flowers before, and we earned several hundred yuan a day," Su Bayer said proudly to Xianger. Hearing Su Bayer's words, Xianger looked at her with surprise and asked, "Really? That's amazing. Earning several hundred yuan a day. How many popsicles can you buy with that?" Chapter 59, taking Wanchua and her daughters for a medical checkup. "That's right, and Dad has opened an internet cafe now, earning over 1,000 a day. We'll be little rich ladies from now on," Su Bauer said to Xianger with a smug look on her face. "Also, the bouquet of flowers you received today and the flowers Mom received were both hand-wrapped by Dad. Isn't that amazing?" Su Bayer said excitedly to Xianger. Xianger looked at Bauer and Bayer in shock. "I never knew my dad was so amazing. Dad can even wrap flowers. The bouquet he made today was the most beautiful she'd ever seen." She thought her father bought it, but she didn't expect him to have wrapped it by hand. And Dad's cooking is absolutely amazing. She really didn't expect that her father could cook. The food was absolutely delicious. It was the best meal she had ever had. Thinking about being able to eat her father's cooking in the future, Xianger felt a faint sense of anticipation for the future. Because the room was small, Su Wanchua could hear her daughters talking from the kitchen doorway. Hearing their words, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Seeing that Jiang Zhou had almost finished washing the dishes, she said to him, "Let me help you clean up. Otherwise you'll be cleaning up until midnight by yourself." Jiang Zhou nodded. Now that the dishes were washed, the rest of the work would be easy and wouldn't tire Su Wanchua out. The kitchen was already quite small, and Jiang Zhou, a grown man, felt like he couldn't even move around properly while working there. The kitchen seemed even smaller after Su Wanshue entered. However, Jiang Zhou thought it was quite good. In particular, he would have physical contact with Su Wanshue from time to time. In those brief few seconds of contact, he could clearly feel his adrenaline levels soaring. Xiang'er came back tonight. After the three little girls slept in their bed, there was no room for their father to sleep. Will he sleep in Su Wanshue's bed? Thinking about this, he became excited and full of anticipation and worked exceptionally efficiently. While the two were working in the kitchen, Jiang Zhou said, "Wanshue, let's go to the hospital for a health checkup as a family tomorrow." Although in her previous life, Su Wanshue died of illness in 2003. However, it is only 1999 now. If a physical examination is done first, Su Wanshue's physical condition can be detected in advance, and any illnesses can be treated early to prevent the disease from progressing to an incurable stage, or even cancer. Upon hearing Jiang Zhou's words, Su Wanshue said, "No need. We're both in good health. Let's not waste money. A trip to the hospital can cost quite a bit of money." Jiang Zhou stopped what he was doing and looked at Su Wanshue seriously, saying, "Wanshue, I heard from Bauer and Bayer that you cough at night. We should go to the hospital to get it checked out. I've opened an internet cafe and also sell eels and tea oil cakes to make money. I earn 3,500 yuan a day. Although I still owe millions in debt, you must believe me, I can definitely pay it all off, and when I do, I will make sure you live a good life. Going to the hospital costs money, but if you go early and get treatment early, you'll spend less. If you delay, even a minor illness can develop into a major one. In addition, the children were very worried about you when they heard you coughing in the middle of the night. Bauer even secretly sold flowers at the train station entrance, just to save enough money to take you to the hospital for treatment." Hearing Jiang Zhou's words, Su Wanshue's heart tightened. She knew the children were very sensible. She nodded. "Okay, I'll go take a look tomorrow." Jiang Zhou is right. A minor illness can easily develop into a major one. She was reluctant to part with her three little ones, and even more reluctant to reunite with Jiang Zhou now. She herself has noticed her physical condition. Recently, she coughs more severely in the middle of the night and around 4 or 5 in the morning. Jiang Zhou breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Su Wanshue had agreed, and then continued to quickly clean up the stove. After tidying up and taking a shower, I should be able to go to sleep. After finishing up in the kitchen, Su Wanshue told Jiang Zhou that she was going to bathe the children. It's the middle of summer now, and it's very uncomfortable to sleep without taking a shower. Su Wanshue arrived at the door of the three little girls' room, where the three girls were still excitedly chatting. When Su Xiang'er saw Su Wanshue arrive, she immediately put down her building blocks and ran to Su Wanshue's side, taking Su Wanshue's hand and saying, "Mommy." Su Wanshue smiled and patted Xiang'er's head, then looked at Bauer and Bayer and said, "You two play first. I'll take Xiang'er to take a bath." "Okay." The two answered in unison. Su Wanshue led Xiang'er toward the bathroom. The bathroom in the house was very basic, with only simple tiles. It was not for defecating or urinating. It was only for washing clothes and draining water. There was no hot water in the house, so they had to use a kettle to boil water for bathing. Su Wanshue carried Xiang'er to the bathroom and put her down. Jiang Zhou happened to bring over the hot water, which Su Wanshue took and poured into the bathtub. Jiang Zhou gently reminded her, "Wanshue, this is boiling water. You and Xiang'er should be careful not to get burned." "Okay." Su Wanshue nodded. Jiang Zhou carried the kettle back to the kitchen and continued boiling water. As Su Wanshue watched Jiang Zhou's retreating figure, a wave of emotion suddenly welled up in her heart. Jiang Zhou was truly very considerate. She looked away, poured some cold water into the basin, tested the water temperature, and found it was fine, then called Xiang'er over to take a bath. Xiang'er sat obediently in the bathtub, gently rubbing her little feet with her tiny hands, humming an unknown song. Xiang'er has now learned to wash herself, take a bath, eat, and use the toilet by herself. All she needs to do is keep an eye on things from the sidelines. Bathing her three little ones used to be like a battle, but since they started learning to bathe themselves when they were 3, her life as a mother has become much easier. It's easier now. Watching the girls grow up little by little warmed her heart. After giving each of the 3 little girls a bath, I dried their wet hair and then used a hairdryer to dry it until it was about 70–80% dry. Jiang Zhou also cleaned up the house. Looking at the cramped home, the warm yellow light, and Su Wanshue taking care of 3 little girls in the room, Jiang Zhou wondered how Su Wanshue had managed to raise 3 children all by herself for the past 5 years. Su Wanshue has to take care of 3 little girls and also go to work to earn money. Is she able to manage all that? Tonight, he helped Su Wanshue with most of the burden, such as cooking, washing dishes, cleaning the kitchen, and cleaning the living room. However, before he was gone, Su Wanshue had to do all of this by herself. I bet Su Wanshue is exhausted and has a sore back every day, right? Thinking of this, he felt boundless pity and heartache for the mother and her 3 daughters. Chapter 60. Su Wanchue takes a bath. He knocked on the door, his tall figure smiling as he walked into the room of the 3 little girls. When Bauer and Bayer saw Jiang Zhou walk in, they immediately ran to his side and threw themselves into his arms, sweetly calling out, "Daddy." Xiang'er stood next to Su Wanchue, not moving, but staring at Jiang Zhou with wide eyes. Jiang Zhou affectionately ruffled the hair of the 2 little girls, then walked to Su Wanchue's side and reached out to rub Xiang'er's head with a smile. Xiang'er poked her head out and looked at Jiang Zhou curiously. Jiang Zhou smiled gently at Xiang'er, then looked at Su Wanchue and said, "Wanchue, I'm going to take a shower." Su Wanchue nodded. Jiang Zhou turned and walked out of the room. He glanced at Su Wanchue's room across the street, and his heart stirred slightly. I wonder if I'll be able to sleep in the same bed with Wanchue tonight. Thinking of this, his heart inexplicably skipped a few beats, and he began to feel a faint sense of anticipation. He even had the energy to take a bath. After Su Wanchue finished blow-drying the 3 little girls' hair, Belle excitedly pulled Su Wanchue's hand and led her to the living room. Pointing curiously at the rose gift box that Jiang Zhou had given Su Wanchue that day, she blinked and asked mischievously, "Mommy, what does this English mean?" She always felt that these English letters had a different meaning. When she was at the flower shop, she quietly asked Aunt Chin about it, but Aunt Chin smiled and told her that it was an adult matter and children shouldn't know. She knew that the meaning of these letters must be extraordinary. Su Bauer also ran out, very curious. She looked at the rose gift box and read out the letters on it. A love. Su Wanchue began teaching them basic pronunciation when they were 3 years old. So Su Bauer knows these letters. She read all the letters aloud. However, she didn't know what the combination of letters meant. I'm curious too. At the train station, she asked her father, but he didn't tell her, saying she would know when she grew up. When she saw Belle asking her mother about the meaning of the letters in the living room, she immediately ran out to see. Xiang'er also started reciting the letters along with her sister. As her daughters recited the alphabet, Su Wanchue's cheeks flushed, and she quickly glanced in the direction of the bathroom. Luckily, Jiang Zhou is taking a shower right now, so he probably can't hear me, right? However, the house is only so big, and the doors are all wooden, so the sound insulation is not very good. Jiang Zhou must have heard it. Su Wanchue said to the 3 little ones, "Time to sleep, time to sleep." The more Su Wanchue tried to avoid talking, the more curious Bayer and Bauer became. They grabbed Su Wanchue's arms on either side and said coquettishly, "Mommy, please tell us, what does this mean?" Jiang Zhou, who was taking a shower in the bathroom, overheard the children's words. He smiled slightly. I also want to see how Su Wanchue will respond. He quickened his shower, wanting to check on Su Wanchue's condition. Su Wanchue's shy demeanor was the most touching he had ever seen. Su Wanchue glanced in the direction of the bathroom and said in a low voice, "If you don't go to sleep, Mommy is going to spank you. It's already past midnight. Something's up." After she finished speaking, Su Wanchue pretended to be a ghost to scare the 3 little girls. The 3 little girls were still just 4-year-old girls, and they were terrified of ghosts. Upon hearing Su Wanchue's words, they immediately felt a chill run down their spines and scurried back to their rooms, burrowing into their blankets. Su Wanchue finally breathed a sigh of relief. "You think I can't handle you? You dare team up to make fun of your old lady? No way." After the daughters went back to their rooms, Jiang Zhou also came out after taking a shower. Jiang Zhou happened to see Su Wanchue's smug expression with her hands on her hips. Jiang Zhou smiled, a slight curl at the corner of his lips. "My wife is really cute. I really wanted to pull her into my arms right away and give her a big kiss." But considering that they hadn't seen each other for 5 years, he had to restrain himself. Otherwise, it would be bad if Su Wanchue had a bad impression of him. "Wanchue, I'm done washing up. Go take a shower now," Jiang Zhou said. Su Wanchue was stunned when she heard Jiang Zhou's words. She quickly turned her head to look at Jiang Zhou and saw the tall and handsome Jiang Zhou drying his hair while looking at her with a smile in his dark eyes. "How long have you been standing there?" Su Wanchue quickly lowered her hands from her hips. My mind screamed, "Oh my god!" Jiang Zhou saw her fierce pose with her hands on her hips just now. "My image is ruined." Jiang Zhou knew what she was thinking and said with a smile, "You've seen everything you need to see." Su Wanchue's lips twitched violently, and she quickly made an excuse, saying, I'm going to take a shower." After saying that, she went into the bedroom to get her clothes. When she returned to her bedroom, she found that the sheets and duvet cover on her bed had been changed. She thought it must have been Bauer or Lin Xiao who changed it for her. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and 3 cute little heads popped in. Although the 3 little ones were scared by the ghost that Su Wanchue mentioned earlier. But Jiang Zhou was in the living room, so Bauer and Bayer got bold and ran out again, and Xiang'er followed her two older sisters out as well. Mom, I forgot to tell you, Dad changed your sheets and duvet cover today, Su Bayer said with a smile to Su Wanchua. Dad knew you were coming back today, and he was worried that your room might get dusty and make you uncomfortable sleeping tonight, so he cleaned it especially for you, Su Bauer said with a smile to Su Wanchua. Su Wanchua was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected Jiang Zhou to change her sheets and duvet cover. She felt a mix of emotions, including a sense of joy and gratitude. She hadn't expected Jiang Zhou to be so thoughtful. She even went out of her way to change her sheets and duvet cover. Su Wanqing glanced at her bed again. The whole room felt exceptionally cozy. I felt a sweet warmth in my heart. After 5 years apart, Jiang Zhou always brings a different kind of surprise every time they meet again. Thinking of this, Su Wanqing unconsciously raised the corners of her lips. Mom, we're really going back to our room to sleep now. You should go to sleep early too, Su Bauer said with a smile to Su Wanchua. Su Wanchua nodded and said with a smile to the three of them. Okay, you guys go to sleep. The three of them said in unison. After the three people returned to their rooms, Su Wanchua took her change of clothes and went to take a shower. While taking a bath, she closed her eyes and felt the warm water soaking her body. A warm feeling welled up inside me. Her mood became more cheerful than ever before. She suddenly felt much lighter, as if something indescribable was slowly spreading in her heart. She couldn't help but smile broadly when she thought about all the things Jiang Zhou had done for her. The corners of her lips curved into a beautiful smile. At this moment, Jiang Zhou was lying on the small sofa in the living room, glancing towards the bathroom from time to time. Just thinking about Su Wanchua taking a shower right now made him feel hot all over. Many prohibited viewing contents have automatically surfaced in my mind. Chapter 61 Jiang Zhou, come sleep in the bed. He could always tell where Su Wanchua was washing, especially when he heard the sound of water. He looked down at his waistband and smiled helplessly. Having held it in for a full 28 years, it must have been really frustrating. Don't be too hasty. That scared Su Wanchua, and that was the end of it. Jiang Zhou felt he should take a shower last, or he could take a cold shower to cool down. After taking a shower, Su Wanchua made sure her clothes were appropriate before opening the wooden door of the bathroom and walking out. As she entered the living room to blow dry her hair, she saw Jiang Zhou staring intently at her. In an instant, her face turned red. Was I moving too much and disturbing you? Su Wanchua asked in a low voice. Jiang Zhou shook his head, struggling to keep his gaze from Su Wanchua. Su Wanchua looked exceptionally charming at that moment. Her hair was still dripping wet, and she was only wearing a simple summer pajama set. The water droplets from her hair soaked through her pajamas, leaving a wet patch. This allowed him to clearly see that she wasn't wearing a bra. I even saw strawberries. His breathing became slightly rapid. I'll dry your hair for you. Jiang Zhou stood up, picked up the hairdryer from the TV cabinet, and plugged it in. He pulled over another chair and made Su Wanchua sit down. Su Wanchua was a little hesitant. I'll do it myself. She doesn't have the habit of wearing a bra to bed, and she never wears one when she takes a shower, so she didn't wear one this time either, and she hadn't thought there was anything wrong with it until now. But when she came out and met Jiang Zhou's intense gaze, she realized that she wasn't wearing a bra. My immediate thought was to go back to my bedroom and hide. Although the two of them had experienced this once 5 years ago when they were boyfriend and girlfriend, that time, they took off their clothes in the pitch black of night. They can't see each other. She could still recall how Jiang Zhou was frantic at the time, trying to turn on the lights to find his way. She bit her lip, shyly refusing to give in. Jiang Zhou eventually found the way, but because both of them were novices, the car stalled after driving for a short while. Thinking about these things, she felt the temperature in the room rise. Jiang Zhou said softly, your hair is long, and it's easy for your arm to get sore from holding it up to blow dry. Let me blow dry it for you. As he spoke, Jiang Zhou pressed Su Wanchua down into a chair. Then, he lifted her long, black hair and began to blow dry it for her. The buzzing of the hairdryer filled the room, and because the room was small, the echo was even louder. Neither of them spoke, and even if they did, even if they shouted, the other wouldn't hear them. Jiang Zhou's mind was filled with thoughts of whether he would fall asleep on top of Su Wanchua's beautiful black hair. Su Wanchua was wondering if Jiang Zhou would notice that she wasn't wearing a bra. They probably didn't notice. Otherwise, Jiang Zhou would have warned her long ago. The hairdryer wasn't very powerful at the moment, and it took a full 20 minutes to dry Su Wanchua's long, black hair to about 50–60% dry. However, it's the middle of summer now, so even if the air only dries the leaves to about 50–60% dryness, it won't make you feel cold. Su Wanchua felt sorry for Jiang Zhou, turned her voice, and gestured for Jiang Zhou to turn off the hairdryer. After Jiang Zhou turned off the hairdryer, Su Wanchua said, that's enough. No need to blow dry anymore. It will dry on its own in a bit. Let me blow dry it a little more. Your hair is still very wet. Dry it so you won't catch a cold when you sleep, Jiang Zhou said softly. Really, it's not necessary. It's too hot now. Jiang Zhou persisted, and finally stopped after blow-drying Su Wanshue's hair until it was about 80–90% dry. It's already 2 a.m. Are you going to work tomorrow? Jiang Zhou turned off the hairdryer, unplugged it, carefully rolled up the power cord, and then put the hairdryer away in the cabinet. This small detail warmed Su Wanshue's heart. She didn't know what Jiang Zhou had gone through over the years, but she could sense that Jiang Zhou had truly matured and kissed her. Moreover, he is very meticulous, not a careless big man. Yes, I have to go to work, but I'm on a business trip this time, so I can take time off in lieu. I need to go for a medical checkup tomorrow, so I'll tell the company and ask for tomorrow morning off, Su Wanshue said. Jiang Zhou nodded. Actually, he wanted Su Wanshue to quit her job and stay home to recuperate. However, he still had millions of dollars in debt, which prevented him from saying such a thing. Even if he did, Su Wanshue would not agree. But it doesn't matter, his initial capital has already begun to accumulate. As long as he has some time, he can definitely pay off all his debts within 3 months. That way, Su Wanshue won't have to work so hard anymore. Where am I sleeping tonight? Jiang Zhou asked. Su Wanshue was taken aback. She hadn't really thought about that. Her gaze fell on the sofa. Why don't you sleep on the sofa? Jiang Zhou remained silent for a moment. Su Wanshue looked at the tall Jiang Zhou, whose head almost touched the ceiling light. It was too small for the 1.83-meter tall Jiang Zhou to sleep on their small sofa, which was only 1.5 meters long. But the house is really small. The 3 little ones are already a bit cramped sleeping in one 1.5-meter bed. Jiang Zhou definitely won't be able to sleep. The other room contained her bed, which was also a 1.5-meter bed. But she slept with Jiang Zhou? Thinking about it, she felt that this was not a good idea. While Su Wanshue was hesitating, Jiang Zhou said, "Okay, I'll sleep on the sofa." Su Wanshue moved her lips, as if she wanted to say something more. But in the end, she didn't say a word. She shrugged, then took a blanket from the bedroom and handed it to Jiang Zhou, telling him to cover himself with it that night so he wouldn't catch a cold. At 3 in the morning, Su Wanshue lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. I wonder if Jiang Zhou is asleep yet? The sofa in his own home is too hard and too small. Jiang Zhou definitely won't be used to sleeping on it. Thinking of this, a hint of worry flashed in her eyes. Su Wanshue tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Finally, Su Wanshue sat up, got out of bed, carefully opened the door to her room, and went out into the living room. The lights in the living room were already off. Jiang Zhou opened his eyes the moment Su Wanshue's bedroom door opened. "Wanshue!" Jiang Zhou called out to Su Wanshue in confusion. Upon hearing this, Su Wanshue asked, "You're still awake?" "I can't sleep," Jiang Zhou said. Su Wanshue nodded. Then, she exhaled and said to Jiang Zhou, "This sofa is too hard and too small. I don't think you'll be used to sleeping on it. Why don't you sleep in my room tonight?" Jiang Zhou was stunned when he heard Su Wanshue's words. He didn't expect Su Wanshue to take the initiative to invite him to sleep in her room. Jiang Zhou's joy was beyond words. He looked at Su Wanshue and asked, "Is it okay?" Su Wanshue smiled and nodded. "Yes, come in." Upon hearing Su Wanshue's words, Jiang Zhou immediately threw off the covers, sat up from the sofa, put on his slippers, and followed Su Wanshue into her room. Chapter 62 Wanshue, tell me about your experiences over the past 5 years. After entering the room, Su Wanshue got into bed. There was only one pillow on her bed. She looked at Jiang Zhou and said, "Jiang Zhou, you can sleep on this pillow." "No need. I don't need a pillow, you sleep here." Jiang Zhou pushed the pillow to Su Wanshue and got into bed. The small bed seemed even smaller once he got on. It felt as if everything had become fulfilling. Jiang Zhou lay down next to Su Wanshue. Although the two were not touching, he could still smell Su Wanshue's scent in the air, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Su Wanshue turned her head to look at Jiang Zhou, who had his eyes closed and a smile on his face. Su Wanshue didn't know why, but seeing this man lying next to her, her heart started racing. Su Wanshue stopped thinking about it and turned over, her back to Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou smelled the faint fragrance emanating from Su Wanshue, and his heart beat much faster than usual. Jiang Zhou took a deep breath, then suppressed his turbulent emotions and tried his best to relax. In the darkness, Jiang Zhou tentatively asked, "Wanshue, are you asleep?" Su Wanshue shook her head upon hearing Jiang Zhou's words. "No. Yeah, I haven't slept either. I want to chat with you," Jiang Zhou said, looking at Su Wanshue. Upon hearing Jiang Zhou's words, Su Wanshue did not immediately respond, but remained silent for a while. Su Wanshue turned to look at Jiang Zhou, her eyes soft and gentle, a smile playing on her lips. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. I have something I want to tell you," Jiang Zhou said, looking at Su Wanshua. Upon hearing this, Su Wanshua nodded gently and then waited quietly for Jiang Zhou to continue. Are you still blaming me? Jiang Zhou asked Su Wanshua in a low voice. No, what's past is past, and you didn't break up with me on purpose, so I understand you, Su Wanshua said, looking in Jiang Zhou's direction. Hearing Su Wanshua's reply, Jiang Zhou felt a little relieved. He let out a long sigh and said, Thank you for not blaming me. Thank you for forgiving me. Su Wanshua pursed her lips gently. She knew that Jiang Zhou hadn't had a good time these past few years, so she didn't blame him. You've worked so hard raising the children these past 5 years, Jiang Zhou said to Su Wanshua with a guilty expression. For the past 5 years, Su Wanshua has been raising 3 children on her own, which has been very tough. Especially when she first got pregnant. In this day and age, being pregnant out of wedlock meant facing a lot of gossip and rumors. Moreover, she was a sophomore at the time. She really had a hard time. She was even looked down upon by many classmates, who spoke ill of her behind her back, but she didn't listen to them. She rented a house outside, and Lin Xiao came with her to take care of her. The two of them rented a house together. She was shocked when she found out she was pregnant. Lin Xiao even told her to abort the child, but she shook her head. Because this is her and Jiang Zhou's child. She loved Jiang Zhou. She thought that if she couldn't be with Jiang Zhou in this life, and couldn't marry him, then she would never get married again. Rather than that, it would be better to give birth to Jiang Zhou's baby. So, she's a mother now. Moreover, this is her and Jiang Zhou's baby. Although raising a child is very hard, especially in the first 3 months after giving birth, she almost collapsed. But she persevered. 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. It seems like a long time, but looking back now, it feels like it passed in the blink of an eye. Looking back now, I can hardly remember the hardships I endured back then. Perhaps this is the human body's instinctive forgetting response to pain. What's more, now that Jiang Zhou is back, she has even more hope and anticipation for life. Wanshua, can you tell me about your life these past 5 years? I want to know about your eating, sleeping, and childbirth experiences during your pregnancy, Jiang Zhou said in a deep voice, his dark eyes fixed on Su Wanshua. Okay. Su Wanshua began to recall the past 5 years in a gentle voice. I briefly explained the situation to Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou thought she would talk about difficult things, or even shed tears, but to his surprise, Su Wanshua told him some interesting stories from her pregnancy. And after the babies started to move, the 3 little ones would often kick and punch in my belly. And the adorable way babies look after giving birth, and how they nurse. The 3 little ones have very different feeding styles, and we can tell when they first called out, Mama, when they started learning to roll over, sit, walk, and even go to the toilet, eat, and bathe on their own. After hearing what Su Wanshua said, his eyes reddened and became moist. He looked at Su Wanshua and swore, Wanshua, I promise I will treat you, Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger well from now on. Believe me. Su Wanshua nodded and said, Yes, I believe you. Jiang Zhou looked at Su Wanshua and softly called out, Wanshua, can I hug you? Jiang Zhou asked softly, feeling uneasy and unsure whether Su Wanshua would agree. When Jiang Zhou said those words, his hands were clenched into fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. Su Wanxing paused for a moment, then softly hummed in agreement. After hearing Su Wanshua's affirmative answer, Jiang Zhou reached out and hugged Su Wanshua. Su Wanshua's cheek was pressed against Jiang Zhou's broad chest, her heart pounding. Jiang Zhou had a familiar aura about him, and she could clearly feel his heartbeat. Su Wanshua's ear was pressed against Jiang Zhou's heart, and she could hear his heartbeat. As she listened to Jiang Zhou's heartbeat, a faint blush gradually spread across her cheeks. She blinked, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Jiang Zhou hugged Su Wanqing and said sincerely, Wanshua, thank you. You've suffered so much raising the children all these years. I will work hard to improve my career so that you and the children can live a comfortable and prosperous life, and I will never let anyone hurt you again. Thank God I found you in our child. Thank you, Wanshua. Meeting you in this life is truly the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me. Su Wanshua gently bit her lip. She was deeply moved, but her cheeks also felt hot. Wanshua, no matter what happens in the future, no matter what misunderstandings arise between us, please don't leave me. No matter what, I will always be by your side. As long as you're willing to give me a chance, I will always stay by your side, protect you, and cherish you. Jiang Zhou looked at Su Wanshua earnestly. Chapter 63 Mom and Dad are getting married. I'm so happy. I don't blame you anymore, Su Wanshua said softly. Jiang Zhou smiled gently after hearing Su Wanshua's words. Jiang Zhou, are you sleeping comfortably without a pillow? Su Wanshua asked Jiang Zhou. As soon as Su Wanshua finished speaking, a picture flashed through her mind of her underwear still on the bed before she went on her business trip. Moreover, Bauer and the others said that Jiang Zhou changed their quilt covers and sheets. Didn't Jiang Zhou see it? A blush immediately appeared on Su Wanshua's cheeks, and she quickly pulled the blanket up to cover her face. Seeing this, Jiang Zhou assumed that Su Wanshua was shy. Jiang Zhou smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" Su Wanshua gently shook her head and said, "It's nothing." Jiang Zhou noticed the two blushes on Su Wanshua's cheeks and said with a smile, "Wanshua, why are your cheeks so red?" Upon hearing Jiang Zhou's words, Su Wanshua quickly shook her head, then moved a little further in and said, "Move in a little more, or you might fall off." After hearing Su Wanshua's words, Jiang Zhou smiled gently and said, "Okay." After Jiang Zhou finished speaking, he moved a little further into the bed to make himself more comfortable. Jiang Zhou lay on the bed, his gaze fixed on Su Wanshua. Su Wanshua said with her eyes closed, "I'm going to sleep." Jiang Zhou hummed in agreement. His face was full of a satisfied smile. In Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger's room, the three little girls were still awake. The three girls huddled together, whispering under the covers about Su Wanshua and Jiang Zhou. "Do you think Daddy and Mommy have made up?" Su Bayer asked softly. "They must have made up," Bauer said. "But Mom didn't let Dad sleep with her. Dad sleeps alone on the sofa in the living room. That sofa is hard and small, so Dad definitely won't sleep well," Su Bayer said with a pout, looking very worried. "Mom hasn't forgiven Dad yet, so she definitely won't let him sleep in the same bed with her." Belle frowned, looking very troubled. After hearing Su Bayer's words, Xianger tilted her head and looked at Su Bayer, saying, "Why does Mom have to be with him?" "Because only when Mom and Dad are together can we be a real family," Su Bauer said, looking at Xianger. Belle nodded and said, "Yes, and Daddy is very capable. Last time he chased away those little rascals for us. He also bought us clothes and helped us make money. And Daddy is so good to us. We love him very much, and we want to be with him. So want Mommy and Daddy to make up," Belle muttered softly. Xianger nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. "Do you like the food your dad cooks?" Su Bauer asked Xianger. Xianger nodded. "From now on, Dad will live with us, and you can eat Dad's delicious cooking every day," Su Bauer said happily. Xianger nodded. Her feelings towards Jiang Zhou had also changed somewhat. "But Dad was talking to Aunt Wang and the others about the wedding banquet at the train station today. Does that mean Dad and Mom are getting married?" Su Bayer said excitedly to Bauer and Xianger, remembering what happened at the train station today. Bauer thought for a moment, smiled and nodded, saying, "That's right, if Daddy and Mommy don't get married, why do they need to have a wedding banquet?" "So that means Daddy and Mommy are planning to get married?" Belle asked excitedly. "Yes." Su Bauer replied affirmatively. "Great. We can finally drink at Daddy and Mommy's wedding," Belle exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, Xianger couldn't help but roll her eyes at Su Bayer. "Besides, the roses Dad gave Mom today all had 'I love you' on them, which means I love you, right? None of the bouquets for the three of us had them on them," Su Bayer said with a smile. "Dad and Mom have definitely made up. Dad must know that Mom loves him, and they will definitely be together." Su Bayer thought to herself, "Yes, that's exactly what it means. Of course, that bouquet was specially made by Daddy for Mommy. It represents Daddy's deep love for Mommy," Bauer said with a smile to Su Bayer. Su Bayer nodded with a grin and said, Yes, that's what I thought too. None of the bouquets for the three of us had them. That definitely proves that Dad and Mom have really made up," Su Bayer said happily. "If Dad and Mom make up, it means we can stay with Dad forever." Moreover, the tone of Mom's voice today didn't seem to indicate that she particularly disliked Dad, which means that Mom is no longer angry. If things continue like this, Dad will eventually win Mom over, and then the five of us can be together forever. The three little girls were secretly making plans in their hearts, their faces beaming with happy and sweet smiles. Around 3 a.m., Su Wanshua suddenly woke up, feeling an itch in her throat and wanting to cough. But when she thought of Jiang Zhou sleeping next to her, she was afraid of waking him up, so she forced herself not to cough. After a while, Su Wanshua felt her throat was extremely uncomfortable, and her lungs felt like they were about to burst. She couldn't help but cough. Cough. Moreover, because she suppressed her cough, when she finally coughed, she couldn't control her voice at all and coughed very loudly. Upon hearing Su Wanshua's cough, Jiang Zhou was immediately awakened. He got out of bed and saw Su Wanshua covering her mouth as she coughed, her face flushed red. Each cough sounded as if she were about to cough up her lungs. His heart ached for her, so he immediately got out of bed, poured a glass of water for Su Wanshua, and handed it to her, asking with concern, "Wanshua, drink some water. It will make you feel better. This cough is really bad." No wonder Su Wanshua passed away from illness in 2003. Tomorrow I'm going to take Su Wanshua to see a doctor. I hope her illness is just a minor one and can be completely cured. I remember the first time I met Bauer, she was squatting by the roadside selling flowers. She said she wanted to sell flowers to earn money so she could take her mother to the hospital for a checkup. It must be because Bauer and the others often heard Su Wanchue coughing in the middle of the night. The little ones feel sorry for their mother. Thinking of this, he felt even more sorry for Su Wanchue. Su Wanchue took the water glass and drank a sip, which slightly relieved the itching in her throat, but she still couldn't stop coughing. Jiang Zhou stood by the bed and saw Su Wanchue coughing. He was very worried and immediately went to the bedside to gently pat Su Wanchue's shoulder. Are you feeling better now? Chapter 64. My heart aches for Su Wanchue. Hearing Jiang Zhou's concerned question, Su Wanchue nodded. Much better. She coughed several times in quick succession after she finished speaking. Have you been to the hospital for this condition? What caused it? Jiang Zhou asked, not knowing much about the illness. Su Wanchue said, I haven't been to the hospital. I asked at the pharmacy, and they said it's a lingering effect of catching a cold. It's nothing serious. I'll be fine after coughing for a while. Jiang Zhou felt heartbroken looking at Su Wanchue's appearance. What are the after effects of catching a cold? It's the middle of summer now, so we won't catch a cold. That must have been happening during the transition from spring to summer, or perhaps last winter. It must have been going on for some time now. Otherwise, Bauer and the others wouldn't have noticed. Wanshue's illness has dragged on for quite a while. I must take Wanshue to the hospital for a thorough checkup tomorrow. Jiang Zhou continued to gently pat Su Wanshue's shoulder, trying to reduce her pain. However, the results were not as ideal as expected. After a while, Su Wanshue was still coughing incessantly. The coughing was so violent that it seemed like she was coughing up the acid from her lungs. Seeing Su Wanshue coughing while clutching her chest, Jiang Zhou wished he could take her pain for her. After coughing for about 3 or 4 minutes, Su Wanshue finally stopped coughing, and afterwards she felt completely exhausted. She said softly to Jiang Zhou, who was looking at her with concern, Don't worry, we'll go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. It's nothing serious, it can be cured. Jiang Zhou nodded, then took the water glass next to him and handed it to Su Wanshue, saying, Wanshue, have some more water. Su Wanshue nodded, took the water glass from Jiang Zhou, and slowly drank it. The water is warm. The warm water soothed my throat, giving me a very comforting feeling. My dry, cracked throat feels much better now. At the same time, she felt a warm feeling in her heart. On nights when she coughed, she was always alone. Occasionally, she would wake up the little ones. One of them would pour her hot water, another would hug her and cry, and the third would massage her shoulders, trying to shake the illness out of their mother's body. Now Jiang Zhou was by my side. Jiang Zhou's gentleness and thoughtfulness made her feel very warm. I don't even feel uncomfortable from coughing anymore. She lay down on her side to sleep. Because she was lying down, she felt uncomfortable as if something was stuck in her lungs. The next day, early in the morning, Jiang Zhou opened his eyes and saw Su Wanshue sleeping soundly next to him, and he felt a surge of excitement. He was so worried about Wanshue's cough last night that he didn't sleep a wink. This morning, he saw Su Wanshue's sleeping face and felt very content. Jiang Zhou glanced at his watch. It was only a little past 5, still very early. He quietly lifted the covers and got out of bed. The movements were very gentle, so as not to wake Su Wanshue. She went to bed too late last night and coughed for more than 10 minutes. She needs to rest and get a good night's sleep. After getting up and washing up, he prepared breakfast for the whole family. After quickly eating his own breakfast, he put Wanshue's and the 3 children's breakfasts into the rice cooker and vegetable pot, covered them to keep them warm. After doing all that, he placed a piece of paper on the square table using a remote control. The note read, Wanshue, I've gone out to sell tea oil cakes and eels. I'll be back at 9. Breakfast is warming up in the pot. Remember to eat it with the children. After leaving the note, Jiang Zhou quietly opened the door, closed it again, and quietly went out to make money. Bauer and Bayer woke up first. The 2 little girls carefully walked to the door of Su Wanshue's room, then gently pushed open the door and tiptoed into the room. Once inside, the 2 little girls found their mother still fast asleep. But Dad wasn't in the room. However, they noticed that their mother was sleeping against the wall, and there was a large empty space next to her, which was also wrinkled. This is clearly evidence that someone slept here. Dad is sleeping here. The 2 little girls were overjoyed, then quietly closed the door and went into the living room. Dad slept with Mom last night. Su Bayer said happily to Su Bauer. Yes, it must be because Mom doesn't want Dad to sleep on this little sofa. Su Bauer nodded as she looked at Bayer. After hearing Su Bauer's words, Su Bayer nodded with a smile, feeling very happy. If Dad and Mom are sleeping together, it means there's definitely progress in their relationship. They all really wanted their dad and mom to be together. It seems that Mom and Dad have made up. That way, they can spend more time with their father in the future. Thinking of this, Bauer and Bayer exchanged a knowing smile. When Su Wanshue woke up, she found that no one was beside her. She sat up, rubbed her head, and then got up to wash up. After washing up, Su Wanshua checked the time. It was only about 8:30. She looked out the window, then stretched, feeling very light and in good spirits. Su Wanshua returned to her room and changed her clothes. Then he went to check on the three little girls' rooms and found that only Xiang'er was still lying in bed sleeping. Su Wanqing tucked the blanket around Xiang'er but didn't wake her. Then she left the room and went into the living room. Hearing the noise, the two little girls turned around and saw that Su Wanshua had gotten up. They immediately smiled and called out to Su Wanshua, "Mom." Upon hearing the voices of the two little girls, Su Wanshua smiled gently and walked towards Su Baier and Su Bauer. She didn't look at Jiang Zhou's figure. She smiled and asked them, "Where's Dad?" Su Bauer took the note from the side and handed it to Su Wanshua. She and Baier had just found the note, but they couldn't understand what was written on it. "I only know a few of them sporadically. Did Daddy write this?" Belle asked curiously. Su Wanshua opened the note and read it carefully. She was slightly surprised, then looked at Belle and said, "Yes, Daddy went out to do something. He'll be back soon. I never expected Jiang Zhou to go out and sell tea oil cakes and eels. He must be working so hard. It's only a little past 8 o'clock. I wonder what time Jiang Zhou got up and went out." Moreover, he was so thoughtful that he would prepare breakfast for the whole family when he went out to do business in the morning. You silly little thing. He's not allowed to do that again. When Jiang Zhou comes back, she needs to tell him to remember to wake her up when he gets up. He goes out to do business, so she has to take care of the cooking at home and not let Jiang Zhou work so hard alone. He works hard, and she feels sorry for him. Su Wanshua placed the note on the table, and Su Bauer had already ladled out the porridge and placed it in front of Su Wanshua. "Thank you, Bauer." Su Wanshua patted Bauer's head and said gently, "Bauer, go wake Xiang'er up. Let's have breakfast together," Su Wanshua said. Chapter 65, taking Su Wanshua to the hospital. "Okay, Mom." Su Bauer and Su Baier ran to the room and called for Xiang'er. Su Wanshua glanced back, smiled, and then went to the kitchen. She brought the hot breakfast that Jiang Zhou had prepared to the table and warmed up the vegetables that had cooled down a bit in the pot. She was surprised when all the breakfasts were laid out on the table, because this breakfast is very rich and nutritious. In addition to millet porridge, everyone also received an egg, as well as egg pancakes and steamed buns. After Xiang'er got up, she was still half asleep and said in a childish voice, "Mom, I don't want to eat breakfast." Xiang'er eats little and has little appetite in the morning. Every morning, she didn't want to eat breakfast, and Su Wanshua had to coax her to get her to eat something. Bauer and Baier can eat anything, and the two little ones have been eating Jiang Zhou's breakfast all this time. They said to Xiang'er, "Xiang'er, Daddy's breakfast is delicious. Try some." "Yes, I'm going to wash my hands, and then we'll start eating breakfast." "Xiang'er, if you don't eat, your sister will eat your portion for you later," Su Baier said with a chuckle. The three little girls went to wash their hands. I don't know if it was because Belle said that Xiang'er would eat hers if she didn't eat, but after washing her hands, Xiang'er obediently returned to the square table. I climbed onto the small stool and sat down. Seeing her three daughters arrive, Su Wanshua smiled and said, "Let's eat. Daddy made breakfast today, so everyone has to finish it all." "Okay, Mom." Bauer and Baier shouted loudly. "Let's eat." The two little ones ate very quickly. They ate with obvious enjoyment, while Xiang'er just watched and thought the buns looked delicious. She also stretched out her thin hand and picked up a steamed bun. Xiang'er doesn't know how to use chopsticks yet, so she eats with her hands. After taking a bite of the steamed bun, she was completely stunned. These steamed buns have such soft and fluffy skin. Even with just a small bite, the meat filling and broth inside practically flow out, and they smell incredibly delicious. She quickly ate the broth, then took a bite of the meat filling. It felt like eating divine food. She only just remembered that the dinner Jiang Zhou made last night was also especially delicious. She had just woken up and hadn't remembered much of what happened last night. Now that she's eating these delicious steamed buns, she thought of them. My dad's cooking is especially delicious. This breakfast is surprisingly delicious. She couldn't resist taking a few more bites. Su Baier chuckled as she ate her steamed bun. "Xiang'er, give your bun to your older sister. My sister is growing taller now, and one steamed bun isn't enough to fill her up." Su Xiang'er immediately put the bun in her hand into her mouth, biting the whole bun from every angle, and then looked at Su Baier and said, "Xiang'er needs to grow taller too." Puffed. Su Wanshua laughed when she saw this. Su Bauer also grinned. Su Baier smiled happily and said, "Xiang'er, you should eat more. You should eat a lot so you can grow tall, just like me and your older sister." Su Xiang'er nodded her head and continued eating. Su Wanshua ate the breakfast that Jiang Zhou had made himself, feeling very emotional. Unexpectedly, the problem of her third daughter's meals, which had been giving her a headache, was easily solved after Jiang Zhou returned. Very nice. After finishing breakfast, Su Wanxue washed the dishes. She came into the living room and said to the three little girls, Bauer, Bayer, Xianger, we're going to the hospital with Daddy for a checkup later. Oh, okay. Bauer cheered excitedly upon hearing Su Wanxue's words. Yay. Belle immediately echoed Bauer's words upon hearing Su Wanxue's reply. Xianger was also very happy. All three of them were very happy, as they were finally going to take their mother to the hospital for a checkup. That way, Mom's illness can be cured. From now on, Mom won't cough every night and be unable to get a good night's sleep. But now that their father is back, they believe he will definitely help their mother recover. It feels so good to have a dad. Mom, when are we going? Su Bauer looked up, her big eyes fixed on Su Wanxue, and asked expectantly. After Dad comes back, we'll go out with him, Su Wanxue said with a smile. When is Daddy coming back? Su Bayer asked anxiously. Su Bauer said, it should be around 9 o'clock. Dad has been coming home around this time lately. Su Wanxue said, yes, your father left us a note saying he would be back at 9 o'clock in the morning, and it's almost 9 o'clock now. They should be coming back soon. Sure enough, Jiang Zhou returned shortly afterward. Su Wanxue immediately went to the kitchen, poured a glass of water, and handed it to Jiang Zhou, saying softly, have some water. Going out so early in the morning must have been tiring. Jiang Zhou's face was a bit darker than it was 5 years ago, but not in that dark way. It was a tan bronze color, which made him look more masculine. Moreover, it exudes a wild, masculine aura. Looking at Jiang Zhou, who was sweating, Su Wanxue thought of the fact that the two of them had slept in the same bed last night, and her ears felt slightly hot. She quickly looked away. Jiang Zhou smiled and took the water glass from Su Wanxue, then drank the water. Bauer and Bayer looked at Jiang Zhou and happily shouted, Daddy. Jiang Zhou patted the two little girls on the head, and then said gently to them, good girls. Have you eaten the breakfast that was in the pot? Jiang Zhou asked Su Wanxue. Su Wanxue nodded. I ate it, it was delicious. Jiang Zhou's smile deepened when he heard Su Wanxue praise him. Dad, when are we leaving for the hospital for a checkup? Su Bauer asked Jiang Zhou, concerned about Su Wanxue's illness. Jiang Zhou looked at Bauer and said, let's go over there now. Yay, Bauer nodded and said. Then, Jiang Zhou took Su Wanxue and the three little girls straight to Shanya Hospital. Dad, let's get Mom treated first, Bauer said to Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou nodded. That was exactly what he was thinking too. Upon arriving at Shanya Hospital, Jiang Zhou first led everyone to the consultation desk. Hello, I'd like to ask, my wife often coughs at night. Which department should we go to? Jiang Zhou asked the nurse. The nurse looked at Su Wanxue, asked her about the specific situation, and said, go to the respiratory department. Based on what you've said, it might be bronchitis. Thank you. Jiang Zhou said thank you, and then led Su Wanxue, Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger toward the registration area. They found the registration desk and discovered that many people were already queuing up. The line was very long, with an estimated number of over 100 people. Because online appointment registration wasn't popular at that time. To register, you must go to the registration window on site. Chapter 66, giving Su Wanxue a full physical examination. Changsha is the capital city of Hunan Province, and Shanya Hospital is the most famous hospital in Hunan Province. This has led to many patients from across the province flocking to Shanya Hospital for treatment. Therefore, this place is overcrowded. There were so many people registering that a long queue formed. Such a long line. How long will we have to wait? Su Bayer frowned as she looked at the long queue. Su Wanxue frowned subconsciously as she looked at the long queue. Jiang Zhou looked at Su Wanxue and the three little girls and said, it's okay. I have a way. Su Wanxue looked at Jiang Zhou with suspicion, wondering what his solution was. Jiang Zhou looked at Su Wanxue and said, let me take you to wait aside first. After Jiang Zhou finished speaking, he took Su Wanxue's hand and led Su Wanxue, Bauer, and Bayer aside. Then, Jiang Zhou went to the queue, and as he expected, a middle-aged woman immediately came up to him and said, young man, do you need a number? Yes. Do you have an appointment with a respiratory specialist? Jiang Zhou asked the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman smiled at Jiang Zhou and said, yes, there is an appointment with Professor Zheng Yunying from the respiratory department. However, it's a bit expensive, costing 500 yuan. It's for today, so you can use it to see a doctor once you buy it. Jiang Zhou nodded. He had just seen Zheng Yunying's information in the celebrity expert section at the hospital entrance. He is the most famous expert professor in the Department of Respiratory Medicine at Shanya Hospital. With her treating Su Wanxue, he felt much more at ease. As for the registration fee of 500 yuan, which is 100 times more expensive than the ordinary 5 yuan registration fee, he still bought it. Because I wanted to get an appointment with such a famous expert, and one that was available right now. It won't waste time. He nodded. Okay. Upon hearing Jiang Zhou's words, the middle-aged woman immediately smiled, glanced around discreetly, and then quickly took out a number from her pocket and handed it to Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou took out 500 yuan and gave it to the other party. The scalping of tickets in the hospital is illegal, so the middle-aged woman was very vigilant, as scalpers can be fined if caught. The middle-aged woman took the 500 yuan, then reached out and touched it to confirm it was real before leaving satisfied. Jiang Zhou took the number and came over to Su Wanxue and the others. When Su Wanxue saw Jiang Zhou arrive, she immediately stood up. Jiang Zhou looked at Su Wanxue with a smile and said, "The registration is done, let's go." Upon hearing Jiang Zhou's words, Bauer and Bayer immediately jumped up and down, shouting joyfully, "That's great. Long live Daddy. Daddy's the best." Su Xianger looked at Jiang Zhou with a faint glimmer in her eyes. Jiang Zhou took Su Wanxue and the children to the respiratory department. Outside the consultation room of respiratory specialist Zheng Yunying, a long line of people were already waiting to be called. The plastic stools were full of people, and there was nowhere to sit. Jiang Zhou led Su Wanxue and the others to find other seats. They found a seat, and Jiang Zhou said to Su Wanxue, "Wanxue, please sit down." Su Wanxue shook her head and said, "I'm not tired." Then she looked at Xianger and said, "Xianger, please sit down." Xianger shook her little head like a rattle drum. "Xianger won't sit. Mommy will sit." Bauer and Bayer looked at Su Wanxue and said, "Mom, please sit down. Don't refuse, or there won't be any left." Su Wanxue had no choice but to sit down. Jiang Zhou looked at her and said, "Wanxue, you and the children sit here. I'll go and line up for you." "Dad, I want to go with you," Belle said to Jiang Zhou. Bauer looked at Jiang Zhou and said, "I'll go with Dad too." Jiang Zhou said with a smile, "Okay, you two little girls can come with me. Xianger can stay here with her mother." After Jiang Zhou finished speaking, he took the two little girls to queue up. Su Wanxue. After a while, the nurse's voice came out. Jiang Zhou responded and told the nurse to wait a moment while he went to call his wife. Su Wanxue couldn't see Jiang Zhou from where she was sitting, so Jiang Zhou ran over to call her. A little while later, Jiang Zhou brought Su Wanxue and the three maids to the door of the consultation room. Jiang Zhou handed the registration number for Su Wanxue to the nurse. After receiving her number, the nurse glanced at Su Wanxue and said, "Come in." Su Wanxue nodded, then glanced at Jiang Zhou before walking into the consultation room. Jiang Zhou followed closely behind with three little girls. Inside the consultation room sat a woman in her 40s or 50s who was looking down at medical records. This was Zheng Yunying, a renowned expert in respiratory medicine. Su Wanxue walked over and sat on the stool, while Jiang Zhou and the others stood beside her. After asking Su Wanxue's name and surname, Dr. Zheng inquired about her condition. After asking the questions, Dr. Zheng said, "Let's do a chest CT scan first." After writing out the prescription, Dr. Zheng continued, "Go pay the fees first, then do the CT scan. Come back after the results are in." After hearing this, Jiang Zhou took the three young girls and Su Wanxue to pay the money. Jiang Zhou and his group waited in line for nearly half an hour before it was finally his turn. After Jiang Zhou paid the fee, he took them to the CT room to have a CT scan. As soon as the CT results came out, Jiang Zhou and his team returned to Dr. Zheng's office. After the previous patient finished seeing him, Jiang Zhou handed over the report. Because they had already queued before, they didn't need to queue again when they came over. Dr. Zheng held up the CT scan report, hung it on the wall, and pointed to a spot, saying, "Look, although the bronchial wall is a bit thicker than usual, it's not serious. It's just mild bronchitis. I'll prescribe some medicine later, and you'll feel better after taking it. However, during treatment, you should pay attention to a light diet and avoid spicy, greasy, raw, cold, and irritating foods." Jiang Zhou and the others leaned over to examine the CT scan in Dr. Zheng's hand closely, and the contents of the scan were clearly visible. Jiang Zhou breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that Su Wanxue only had mild bronchitis. But then he thought, if Wanxue in her previous life only had this disease, then why did she suddenly leave this world? It's definitely not as simple as just bronchitis. Bronchitis cannot develop into any cancer, nor can it develop into pneumonia. Jiang Zhou said to Dr. Zheng, "Dr. Zheng, I'd like to have my wife undergo a comprehensive physical examination. Can you write up the prescription?" Seeing Jiang Zhou's worried expression, Dr. Zheng said, "I can issue a referral for a full physical examination, but are you sure you want to do it? It's quite expensive." Su Wanxue quickly said to Jiang Zhou, "Jiang Zhou, there's no need for another full body checkup. Dr. Zheng just said I'm fine. I just need to take some medicine and pay attention to my diet." Su Wanxue didn't want Jiang Zhou to waste money because of her. I just had a lung CT scan, and it already cost 100 yuan. If I get a full body scan, it will cost even more. Jiang Zhou still has debts to pay off, so he naturally has to be careful with his money. Chapter 67 Su Wanxue has this disease. Jiang Zhou frowned upon hearing Su Wanxue's words. He knew that Su Wanxue had many things on her mind, but he was also worried about her health. In his past life, he had already missed Su Wanxue. In this life, he must cherish Su Wanxue no matter what, make sure she lives well, and grow old with him. As for money, he has plenty of ways to earn it. He was confident that he could not only support Su Wanxue, but also support the 3 little girls and ensure they had enough to eat and wear. Wanxue, trust me, Jiang Zhou said, then looked at Dr. Jiang and said, Dr. Jiang, could you please write up a form? We'll go get a full body checkup now. Dr. Jiang smiled, then bent down to write out a prescription and handed it to Jiang Zhou. After Jiang Zhou and the others left, Su Wanxue hurriedly caught up with him and said, Jiang Zhou, you really don't need to get a full body checkup. I just have mild bronchitis. Don't waste your money. Jiang Zhou looked at Su Wanxue and replied firmly, there's no need to waste money. Since it's a checkup, let's get it done. If there's anything wrong, we can treat it as soon as possible. After hearing this, Su Wanxue had no other choice. After completing the full physical examination, Jiang Zhou took the results and led Su Wanxue and the others to Dr. Jiang's office. Jiang Zhou showed the test results to Dr. Jiang. Dr. Jiang frowned after looking at them, then looked at Jiang Zhou and said, it's indeed just mild bronchitis in the respiratory area, but there seems to be a problem with the stomach. I can't be sure for sure. Take this report upstairs to the gastroenterology department to see Dr. Chen Xingli. Just bring your medical record book with you. I'll make a call to let you know. You don't need to register again. Okay, thank you, Dr. Jiang. After expressing his gratitude, Jiang Zhou led Su Wanxue and the others to Chen Xingli's consultation room in the gastroenterology department upstairs. Even though it was almost time to leave work, there were still many people sitting in line outside the consultation room. That's how it is in big hospitals. Fortunately, Dr. Jiang had made arrangements. Jiang Zhou handed the medical record to the nurse at the door, who nodded and let Jiang Zhou and his companion into the consultation room after the previous patient came out. Doctor, could you please take a look? Jiang Zhou went in and handed the report to the doctor, speaking sincerely. I was very worried, wondering if Su Wanxue had a serious stomach ailment. Because stomach problems have a chance of developing into stomach cancer. Who is the patient? The doctor asked. Su Wanxue said, it's me. Dr. Chen first looked at the gastroscopy report, and then his expression darkened. He didn't say anything. However, the expression on her face made Jiang Zhou's heart tighten. Su Wanxue also began to worry. Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger, who were standing nearby, clung tightly to Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue's clothes, staring at the doctor with wide, anxious eyes. I was afraid the doctor would say something bad. The atmosphere in the room became somber. After reviewing the gastroscopy report and pathology results, Chen Xingli frowned and said in a deep voice, the patient's gastric mucosa is thin, and blood vessels under the gastric mucosa can be seen. The pathological examination also showed atrophy of the gastric mucosal glands. This is chronic atrophic gastritis. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue both tensed up, while the 3 little girls, Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger, did not understand the meaning of these words. However, seeing the expressions on the faces of the doctor and their parents, the 3 little ones knew that their mother was seriously ill. His eyes were red, and he pressed himself tightly against Su Wanxue. Chen Xingli continued, fortunately, you arrived early. Otherwise, if dysplasia or precancerous lesions had occurred, it would have been too late. It can still be cured. Hearing this, Jiang Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. In her past life, Su Wanxue probably didn't discover that she had gastritis, which later led to precancerous lesions and ultimately caused her death from the disease. He was very fortunate that Su Wanxue's illness was just ordinary chronic atrophic gastritis, which could be cured. He quickly asked the doctor, Dr. Chen, how should this disease be treated? The 3 little ones blinked and looked at Chen Xingli. Su Wanxue never expected that she had such a serious illness. Moreover, if it is not detected early, it may even become cancerous. She had no symptoms at all for this disease. She had no idea she had this disease. She thought she just had bronchitis. Surprisingly, the bronchitis caused by the cough was not a serious illness, but the asymptomatic gastritis was more serious. The doctor said to Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue, first, we need to find the cause of this disease and then remove it. This is something the patient needs to resolve themselves. For example, does the patient have a habit of eating raw, cold, or spicy foods, or a habit of eating greasy or hard to digest foods, or have a history of drinking alcohol, strong tea, strong coffee, lack of sleep, or excessive stress. These aspects need to be changed, as well as eating smaller, more frequent meals, getting enough sleep, and relaxing. In addition, medication is used, including traditional Chinese medicine, Western medicine such as aluminum sulfate and teprenone, and traditional Chinese patent medicines such as maluodin and wifashin, as well as Chinese herbal medicines. After explaining the medication situation to Jiang and the others, Dr. Chen frowned and said, in addition, according to the report, the patient tested positive for Helicobacter pylori, which is the real culprit that caused the patient to have chronic atrophic gastritis, and it is also a contagious bacterium. When your whole family is eating, remember to use serving chopsticks, and the patient should pay attention to hygiene before meals and after using the toilet. Dr. Chen explained the precautions and treatment plan to Jiang and Su Wanxue in detail. Su Wanxue's face turned deathly pale upon hearing this. She never imagined her illness would be so serious. And it's contagious. Jiang patted her shoulder and comforted her. Wanxue, don't worry, this illness is curable. Doctor, how long will it take to cure? Jiang asked. Dr. Chen said, to completely cure this disease, 3 courses of treatment, which take 3 weeks, are needed. Whether it is completely cured or not, regular checkups are still required. Under normal circumstances, it can be cured after 3 courses of treatment. Su Wanxue asked, how much? This is a question that every patient who comes to see a doctor will ask. Dr. Chen said in a deep voice, 1 course of treatment costs 10,000 yuan, so it will cost 30,000 yuan. This is not a small amount for the patient. So much money. Su Wanxue was stunned after hearing the doctor's words. This amount is difficult for ordinary people to bear. Su Bauer and the others were also surprised when they heard the price. 30,000 yuan. For them, it's an astronomical figure. But if mom doesn't take her medicine, she'll die, and they don't have that much money. The 3 little girls' eyes instantly turned red. Chapter 68 Wanxue, I want to marry you. Will you marry me? Seeing the expressions on Su Wanxue's and the others' faces, Jiang quickly comforted them. Don't be afraid, I'll take care of the money. After Jiang finished speaking, he looked at the doctor and said, Doctor, could you please prescribe a course of treatment for us? The doctor nodded and then began writing the prescription. After the prescription was written, the doctor handed it to Jiang. Go get the medicine according to the prescription. Jiang took the prescription, thanked the doctor, and then left with Su Wanxue and the others. After leaving the consultation room, Su Wanxue said worriedly, I only have 8,000 yuan in my card, but I will be paid next month with 1,000 yuan, plus a bonus of 400 yuan for this business trip, so I will have 9,400 yuan. I'll borrow some money from my colleagues then. We won't get the medicine today. We'll come back to buy it next month after we get paid. She knew that her illness had to be cured. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. The 3 little girls are still so young, and she's back with Jiang. She doesn't want to die. She wanted to live. Hearing her words, Jiang patted her shoulder. Seeing Su Wanxue looking at him, he said, have you forgotten me? Su Wanxue was slightly taken aback. Silly girl, how can I let you pay for all of this? I don't have that much money right now. Otherwise I would definitely pay for it all. I still have more than 6,000 yuan in my hand. Today, let's buy the first course of medicine and start the treatment. Su Wanxue shook her head. No, your family still owes so much money, and you already gave me 6,000 yuan. My illness will cost so much money. How can I use your money again? At worst, she can make the call. She must live. She wanted to stay with Bauer, Bayer, Xianger, and Jiang for a very long time. Jiang said, I'll take care of my family's debts. Your illness is urgent. Listen to me, and I'm not an outsider. I'm your husband. Upon hearing the last sentence, Su Wanxue's face flushed slightly, and she immediately lowered her head. She and Jiang haven't gotten their marriage certificate yet. Jiang once again said that he was her husband. Bauer grabbed Su Wanxue's arm and shook it, saying, Mom, listen to Dad. Let's go buy medicine first today. Bauer wants Mom to get better soon. Bauer doesn't want Mom to be in pain. Jiang continued, Wanxue, I sell eels and tea cakes every morning and can earn 2,000 yuan a day. The internet cafe business is also very good, and I can earn 1,500 yuan a day. I can earn 3,500 yuan a day, and this is just the beginning. Later, I will earn even more. You don't need to hesitate anymore. Come on, let's go pay for the medicine. After listening to Jiang's words and seeing the expectant looks in the eyes of the 3 little girls, Su Wanxue finally nodded. She felt she owed Jiang a lot. I was thinking that I had to get my body back in shape as soon as possible and try to cure the disease completely in 3 courses of treatment. Otherwise, if I had to continue spending money, it would be too expensive. She will definitely be a burden to Jiang at that time. She didn't want to be a burden. She carefully repeated Dr. Chen's words in her mind again. After Jiang Zhou paid for and received the medicine, he followed Dr. Chin's advice and took his 3 little girls to get tested for Helicobacter pylori. The final results showed that all 4 of them tested negative and were not infected. Su Wanxue breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the result. I'm planning to have Lin Xiao get tested tomorrow, otherwise she'll feel uneasy. Back home, Su Wanxue was somewhat sullen. Seeing Su Wanxue's expression, Jiang Zhou comforted her. Don't worry too much, everything will be alright. Su Wanxue nodded. She blamed her poor health for contracting this disease without her body even noticing it. And it will cost such a large sum of money. Just thinking about it made Su Wanxue feel extremely sad. Jiang Zhou knew what Su Wanxue was thinking, so he looked at the 3 girls and gestured for them to keep Su Wanxue company. Bauer looked at Jiang Zhou and nodded. Jiang Zhou then went to the kitchen and started boiling the Chinese medicine that the doctor had just prescribed. After preparing the medicinal broth, Jiang Zhou carried it to the living room and said to Su Wanxue, Wanxue, drink this medicine while it's hot. Jiang Zhou sat down in front of Su Wanxue with the medicinal soup in his bowl, and Su Wanxue took the bowl with both hands. The smell of Chinese medicine filled the air, and Xiang'er frowned slightly when she smelled it. Bauer blinked and said, It smells so good. Belle said, Yes, Mom, drink your medicine quickly. It smells so good, it makes me want to drink it too. Mom will get better soon after she takes the medicine. Upon hearing her 2 older sisters' words, Xiang'er immediately relaxed her furrowed brows and quickly said, Mom, this medicine smells really good. Please drink it quickly. Jiang Zhou smiled and said, The smell of Chinese medicine is indeed very fragrant. It is made from many kinds of precious medicinal materials, and the aroma is very strong. Su Wanxue started drinking Chinese medicine. The Chinese medicine tasted somewhat bitter, but she still endured it and drank it all. Because this traditional Chinese medicine is very expensive. However, after drinking the Chinese medicine, her bronchitis flared up, and she started coughing. Jiang Zhou immediately handed a glass of water to Su Wanxue. Su Wanxue took the water and drank half of it in one gulp before she felt a little better. After Su Wanxue finished drinking, Jiang Zhou wanted to clean up. I can do it myself, Jiang Zhou. You should go and rest. You're exhausted today, Su Wanxue said, looking at Jiang Zhou and trying to comfort him. Jiang Zhou shook his head, sat down, and looked at Su Wanxue, asking, Wanxue, when do you get a day off? Saturday and Sunday, Su Wanxue replied. Jiang Zhou thought that since it was Wednesday, he would take Wanxue and the others back to Yongzhou to see his parents on Saturday. The 2 of them need to finalize their marriage arrangements as soon as possible. Wanxue, I want to take you and the children back to my hometown, Yongzhou, to meet my parents, Jiang Zhou said earnestly to Su Wanxue. Su Wanxue was stunned when she heard Jiang Zhou's words. Su Wanxue did not expect Jiang Zhou to suddenly bring up meeting his parents. Su Wanxue hesitated before saying, I. Seeing Su Wanxue hesitate, Jiang Zhou said, I haven't been home for 5 years. I originally planned to go home this time, but fate brought me to meet you and the children, so I want to bring you home with me to meet my parents. Hearing Jiang Zhou's words, Su Wanxue looked at Jiang Zhou and nodded, saying, Okay, when do we set off? Saturday, Jiang Zhou said. When his parents see Wanxue and the 3 little girls, they will definitely be shocked and pleasantly surprised. Thinking of his parents' surprised and delighted expressions, he felt a sense of anticipation welling up inside him. By the way, Wanxue, where is your household registration now? Jiang Zhou asked Su Wanxue. Still in Beijing, Su Wanxue said. She's from Beijing, but came to work in Changsha and didn't transfer her household registration here. She also registered the household registrations of her 3 daughters in Beijing. Wanxue, I want to marry you. Will you marry me? Jiang Zhou asked, staring intently at Su Wanxue. Chapter 69 I'm willing. Su Wanxue was stunned. She never expected Jiang Zhou to suddenly say that. Then she remembered that Jiang Zhou said he would take the 4 of them back to their hometown on Saturday, and asked her about where her household registration was. Jiang Zhou really intends to marry her. Because marriage certificates need to be issued in the place of household registration of one of the parties. The 3 little girls watched from the side. Seeing this scene, Bauer and Bayer were especially happy and grinned, revealing 8 teeth. Xiang'er looked at Jiang Zhou with some curiosity, and then at her mother, Su Wanxue. In just over a day, she saw that having a father made their lives truly different. The food tasted even better. My mother can now go to the hospital for treatment, and we even have the money for it. Although she didn't know exactly how much 30,000 yuan was, she felt it was a lot of money. Without her father, her family definitely wouldn't have that much money. Having a dad is really great. Wanxue, I'm serious. Jiang Zhou continued, looking at Su Wanxue. You gave birth to Bauer, Bayer, and Xiang'er for me. I, Jiang Zhou, will definitely marry you in this lifetime. However, if you haven't thought it through yet, I won't force you. Jiang Zhou knew that his absence in the previous 5 years had caused Su Wanxue 5 years of hardship, and that Su Wanxue might even have been in great pain, feeling that he had abandoned her. So if Su Wanxue doesn't want to get a marriage certificate with him right now, he can understand. He wouldn't stop seeing Su Wanxue just because she disagreed. On the contrary, he will work even harder to continue pursuing Su Wanxue. He would continue until Su Wanxue accepted him and was willing to marry him. Su Wanxue bit her lip and looked at Jiang Zhou. She saw a deep seriousness in his eyes. After thinking for a moment, she said, I do. She never expected that Jiang Zhou's promise to marry her would come so quickly, but she was willing in her heart. Jiang Zhou had sacrificed so much for her, so why wouldn't she be willing? As for what happened 5 years ago, Jiang Zhou didn't know. Upon hearing the name Su Wanxue, Jiang Zhou immediately smiled happily and excitedly said, Then we'll go back to my hometown and get our marriage certificate. His household registration is still in his hometown. When he went to Beijing to study, he did not transfer his household registration along with his school registration. Bauer and Bayer immediately started jumping and skipping happily in the room. Great news. Mom and Dad are getting married. Happy. Looking forward to it. You can go back to see Grandpa and Grandma now, Dad. Is Dad's dad called Grandpa, and Dad's mom called Grandma. The small home was filled with warmth and joy, sweeping away the gloom brought about by Su Wanxue's illness. In the afternoon, Su Wanxue returned to work. She had only taken a morning off. When Li Lin and Wang Wan saw Su Wanxue arrive for work, they immediately went over to her, full of gossip. Wanxue, what did you do this morning? Li Lin asked Su Wanxue with a smile. Yeah, it seems your guy is quite charming, managing to get our aloof goddess to take half a day off for him. Wang Wan chimed in. Is your man particularly good in that area? So good that you couldn't get out of bed all morning. Li Lin whispered with a smile as she approached Su Wanxue's ear. Married women are bold when they speak. Su Wanxue's ears turned bright red. She gave Li Lin a light push and said, What nonsense are you thinking? I'm not going to chat with you guys anymore. I haven't been to work all morning. I need to get back to work. After saying that, Su Wanxue hurriedly went to her workstation. Li Lin and Wang Wan exchanged a glance, and both smiled. Li Lin whispered to Wang Wan. When I saw Jiang Zhou yesterday, I noticed that his nose was very prominent, so his size must be quite large. Li Lin is a few years older than Wang Wan, and her son is already in junior high school. Although Wang Wan is older than Su Wanxue, she is neither in a relationship nor married. Wang Wan immediately became interested and asked inquiringly, Sisterly, how can you tell a man's sexual prowess by looking at his nose? Sisterly, let me pour you some coffee. Friday arrived quickly. Jiang Zhou had been very busy these past few days, but the busyness also made him feel a special warmth and happiness. He was originally planning to make breakfast. However, every day when he gets up at 5 in the morning, he sees that breakfast has already been prepared on the table. He knew that it was Su Wanxue who got up and did it. He didn't want Su Wanxue to work so hard, but every time he saw Su Wanxue sleeping in bed, he couldn't bear to disturb her. The mutual effort between the two might make Su Wanxue feel more comfortable. He didn't mention this to Su Wanxue. However, he insisted on cooking lunch and dinner himself. Ever since Su Wanxue learned that she had gastritis and Helicobacter pylori, she has stopped eating at the company. I felt a little inferior. Jiang Zhou sensed it, and specially bought Su Wanxue a beautiful lunchbox, personally delivering lunch to her every day at noon. The internet cafe earned 4,500 yuan in 3 days. In addition to his eel and tea oil cake business, Jiang Zhou now has 9,000 yuan in his hands. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After depositing all the money he had earned in the past few days into his bank card, Jiang Zhou went to Wang Wang Internet Cafe. The Internet Cafe was still packed with computers. Jiang Zhou sat at the cashier, looking at the data from the past few days, and then checked the bills again. No problem. Opening an Internet Cafe these days is like making money while lying down. Comfortable. In just 3 days, I earned 4,500 yuan. If I buy more machines and open more Internet Cafe branches, I will make even more money. Lili looked at Jiang Zhou and said with a smile, Boss, this Internet Cafe has been packed every day since it opened. Business is booming. Jiang Zhou nodded slightly. At this moment, Lu Hui walked over and looked at Jiang Zhou, saying, Boss, I've finished the Internet Cafe management system. Would you like to take a look? In the end, Lu Hui seemed a little insecure. After all, it was the first piece of work I had submitted. I wonder if Jiang Zhou will be satisfied. However, he has already devoted all his energy to this task. Jiang Zhou nodded. Only 4 days had passed, and Lu Hui had already developed the Internet Cafe management system, which would also give Lu Hui dark circles under his eyes. It's clear that this kid has been working on this day and night for the past few days. Very thoughtful. He nodded. Lu Hui took Jiang Zhou to see the system he had created. Lu Hui found an empty computer, sat down, and began operating it. While operating the computer, he explained to Jiang Zhou, "Boss, this is the automatic scanning function. Due to my limited capabilities, I can only perform rapid monitoring of up to 50 computers for the time being. It can monitor the usage, check out, whether the computer is turned on, and whether it is not in use of these 50 computers." Chapter 70. Son, are you going to bring your daughter-in-law back? And regarding the computer time you mentioned, there's a module for that. Just click and you can see how much online time you have left. And here, you can recharge directly on it, and it will then be shown in their account balance. Lu Hui explained the Internet Cafe management system he had created to Jiang Zhou. Although it wasn't as advanced as the Internet Cafe management systems popular in later generations, it had all the functions Jiang Zhou wanted, just a bit rudimentary. It doesn't matter. That's enough. Using this system initially will make Internet Cafe management much more convenient. After Jiang Zhou had Lu Hui install the Internet Cafe management system on all the computers in the Internet Cafe, he went to the train station. While the station was still open, they bought bus tickets for them to return to Yangzhou tomorrow. He then called home. "Son, what's wrong?" Lin Yuehua asked immediately upon hearing her son's voice. "Mom, I'm going back tomorrow," Jiang Zhou said happily on the phone. "Great." Lin Yuehua on the other end of the phone was pleasantly surprised, then asked, "When will you arrive?" "At 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I bought the car that was supposed to be driven at 8 o'clock in the morning," Jiang Zhou said. Lin Yuehua nodded happily. 5 years had passed, and her son had finally come home. She was happy and excited to see her son tomorrow. "By the way, son, you said you were going to bring us a surprise last time. What is it?" "Your dad and I have been looking forward to it these past few days," Lin Yuehua said. Jiang Zhou thought of Su Wanxue and the 3 little girls, and said with a smile, "You'll find out tomorrow." Jiang Zhou wondered what his parents' expressions would be when they saw Wanxue and the children tomorrow. Mom and Dad will definitely love the 3 little girls and Wanxue. They should be very happy. "Are you bringing your wife home?" Lin Yuehua asked with a smile. If her son brings his wife back this time, then she and Lao Jiang will have to prepare even more carefully. Jiang Zhou smiled inwardly, not expecting his parents to have guessed correctly, but it wasn't just his wife. "Mom, you'll find out tomorrow," Jiang Zhou said with a smile. "Okay. Mom and Dad are waiting for your surprise. We'll wait for you to come back, and Mom and Dad will treat you to a good meal," Lin Yuehua said expectantly. After saying that, Lin Yuehua and Jiang Zhou hung up the phone. Lin Yuehua put down the phone and happily said to the host next to her, "Old Xiao, thanks." Looking at Lin Yuehua's happy expression, Lao Xiao asked, "What good news has happened to you? Why are you so happy?" "It's nothing. It's just that my son is finally coming home tomorrow," Lin Yuehua said with a smile. Old Xiao said with a smile, "We've been waiting for so long, and your son is finally back." "Haha, yes." Lin Yuehua laughed happily. "Then you're in luck," Old Xiao said, looking at Lin Yuehua. Lin Yuehua waved her hand and said, "I'm happy as long as my son is back. I'll stop here for now. I need to go home and tell Lao Jiang. We still need to sort things out properly." After saying that, Lin Yuehua left. Her mind was filled with the thought of her son finally coming home tomorrow, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Their steps were also much lighter. Lin Yuehua returned to the shop and looked at Jiang Haixing, who was reading a newspaper, and said with a smile, "Old Jiang, our son just said he'll be here at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Let's hurry back to the old house to pack our things." The two of them are now living in a shop in the city. The rented shop is only 1 floor, but the ceiling is 5 meters high. So, in order to make it easier to do business and to save on rent, the couple specially partitioned off a small loft in the shop and lived upstairs. The upstairs area is quite cramped. It can only fit a bed and a cabinet. It's alright for the couple to live there. If Jiang Zhou comes back, he won't be able to live with them. So we'll still have to go back to Jiangjia village eventually. Over the past 5 years, not only has Jiang Zhou worked hard to earn money outside, but he and his wife have also been busy with their snack business all day long. "I get up very early in the morning and work until late at night before closing up. I rarely go back to my hometown. My hometown must be covered in dust by now. Now that Jiang Zhou is coming back, they need to go back to their hometown to clean up, so that Jiang Zhou can live in a spacious and comfortable place." Upon hearing this, Jiang Haixing looked up, put down the newspaper in his hand, and said with a smile, "Let's go." Afterwards, Jiang Haixing closed the shop and boarded the bus back to his hometown with Lin Yuehua. The two chatted about Jiang Zhou all the way, and soon arrived at Jiangjia village. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Zhou handed the phone bill to the shop owner and went upstairs. Back home, Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger were in the living room looking at the picture books Jiang Zhou had bought for them last time. The 3 little girls watched with great interest. "Dad's home," Jiang Zhou shouted. The three little girls immediately turned to look at Jiang Zhou. Daddy Bauer and Bayer called out sweetly. Jiang Zhou was overjoyed and looked at Xiang'er beside him. Xiang'er also raised her head and looked at Jiang Zhou with a curious expression. Jiang Zhou knew Xiang'er's personality and also knew that he had missed too much of this little girl's time in the past 5 years. He wasn't in a hurry, and he believed that Xiang'er would eventually accept him as her father. He calls himself Dad. Jiang Zhou looked at the three little girls and said with a smile, Bauer, Bayer, Xiang'er, stop looking at the picture book. Daddy has something to tell you three sisters. The three little girls immediately stopped looking at the picture book, put it aside, sat up obediently, and looked like they were listening attentively. Dad is going back to his hometown of Yongzhou tomorrow. Would you like to come with him? Jiang Zhou asked the three little girls. Although he told Su Wanxue yesterday about taking her back to his hometown. But I haven't told the three little ones yet. They had already bought train tickets for their family of 5, and now, looking at the three little girls, he wanted to ask for their opinions. Yongzhou, Belle asked Yehuodud. What kind of place is that? This is where Daddy lived when he was little. Your grandparents are still there. Daddy is going back to see them this time. Daddy hasn't been back for a long time. Jiang Zhou explained to the three little girls. Really? Isn't it beautiful there? Xiang'er asked curiously. Jiang Zhou nodded and said, we want to go back with Daddy. To see Grandpa and Grandma. Bauer said, looking at Jiang Zhou. Yes, we should go back with Dad too. I haven't met Grandpa and Grandma yet. Belle nodded at Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou smiled as he looked at Bauer and Bayer, then turned to Xiang'er beside him and asked, Xiang'er, would you like to go back with Daddy? Xiang'er looked at Jiang Zhou, remained silent for a moment, and then asked softly, will Mom go? Chapter 71, Meeting the In-Laws. Of course, Jiang Zhou said without hesitation. Xiang'er's eyes lit up instantly after hearing this. Then Xiang'er is willing. Xiang'er looked at Jiang Zhou and said. When Jiang Zhou heard that Xiang'er had agreed to go back with him, a faint smile appeared on his lips. He slowly reached out and ruffled Xiang'er's soft hair, smiling as he said, Xiang'er is such a good girl. Xiang'er lowered her head a little shyly after being praised by Jiang Zhou. Bauer and Bayer, who were standing nearby, were very happy to see Xiang'er's shy expression. The fact that Xiang'er was willing to go back to her father's hometown shows that she really likes and accepts him. That's great. I can go home and visit my dad's hometown. And to see my grandparents. They saw that other children had grandparents, but they didn't. It turns out they did have it. They just hadn't seen it yet. In the future, when they talk about their grandparents, they can proudly say that they also have grandparents. After a while, Su Wanxue returned home. Mom, you're back. The three little girls immediately ran to Su Wanxue and shouted happily. Su Wanxue knelt down, hugged the three little girls into her arms, and said with a smile, Bauer, Bayer, Xiang'er, did you miss Mommy? Of course. We all miss our moms. Xiang'er said with a smile. Jiang Zhou stood to the side watching Xiang'er be so close to Su Wanxue, and he also secretly hoped that Xiang'er would be so close to him in the future, hugging his leg, acting coquettishly, and saying, Daddy, I want to eat an ice pop. Just thinking about it makes me really look forward to it. Belle blinked at Su Wanxue and said mischievously, Daddy misses you too. Su Wanxue gently pinched Belle's cheek. Little girl, you're so clever and mischievous. They're so young, yet they already know how to talk about adults' love affairs. She glanced up at Jiang Zhou quickly, and her eyes met his gentle gaze. Her face flushed. Although she has 3 daughters, the chance eye contact between the two made her feel her heart flutter. She forced herself to calm down. Stand up. Jiang Zhou handed a glass of water to Su Wanxue and said with a smile, You've had a hard day. Su Wanxue took the water, smiled, shook her head, and said, It's no trouble at all. Compared to Jiang Zhou's early mornings and late nights, her work was nothing. Afterwards, Su Wanxue brought the 3 little girls to the living room. Jiang Zhou followed behind and said to Su Wanxue, Wanxue, I've already bought the tickets home for tomorrow. It's for 8 a.m., and we'll arrive at 1 p.m. Okay. After saying that, Su Wanxue thought of something and asked Jiang Zhou, should we go out and buy some things to take back to your parents? This was, after all, her first time going home with Jiang Zhou to meet his parents, and it would seem impolite of her to go empty-handed. No need, my parents don't care about those things, Jiang Zhou said, shaking his head. But, Jiang Zhou said with a smile, it's okay. When we get back, we'll see what they need, and then we'll buy it for them. That would be even better, wouldn't it? Su Wanxue thought about it, and thought it was a good idea. She nodded and said, Okay, then I'll go pack my luggage first. Mom, let me help you tidy up, Bauer said. Belle will help Mommy pack her luggage too. Xiang'er also stood up, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Su Wanxue. Although she didn't say anything, she clearly wanted to help Su Wanxue pack her things. Seeing how sensible her daughters were, Su Wanxue smiled and said, Okay. Come and help Mom tidy up. Jiang Zhou was very happy to see how enthusiastic the three children were. He smiled and said, You guys go ahead and get busy. I'll go make dinner. Su Wanxue nodded, then led the three little girls back to their room to pack their clothes and toys. Jiang Zhou returned to the kitchen, picked up an apron, and began to get busy. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Su Wanxue was taking a shower. Jiang Zhou looked at the three little girls and said, It's time to go to bed. The three little girls nodded obediently and then climbed into bed. Jiang Zhou couldn't help but smile as he looked at the three little girls' well-behaved appearance. After gently helping them turn off the lights, he left the bedroom and returned to Su Wanxue's room. Lying on the bed, Jiang Zhou stared at the ceiling, his mind filled with images of Su Wanxue with the three little girls. After a while, Su Wanxue finished showering and came out of the bathroom, returning to her room. Looking at Su Wanxue's fair skin and shapely figure, Jiang Zhou suddenly felt his throat go dry. He took a few deep breaths to suppress the lustful fire within him and said, Wanxue, get some rest early tonight. We'll set off first thing tomorrow morning. Su Wanxue felt the burning gaze in Jiang Zhou's eyes, and her delicate body trembled slightly. It's the middle of summer now, and although the two of them sleep on a narrow bed that's only 1.5 meters wide every night, Jiang Zhou always behaves very well. Her gaze remained perfectly normal. But at this moment, the fiery look in Jiang Zhou's eyes made her ears burn. She tried her best to avoid looking at Jiang Zhou. She climbed onto the bed from the foot of the bed, and once inside, she turned to her side. Then she slowly parted her red lips and asked, Are Bauer and the others asleep? Unbeknownst to her, by leaning her back against Jiang Zhou, she revealed her fair back and elegant, slender neck to him. There was a black mole on her neck, which made Jiang Zhou's gaze deepen. There was a primal urge to kiss that mole. However, he managed to restrain himself. He was already incredibly lucky to be able to sleep in the same bed as Su Wanxue. If he frightens Su Wanxue, he won't even have the privilege of sharing a bed with her anymore, and then he'll have nowhere to turn for regret. He took a deep breath and reached out to turn off the light. The ripples in the room were also turned off. Jiang Zhou, not hearing a reply from Jiang Zhou, Su Wanxue asked again. She's asleep. Jiang Zhou breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling a little better, and replied. Okay, Su Wanxue replied. After that, neither of them spoke again. Night, darkness. The summer breeze blows in through the window, slightly cool. The wind brought Su Wanxue's mind back to normal, and she began to think. Jiang Zhou is taking her and the children back to his hometown to meet his parents tomorrow. Thinking of Jiang Zhou's parents, she felt a little nervous. After all, I'll be meeting my in-laws soon. I don't know if my in-laws are easy to get along with. Moreover, she was born out of wedlock, and it's unknown whether her in-laws will think she's an immoral woman, etc. She had a lot on her mind, so she lay in bed for a long time without being able to fall asleep. Moreover, because Jiang Zhou was sleeping next to her, she didn't dare to move around unnecessarily. Chapter 72 Returning to Yongzhou. Jiang Zhou, are you asleep? After a while, Su Wanxue asked softly. Not yet, what is it? Jiang Zhou asked in a hoarse voice. His mind was filled with the beautiful image of Su Wanxue after her bath. I felt no sleepiness whatsoever. With the slightest movement, he felt hot and uncomfortable all over, and wished he could rush into the bathroom and take a cold shower immediately. Su Wanxue asked somewhat nervously, Won't your parents like me? Jiang Zhou was both amused and exasperated by Su Wanxue's words. He turned to look at her and said, How could that be? You're so wonderful, they definitely adore you. But Su Wanxue's tone was still a little uneasy. Jiang Zhou sighed helplessly and said, Don't worry, my parents are easy to get along with. And with me here tomorrow, no one will bully you, Jiang Zhou said confidently. Hearing this, Su Wanxue felt a warmth in her heart, and her previous worries were largely dispelled by Jiang Zhou's words. She nodded and softly replied, Okay. Jiang Zhou said softly, Wanxue, we have to get up early to go to the bus station tomorrow. You've worked all day today, so don't worry too much. I'm here, so don't worry about anything. Okay, you should go to bed early too. You got up so early this morning, Su Wanxue said with concern. Okay, let's sleep together. Good. Jiang Zhou got up early the next morning. Since he had bought a bus ticket to return to his hometown at 8 o'clock that morning, he wouldn't be going to collect eels or sell tea oil cakes that day. As for supplying eels to Huangshan Noodle Shop, he bought 3 days' worth yesterday and delivered it to the noodle shop, telling the owner that he was taking his wife and children back to his hometown for 3 days. The noodle shop owners all expressed their understanding. Moreover, Jiang Zhou delivered 3 days' worth of food, so the eels wouldn't die even if kept in the shop for 3 days. Moreover, 2 of the female owners especially praised Jiang Zhou as a good husband, assuring him that they would not accept eels from other vendors during his 3-day absence and would wait for him to return to deliver eels to them. When Jiang Zhou got up, he found that Su Wanxue was already making breakfast. It was 6 in the morning, the sky was just beginning to lighten, and the morning light streamed into the kitchen, adding a hazy beauty to Su Wanxue. Jiang Zhou couldn't resist and hugged her from behind. Su Wanxue's small body trembled slightly. She turned around and saw Jiang Zhou. Her face flushed. "You're up. Okay, I don't need to go out to collect deals today. I'll make breakfast. You go and wake the daughters up." Jiang Zhou's voice was husky from just waking up, making it particularly sexy and magnetic. He spoke again in Su Wanxue's ear, and the sound caused tiny red rashes to appear on Su Wanxue's fair neck. She unconsciously tilted her head to the side, put down the kitchen knife in her hand, and said, "Okay, Xiang'er hasn't eaten much of the breakfasts I've made these past 3 days. She still prefers yours. After I wake them up, you teach me how to make breakfast." She wanted to help Jiang Zhou share the burden and also wanted her daughters to eat more, especially the youngest daughter, Xiang'er. Jiang Zhou nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, no problem. Teaching my wife to cook is no problem at all." Su Wanxue washed her hands and went to the bathroom to freshen up. After she finished washing up, she went into the room of the 3 little girls. Seeing the 3 little ones lying haphazardly on the bed, she first picked them up one by one and put them down. Then, sitting on the edge of the bed, looking at the lovely girls, a warm smile unconsciously appeared on her face. "Today, I'm taking the 3 little ones back to Jiang Zhou's hometown to meet Jiang Zhou's parents. Hopefully, Jiang Zhou's parents will like the 3 little ones." However, she heard from many people that her in-laws preferred their grandsons to their granddaughters. They are very sexist. Her family is the same in this respect. I didn't know Jiang Zhou's family would react this way. But then she remembered what Jiang Zhou had told her last night, that he was there for them and wouldn't let anyone bully them. She felt relieved again. An ugly daughter-in-law will eventually have to meet her in-laws. Moreover, Jiang Zhou said that he wanted to go back to Yongzhou this time to get their marriage certificate there. Thinking about this, she felt hopeful again. His gaze returned to the 3 little girls who were sleeping soundly, and he began to call to them. "Wake them up one by one. Bauer, Bayer, Xiang'er, wake up. We're going back to Daddy's hometown today. Go wash your face and brush your teeth." When Bauer and Bayer heard that they were going back to their father's hometown, they immediately got out of bed and ran into the bathroom to brush their teeth. Su Wanxue pinched Xiang'er, who was still half asleep in bed, and said, "Xiang'er, get up quickly. The sun is already high in the sky." "Ugh, Mom, I don't want to get up," Xiang'er said, frowning and pouting. "Hurry up." Su Wanxue picked up Xiang'er and carried her directly into the bathroom to wash up. After the 3 girls finished washing up, Su Wanxue had them look at the letter pronunciations and practice their pronunciation. She then went to the kitchen. Learn how to make breakfast from Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou taught her carefully, for example, how to make pan-fried buns, how to mix the meat filling so that the filling would taste better, and how to wrap pan-fried buns to make them look better, etc. Su Wanxue studied very diligently. After breakfast, Jiang Zhou took Su Wanxue and the 3 little girls to the bus station. On the way, Jiang Zhou carried the large suitcases of Su Wanxue and her 3 daughters in one hand, and held Belle's hand in the other. Su Wanxue held Bauer and Xiang'er's hands as she walked, instructing the 3 little girls. "You 3 must hold your father and mother's hands tightly, okay? Otherwise, be careful not to be kidnapped by bad people." "Okay," the 3 little girls replied in unison. After Zhang Haixing and Lin Yuehua thoroughly cleaned the house, they were still not satisfied. "What should I do? The house is still too messy." Lin Yuehua looked distressed. Zhang Haixing looked at Lin Yuehua's sour expression and smiled, saying, "After all, it's been so long since we've been back, and many places are covered in dust. Take your time, there's no need to rush." "Sigh, all this furniture is so old," Lin Yuehua continued. After their family went bankrupt, they couldn't afford anything nice anymore and could only buy cheap furniture. But this furniture was really too old, all purchased in the 1980s. They themselves are used to living here, but she is worried that her son will not be. This house was where Jiang Zhou lived when he was 5 years old. Later, his family made money and moved to the city, and then gradually moved from Yongzhou to Changsha. After his family went bankrupt, Jiang Zhou dropped out of university and took a slow train to Shanghai to work. This is Jiang Zhou's first time back. Hearing Lin Yuehua say that the furniture was old, Zhang Haixing felt a pang of pain in his heart. They had been poor for a long time. Chapter 73. Our family will become rich again sooner or later. Seeing the change in Zhang Haixing's expression, Lin Yuehua quickly changed the subject. "All right, let's clean the house again. A clean house will make our son feel more comfortable." Hearing this, Zhang Haixing finally snapped out of his thoughts. "Okay, let's get to work now." Zhang Haixing readily agreed and started working, with Lin Yuehua joining in as well. Just then, Zhang Haixing's sister-in-law, Yang Li, passed by Jiang Haixing's house and heard the sounds coming from inside. Yang Li immediately stopped and looked into the house. She saw Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua bustling around inside the house. Are they going back to their hometown to live? No, shouldn't they be living in the county town now? Yang Li muttered to herself. She knew that Jiang Haixing and his family had opened a snack shop in the city a few years ago and usually wouldn't come back to live in the countryside anymore. Why did they come back to live here this time? Yang Li was puzzled and decided to go and see what they were up to. She's still growing vegetables in Jiang Haixing's vegetable garden. What will happen to the vegetable garden if they come back? She walked straight into Jiang Haixing's courtyard and looked around. I was startled. She noticed that there was a pile of ingredients in the kitchen. There are ducks, fish, and chickens. These ingredients are only eaten during the Lunar New Year. No one would normally be willing to eat such good food. Not to mention those who are already bankrupt and owe huge debts. Hey, second brother, second sister-in-law, what brings you back? Yang Li pretended to have just noticed Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua and walked up to them, speaking in a surprised tone. Yang Li's voice immediately caught the attention of Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua, who both turned around to look at her. Yes, something came up, Jiang Haixing replied casually. Lin Yuehua's face immediately darkened. That sister-in-law of hers is like a persistent ghost. Every time I come back to my hometown, I run into that family. It's so unlucky. When they were rich, this woman's family would fawn over them. But ever since they fell on hard times, this family has completely turned their backs on them. Not only do they not help them at all, they also keep mocking and ridiculing them. There are 4 siblings in Lao Zhang's family. At that time, Jiang Haixing had just gone bankrupt. He not only lost all his money, but also owed a huge debt of millions. Only his 3rd and 4th brothers lent him money. The eldest son's family and Jiang Haixing's parents didn't contribute a single penny. Back when Jiang Haixing was successful, he gave his parents a lot of money, totaling at least 100,000 yuan, including gifts during holidays. However, the old man simply refused to take out any money. Not only that, the old man also gave Jiang Haixing 400 yuan a month for living expenses. The 2 elderly people now live in the house of the eldest brother next door. Lin Yuehua grew angrier the more she thought about it, and her gaze toward Yang Li turned icy. Yang Li didn't mind at all. Looking around, everything was spotless, as if it hadn't been there for just a day or two. It looks like they're planning to stay permanently. She felt both happy and unhappy. The good news is that Jiang Haixing's family is coming back to live here, which means they definitely can't make a living in the city anymore. Life got poorer and poorer. The happier she is. Who made Jiang Haixing's family so successful back then, and why did they get a lot of scoldings from Jiang's parents? Now that Jiang Haixing's family is getting poorer and poorer, she can smugly step on their heads. Awesome. However, what upset her was that Jiang Haixing was coming back to live with her, which meant he would definitely be growing vegetables. But she didn't want to give back the vegetable garden she had taken over. She asked with a smile, "Are you planning to stay here permanently this time?" Thinking of something, Lin Yuehua didn't reply to Yang Li's words, but turned to Jiang Haixing and said, "Haixing, I just saw a lot of vegetables in our vegetable garden. I wonder which kind person planted them for us. I'll go pick some later and stir-fry a small dish for lunch." Yang Li's expression immediately changed. She gave an awkward smile and said, "Yuehua, those are vegetables I planted. You 2 haven't been back for so long, and I thought the vegetable garden was just going to sit idle, so I planted some vegetables. If you want to eat them, I'll pick them for you. After all, we're family." Lin Yuehua exclaimed in surprise, "Sister-in-law, did you plant these? Thank you so much. My Jiang Zhou is coming back soon, and I was worried he wouldn't have any vegetables to eat. I saw that we have planted quite a few sweet potatoes, water spinach, edamame, and cucumbers in our vegetable garden. My Jiang Zhou is so lucky." Yang Li was immediately put down when she heard this. Before she could say anything more, Lin Yuehua said, "Oh dear, sister-in-law, the house is so dirty, we still have to clean." As Lin Yuehua spoke, she vigorously waved the handkerchief in her hand, constantly brushing the dust off the porch. All the photos were taken of Yang Li. Yang Li screamed. She was wearing brand new clothes that she had just bought. Startled, she quickly ran out of the main room. However, after running into the courtyard, she stopped as if she had thought of something, turned around and called out to Lin Yuehua with a smile. "Yuehua, Jiang Zhou is coming back. That is indeed a great thing to celebrate. He's been working in Shanghai for 5 years and hasn't come back. Did he make a lot of money in Shanghai? Then he'll have to take good care of you. Jiang Zhou's grandparents live with us. Jiang Zhou must be thinking about them and will bring them gifts. I'll go back and tell them about it." After saying that, Yang Li brushed the dust off her clothes with disgust and walked away. Lin Yuehua didn't reply and simply threw the rag in her hand outside. His face was puffed up with anger. "You bastard. Not only did they seize their family's vegetable garden to grow vegetables, but they also made Jiang Zhou bring gifts to visit those two people. Hateful. Seeing his wife being wronged, Jiang Haixing felt very uncomfortable. He patted Lin Yuehua on the shoulder and said, "Yuehua, don't be angry. It's not worth ruining your health over a woman like that. Trust me, our family will be rich again sooner or later." When he spoke his last sentence, Jiang Haixing's gaze was very firm. Lin Yuehua calmed herself down a bit and nodded. Jiang Zhou sighed. He, along with Su Wanxue and the three young girls, were already on the bus back to Yongzhou. The three little girls didn't originally need to buy tickets, but Jiang Zhouxiang wanted Su Wanxue and the children to be more comfortable, so he bought 3 extra tickets. When Su Wanxue found out, she felt it was a waste of money, so she asked Jiang Zhou to refund one of the train tickets. Jiang Zhou couldn't refuse Su Wanxue, so he agreed to refund one of the train tickets. Bauer and Bayer sat in the front row. Su Wanxue, holding Xiang'er, sat with Jiang Zhou in the row behind them. Chapter 74, bringing his wife and daughter back to Jiangjia village. Bell and Bauer were both very well behaved, not making a sound the whole way, just curiously looking at the scenery outside the window. Su Wanxue sat in her seat holding Xiang'er, who was already asleep. Su Wanxue looked out the window, still feeling a little uneasy. I wonder if they will be able to gain the approval of Jiang Zhou's parents when they arrive at the Jiang family home. Seeing that Su Wanxue hadn't said much along the way, Jiang Zhou said to her, "Wanxue, relax, don't be nervous." "I'm not nervous," Su Wanxue said, trying to appear calm. Jiang Zhou smiled slightly as he looked at Su Wanxue's tense face, but he didn't expose her. "Wanxue, let me hold Xiang'er. You must be tired from holding her all this time." "Let me hold her," Jiang Zhou said. Upon hearing this, Su Wanxue handed Xiang'er, whom she was holding, to Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou carefully took Xiang'er into his arms and let her lean against him. Xiang'er nestled in Jiang Zhou's arms, fast asleep, a sweet smile on her little face, looking incredibly adorable. Jiang Zhou felt an unusual warmth in his heart as he looked at Xiang'er's adorable sleeping face. He looked at Xiang'er in his arms, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. After arriving in Yongzhou, Jiang Zhou carried the luggage and led Su Wanxue and the others off the bus. As soon as they got out of the car, a group of drivers who were picking up passengers surrounded them. "Young man, where are you going?" "Hitch a ride." "Young man, need a ride?" Listening to people speaking in Yongzhou dialect and shouting various phrases, and seeing the mottled walls all around that have been weathered by time, it felt very different. I, Jiang Zhou, returned to my hometown of Yongzhou in 1999. Although Yongzhou at this time was not as developed as it would be in later years, the traffic was still quite congested, especially near the bus station, where people came and went. The old-fashioned bicycles sped through the streets, accompanied by the sounds of bells and the rumble of motorcycles. Street vendors selling corn, sweet potatoes, sugar figurines, pancakes, and other snacks can be seen everywhere on both sides of the street. The place was bustling with noise. People's clothing at this time was not as flashy as it would be in later generations. Most people wore factory uniforms. There are no tall buildings rising up around here yet, only 2 or 3 houses about 5 stories high. Looking at these familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar scenes, Jiang Zhou smiled slightly. It's so good to be reborn. After expressing his feelings, he took Su Wanxue and the children and got into the car back to Jiangjia village. After Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua finished tidying up the house, Jiang Haixing checked the time. It was already midnight. "Our son should be home soon. We need to hurry up and prepare the meal so he can eat when he gets back," Jiang Haixing said. "Okay, I'll cook lunch for my son today and make him a delicious meal," Lin Yuehua said happily. After saying this, Lin Yuehua went into the kitchen and started working. Jiang Haixing assisted Lin Yuehua, helping her kill ducks and wash vegetables. "Old Jiang, when do you think my son will be able to find a wife?" Lin Yuehua asked while picking vegetables. Lin Yuehua thought to herself, if the surprise my son mentioned was bringing home a daughter-in-law, how wonderful that would be. However, she also felt it was somewhat unlikely. After all, their family still owed millions of dollars. Which woman would dare to marry into their family? Jiang Haixing said with a smile, "What's the rush? Zhou is still young, only 23 years old this year. No need to rush. Besides, finding a girlfriend for Zhou now would only hurt the girl, wouldn't it? I think the surprise Zhou mentioned must mean that he has really found a way to make money. He told us about it on the phone last time. Hopefully this is a good path, and our family can make a fortune again through this." Lin Yuehua nodded after hearing Jiang Haixing's words. The two of them started working in the kitchen. "Old Jiang, go check if our son has come back yet," Lin Yuehua said after a while. "I'll go right away." Jiang Haixing grabbed a cucumber, ran out of the kitchen, looked around the door for a while, and when he didn't see Jiang Zhou return, he ran back into the kitchen. "Zhou is probably still on his way. Let's continue cooking. We can eat as soon as Zhou gets home." "All right, I need to start simmering this chicken soup first. It's good for your health. Jojo has suffered so much these past 5 years. He needs a good boost, Lin Yuehua said happily. Jiang Haixing smiled and nodded. Yang Li, sitting at home next door, smelled the aroma of meat wafting from Jiang Haixing's kitchen when her stomach suddenly rumbled loudly. Thinking about how Jiang Haixing's family had slaughtered chickens and ducks today, she couldn't help but swallow hard. How long has it been since she last ate chicken or duck? Although there are chickens and ducks at home, they are only used for laying eggs. They are only killed for food during festivals or when her youngest son, Jiang Yin, comes home. Thinking of this, Yang Li touched her stomach, feeling extremely uncomfortable. She could smell her own saliva almost dripping down her throat. So what if Jiang Zhou is back? Is it really worth Jiang Haixing and his wife making such a big fuss about it? Have the foreign debts been paid off? Yang Li sat angrily in the chair, her hands supporting her chin, her eyes flashing with rage, looking extremely angry. My youngest son, Jiang Yin, has been admitted to Beijing Normal University, a top-tier university. When you get out of school, you're going to become an official. Unlike Jiang Zhou, who only attended a third-tier, unaccredited university and dropped out after a year to work, no matter how hard he tries, he'll never amount to anything and will be destined to be a screwdriver for life. After her youngest son graduates, she will eat all these delicious foods every day, making Jiang Haixing and his family envious. Snort. Thinking about this made Yang Li feel much better. At this moment, Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing came out of the kitchen carrying freshly cooked dishes. After Lin Yuehua placed the dishes on the table, a bright and expectant smile immediately appeared on her face as she looked at the table full of food. After a bumpy half-hour ride, the car finally arrived at the entrance of Jiangjia village. Most of the houses in the village are still made of tile roofs, scattered in different ways. Unlike the reinforced concrete cities of later generations, they have a pastoral and old-fashioned feel, which is very comfortable to look at. Jiang Zhou looked at the village before him and sighed with emotion. Is this where Dad grew up? Bauer asked, her round eyes wide as she looked at the village before her. Yes, Dad used to live here, Jiang Zhou said to Bauer with a smile. Bauer likes it here, and Bauer wants to grow up here too. Bauer nodded vigorously after saying this, indicating that she really liked this place. Jiang Zhou couldn't help but chuckle as he watched Bauer's actions. Belle looked at the scene before her, then looked at Jiang Zhou and grabbed the hem of his clothes with her soft little hands. When Jiang Zhou saw Belle like this, he reached out and patted Belle's little head. Xiang'er nestled in Su Wanxue's arms. The journey had been too bumpy, and Xiang'er's face was pale and bloodless. Chapter 75. Jiang's parents are shocked. Their son returns with his wife and granddaughter. Jiang Zhou felt heartbroken seeing Xiang'er like this. Xiang'er had suffered so much this time. Seeing the worried look on Jiang Zhou's face, Su Wanxue said softly, "Don't worry, Xiang'er is just carsick from the bumpy ride." Jiang Zhou looked at Su Wanxue and nodded. "Let's go, let's hurry into the village." Su Wanxue said with a smile. "Let's go? Mom and Dad are waiting for us at home. We can make it in time for lunch." Jiang Zhou carried the luggage and led Bauer and Bayer into the village, while Su Wanxue carried Xiang'er and followed beside Jiang Zhou. As soon as Jiang Zhou and his group entered the village, they attracted the attention of many people. Jiang Zhou is very handsome, Su Wanxue is very beautiful, and the 3 little ones they have are all exquisitely beautiful. Especially Bauer and Bayer, although the 2 little ones have different clothing styles, they look particularly cute and eye-catching in the new clothes Jiang Zhou bought for them. It's obvious at a glance that they are twins. They look exactly alike. It's rare to see such a handsome young man as Jiang Zhou in the village. The village children are always covered in mud or have snot on their noses. None of them are like Bauer, Bayer, and Xiang'er. Especially since this time of day is right after lunchtime. Everyone is picking their teeth, chatting, playing cards, and so on in front of their own homes. Upon seeing this group of people arrive, they all immediately turned their attention to them. They started chatting. "Hey, who is this person? I've never seen him before. Never seen it before. It's definitely not from our village. Whose son could he be? He's quite the handsome young man. He's quite handsome. It's the first time I've ever seen such a handsome young man. His wife is beautiful too." Jiang Zhou lived in Jiangjia village when he was a child. He would occasionally come back after he grew up, and he hadn't been back for the past 5 years, so many people in the village didn't recognize him. However, as they walked, Jiang Zhou's relatives spotted him. They knew Jiang Zhou. The moment he saw Jiang Zhou, he was completely stunned. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zhou returned with a beautiful woman and 3 girls. This is... Shocked, he immediately realized what was happening and ran towards Jiang Haixing's house. "Old Jiang, your son Jojo is back. Come out and see him. He brought some people with him." His shouts immediately attracted Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua, who were busy in the kitchen. They stopped what they were doing and ran happily out of the kitchen. When they saw Jiang Zhou, Su Wanxue, and the three little girls standing in the courtyard, they were stunned for a moment, and their eyes showed surprise. Lin Yuehua actually guessed the surprise her son had mentioned. My son really brought his wife home. And those three little girls, each one is so pretty and cute. Could this be their granddaughter? The son is back, bringing not only his wife, but also his granddaughter. What a wonderful thing. Dad, Mom, this is Su Wanxue, my girlfriend. These are my three children with Wanxue, Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger. Jiang Zhou introduced to Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua. Then he said to Su Wanxue and the three little ones, Wanxue, these are my parents. Bauer, Bayer, Xianger, these are your grandparents. The three little ones stared at Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua with their big, round eyes full of curiosity. Su Wanxue greeted Jiang's parents somewhat shyly. Hello, uncle and aunt. Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua were both shocked. Unexpectedly, these three little girls were actually their granddaughters. Okay. They smiled and quickly said to Su Wanxue, Xiaoxue, Bauer, Bayer, Xianger, you must be tired from your long journey back. Su Wanxue said, it's not hard work. Although the three little girls hadn't spoken yet, because they were shy, Bauer and Bayer's eyes were bright and lively as they looked at Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua. And a faint smile. Looking at his parents, Jiang Zhou felt a surge of emotion. Being reborn was truly wonderful. My parents aren't old yet, and their hair isn't gray. They are all very young. Very good. Jiang Zhou gave each of them a big hug and called out, Dad, Mom, you little rascal, you finally know how to come home. Feeling her son's body temperature, Lin Yuehua's eyes immediately welled up with tears. Jiang Haixing patted Jiang Zhou on the shoulder, his eyes also a little red. My son is finally home. That's wonderful. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry it's been so long since I came home to see you. Jiang Zhou saw that his parents' eyes were red, and he was also affected by their emotions, his voice becoming hoarse. My parents must have missed me terribly these past 5 years. However, in his previous life, he had no choice but to work hard to earn money. Otherwise, if he didn't pay off the family's debts as soon as possible, the whole family would never have a good life. Silly child, don't say that. Your parents know you've had a hard time these past few years. Lin Yuehua wiped away her tears and said, it's good that you're back. Su Wanxue stood aside, watching Jiang Zhou reunite with his parents, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. Jiang Zhou and his parents have a very good relationship, which warms her heart and makes her feel happy. It also reminds her of her own family. Thinking of her family, her face stiffened slightly. Upon hearing the news of Jiang Zhou's return, Yang Li quickly came out of her house. Seeing the Jiang family enjoying themselves, she felt a pang of jealousy and bitterness. That brat Jiang Zhou actually came back. And he even brought back such a beautiful wife and 3 daughters. But that woman was really foolish. She actually followed Jiang Zhou and even had 3 children with him. Jiang Zhou's family still owes over 1 million yuan in debt, and she'll have a lot of trouble to deal with later. Could it be that the woman is unaware of Jiang Zhou's family's debts? If that woman knew about this, why would she be willing to live a miserable life with Jiang Zhou, a poor boy, burdened by an endless debt? A thought suddenly flashed through her mind. She curled her lips into a mocking smile. He immediately put aside his thoughts and went straight into Jiang Haixing's house. Zhou's back. Jiang Haixing heard the voice, turned around, and saw that it was Yang Li. He immediately frowned. When Lin Yuehua saw Yang Li, her expression changed slightly. This woman is here again. It's definitely not going to be good. Jiang Zhou noticed the unusual situation between his parents. He turned his head, glanced at the person who had come, and then remained silent without saying a word or greeting them. Because the person who came was his aunt, Yang Li. Yang Li is a snob. When her family was doing well, she asked them for help and took advantage of them in various ways. But ever since her family went bankrupt, this aunt has always taken advantage of their misfortune and made sarcastic remarks to her parents. Chapter 76, Call Me Grandma. Zhou, it's been several years since you've been home, hasn't it? When you do come home, spend more time with your parents. They've missed you a lot these past few years. Yang Li looked at Jiang Zhou with a forced smile on her face. Then she looked at Su Wanxue and sighed inwardly, thinking that Su Wanxue was even more beautiful up close. Her skin was snow white and delicate, and her features were so exquisite that they seemed to have been sculpted by the goddess Nuwa herself. It's absolutely gorgeous. That woman could possibly be with Jiang Zhou. She was secretly jealous. After nodding to Su Wanxue with a smile, she continued to Jiang Zhou. Zhou, is this your girlfriend? She's really beautiful. You have to cherish her, Zhou, don't let her suffer with you. Jiang Zhou narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Li. Auntie, you don't need to worry. I will naturally treat Wanxue well and won't let her suffer with me. I wonder how much money your aunt has secretly given to your brother over the years. I heard that your brother already has a cell phone and a car. The Jiang family is unaware of this matter at the moment. It wasn't until 2 years later that this issue came to light, and it caused quite a stir at the time. Yang Li spent a total of over 100,000 yuan of her family's money. At that time, his uncle Jiang Dai and Yang Li fought so badly over this matter that they were both bleeding from head wounds. Jiang Dai and Yang Li lived a very frugal life, only killing chickens and geese on holidays, and eating meat only once every 2 weeks on weekdays. Despite living such a hard life, Yang Li actually saved all her money and gave it to her younger brother. What a blatant brother-obsessed monster. As soon as Jiang Zhou said this, Yang Li's expression changed immediately. She immediately said, "What did you say?" "At most, I just bring some gifts to my family during holidays. I've never given anything to my family. As for my brother having a cell phone and buying a car, I've never heard of that. Where did you hear that? I'll have to make a call and ask him where he's made his fortune." After saying that, Yang Li left in a hurry. Lin Yuehua looked at Jiang Zhou and asked, "Really?" Jiang Zhou smiled and said, "Mom, think about it. How many favors did Uncle's family ask us for back then? After our family went bankrupt, they didn't lend us any money. How could they still be living such a hard life in the countryside?" Lin Yuehua thought about it for a moment and then understood. Where did the money go? It must have ended up in the pockets of Yang Li's family. She didn't say much more. That was Jiang Dai's family matter. However, if Yang Li dared to show off in front of her again, she wouldn't mind stirring things up. Thinking about this made her feel relieved. My son is really something else. He managed to subdue Yang Li the moment he got back. Otherwise, I don't know how Yang Li would have bullied me. She quickly looked at Su Wanxue and the 3 little ones and said with a smile, "Come on, it's hot outside. Let's not talk in the yard. Let's go inside and enjoy the fan. Old Jiang, go to the kitchen and cut the watermelon." Now that her daughter-in-law and granddaughter have returned, she doesn't have any extra time to think about Yang Li. "Hurry up and greet your daughter-in-law and granddaughter first." Jiang Haixin grinned and went to the kitchen to cut a watermelon. Jiang Zhou led Bauer and Bayer into the house with Su Wanxue. Upon entering the house, Jiang Zhou looked at the familiar furnishings and furniture. Although these things are a bit old, they look so warm and harmonious, full of a strong sense of home. Moreover, the house was very clean and tidy, so it must have been cleaned by my parents. "Wanxue, you and the children, sit down quickly. Don't be shy. This is your home." Lin Yuehua looked at Su Wanxue and the 3 little girls with a kind smile on her face. "Thank you, Auntie." Su Wanxue gently thanked Lin Yuehua. Her voice was clear, melodious, and very pleasant to listen to. "Good boy, don't be shy, we're family now." Lin Yuehua's face was full of smiles. She really adores this child. He's so beautiful and seems so clever. I just don't know if Zhou told the other party that their family still owes millions in debt. Su Wanxue quickly looked at Jiang Zhou, who smiled gently at her. Jiang Zhou smiled and said to the 3 little ones, "Bauer, Bayer, Xiang'er, call her grandma." Lin Yuehua felt a little awkward when she saw the 3 little ones calling her grandma. The 3 little ones are really cute. She looks remarkably like Su Wanxue. Moreover, she discovered that the 3 little ones looked exactly alike. Although the other one looks a bit smaller, they look exactly the same. This. Jiang Zhou smiled when he saw the shocked expression on Lin Yuehua's face. She knew then that her mother had finally found out. He said with a smile, "The 3 little ones are triplets, but because Xiang'er was a little weak after she was born and didn't eat much, she looks smaller than Bauer and Bayer." Lin Yuehua looked at the 3 little ones and Su Wanxue, feeling both shocked and heartbroken. She herself has given birth. I know how agonizing it is for a woman to be pregnant for 10 months, especially when giving birth. The pain can be unbearable. This is just about getting pregnant and giving birth to one child. Su Wanxue was pregnant with triplets and gave birth to triplets. Just thinking about the hardship and pain made her heart ache. There were also 3 little ones, especially Xiang'er, who looked a bit smaller than Bauer and Bayer, thin and small, and her eyes were timid when she looked at her. This made her feel even more heartbroken. She said to Su Wanxue with concern, "Xiaoxue, you've worked so hard." Su Wanxue shook her head. "It's not hard work. Everything is over now." Her body seems to have an automatic ability to block out pain. She gave birth to triplets naturally, and she can no longer recall how painful it was. "All I remember is that I gave birth for 3 days and 3 nights straight, and I almost lost all my strength." It was Lin Xiao and the nurses who constantly encouraged her and cheered her on, and the thought of Jiang Zhou also gave her motivation. She finally gave birth to all 3 babies. Lin Yuehua patted Su Wanxue's hand tenderly, then smiled and looked at the 3 little ones. Su Wanxue told them to call her grandma. Belle finally spoke first, her voice sweet and childlike. "Grandma, I'm Belle. Remember me, okay? Although I look just like my sisters, I'm unique. Don't mistake me for someone else." Lin Yuehua smiled even more happily after receiving the title of Grandma, saying, "Good, good. Grandma will remember you." With Belle leading the way, Bauer was no longer shy and called out with a smile, "Grandma, I'm Bauer, the eldest of the three sisters. Bauer can cook, and I'll cook for you later." "Bauer can cook? That's amazing," Lin Yuehua exclaimed in delight. I was pleasantly surprised, but also heartbroken. This little guy is so small, yet he can already cook. Bauer and Bayer have already called her grandma, but Xiang'er hasn't yet. Xiang'er clung tightly to Su Wanxue, clutching the hem of Su Wanxue's clothes, her head bowed. Little sister's words. "Thank you for your support, my darlings. Chi-Chi updates every day at 0:01 and 0:02 a.m. Welcome, my little ones, to check out Chi-Chi's long and classic novels. They're great reads, featuring a loving father. You can search for Taking Advantage of My Wife's Innocence to Have a Second Child, also known as From Scumbag to Dad, Back to the Day My Wife Died Postpartum, or Taking Advantage of My Wife's Innocence to Trick Her into Having a Second Child for Me, a story about a reborn father who dotes on his wife in 1988. Love you all, Chi-Chi." Chapter 77. Jiang's father was shocked. "Son, you're amazing." Su Wanxue patted Xiang'er's head and said to Lin Yuehua with a smile, "Xiang'er is rather shy. Xiang'er, call her grandma." Xiang'er raised her head and looked timidly at Lin Yuehua. She mustered her courage and spoke softer than Bauer and Bayer, but her voice was still audible. "Hello, Grandma. Good boy, girl." Lin Yuehua smiled and patted Xiang'er's head, her face full of affection. Xiang'er lowered her head shyly as Lin Yuehua patted her head, her small hands clutching her trouser leg, clearly at a loss. Lin Yuehua looked at her three little granddaughters with eyes full of love. Unlike others, she doesn't hold patriarchal views. She loves any child of her son, regardless of gender. Moreover, given their family situation, Su Wanxue was still willing to give birth to triplets for her son. Such a daughter-in-law is truly hard to find, even with a lantern. She must cherish it. Inside the main room, Lin Yuehua invited Su Wanxue and her three daughters to eat. She bought a lot of food. Jiang Haixing, who was cutting a watermelon in the kitchen, called out to Jiang Zhou to help carry the watermelon. When Jiang Zhou entered the kitchen, Jiang Haixing immediately pulled him inside, lowered his voice, and asked, "Zhou Zhou, what exactly is going on? The three little girls look very alike to me. Are they triplets?" "Yes, they are all my children," Jiang Zhou said. Jiang Haixing was shocked. They really were triplets. He quickly asked, "What happened between you and Xiaoxue? The three little girls look about 4 years old. Could it be that 5 years ago?" Jiang Zhou nodded and told Jiang Haixing about his relationship with Su Wanxue. Including the past 5 years, Su Wanxue has been raising her child alone. He only met Bauer by chance in Changsha after returning from Shanghai this time, and then discovered that Bauer was his child. He told Jiang Haixing everything, including the paternity test he did with Bauer and Bayer. He didn't want his parents to think the child wasn't his. Therefore, he needs to make this clear. Jiang Haixing was utterly shocked after hearing these things. Then she pinched Jiang Zhou hard, her eyes reddening. "Xiaoxue has really worked hard. If your mother and I had known about this earlier, we could have helped take care of the children. You can imagine how tiring it must be for her to take care of 3 children by herself. No wonder she looks so thin. And Xiang'er, she also looks thin and small, even smaller than Bauer and Bayer. They have had such a tough 5 years." At this point, Jiang Haixing thought of something else and asked Jiang Zhou, "Does Xiaoxue know that our family went bankrupt and owes millions in debt? We can't keep this from her." Although he also longed for a daughter-in-law and granddaughter, he couldn't bring himself to ruin that girl's life. Therefore, this matter must be explained to Xiaoxue. Jiang Zhou knew his father's worries, so he said, "Dad, Wanxue knows. I told her that the family still owes more than 1,000,000 yuan in debt. I also told her that I would pay off all my debts within 3 months, and I would never let her suffer with me again." Upon hearing this, Jiang Haixing's eyes widened in disbelief. 3 months? Is he listening to tall tales? He immediately said sternly, "You absolutely mustn't do anything illegal or against the rules. You're a father of 3 now. You absolutely cannot do anything illegal, understand? I'll figure out how to deal with the family's debt." Jiang Zhou knew his father wouldn't believe him, so he smiled and said, "Dad, don't worry. I'm definitely doing legal business. I won't do anything illegal or against the law. Let me tell you." As he spoke, Jiang Zhou quickly told Jiang Haixing what he had been doing in Changsha during this period. This includes discovering business opportunities in eel, tea oil cakes, internet cafes, and so on. This also includes the fact that he borrowed 100,000 yuan to open an internet cafe. Jiang Haixing felt like he was listening to a light novel. This was just too easy. As for Jiang Zhou's loan, he didn't think it was anything special because he was also a businessman. and being able to get a loan from a bank required real ability. Otherwise, the bank would not lend money at all. Moreover, Jiang also said that the annual interest rate is only 3%, which is a very low interest rate. What shocked him was how his son had managed to seize so many business opportunities in such a short period of time. Whether it's buying eels and selling them to eel noodle shops to earn the price difference, or selling tea oil cakes, these are all business opportunities. Especially opening an internet cafe. A short-sighted person might think that the investment cost of opening an internet cafe is too high and the return on investment is too slow. However, after Jiang explained the idea of opening an internet cafe to him, he felt that it was an extremely profitable business. In particular, when internet cafes open chain stores, the profit-making effect is so great that it's no exaggeration to call them money-printing machines. However, even so, it is still difficult to earn $1 million in 3 months, since it is too difficult to accumulate initial capital. However, after Jiang said those words to him, and after achieving so much in Changsha in just over half a month, he felt that things were worth looking forward to. Let alone paying off a debt of over $1 million in 3 months. Paying it off within 3 years is still something to dream of. He patted Jiang on the shoulder with satisfaction and said, "Son, you've really made something of yourself. It seems you've learned and grown a lot in Shanghai these past 5 years. I'm sorry you've suffered. Dad's investments failed, and he owes money that you'll have to help pay off." Jiang said, "Dad, this is what I should do. You and Mom have given me a comfortable life since I was a child. The bankruptcy of our family is not something you can control. I will lead our family to a happy life in the future." Jiang Haixing nodded. Then, he looked towards the main room and saw Lin Yuehua chatting and laughing with Su Wanxue. He said to Jiang, "You're lucky and fortunate to have met such a wonderful girl like Wanxue. You must treat her well and not let her down. If you dare to betray her, I'll be the first to punish you. I'll definitely break your legs, you understand?" By the end, Jiang Haixing's eyebrows had stood up. "I'm serious." Jiang nodded solemnly and said, "Dad, don't worry. For the past 5 years, I didn't know that Wanxue had given birth to my child. She suffered so much alone. From now on, I will definitely take good care of Wanxue and not let her suffer any grievances." That's more like it. Jiang Haixing nodded in satisfaction after hearing Jiang's promise. "By the way, Dad, I wanted to get my marriage certificate with Wanxue this time I came back," Jiang said to Jiang Haixing earnestly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Haixing's face lit up with joy, and he said, "Great. Not only do we need to get a marriage certificate, but we also need to hold a banquet. This girl came to our Jiang family with you, and has given birth to your children. We certainly can't let her suffer. We have to hold a banquet for you too, so that relatives and friends can witness your happy event. Also, Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger, those 3 sisters, we also need to hold a ceremony for them to recognize their ancestors and return to their ancestral home. Let everyone know that these 3 sisters are children of our Jiang family." Chapter 78 Double Happiness, Wedding Banquet, and Ancestral Recognition Feast. At this point, Jiang Haixing's eyes reddened again, and he sighed. In these 5 years, I don't know how many scornful looks and gossips Xiaoxiu has suffered outside while raising 3 girls out of wedlock. This time, we must make these 2 banquets a grand affair, giving the 4 of them a proper and respectable status. Jiang nodded. "Dad, you go and take care of these 2 things. Don't worry about the money. I brought back 17,000 yuan this time." Jiang Haixing nodded. "Okay, but Zhou, this time we can only make it lively, not too extravagant. After all, our family still owes so much money. If we make it too extravagant, it will make the people who lent us the money uncomfortable." Jiang Haixing was also quite helpless about this. But there's no way around it. If they hold an extravagant event, the people who lent them money will feel disheartened and think that their family is rich, but won't repay the money. After all, those who lent him money back then and filled the hole were his true relatives and friends. Jiang nodded. "Dad, I understand. Wanxue won't mind. We can hold it at home. We'll go grocery shopping ourselves, and I'll be in charge of cooking. You and Mom will help me out, and our family can manage. It won't cost much." Jiang Haixing looked at Jiang in surprise. "You can cook?" Jiang nodded. Jiang Haixing said with a smile, "That's good. It's good that you can cook. This way, Xiaoxue can have an easier time. Otherwise, she would be very tired if she had to go to work and cook at the same time. But leave the cooking for the banquet to me and Mom. We'll ask your 4th aunt and uncle to help. They can make the food. You can just play with Xiaoxue, Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger. This is their first time visiting our Jiang family. They don't know anyone here. If you stay with them, they will feel more at ease." Jiang nodded, and then discussed the date for the banquet with Jiang Haixing. Because Su Wanxue only took 1 day off, plus the weekend, she can stay in Yongzhou for a total of 3 days. We're having a banquet tomorrow, but we can't get through to everyone. Therefore, the father and son finally decided to hold the banquet on Monday noon. They'll have a wedding banquet at noon, a family reunion dinner in the evening, and after dinner, Jiang Zhou and his group will have to return to Changsha. Seeing that Jiang Zhou had been gone for so long and the watermelon still hadn't been served, Lin Yuehua, who was in the main room, walked into the corridor and called out, "Old Jiang, where's the watermelon? The daylily is getting cold. I can't let my precious daughter-in-law and granddaughter get thirsty." Coming, coming. Jiang Haixing shouted quickly. Smiling, he and Jiang Zhou carried the watermelon out. Lin Yuehua immediately urged Su Wanxue and the others to eat watermelon, then smiled and said to Jiang Zhou, "Zhou, Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger are so cute, even cuter than you were when you were little." "Grandma, what did Dad look like when he was little?" Bauer looked up at Jiang Zhou with her big eyes full of curiosity. "Yes, Grandma, I want to know too," Belle chimed in. Jiang Haixing felt like he'd eaten a lemon when he heard Bauer and Bayer calling each other Grandma. It seems his 3 adorable granddaughters haven't called him Grandpa yet, Lin Yuehua said with a smile. "When you were little, your dad was a handsome young man. However, he is very mischievous and often gets into trouble. He thought it was a beehive, so he went to dig it up, only to find a hornet's nest. The hornets would chase him around, or he'd go and blow up cow dung, causing the whole village to come to our house to complain." Bauer and Bayer were surprised and asked curiously, "Grandma, what is fried cow dung?" Belle has already memorized the stories of raiding beehives and frying cow dung. "I'm thinking of giving it a try sometime. It must be a lot of fun, otherwise why would Dad have gone to play it when he was a child?" Jiang Zhou was genuinely worried that his 3 daughters might end up frying cow dung, so he quickly said with a smile, "Mom, let's eat quickly. Bauer and the others must be hungry." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuehua lost the urge to continue recounting Jiang Zhou's embarrassing childhood stories and quickly stood up, saying, Yes, let's eat." After saying that, Lin Yuehua quickly went into the kitchen and, together with Jiang Haixing, reheated the cold dishes and served them one by one. "Here, you 3 little girls, have a chicken leg to replenish your nutrition." Jiang Haixing called to the 3 children, constantly piling food into their bowls. "Thank you, Grandpa," the 3 children said in unison. "Oh my, what a sweet tongue. Grandpa loves it." Jiang Haixing looked at the child with a big smile on his face. He was overjoyed to hear the 3 little girls call him Grandpa. Jiang Zhou sat to the side, feeling gratified as he watched his parents so happy. "Wanxue, Zhou, you 2 should eat more. Look how thin you've become. Hurry up and eat more." Lin Yuehua looked at Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue and said with concern, "Yes, hurry up and try your mom's cooking. I guarantee you'll want to eat it again and again." Jiang Haixing also urged Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue to eat. Su Wanxue smiled and nodded, but did not touch her chopsticks. Her illness made her afraid to pick up food with her chopsticks. She was also afraid that if Jiang Zhou's parents found out, they would look down on her. Jiang Zhou noticed Su Wanxue's reaction, glanced at the table, and found that there were no serving chopsticks, so he knew that Wanxue was embarrassed to eat because she was afraid of catching her disease. Jiang Zhou first picked up his new chopsticks, placed a piece of sweet dumpling into Su Wanxue's bowl, and said with a smile, "Wanxue, quickly try this sweet dumpling, it's a local specialty." Su Wanxue immediately raised her head and looked at Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou smiled and shook his head at her, indicating that she shouldn't overthink it. "Yes, Xiaoxue, eat up, eat more. Zhou really likes this pastry." Lin Yuehua quickly echoed her sentiment. Su Wanxue smiled and agreed, then picked up the sweet dumpling and put it in her mouth, savoring it carefully. Her eyes lit up. These sweet dumplings are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, even tastier than fried dough sticks. "How is it? Is it delicious?" Lin Yuehua asked, somewhat uncertainly, looking at her daughter-in-law's reaction. If her daughter-in-law thinks it's too sweet, she'll adjust the recipe. "Auntie, it's delicious. The outer layer is crispy, and the inside is sweet and soft. I had been traveling all day and didn't have much of an appetite, but after eating this, I suddenly have one. It's very appetizing," Su Wanxue said with a smile. Lin Yuehua and her husband used to run a snack shop. After going bankrupt, they opened another snack shop in the city. They specialize in selling these snacks, so their culinary skills are absolutely top-notch. Upon hearing Su Wanxue's words, Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua couldn't stop smiling. "As long as my daughter-in-law likes to eat it. I want to eat too." Belle happily reached for her chopsticks, but her arms were too short to reach them. Chapter 79. Jiang Zhou's thoughtfulness touched Su Wanxue's heart. Lin Yuehua smiled indulgently, picked up a piece of food and put it in Bayer's bowl, then picked up another piece and put it in Bauer's and Xianger's bowls. The 3 little ones started eating the pastries that their father also liked. "It's really delicious," Bauer exclaimed. Grandma's cooking is amazing, Belle exclaimed. Although Xiang'er didn't say anything, it was obvious that the little girl was eating very happily, her cheeks puffing out. I'm going to the kitchen to get something. Jiang Zhou got up and left the main room, then took a pair of chopsticks and went back into the main room. He used serving chopsticks to put some light dishes, such as stuffed tofu and stir-fried sweet potato tips, into Wanshue's bowl. Because Su Wanshue is still taking medication and treating her illness, she cannot eat spicy or stimulating foods. The dishes he picked up were all light and bland. Su Wanshue was slightly taken aback when she saw the dishes Jiang Zhou handed her. At this moment, Jiang Zhou smiled slightly at her. Hurry up and try it. Su Wanshue felt a warmth in her heart. Then, Jiang Zhou used the serving chopsticks to pick up a few pieces of food for himself and put them into his own bowl. Then he said to Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haisheng, Dad, Mom, we'll use serving chopsticks to pick up the food later. It's popular to use serving chopsticks when eating out now, and we'll do it at home too. It's clean and hygienic. Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haisheng were stunned for a moment, because they never use serving chopsticks when they eat at home. But if it's my own son who says it, then I'll definitely listen to him. After all, his son had been to Shanghai and seen the world in the metropolis, and since it was his daughter-in-law's first time visiting, he probably had some customs to observe. So Lin Yuehua smiled and said, Zhou, what you said is right. After all, they like to lick their chopsticks clean with their mouths before picking up food. In fact, there is a lot of spit on the chopsticks, which looks very clean, and no rice is stuck to the chopsticks. However, if you think about it carefully, it is indeed a bit unclean and unhygienic. They should both develop this habit and pay close attention to it from now on. Su Wanshue lowered her head and quickly glanced at Jiang Zhou. She never expected that Jiang Zhou would bring up the idea of using serving chopsticks in such a way. At this time, no one has the concept of using serving chopsticks. People feel that using serving chopsticks is disrespectful to the other person. Dislike the other person. Jiang Zhou was willing to tell her parents to use serving chopsticks for her own sake, and her reason was that they were clean and hygienic, rather than criticizing her. She was touched by Jiang Zhou's thoughtfulness. Looking at the simple food in the bowl, she felt a warmth in her heart. Jiang Zhou was thinking of her. She had lived in Changsha for 3 years and knew that people from Hunan province especially loved spicy food. They've even reached the point where they can't live without spicy food. When she first arrived, she couldn't get used to the food here. In the north, the food always has some sugar added, or they eat noodles and only eat white rice once a day. She can't eat spicy food. Gradually, she was able to eat some spicy food, but only to a mild level. Any spicier, and I can't handle it. Seeing that Su Wanshue hadn't eaten much of the main dishes like blood duck and dong'an chicken, Lin Yuehua kept it in mind, but didn't say anything more. After dinner, I plan to ask Jiang Zhou privately if Xiaoxue is not used to their local food. We'll have to ask Xiaoxue what she likes to eat then. While Xiaoxue was at home, I made her a variety of delicious meals. Xiaoxue, let Zhou get you whatever you like to eat. Don't be shy, Lin Yuehua said with a smile. Su Wanshue, holding her rice bowl, nodded her little head and said, Okay. Lin Yuehua looked at Jiang Zhou and said with a smile, Zhou, try this blood duck and see how it tastes. Okay. Jiang Zhou picked up a piece of blood duck meat. The first bite is a taste straight out of my memory. Tasty. The duck blood and duck meat mixed together, along with seasonings of red chili peppers, ginger, and scallions, make for a truly delicious treat. How is it? Lin Yuehua asked with anticipation. Jiang Zhou nodded. It's delicious, and I've noticed that Mom's cooking skills have improved. Lin Yuehua, pleased with the compliment, glanced smugly at Jiang Haisheng, then grinned from ear to ear, telling Jiang Zhou to eat as much as he liked. Belle happily munched on a chicken wing and said, No wonder Daddy is such a good cook. He learned it from Grandma. Bauer and Bayer grew up in Changsha and are used to the local cuisine, especially spicy food. This blood duck was absolutely delicious. They ate with great relish. Bauer was so busy eating that she didn't have time to say a word. Lin Yuehua looked at Jiang Zhou in surprise and asked, Zhou, you can cook? Jiang Zhou smiled and nodded. Lin Yuehua exclaimed in surprise, her face filled with disbelief. This is unbelievable. Then she thought of the past 5 years, during which Jiang Zhou had worked alone to earn money and experienced all sorts of hardships, even learning to cook. She felt a deep pang of heartache. However, she, as a mother, was also happy that her son had grown up and learned to cook. She gave Jiang Zhou a thumbs up and praised him. Zhou, you're really great. My son is awesome. After finishing her meal, Su Wanshue took the initiative to clean up the dishes and put the utensils in the kitchen. Xiaoxue, don't tire yourself out. Let me do the washing. Lin Yuehua said with concern as she saw Su Wanshue busy at work. Auntie, it's all right, I can handle it. Su Wanshue smiled and shook her head. indicating that she didn't need Lin Yuehua's help. Lin Yuehua stepped forward and grabbed Su Wanshue's hand, stopping her from continuing to tidy up. Xiaoxue, don't bother, just leave this to Annie. I'll tidy up in a bit. Upon hearing this, Su Wanshue had no choice but to stop what she was doing. Go on, go and rest in the main room. With that, Lin Yuehua smiled and pushed Su Wanshue out of the kitchen. This side of the main room. Bauer and Bayer wanted to see Jiang Zhou's room and were talking to him about it. Just then, Su Wanshue returned. Bauer immediately called Su Wanshue to come and see her father's room as well. Su Wanshue was very curious about Jiang Zhou's room and nodded. Jiang Zhou hasn't been back to this home for 28 years. This house was built by his parents in 1985 when they came back, demolished the original wooden house, and rebuilt it as a red brick house. Back then, their family had a little money, so they built the most impressive house in the village at the time. However, this grandeur is only relative to that era. Now, every household in the village has built a red brick house, and some of them even have tiles on the outside. Their house wasn't particularly outstanding. In fact, because more than 10 years had passed, the exterior walls bore the marks of time, making it appear quite dilapidated. I only stay in this house occasionally for a few days when I go back to my hometown. No trace was left. The room was very spacious and grand in 1984, but now it seems rather small. Approximately 12 square meters. There was a wooden bed in the room, and next to the bed was a 3-door wooden wardrobe that reached the ceiling. One of the wardrobe doors had a mirror inlaid on it. There is a small desk by the window. The room was very clean. Newspapers were even pasted on the walls. Because they hadn't lived there for many years, when they returned, the walls of the house were already moldy. Covering a room with newspaper can make it look cleaner. It's clear that his parents put a lot of effort into tidying up. On the desk sat an old tape recorder. Jiang Zhou opened the tape recorder's cassette slot and took out a cassette tape. This is Jackie Chung's Goodbye Kiss. Chapter 80. Dad, what is cow dung? Seeing this cassette tape brought back memories of the past, and he remembered. This was during the summer after his college entrance exam. He stayed at home for a while and brought along Jackie Chung's newly released song, Goodbye Kiss. This song was incredibly popular in 1993. The line, I kissed you goodbye on an empty street, became a nationwide sensation. Jackie Chung is also one of his favorite singers. In his past life, after he became successful, he collaborated with Jackie Chung on a brand endorsement and had met Jackie Chung in person. She sang songs with Jackie Chung. Now, seeing this Kiss Goodbye cassette tape again, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Daddy, are there songs on this cassette tape? Belle jumped up and asked. Because she was still very young and short, she couldn't see the cassette tape Jiang Zhou was holding. But I'm curious, is this a song? These little girls also love listening to music. Jiang Zhou smiled and handed the cassette tape to Belle. Belle took it, as if she were holding a treasure. Bauer came over and looked at it with her, and Xianger also showed a curious look. Su Wanshue's gaze fell on it, and saw that it was Jackie Chung's Goodbye Kiss. Suddenly, she remembered the kiss she and Jiang Zhou had shared in the dimly lit street 5 years ago. That was her first kiss. Even after 5 years, she still remembers it vividly. Her cheeks flushed instantly. Daddy, can I play this tape? Belle held up the tape and handed it to Jiang Zhou, jumping up and down, clearly eager to cheer. Dad, give it a try. This tape recorder hasn't been used for so many years, I don't know if it still works. This cassette tape hasn't been used for many years, I don't know if it can be played. Jiang Zhou put the cassette into the tape recorder's slot, plugged in the power, and pressed the play button. Suddenly, a piercing sound came from the tape recorder. He tapped the tape recorder a few times, but it didn't work. The noise was still loud and jarring, and the song was off-key. Xianger's face turned pale, Su Wanshue covered her ears, and Jiang Zhou turned off the recording. He said to Bauer and Bayer, Bauer, Bayer, the tape recorder is broken. The tape must have gotten damp, so it can't be played. Daddy will fix the tape recorder later and buy some new tapes so I can play some songs for you, okay? Okay. Xianger yawned, and Jiang Zhou looked at her and asked softly, Xianger, are you sleepy? Xianger nodded her little head. After a long day of travel and having just finished eating, Xianger was a little sleepy. Jiang Zhou gently suggested that Su Wanshue and the children sleep in this room. Bauer and Bayer said they weren't sleepy. The two little girls were full of energy and were very curious about their father's hometown. They wanted to see and play in many other places. Belle was particularly concerned about the fried cow dung incident. It must be really funny to think about. Otherwise, why would the whole village come to Grandpa and Grandma's house to complain about the explosion? After Jiang Zhou left with Bauer and Bayer, Su Wanshue carried Xianger to bed, covered her with a blanket, and then lay down on the bed herself, closing her eyes. She had just closed her eyes when she seemed to smell a familiar masculine scent, which made her cheeks blush even more, like a ripe tomato, radiating an alluring red. She felt her mind was in complete chaos, filled with images of Jiang. Images of them together kept flashing through Su Wanchua's mind, swirling and refusing to leave. Stepping into the yard, Belle and Bauer still had bright smiles on their faces, looking incredibly cute. "Daddy, where are we going to play?" Belle looked up at Jiang and asked curiously. It was their first time visiting the countryside, and they were very curious about everything there. The rural scenery was unique, with many things they had never seen before. The little ones have lived in Changsha for as long as they can remember. "The most fun place we've ever been to is Yuelu Mountain, which Jiang took them to climb last time. I'll take you guys to do something fun," Jiang said mysteriously. "Let's go check first. I don't know if they have that thing." "Wow, what's so fun?" Bauer asked curiously. "Dad will take you to get the bucket first." With that, Jiang led the two little ones into the kitchen to get a bucket. Lin Yuehua was busy in the kitchen and asked Jiang and the others what they were doing with the buckets. Jiang said he would take the two little girls out to play. Lin Yuehua told him to be careful, as the rice harvest had just been completed and there was a lot of cow dung on the paddy field ridges, and they should avoid stepping in it. Jiang agreed. Before leaving, he happened to see an uncooked pig liver on the stove, said goodbye to Lin Yuehua, and took the pig liver with him. Lin Yuehua was curious about why her son brought pig liver, but she didn't ask any further questions. Jiang led the two little girls along a country road, and the two little girls were very excited. "Daddy, what is cow dung?" Belle asked curiously. Growing up, they still didn't know what cow dung was. "I was thinking it must be something like poop, right?" There happened to be a pile of cow dung right next to it. Jiang pointed and said, "That's it, but cow dung is very dirty, so don't touch it. There will be some of this stuff on the ridges of the field later, so watch your step and don't step on it." "Oh, okay." Belle blinked her bright eyes. "So this is cow dung. I've got it. It's a huge lump, bigger than a firecracker. But I don't know how to blast it." The two children chattered away the whole way. One minute she's saying how beautiful the bird song is. The next she's saying how pretty the wildflowers by the roadside are. And she even picks the prettiest one to take home to give to her mother. Passing by a cornfield and a field of sweet sorghum, Bauer pointed curiously and asked, "Daddy, what's that? It looks so magnificent." "One piece at a time. Those are corn and sweet sorghum." "Corn? What is corn?" "Corn is the kind of corn we eat at home for breakfast." "Wow, it's corn. So much corn." "Dad, what is sweet sorghum?" "Sweet sorghum is a delicious thing. When we get back later, I'll ask your grandma to cut some for you. It's very sweet." He loved eating sweet sorghum when he was a child, and even now, many years later, he still fondly remembers it. Okay. Before long, Jiang brought the two little girls to a large pond. "There are some children fishing by the pond right now. I caught a frog. It's so hard to catch crayfish today, I haven't caught a single one." "Yes, it's become a spirit, it's too hard to catch. Let's try fishing in another pond." A group of children were a little shy, and when they saw Jiang and his group arrive, they instinctively tried to run away. "I didn't catch any crayfish, so I grabbed my fishing rod and ran away." Jiang laughed when he heard their words. Sure enough, there were crayfish. At this time, crayfish have become popular in the city. Although farmers don't eat much, they need crayfish because it's popular in the city, and they can sell the crayfish they catch to make money. Therefore, during the peak season for crayfish in the height of summer, people are very active in catching crayfish. There are also many wild crayfish around now. Bayer, Daddy will take you crayfish fishing. We've got dinner ready for tonight." Chapter 81. Dad is awesome. "Wow, fishing for crayfish. That's awesome. Dad, what are crayfish?" "Those older boys were talking about crayfish just now," Jiang said with a smile. "You'll know when Dad catches one and shows it to you." "Yay, Bauer is going to help Daddy." Belle wants to help her dad too. Jiang took the two little ones to the nearby woods and picked up some branches to use as fishing rods. "I picked up more than 20 of them, making a big bundle. Since one fishing rod can only catch one crayfish at a time, you need to prepare more fishing rods if you want to catch enough for tonight." They took all the branches to the pond. Bauer and Bayer followed behind Jiang, each of them holding a small branch that Jiang had specially chosen for them. They could use these branches as fishing rods to catch crayfish. The two little ones had a layer of fine sweat on their foreheads. Because it's summer vacation, the weather is very hot, and it's 3 p.m., which is the hottest time of the day. But the two little ones didn't seem to be suffering from the heat at all. Instead, they were full of energy and excitedly followed behind Jiang. "I'm really looking forward to fishing for crayfish later." Arriving at the pond, Jiang used the scissors he had prepared beforehand to cut the pig liver in the bucket into pieces to be used as bait for catching crayfish later. However, there wasn't enough pig liver. After making 18 servings of bait, it was all gone. "Daddy, what should we do?" Bauer, who was squatting next to the bucket, asked with her big, dark eyes wide open, looking distressed. "We've run out of bait," Belle said. "I just ran to watch those older boys catching frogs. They used earthworms. Dad, can we use earthworms to catch crayfish too? Jiang said with a smile. Earthworms are not as effective as pig liver, but Dad has a way. Jiang first threw the 15 fishing rods he had already made into the pond and had the two little ones watch over them. Whenever they saw a fishing rod with a tight line, they would call for their father. He even showed the two little ones the words tightly, meaning in short supply. The two little ones immediately nodded vigorously, patting their chests excitedly and saying, Dad, leave it to us. Then Daddy's going to catch the bait, Jiang said with a doting smile. Jiang didn't go too far. He just stayed in the vegetable garden next door, where he could see the two little ones just by looking up. Bauer is sitting obediently next to the fishing rod, while Bayer runs back and forth between the rods, her eyes fixed on the cotton line. Bao called out to Bayer, Bayer, don't run away, you'll scare the crayfish. That's right, eldest sister is so smart. Belle quickly stopped, suppressing her restless heart, squatted down next to a fishing rod, and stared at the pond with her big, round eyes. Suddenly, she saw something climbing on a reed stalk. Pointing at it, she quietly asked Bauer, Big sister, what's that? Bauer blinked her beautiful big eyes, shook her head, and then unconsciously moved away from the little red thing with big pincers, telling Belle to stay away from it too. Big sister, do you think that's a crayfish? Bauer thought about it seriously for a moment, then shook her head. A shrimp is a very small one. A crayfish is even smaller than a shrimp, probably only the size of a fingernail. As she spoke, Bauer even carefully gestured to her smallest fingernail. Belle was completely dumbfounded. Huh? It's so small. Bauer nodded seriously. Belle said, Then we have to keep our eyes wide open, lest we catch crayfish and then misjudge the situation. Just then, Jiang caught 5 frogs and came over. Hearing the two little ones talking so earnestly, I chuckled softly. Dad, the two little ones saw Jiang return and immediately got up excitedly and ran to his side. Curious, she looked at the discarded nylon bag that Jiang had found in the vegetable garden. The nylon bag was covered in dirt. The nylon bag moves because there are frogs inside. It startled Bauer. Belle was bold. Instead of being scared away, she reached out to grab him. But they didn't catch it. Daddy, what's in here? Belle asked curiously. Frog. Jiang smiled and opened a hole in the nylon bag. The two little ones immediately poked their round heads over. Looking at the frog in the nylon bag, their eyes widened. It really is a frog. It looks just like the frog in the book. It's huge. Jiang told the two little guys to keep watching the fishing rod while he found a spot where they couldn't see him and dealt with the 5 frogs. The scene was a bit bloody, and he didn't want the little ones to see it. Only after using all the frog's legs as bait and hooking them onto the remaining 7 fishing rods did he return to the two little creatures with the rods. As soon as she arrived, Belle stared at the pond and whispered, Daddy, we caught one. We caught this fishing rod. The little hand pointed to one of the fishing rods, wanting to grab it, but afraid that if it grabbed the rod, it would disturb the crayfish it had caught. They look especially cute. Jiang put down his fishing rod, walked over with a smile, picked up the fishing rod with the tight cotton line, and pulled hard with his arm. Sure enough, I caught a crayfish. And judging by its appearance, it's quite large, at least 10 coins. When Jiang pulled the crayfish over, the two little ones saw it, and Bauer immediately took several steps back and shouted, Dad, you caught the wrong one. Jiang said with a smile, Baby, you didn't catch the wrong one, it's a crayfish. Huh? These are crayfish? And they're so big. Bauer exclaimed in shock. Belle exclaimed with delight. Great. The crayfish is huge. Belle shared with Jiang that they had just seen crayfish crawling onto the reeds. Jiang put the crayfish into the bucket, and Bauer and Bayer gathered around. They stared curiously at the crayfish in the bucket. Belle even boldly reached out to grab it, but as soon as she put it in the bucket, she was frightened when she saw the crayfish extend its 2 big pincers and quickly withdrew her hand. Then she smiled sheepishly and said, My hands are a little itchy, let me scratch them. Bauer grabbed her arm and said, This crayfish is fierce. Don't try to catch it. If it catches you, it will hurt a lot. Belle said, but her eyes were clearly shining as she looked at the crayfish. Jiang watched with a smile, reached into the bucket, and quickly and accurately grabbed the crayfish, pinning its 2 large claws in place with his thumb and forefinger. Take the crayfish out of the bucket. Bauer and Bayer exclaimed loudly. Bauer was frightened, afraid that her father would be hurt by the crayfish. Belle was shocked and delighted, exclaiming, Daddy is so amazing, so incredible. Dad, let me play with it for a bit. Belle grabbed a blade of grass from the ground and started scratching the crayfish's little claws. Seeing that the claws weren't aggressive, she immediately started scratching them. Bauer watched in terror. Chapter 82 Villagers shocked. Jiang, you gave birth to triplets. Chapter 082. Jiang. At that moment, A surprised voice came from behind Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou turned his head and saw a middle-aged man standing behind him. The man was over 1.7 meters tall, wearing ordinary clothes, and was thin. Jiang Zhou carefully examined the man in front of him. The man looked to be around 30 years old, thin, and with dark skin. He looked somewhat simple and honest, with a simple and honest smile on his face. Jiang Zhou frantically searched his memory for any recollection of the man. After thinking hard for a long time, he finally remembered that this was a former playmate of his named Jiang Dishing. It really is you, kid. Which family do these two little girls belong to? Mine. Upon hearing this, Jiang Dishing looked at Jiang Zhou in shock, unable to believe that Jiang Zhou already had a daughter. Twin. Jiang Dishing looked at Jiang Zhou with a shocked expression and said in disbelief, Uncle, we're not twins, we're triplets. Seeing this, Belle hurriedly said to Jiang Dishing, Triplets. Upon hearing Belle's words, Jiang Dishing's expression became even more shocked. He looked at Jiang Zhou with disbelief. Jiang Zhou nodded. Yes. Good heavens. Jiang Zhou secretly gave birth to triplets. He was shocked. Within 100 miles around, let alone triplets, even twins are extremely rare. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zhou gave birth to triplets. This gene is amazing. This made him, who was the same age as Jiang Zhou but still hadn't found a girlfriend, extremely envious. Amazing. Jiang Dishing gave Jiang Zhou a thumbs up. Afterwards, Jiang Dishing and Jiang Zhou chatted about other things before heading back with their hosts. Before long, tonight, the whole village will know that Jiang Zhou gave birth to triplets, but that's a story for another time. Finally, Jiang Zhou, along with Bauer and Bayer, caught a whole bucket full of crayfish. Dad, we can have crayfish tonight. Belle exclaimed excitedly, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Jiang Zhou. Yes, Bauer, Daddy will make you some delicious crayfish tonight. Jiang Zhou smiled and ruffled Bayer and Bauer's hair. The children who were fishing for frogs and crayfish nearby saw Jiang Zhou and his friends catch a bucket full of crayfish and immediately ran over to watch, their faces full of envy. Wow, so many crayfish. Wow, that bucket of lobsters must fetch a lot of money. Bauer and Bayer looked at the children watching and felt a sense of pride. These were all caught by my dad. He's really good at it. Belle said proudly. Daddy, that's great. Bauer chimed in. Let's go home. After saying that, Jiang Zhou smiled and picked up a full bucket of crayfish and headed home, with Bauer and Bayer skipping and jumping behind him. As the sun set, the evening glow shone on them, casting a soft, radiant light upon them. So heartwarming. At home, Xianger got out of bed, and Su Wanxue was holding a piece of clothing to change her into. Mom, I don't want to wear this. Xianger shook her head and refused. What's wrong? Don't you like this color? Or are you feeling unwell? Su Wanxue asked with concern. Xianger climbed straight off the bed, and then picked out a winter cotton padded coat from their trunk. I want to wear this. Su Wanxue looked at the cotton padded jacket in Xianger's hands and felt a headache coming on. Xianger had specifically asked to bring this jacket last night when she was packing things. Summer has just ended, and the weather is still very hot. Xianger actually chose winter clothes. Isn't this going to make her suffer in the heat? However, this was also one of Xianger's favorite pieces of clothing, and she has kept it in very good condition. Xianger, if you wear this cotton padded coat now, you'll get terribly hot later. Su Wanxue patiently advised Xianger. It's okay, I'm not bothered by the heat. Xianger stuffed the cotton padded coat in her hands into Su Wanxue's arms. Su Wanxue looked at the cotton padded jacket in her hand, then at Xianger who had already turned and left, and felt a sense of helplessness. This child is good in every way, except that he is too stubborn as a rock. Fine, since Xianger insists, let her wear it. Xianger put on her favorite cotton padded jacket and happily twirled around a few times. Mom, little sister Xianger. Grandma. We caught a ton of crayfish today. Bauer and Bayer arrived home before their voices did. Xianger, let's go out quickly. Bauer and the others are back. Su Wanxue said hurriedly when she heard the voice. Xianger nodded. Su Wanxue took Xianger's hand and walked out of the room. Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing heard the door open and turned to look. When they saw Su Wanxue and Xianger coming out, especially the cotton padded jacket Xianger was wearing, their expressions froze slightly. Grandma. Xianger called out sweetly, her face beaming with a happy smile. Xianger is such a good girl. Come and sit down. Lin Yuehua said with a loving smile. Su Wanxue took Xianger's hand and sat down on the sofa next to Lin Yuehua. Xiaoxue, isn't Xianger hot wearing this? Lin Yuehua asked in confusion. She insisted on wearing it, and I couldn't persuade her otherwise, so I had to agree, Su Wanxue said helplessly. This child is just like Zhou when he was little. When Zhou was little, he had to wear a winter cotton padded coat in the summer and summer clothes in the winter. Xianger looks so pretty in that dress. Lin Yuehua patted Xianger's head with a smile. Grandma, do you think it looks good too? Xianger asked, looking up. Yes, Grandma thinks Xianger looks especially beautiful in this outfit, like a princess from a fairy tale. Hearing Lin Yuehua's words, Xianger was overjoyed, and her smile became even brighter. We're back, Bauer and Bayer sang and skipped in. Jiang Zhou followed behind them carrying a bucket of lobsters. They were stunned when they saw the cotton-padded jacket Xianger was wearing. Xianger, aren't you hot wearing this cotton-padded coat? Bauer asked curiously. It's not hot at all, I like it very much. Xianger shook her head happily. Jiang Zhou looked at Xianger and saw that the sweat on her forehead had made her hair stick together. He looked at Su Wanxue with a questioning gaze. Su Wanxue shrugged helplessly, indicating that she had no other choice. She was worried that Xianger would get too hot, but Xianger insisted on wearing it, and she couldn't persuade her otherwise. It's all right, Xianger will take it off herself when she gets hot. Jiang Zhou saw Su Wanxue's expression and knew that Xianger definitely wouldn't take off her clothes, so he said reassuringly. Seeing that Xianger was also very happy, everyone went with her. When it gets hot, just like Jiang Zhou said, you'll get so hot that you can't stand it and take it off. Grandpa and Grandma, come and see the crayfish we caught today. Belle exclaimed happily. Such a full bucket. Lin Yuehua quickly stepped forward. When she saw the bucket of crayfish clearly, a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. Bauer proudly introduced, Daddy caught all of these. Daddy is really good at fishing. Chapter 83 Why does the food next door taste so good? Lin Yuehua said with a smile. Then we can have spicy crayfish tonight. Jiang Haixing glanced at Su Wanxue and said with a smile. It's okay if Xiaoxue can't eat spicy food. I just went up the mountain and got a fat rabbit. We'll stew it in clear soup tonight. It won't be spicy. Thank you, Uncle. Su Wanxue felt a warmth in her heart. Jiang Zhou's parents were so thoughtful. No need to thank me. I also chopped some red sorghum and corn. I'll cook them for you guys later. Lin Yuehua said with a happy expression. Okay. Grandpa and Grandma are so kind. Belle jumped up with joy upon hearing this. Look at you. You're almost a little monkey, and you're still jumping around. Jiang Haixing laughed as he looked at Xianger. Afterwards, Jiang Zhou took the crayfish to the well to brush them. Lin Yuehua came over to help. Zhou, your dad told me about you and Xiaoxue this afternoon. You have to treat her well, Lin Yuehua said earnestly. I understand. Jiang Zhou nodded. By the way, are you two able to manage 3 kids in Changsha? How about I come over and help you for a while until the 3 little girls start kindergarten? Lin Yuehua suggested while cooking crayfish. Jiang Zhou thought for a moment and asked, Mom, what are you and Dad doing right now? It's not tiring to run a small snack shop in the city. How's your income? It's a job that requires getting up early and working late, and it's a small business that doesn't earn much money, but it still brings in about 1,500 yuan a month. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhou suggested, Mom, you and Dad should settle things at the shop here soon, and then come with us to Changsha to make some money. My parents' job is too tiring. They work from dawn till dusk all month long, and they only earn this little money. It would be better if he went to Changsha with me. He could then hand over the business of buying and selling eels and selling tea oil cakes to his parents, and they could earn 2,000 yuan a day without having to work so hard. This way, he can also pursue other ventures. Okay, I'll talk to your dad about this tonight. Lin Yuehua nodded when she heard Jiang Zhou's words. At the dinner table. It smells so good. Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger stared intently at the crayfish and rabbit meat in the middle of the table, their mouths practically watering. Let's get started. Lin Yuehua invited everyone to start eating. For this dinner, Lin Yuehua prepared serving chopsticks in advance and placed them in each bowl. Su Wanxue also noticed this, and she genuinely felt that Jiang Zhou's parents were really good people. Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger nodded vigorously. Jiang Zhou had already peeled one for each of the 3 little girls and put it in their bowls. So delicious. This lobster is large, spicy, and numbing, and the meat is very tender and fresh, making it taste wonderful. Watching the 3 little girls eat with relish, Su Wanxue unconsciously swallowed, really wanting to taste it herself. Wanxue, eat more rabbit meat. Jiang Zhou picked up a piece of rabbit meat and put it into Su Wanxue's bowl. Su Wanxue glanced at Jiang Zhou, smiled helplessly, took the rabbit meat, and put it in her mouth. It tastes amazing. The rabbit meat was more tender and delicious than any she had ever eaten before. Right now, in the neighboring yard, Jiang Zhou's grandparents, Jiang Ming and Lu Yumei, were sitting at the dining table, smelling the aroma of dishes coming from the neighboring yard. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Lu Yumei glanced at the watercress and pickled radishes on the table and immediately felt unhappy. What's so good about this? There's no meat at all. Lu Yumei complained. Jiang Ming looked at the dishes on the table, his expression turning somewhat grim. He also craved meat, But he hesitated when he thought about his attitude towards Jiang Haixing's family back then. He knew he hadn't done a good job, so how could he possibly dare to shamelessly beg for food now? Mom, we can eat meat in 5 days. Let's be patient for Jiang Yan's living expenses, Yang Li said, her face slightly embarrassed. Although Lu Yumei felt a little uncomfortable after hearing Yang Li's words, she didn't say anything more for the sake of her beloved grandson. She lowered her head and shoveled rice into her mouth. Dad, Mom, if you ask me, Zhozhou is such an insensible child. He hasn't come to see you since. You are his grandparents, after all. Yang Li continued to embellish the story. Lu Yumei snorted coldly, said nothing, and continued eating. Jiang Ming glanced at the next room, but didn't say anything more. Seeing that they ignored her, Yang Li didn't say anything more and continued to pick at the rice in her bowl. After Jiang Zhou and the others finished dinner, they cleaned up the table. Zhozhou, your mother and I are going out to make a phone call to tell our relatives that we're having 2 wedding banquets the day after tomorrow. Jiang Haixing said to Jiang Zhou as he walked out. Okay. Jiang Zhou nodded. After Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua left, Bauer and Bayer ran around wildly in the yard, having a great time, while Xianger watched from the side. Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue sat in the corridor, watching the children. Su Wanxue said, Xianger's forehead is covered in sweat, but she still refuses to take off her cotton-padded coat. It's okay, she'll tell you if she's feeling hot, Jiang Zhou reassured her. Su Wanxue nodded, and then told Jiang Zhou about some things about Xianger, such as how Xianger insisted on wearing a summer dress when she went out last winter. Now it's summer, but we have to wear winter coats again. She was quite helpless. Last time in winter, Xianger almost caught a cold from wearing a skirt. Jiang Zhou also had no experience in raising children. He said, maybe children's aesthetic sense is very different from ours. Just then, Belle ran over and called to Jiang Zhou. Dad, I saw cotton candy being sold in the city today. Shall we go to the city to play? From their vantage point, they can see the city. They rode in the car for a few minutes, and then they arrived at the main road at the entrance of the village. She thought it shouldn't be too far. Jiang Zhou smiled and looked at Su Wanxue. Is there anything you want to buy? Su Wanxue thought for a moment and said, yes, we did. We forgot to bring washcloths for the children. Okay, let's go to the city to buy it. After Jiang Zhou finished speaking to Su Wanxue, he then told Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger that their father was taking them to the city to play. As Jiang Zhou spoke, he locked the door and led his wife and children toward the gate of the courtyard. Belle and Bauer ran ahead, their faces beaming with excitement. Xianger was gradually motivated as well, jumping and skipping along with the 2 little girls, which was very cute. Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue couldn't help but chuckle as they watched their retreating figures, their faces showing indulgent smiles. On the way to the city, they ran into several villagers, who all greeted Jiang Zhou with smiles. Oh, Jiang Zhou, you've become quite famous in our village today. You must be one of your triplets, right? A middle-aged woman asked with a smile. Jiang Zhou nodded. Yes, I have 3 daughters. It's Chi-Chi's birthday today, sorry it's so late. Chapter 84 Buying cassette tapes and seeing CDs. Those 3 children are so beautiful, the woman continued to compliment. The other villagers nodded in agreement after seeing this. Old Jiang is so lucky to have 3 such beautiful granddaughters, another person chimed in. That's right, such a pretty young girl is a first in our village. Oh dear, look at these 3 children, they look just like their mother. A middle-aged woman standing nearby looked at Belle, Bauer, and Xianger and exclaimed in surprise. Hearing the woman's words, Jiang Zhou looked at Su Wanxue, who was following behind him. He noticed that Su Wanxue's cheeks were flushed, and she seemed a little shy. Your wife is beautiful, so pretty and lovely. Jiang Zhou, you're so lucky. Su Wanxue felt a little embarrassed by everyone's praise, and she lowered her head with a blush on her face. Along the way, they encountered many villagers walking on the road or sitting in their own corridors to cool off. Although some of them did not recognize Jiang Zhou, they all knew about Jiang Zhou immediately because of the triplets, a fact that shocked the whole village. Seeing the 3 pretty little girls, I knew they belonged to Jiang Zhou's family. Once inside the city, the streets were bustling with activity, teeming with people. Some vendors set up stalls to sell things, while others pushed carts to sell small commodities, all shouting enthusiastically. Daddy, what's that? Belle asked, pointing to a cart of pigs not far away. Xianger and Bauer looked over curiously. They didn't know what it was either. It was the first time they had ever seen a pig. That's a piglet, and it smells really bad, Jiang Zhou explained. Upon hearing this, Xianger, Bauer, and Bayer immediately covered their noses. However, they still stared curiously at the truckload of pigs until it drove away before turning their attention away. Where do you want to go? Jiang Zhou asked with a smile. Anything is fine with me, Belle said casually. She was happy as long as she was with her dad and the others. Then Daddy, take us to buy a cassette tape. I want to listen to the cassette tape you showed us today, Bauer said sweetly. Okay, no problem. Jiang nodded. Then, Jiang led them to a nearby stall selling cassette tapes. This place not only sells cassette tapes, but also some pirated pornographic DVDs. The DVD covers feature naked men and women facing each other in various provocative poses. When Bell and Bauer saw this, their faces flushed red, and they quickly lowered their heads, too shy to look up again. How embarrassing, these are so revealing. Bauer blushed and muttered softly. Seeing this, Su Wanchue quickly turned the three little girls' faces towards her. Her face flushed slightly, and she coughed awkwardly. Jiang, hurry up and buy the cassette tape. After you're done, let's go buy some cotton candy for the kids. Under the moonlight, the shy Su Wanchue was exceptionally charming. Jiang's Adam's apple bobbed as he watched. Composing himself, he told Su Wanchue to take the children to the cotton candy stall next door to buy cotton candy, while he would buy the cassette tapes there. Okay, Su Wanchue quickly led the three little girls to the side to choose cotton candy. After Su Wanchue left, the DVD shop owner smiled and said to Jiang, young man, you're so lucky to have married such a beautiful wife and had such adorable 3 children. Here, this set will definitely come in handy for you. As he spoke, the owner took out 10 CDs from a black plastic bag under the stall. They're all from Hong Kong. They're really cool. They're all in the 3rd category. Various classics, such as The Jade Girl Heart Sutra, Sex and Zen, When Peach Ripens 1997, etc., starring Veronica Yip and Shu Qi, are all my best-selling movies. You definitely won't regret buying them. 10 discs for only 20 yuan. The boss's voice was neither too loud nor too soft. Many young men around looked over, and Jiang said in a serious tone, do I look like the kind of person who would watch these pirated DVDs? Give me a genuine cassette tape of Jackie Chan's Goodbye Kiss. Okay. The shopkeeper quickly found Goodbye Kiss. Although Goodbye Kiss is a song from many years ago, it is still a bestseller. Because this song is too classic. How much? 5 yuan. Jiang took out 25 yuan, handed it to the shopkeeper, and said, keep the change. The shopkeeper chuckled knowingly, then bent down, took out a black plastic bag, put the 10 discs and the Goodbye Kiss cassette into it, tied the bag in a knot, and handed it to Jiang with a smile. Young man, come by often when you have time. As long as a new movie comes out in Hong Kong, I'll have it in stock within 2 days at most. Jiang didn't say anything, and walked away with the black plastic bag in his hand. I was wondering if the old black and white TV and VCR we had bought years ago were still working. Have you bought everything? Su Wanchue asked softly as Jiang approached. Jiang nodded. Belle glanced curiously at the black plastic bag Jiang was holding, feeling a little strange. Didn't Dad only buy 1 cassette tape? It looks like there's a lot of stuff in the plastic bag. Have you chosen your cotton candy? Dad will pay. Jiang was in a very good mood. Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger have all chosen their cotton candies, and Jiang has bought 1 more. Su Wanchue told Jiang that there was no need to buy any more, as the children had just eaten dinner, and 1 cotton candy each would be enough. Jiang smiled, but didn't reply. After giving the shopkeeper 80 cents, he handed the cotton candy in his hand to Su Wanchue, saying, you're one of our little ones too. Xiaoxue, here you go. Me? Su Wanchue's pretty face flushed slightly. Jiang actually called her a little kid. Shy. Bauer and Bayer laughed, and egged Su Wanchue on, urging her to eat quickly. People around looked over, and Su Wanchue quickly lowered her head and accepted the cotton candy that Jiang offered her. She hadn't done anything like a child in a long time. However, after actually eating cotton candy with her daughters, she not only felt sweet inside, but also had an innocence and childlike quality that she had never shown in the past 5 years. Seeing this, Jiang smiled warmly and vowed in his heart that he would continue to make Su Wanchue smile so innocently and happily in the future. Because no matter how old you are, everyone has a childlike heart. You're still a baby at heart. From now on, Su Wanchue will be Jiang's big baby. His daughters are his little babies. I took my 4 babies to a grocery store and bought towels, soap, and other daily necessities. Then some children were playing with firecrackers by the roadside, throwing them on the ground, which would explode and make a loud noise. Belle found it fascinating and thought it would be fun to throw this thing onto that big pile of cow dung. She immediately grabbed Jiang's arm and said in a coquettish tone, Daddy, what is that thing? It looks so fun. Belle wants to play with it too. Su Wanchue frowned. It's too dangerous. Mom, we can throw it further away. It won't be dangerous, Belle said. Bauer also wanted to play, but she held back and didn't say anything. Xianger found it scary and huddled next to Su Wanchue, keeping a distance from where they were playing with firecrackers. Jiang knew that children like to play with firecrackers, fireworks, and the like, so he smiled and said, Those are called firecrackers. Dad will take you to buy some to play with. Chapter 85. The Neighbor's Aunt. Jiang made a fortune. After buying firecrackers and 3 boxes of fireworks, I returned home. Mommy, I want to take off these clothes, Xiang'er said softly, her face flushed. She noticed that many people were looking at her strangely when she was outside, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. Moreover, after wearing these clothes outside, I felt extremely hot, covered in sweat, and felt sticky and uncomfortable. Okay, I'll take it off for you now. Su Wanxue went over and helped Xiang'er take off her cotton-padded coat, and Xiang'er immediately felt much more comfortable. Thank you, Mom, Xiang'er said sweetly. Let's go out and play with Dad and the others. After saying that, Su Wanxue took Xiang'er's hand and walked outside. Jiang was playing with firecrackers with Bauer and Bayer at the door when they saw Su Wanxue and Xiang'er coming over. Bayer happily waved to Xiang'er. Xiang'er, come quickly. Let's play with these firecrackers. They're so much fun. After Belle finished speaking, she threw a firecracker into the open space next to her. Slap. The firecracker exploded. Startled by the sound, Xiang'er quickly hid behind Su Wanxue. Xiang'er, don't be afraid. Su Wanxue comforted Xiang'er. Xiang'er nodded, but still clung tightly to Su Wanxue's clothes. Don't be afraid, Xiang's little sister, I'll avenge you. After Bauer finished speaking, she took a firecracker and threw it near Belle's feet. Slap. Another firecracker exploded. Belle was bold. She retaliated directly. Slap slap. The 2 children were throwing firecrackers at each other and having a great time. You two be careful not to hurt yourselves. Seeing how much fun the 2 children were having, Su Wanxue worriedly reminded them to be careful. Okay. Bauer obediently agreed, and then continued playing with Belle. Xiang'er watched Bauer and Bayer having so much fun and couldn't help but slowly join in and play with them. Jiang watched the 3 little girls having fun, then turned around and placed the 3 boxes of fireworks he had bought that day at the front door, and then lit them. Bang! Bang bang! Fireworks burst into colorful lights in the sky. Wow! The 3 little girls couldn't help but exclaim in amazement at the beautiful sight before them, then opened their mouths wide as they stared at the dazzling fireworks. They had never seen fireworks so beautiful, so gorgeous. Hearing the sound of fireworks, the villagers all came out to watch. When they saw the fireworks blooming in the sky, they couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Oh my God! So beautiful! So gorgeous! These fireworks are absolutely gorgeous. I've never seen such beautiful fireworks before. Yes, we don't have any at home either. These fireworks are so beautiful. Who set off those fireworks? Setting off fireworks during a holiday? That's incredibly extravagant. Fireworks burst open in the sky, perfectly synchronized, like a series of beautiful oil paintings, breathtaking and captivating. Su Wanxue stood beside Jiang, looking up at the fireworks in the sky, her mouth slightly open, her face full of amazement. Jiang turned to look at Su Wanxue, who was standing beside him, gazing up at the fireworks in the sky. He felt a surge of emotion, and his heart pounded. He couldn't help but reach out and gently touch Su Wanxue's jade-like hand. Su Wanxue subconsciously turned her head and saw Jiang's dark and deep eyes staring at her, which startled her. A blush then appeared on her cheeks. Hearing the fireworks, people from the next house also came out to watch. Yang Li felt a pang of jealousy when she saw that it was Jiang and his family setting off fireworks. Jiang has made a fortune. You know, even during the Lunar New Year, many people in the village are reluctant to spend money on fireworks, let alone at this time of year. What's so great about that? It's just setting off fireworks. Yang Li cursed Jiang in her heart. However, as she looked at Jiang Ming and Lu Yumei beside her, a flash of inspiration struck her. Dad, Mom, it seems that Zhou Shan has gone to Shanghai to make a lot of money. But he has money to buy fireworks, yet he doesn't buy anything to visit his grandparents. Yang Li said, her tone laced with bitterness. Lu Yumei and Jiang Ming watched the fireworks and felt a pang of sadness upon hearing these words. What's so interesting? Let's go back. Lu Yumei said this, then pulled Jiang Ming back to the room and ignored them. Yang Li became even angrier when she saw that the 2 of them were ignoring her. Yang Li glanced at Jiang and his family, and seeing how happy they were, a sense of resentment rose in her heart. On Jiang's side, many children ran over to play with the 3 little girls, and the 3 little girls generously shared their firecrackers with the other children. Jiang and Su Wanxue watched the children playing together, told them to be careful, and then went inside. Back in his room, Jiang took out the cassette tape he had bought that day and put it into the radio to test it. He found that it wouldn't play any sound, so he took the tape out and started to repair it. Watching Jiang repair the radio, Su Wanxue sighed as she observed his focused approach to fixing the power supply. Indeed, a serious man is the most handsome. Soon, Jiang Zhou put the cassette tape back into the radio and played it again. I kissed you goodbye, in the quiet of the night. As the familiar melody played from the radio, Su Wanshua exclaimed in surprise, "It's actually fixed." Jiang Zhou smiled and said, "Of course, let's go. Let's go to another room and watch TV." Su Wanshua followed Jiang Zhou into another room. Jiang Zhou discovered that the television was not the black and white one he had previously thought, but a color television that he had discarded from his home 5 years ago and had not been sold. However, we still can't release it. I'll try to see if I can fix it. Jiang Zhou disassembled the television and reassembled it. Su Wanshua watched from the side, not daring to make a sound, for fear of disturbing Jiang Zhou. Click. Jiang Zhou pressed a few buttons, and the TV lights came on, revealing the screen inside the TV. Upon seeing this, Su Wanshua's face lit up with joy, and she quickly went over to watch the television. There were only 1 or 2 channels. "There's no TV cable installed," Jiang Zhou explained. Su Wanshua nodded. Jiang Zhou looked around the room and found a video camera, which was working. "Wanshua, we'll stay in this room tonight." Jiang Zhou thought of the DVDs he had bought today and made a suggestion. "Why?" Su Wanshua asked. "Because we can watch a movie tonight," Jiang Zhou said with a low laugh. Su Wanshua nodded, her face slightly flushed. She hadn't watched a movie with Jiang Zhou for many years. "I really miss the college days when we watched movies together." "Jiang Zhou, come out quickly." Hearing someone call Jiang Zhou, Su Wanshua said, "Go out and see quickly." Jiang Zhou nodded and walked out, only to find that it was his childhood friend Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun. As he spoke, he quickly walked up to Jiang Yun. In her past life, when she was sick and hospitalized and had no money, Jiang Yun gave her all his money so that she could take good care of her health. When he finally became successful and was preparing to bring Jiang Yun along to get rich, Jiang Yun was swept away and sacrificed his life while saving people in a flood. Now that he has been reborn, he is determined to make Jiang Yun rich and prevent him from going down the same path as before. He cannot die. Chapter 86. Watching a short movie before bed. Jiang Yun excitedly hugged Jiang Zhou and said happily, "Jiang Zhou, it really is you. When I first heard them talking about it, I thought I had misheard. It's so great that you're finally back. How have you been these past few years? Have you suffered any hardships?" Jiang Zhou patted Jiang Yun on the shoulder and asked. "Ahem, I just graduated from university and have been helping with the rice harvest at home these past few days. We've finished harvesting now, and I was planning to go to Guangzhou to work in a few days. But when I heard you were back, I came right away," Jiang Yun said, a little embarrassed. People his age have long since gone out to work. He's the only one who just graduated from university. Jiang Zhou also remembered that Jiang Yun was indeed just graduating at this time. Although Jiang Yun was the same age as him, he was admitted to university on his first try. Jiang Yun repeated his senior year of high school 3 times before finally getting into a vocational college. "Leaving me aside, I heard people in the village saying that you brought your wife and children back this time. Where are they?" Jiang Yun looked around and found that only Jiang Zhou was there. Jiang Zhou said with a smile, "Are the 3 little girls playing outside? Didn't you see them?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun immediately walked outside. He had been so focused on finding Jiang Zhou that he hadn't paid any attention to his surroundings. He walked to the gate of the compound and, sure enough, found Su Wanshua standing there watching the children play. "Wanshua, this is my childhood friend Jiang Yun," Jiang Zhou introduced to Su Wanshua. After hearing Jiang Zhou's words, Su Wanshua greeted Jiang Yun, "Hello." Jiang Yun smiled at Su Wanshua, but was shocked. Jiang Zhou's wife is so beautiful. No wonder she's my brother's wife. "Sister-in-law, hello. Those 3 little girls are my daughters," Jiang Zhou said, pointing to the 3 little girls playing with other children. Jiang Yun looked at the 3 little girls, who all looked alike and were very cute, with a pair of beautiful, big, blinking eyes. He exclaimed in shock, "These are triplets." Jiang Zhou nodded. Jiang Yun was once again deeply shocked. "My own brother's triplets, daughters. My brother is so amazing, he has 3 daughters. And they're so cute." Seeing this made him want to have a daughter too. But now, let alone having a daughter, he never even held a girl's hand during his school days. He's still a lifelong single dog. However, upon seeing the 3 children, he remembered something. After greeting Su Wanshua, he called Jiang Zhou to chat under a large tree nearby. "Jiang Zhou, you must be under a lot of pressure right now, having to support your family and pay off debts. Don't bear your difficulties alone, you can talk to me. Although I just graduated, I did earn some money working during my college years." Jiang Zhou knew his brother's personality well. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "I'll remember your kindness, but your brother is doing pretty well now. Tell me about you. What are you planning to do in Guangzhou?" Jiang Yun said with a bitter expression, "Sigh, I studied computer science in college. I thought it was a good major at the time, but now that I've graduated, I find it hard to find a job. Want to join me? I currently run an internet cafe in Changsha, Jiang suggested. That just so happens he's currently short of computer talent. What's more, these are the brothers he wanted to bring along to get rich after he became successful in his previous life, but he never had the chance. Now that he's been reborn, he definitely has to take him with him. Jiang Yun asked in surprise. You opened an internet cafe yourself? These days, you need at least tens of thousands of yuan in initial capital to open an internet cafe. Where did Jiang Zhou get so much money? Jiang Zhou nodded. Sure, Jiang Yun readily agreed. He trusted Jiang Zhou, and the job was related to his major. Doing what he liked was much more motivating than doing what he didn't like. And it would be even better if I could work with Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou then told Jiang Yun that he planned to hold a wedding banquet with his wife the next day, as well as a ceremony for his 3 daughters to recognize their ancestors. After that, he would return to Changsha. He told Jiang Yun to come with him. Jiang Yun nodded and said no problem. Then he looked at the 3 little girls and asked Jiang Zhou, what's going on? Why is there a ceremony for recognizing ancestors and returning to one's clan? Jiang Zhou gave Jiang Yun a rough explanation, and Jiang Yun was shocked. Then, with deep emotion, he said, hello, sister-in-law. Afterwards, Jiang Zhou and Jiang Yun chatted for a while longer. Because it was getting late, Jiang Yun reluctantly left. Bauer, Bayer, Xianger, it's getting late, hurry home. Su Wanxue called out to the 3 little girls who were playing happily. Okay. The 3 little girls responded immediately when Su Wanxue called them, and after saying goodbye to their friends, they ran to Su Wanxue's side. After Su Wanxue bathed and coaxed the 3 little girls to sleep, she then washed herself. After washing up and returning to the room, I happened to see Jiang Zhou take a CD out of a black plastic bag. The CD was called Sex and Men. Jiang Zhou, what are you putting on? As soon as she finished asking the question, Su Wanxue saw the photos of the man and woman printed on the CD cover, and her face immediately turned red. Jiang Zhou put the disc into the VCR, pressed play, and said with a smile, a little movie before bed. Su Wanxue sat on the bed, her face flushed even more, her heart pounding. It turns out that the movie Jiang Zhou mentioned watching that night was actually this kind of low-budget film. Wah! Although she is already a mother of 3, she has only had sex with Jiang Zhou once, and that night it was dark, and she felt dizzy. In my memory, I felt nothing but pain. Moreover, since it was also Jiang Zhou's first time, their first time together wasn't as smooth as depicted in TV dramas or Taiwanese romance novels. Things like 3 days and 3 nights, 7 days and 7 nights, 8-hour battles, etc. That's simply unrealistic. Although the first time wasn't very pleasant, now that the TV has started playing, her cheeks still turned red. Thinking that something might happen between her and Jiang Zhou tonight, she felt a little nervous. Jiang Zhou turned off the light, got into bed, and felt a little excited. As the plot unfolds, the male and female leads begin to kiss. What followed was an indescribable scene. The temperature in the room was gradually rising. She could even hear Jiang Zhou's breathing gradually becoming heavier. Her hands, which were under the covers, were clenched into small pink fists. I felt a little nervous, but also a little excited. Out of the corner of his eye, he unconsciously glanced at Jiang Zhou. By the dim light from the television, she saw Jiang Zhou looking at her. The moment their eyes met, she saw a huge fire burning in his dark eyes. It was as if the heat was about to melt her away. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and her small frame involuntarily went limp. My heart was racing, my breathing was rapid, and I felt as if I was about to suffocate. Especially now, the male and female leads in the movie haven't said a word, but the sounds they make have already made the atmosphere in the room even more ambiguous. Su Wanxue's face grew increasingly red. Jiang Zhou couldn't stand it, so he rolled over and covered Su Wanxue with his arms, afraid of crushing her. Wanxue, his Adam's apple bobbed, his voice hoarse. Jiang Zhou. Su Wanxue murmured softly. Wanxue, is that all right? Chapter 87. He kissed her. Su Wanxue's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she said with some self-consciousness, my illness is not cured yet, and I will infect you. Although Jiang Zhou and his 3 children underwent Helicobacter pylori testing during their last hospital checkup, the results were negative. However, she was still worried about infecting them. So she was very careful when eating, and even asked Jiang Zhou to mark her own rice bowl and chopsticks at home so that they wouldn't be mixed up with everyone else's. Jiang Zhou gently tapped her cheek with his hand and said with heartache, silly girl, you won't get infected from sleeping together. Su Wanxue opened her eyes wide in confusion and blushed with embarrassment because Jiang Zhou had directly said the words share a room. Really? Of course I checked. Su Wanxue gently nodded her head. Jiang Zhou lowered his head, about to kiss Su Wanxue's lips. He had been tempted by her for a long time and had always wanted to kiss her. My wish has finally come true. Just as they were about to kiss, Su Wanxue placed a finger between their lips. Su Wanxue pried open Jiang Zhou's lips and said softly, "We can't kiss. Kissing can definitely transmit the virus." Jiang Zhou said, "I'm healthy, I won't get infected. Give me a kiss." Su Wanxue gave Jiang Zhou a charming glare, but still shook her head. Jiang Zhou insisted, "Without this step, I don't think it's complete. Wanxue, be good. We ate together before, and I didn't get infected. There's a chance of that. I'm healthy, so you won't infect me." Su Wanxue persisted. Jiang Zhou gave up. "Fine, kiss other places instead." Su Wanxue finally relented. Outside the window, the moonlight was like water, and the summer heat was intense. In the room, the whirring of the fan, the low volume of the television, and the sounds of Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue exhaling mingled together. A passionate summer romance unfolds. Suddenly, her skirt was lifted up, and Su Wanxue felt a chill, but her head was still spinning. She wrapped her arms around Jiang Zhou's neck, letting him take her as he pleased. The next second, Jiang Zhou stopped and hugged Su Wanxue. "What's wrong?" Su Wanxue asked, puzzled. "Why did you stop?" Jiang Zhou chuckled softly and said helplessly, "You silly girl, you're still on your period." "Huh?" Su Wanxue exclaimed softly. Then I remembered that, apparently, that game has to be played when you're not on your period. Immediately, the base of her ears turned bright red. She had completely forgotten that. So shy. Jiang Zhou affectionately patted Su Wanxue's head, then lowered his skirt and said softly, "Let's earn some other interest first." After saying that, he kissed her again. By the middle of the movie, Jiang Zhou was really getting restless. He got out of bed, covered Su Wanxue with the blanket, got out of bed, and went to the bathroom to take a cold shower. Su Wanxue lay on the bed, a movie playing on the TV. She blushed and grabbed the blanket next to her to cover her face. There was a slight regret on her exquisitely beautiful face. "Oh dear, I never expected to be on my period. It's a little disappointing. But after my period ends, will it be okay?" The next morning, Jiang Zhou was awakened by the sound of firecrackers. This was the latest and most comfortable night he had slept since his rebirth. Jiang Zhou kissed Su Wanxue, who was sleeping peacefully beside him, and exclaimed how beautiful his wife was. He got up, dressed, and went out of the main room. When he looked into the courtyard, he was shocked. In the courtyard, the 3 little girls had cow dung all over their faces and hair. There were also 3 little girls and 2 little boys nearby, and their situation wasn't much better. The main thing was that they were having a lot of fun, and Belle was still leading everyone to continue playing. This is from a frying pan with cow dung. He was also covered in cow dung from the explosion. It's amazing that we can still have so much fun. They're such little kids. His head started to ache. Belle Bauer Xianger, stop playing. Jiang Zhou quickly went over and called the 3 little ones to stop. The 3 little ones turned around and glanced at Jiang Zhou when they heard their father's voice. "You guys should go back quickly. Otherwise you'll get scolded," Jiang Zhou reminded the other children. Upon hearing that they were going to be scolded, the children ran away in a flash. Jiang Zhou took the 3 little girls to the well to wash their faces and hair. Bauer and Bayer were still chattering about frying cow dung. Jiang Zhou was both annoyed and amused. He said helplessly, "If Mom sees this, she'll spank your little bottoms. You're not allowed to do it again next time." Belle smiled sheepishly and said she definitely wouldn't dare to do it again next time. Bauer and Xianger also looked apologetic. Jiang Zhou had also played like a child, and knew that if she said that, they would probably still try to blow up cow dung next time they wanted to play. There's no way around it. Playing is a child's nature. This is my own child. What else can I do besides spoil him or her? After washing the hair and faces of the 3 little girls, Bauer took Bayer and Xianger back to their room to change clothes. After changing into new clothes, Jiang Zhou carried the 3 little girls' dirty clothes to the well, found a large bathtub, and began to wash their dirty clothes. When Su Wanxue got up, she saw Jiang Zhou washing clothes and asked in confusion, "Hey, Jiang Zhou, aren't these the new clothes I prepared for the children last night? Why are you washing them?" Jiang Zhou told her about the 3 little girls who had led the other children to fry cow dung. Su Wanxue smiled helplessly. "All right, I'll go make breakfast now." Ever since the 3 little girls learned to crawl and walk, they go out dressed neatly every day, but come back covered in dirt. She's used to it. Jiang Zhou nodded, and Su Wanxue went into the kitchen. After inspecting the kitchen stove, she realized it was a wood-burning stove, so she went under it to light a fire. However, she had never lit a stove before and struggled for a long time without success. Finally, he was so choked by the smoke that he ran out of the kitchen. Seeing this, Jiang Zhou immediately ran over, opened the doors and windows, and then looked at Su Wanxue's face, which was covered in soot and black. He smiled and wiped the soot off Su Wanxue's face while saying, "Wanxue, I'll make breakfast. You go do the laundry." "I'd like to learn," Su Wanxue said, blushing. She'll definitely be going back to her hometown often in the future. She's going to marry Jiang, so she can't not even do something as simple as tending the stove properly. Jiang nodded and led Su Wanxue into the kitchen. In the main room, the three little girls were playing tag. Belle ran into the room where Jiang and the others were staying and saw a television. She immediately called out, "Big sister, Xianger, come quick. There's a television here." Bauer and Xianger immediately ran inside, and Bauer even found a video camera in the room. "There's a video camera here," Bauer said, because Lin Zhao's family had one, so she and Bayer would play it. "We can watch a movie now," Belle shouted excitedly. Bauer nodded and immediately started fiddling with the video recorder with Belle. Chapter 88, Taking Out the Marriage Certificate. Belle saw a CD next to her, picked it up, and looked at it. She couldn't read, so she handed it to Bauer and said, "Big sister, there's a CD here. Let's play this." "Okay." Bauer took the disc and put it in, and the TV screen immediately showed a picture. The three little girls huddled together, staring intently at the television. At first, everything seemed normal. Then, they saw the two people inside kissing. Bauer and Xianger immediately covered their eyes, while Bayer looked at the screen with curiosity. "You can't look." Xianger stretched out her other little hand and covered Belle's eyes. Bauer chimed in, "Exactly. Belle, you should turn this off right away." Belle pushed Xianger's hand away, then quickly ran to the door and looked outside. Seeing that no one was around, she closed the door. Belle ran to the TV, turned the volume down, and said to Bauer and Xianger, "Shoo, Daddy and Mommy are cooking. Let's watch quietly, and turn off the TV when we hear footsteps." Bauer and Xianger shook their heads in unison, but they couldn't resist their curiosity. They opened their fingers a little to peek at the screen on the television. The man and woman on the TV started undressing each other. Bauer immediately went up and turned off the TV, saying, "You can't watch this anymore." This time, Belle didn't argue. She and Xianger nodded, and then the three little girls ran out of the room with blushing faces. Before leaving, she made sure to put everything back in its place, afraid that her parents would find out. "Dad, Mom, we're going out to play." The three little girls felt guilty seeing Su Wanxue and Jiang, so they could only run away to hide. "Be careful, and don't cause any more trouble. If I find out, I'll spank you. Remember to come home for dinner after playing for a while," Su Wanxue instructed. "Okay, bye-bye, Mom and Dad." The three little girls ran off after saying that. Yang Li was carrying a vegetable basket and was about to go out to pick wild vegetables. She passed by Jiang's yard and saw Su Wanxue doing laundry, while Jiang was cooking in the kitchen. She turned her head and walked towards Su Wanxue with a smile. "Zhou's wife," Yang Li called out with a smile. Su Wanxue looked up and saw that it was Yang Li. She knew from yesterday that this aunt and her mother-in-law's family did not get along, so she naturally did not like her either. She greeted her perfunctorily. "Auntie." "Zhou's wife, there's something I need to tell you quietly. Zhou is definitely keeping this from you." Yang Li glanced towards the kitchen and, seeing that Jiang was busy there and not looking this way, she immediately leaned close to Su Wanxue's ear and whispered. Su Wanxue subtly shifted her body to the side and asked, "What is it?" "Zhou's family owes over 1,000,000 yuan. I advise you to take your child and leave before you get the marriage certificate. Otherwise, you'll be stuck in this family for the rest of your life. I'm telling you this because I think you're a good girl, and I don't want you to be deceived by Zhou." Yang Li looked at Su Wanxue with deep sympathy, as if she were genuinely helping Su Wanxue. He thought to himself, "I don't believe this girl can resist breaking up with Jiang when she hears about $1,000,000 debt." The thought of the uproar that would engulf Jiang's family filled her with a secret thrill. Upon hearing this, Su Wanxue sneered inwardly. This aunt really couldn't stand not causing trouble for a day. "Aunt, Jiang told me about this from the beginning. I don't care about it at all, and I will work hard with Jiang to pay off the debt. However, I advise you, aunt, to mind your own business and avoid causing trouble for others." Su Wanxue's tone was calm, but every word was insightful and to the point. Upon hearing this, Yang Li's face flashed with embarrassment. "I wonder if your aunt called your brother? Has your brother become successful?" Su Wanxue asked deliberately. Yang Li's expression changed repeatedly. She never expected that Jiang would tell his wife about the $1,000,000 debt his family owed. Moreover, his wife was actually willing to live a hard life with Jiang. However, on second thought, Su Wanxue might be too young and only care about feelings, not reality. Once she actually spends a few years with Jiang, this penniless guy, and is constantly being harassed by debt collectors, she'll know how tough it is. You little girl, you really don't know what's good for you. I'm doing this for your own good, and you still provoke me with your words. You deserve to be so unlucky as to marry Jiang." Yang Li said irritably, and then turned and left angrily. Because Yang Li spoke very softly, and Jiang was stirring the meat sauce in the kitchen, making a lot of noise. He didn't hear the commotion outside. Su Wanxue wasn't angry when she heard this, and continued washing clothes with her head down. A short while later, Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing returned home from outside. Looks like I'm in for a treat this morning, getting to eat breakfast made by my son, Lin Yuehua said with a smile as she glanced into the kitchen. Jiang Zhou smiled at Lin Yuehua. Su Wanxue went out and called the three little girls back. When I returned, breakfast was already laid out on the table, including fried eggs and steaming noodles. The noodles were made both spicy and non-spicy. The non-spicy version was specially made for Su Wanxue. Grandpa, Grandma. The three little girls called out obediently. Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing smiled happily and said to the three little girls, "Come and eat breakfast." The three little girls nodded obediently, and Su Wanxue had already used serving chopsticks to put a bowl of noodles and a fried egg on each of their plates. Lin Yuehua took a bite of the noodles and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, delicious. Your cooking skills are excellent, Zhou." Jiang Haixing praised repeatedly after taking a bite of the egg. The eggs were fried to a perfect golden brown. The yolks weren't burnt, and they even had a subtle sheen of oil. They were absolutely delicious. Lin Yuehua nodded and said, "Yes, Zhou, your cooking is even better than the chef's. It's delicious." Jiang Zhou smiled, then placed a fried egg on Su Wanxue's plate, saying, "Eat more." "Yes, you should eat more too," Su Wanxue said, picking up a fried egg for Jiang Zhou. Lin Yuehua, watching from the side, said with a smile, "Zhou is so considerate." Upon hearing this, Su Wanxue blushed slightly and then buried her head in her breakfast. "By the way, Zhou, take Xiaoxue to the Civil Affairs Bureau today to get your marriage certificate. We've already called our relatives to tell them that we're having 2 banquets tomorrow," Jiang Haixing reminded him. Jiang Zhou smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay, let's go to the street to get the marriage certificate after we finish eating." Su Wanxue was overjoyed. With their marriage certificate, she and Jiang Zhou were now officially husband and wife. Chapter 89, Preparing for the Grand Wedding. The children now have official titles, and when they go to kindergarten, their school records will show that their father is Jiang Zhou, instead of leaving it blank. She had worried about this before, fearing that the children would be bullied by other children at kindergarten, who would say they were children without a father. You don't need to worry about this anymore. Very nice. After breakfast, the 3 little girls stayed at home, with Jiang's parents helping to look after them. The 2 elders told Jiang Zhou and his wife to go out without worry. Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue were just about to leave when Jiang's mother called Jiang Zhou back and pulled him into the room. Lin Yuehua opened a cabinet, took out a cloth bag, and took out a stack of money wrapped in a cloth. She handed it to Jiang Zhou. "Zhou, here is 1,000 yuan. Take it and buy Xiaoxue a red festive outfit. Although we have debts and your wedding banquet can't be too big, we can't make Xiaoxue suffer too much. She should at least have a red dress and red shoes." "Mom, you don't need to give me any. I have my own money," Jiang Zhou said, pushing the money back to Lin Yuehua. Lin Yuehua stuffed the money in her hand into Jiang Zhou's arms. "What money could you possibly have? Consider this money as a betrothal gift from your mother to Xiaoxue. Take it, don't refuse." "I don't want it. I've opened my own shop now, and Dad should have told you." Jiang Zhou pushed Lin Yuehua's hand back, then took out 2,000 yuan from his pocket and stuffed it into Lin Yuehua's hand, saying, "We're having a banquet tomorrow. Mom, take this money and use it." Lin Yuehua shook her head. "Mom doesn't need so much money. Mom knows you're earning money outside, but you can't always rely on your own strength. Mom knows you're working very hard to earn money now, so please take this money." Jiang Zhou still insisted on putting the money in Lin Yuehua's hand. "Mom, this is money your son earned. Please accept it." Looking at her son, Lin Yuehua felt a pang of sadness as she thought about how Zhou had been working hard to earn money all these years. Her eyes welled up with tears. "Zhou, you've suffered so much. It should have been us, your parents, who were organizing the banquet, but now it's your money that's being spent." Jiang Zhou looked at his mother's red eyes and said in a deep voice, "Mom, this is what your son earned. You are my own mother, so isn't it only natural for me to spend my money on you? We have some debts, so we can't have a big celebration. We have to keep it low-key, but even though it's low-key, I will still spend the money that needs to be spent. Besides, it wasn't easy for you 2 to raise me, and now you're throwing me a wedding banquet. It's only right that I pay for it. Instead, it's your hard work to help organize this banquet." Hearing her son's words, Lin Yuehua couldn't help but chuckle and patted his shoulder, saying, "Good, I'm happy that you're so filial. I'll have your 3rd uncle and aunt help with the banquet this time, so you don't need to worry." Jiang Zhou nodded. "I told your older brother about your wedding, and he was very happy. He took the day off yesterday and will be taking the bus home today. He'll be home tonight," Lin Yuehua said happily. "When Fan comes home, their family will be complete." Hearing that his older brother would also be returning, Jiang smiled and said, "That's wonderful. My eldest brother, Jiang Fan, works in Guangzhou and comes back once a year for Chinese New Year. However, he sends all his earnings back home to help pay off the family's debts." He thought back to his past life when he became successful. Although he also helped his older brother make money, his brother never got married. He had been on several blind dates, but none of them lasted. At that time, he only knew that his older brother had a knot in his heart, but he didn't know what it was. Now that I've been reborn, I've become successful ahead of time. I'll definitely see what's troubling my older brother. I will try my best to let my older brother enjoy the warmth of his wife and children. Alright, hurry up and go get your marriage certificate with Xiaoxue. Remember to buy her some nice new clothes. Don't make her feel bad, Lin Yuehua said to Jiang with a smile. Okay, Mom. Jiang replied and left the room. Jiang took Su Wanxue to the street by car. As soon as they got out of the car, the sun was so bright that Jiang could hardly open his eyes. He immediately took an umbrella out of his bag and opened it to shield Su Wanxue from the sun. The streets were bustling with pedestrians, and many people were out shopping with their families. The other women on the street watched Jiang holding an umbrella for Su Wanxue and carrying her bag, and they were filled with envy. Other people's husbands are not only handsome, but they also know how to love their wives and even hold an umbrella for them. I'm so envious. Looking at her husband, she always seemed reluctant to go shopping with him. Thinking of this, they glared at the people around them. Look, that man is so good to his wife. Yes, seeing how considerate he is to his wife, even holding an umbrella for her, he must be a good husband. Yes, I'm so happy. I wish my husband loved me this much. That guy is so handsome, unlike my husband, who always has a long face. That woman is so lucky, it's truly enviable. Hearing the whispers around her, Su Wanxue felt a sweet warmth in her heart, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. She glanced furtively at Jiang, only to find him also glancing at her. Their eyes met, and a blush involuntarily crept onto Su Wanxue's cheeks. Just as she was about to look away, she noticed the sweat on Jiang's forehead. She quickly pulled out a tissue to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and then gently wiped the fine beads of sweat from his face. Jiang felt a surge of emotion as he looked at Su Wanxue's gentle demeanor. Let's go to the mall first. Jiang took his hand. Su Wanxue's small hand led her towards the mall. Aren't we going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get our marriage certificate? Su Wanxue asked in surprise. Upon hearing this, Jiang turned to look at Su Wanxue, a smile playing on his lips, and said, Let's go buy clothes first, so we can dress up beautifully for our wedding photos. Oh, Su Wanxue blushed slightly and responded softly. Jiang and Su Wanxue arrived at Kowloon Shopping Mall and went into a shop to pick out clothes. When the shop owner saw Jiang and Su Wanxue enter, she immediately greeted them warmly and asked, Young man, are you buying clothes for your wife? Okay, Jiang nodded. What a pretty young lady. I wonder what kind of clothes your wife likes to wear. The proprietress said with a smile. Let's take a look ourselves first, Su Wanxue said. Upon hearing this, the proprietress didn't press Su Wanxue and nodded. Okay, then take your time choosing. Call me if you need anything. Jiang responded, then pulled Su Wanxue to carefully examine the clothes in the store. Su Wanxue had been paying close attention to Jiang's expression. When she saw Jiang's gaze fall on her, her heart pounded like a deer. For those of you worried about whether Helicobacter pylori can be transmitted through intercourse, Chi-Chi tells you, it won't. However, eating together and kissing can, so please use separate bowls and chopsticks, and use serving chopsticks. My daughter Wanxue will get better soon. Chapter 90, Taking Marriage Certificate Photos. What do you think of that one? Su Wanxue asked shyly. Jiang glanced at Su Wanxue's finger and saw a white dress that Su Wanxue was pointing to. The dress looked ethereal and suited her very well, showing off her figure. It's quite pretty. You should try it on, Jiang said. Su Wanxue nodded and went into the fitting room to change her clothes. Jiang looked at Su Wanxue as she came out of the fitting room, his dark eyes filled with amazement. Su Wanxue's skin was as white as snow, and her oval face was exquisite and perfect. The white dress she wore made her look even more noble and elegant, with an ethereal beauty. Jiang was mesmerized. No words to describe beauty could adequately describe Su Wanxue at that moment. It's absolutely gorgeous. This stunningly beautiful woman is about to become his wife on his household registration. Just thinking about it made him excited, and he felt a little smug. Seeing Jiang staring at her, Su Wanxue lowered her head shyly. Jiang, am I pretty? Beautiful. Jiang snapped out of his daze and smiled at Su Wanxue. My wife looks beautiful in anything. Su Wanxue's face flushed slightly. Try on some other clothes. Jiang pulled Su Wanxue to try on other clothes again. In the end, they selected 3 regular outfits and a festive red dress. Su Wanchua looked at the 4 outfits, then hesitated before glancing at Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou, I think buying that red dress is enough. These 4 sets must have cost quite a bit of money. She has her own clothes to wear. Why buy so many clothes? It's a waste. Jiang Zhou could tell from Su Wanchua's expression that she was reluctant to spend money, so he couldn't help but laugh. I've already bought them all. You rarely buy clothes, so it's a rare opportunity to buy a few more. Besides, Mom told me that I must buy you a few more new outfits. Su Wanchua wanted to say more, but Jiang Zhou called over the proprietress and asked about the price. The proprietress walked over with a smile, and when she saw that Jiang Zhou and his group wanted to buy 4 sets of clothes, her smile grew even wider. Smiling, he said to Su Wanchua, "Girl, you're so lucky to have found such a wonderful man, and so handsome at that. You're truly blessed." Hearing this, Su Wanchua lowered her head shyly, not knowing what to say, but feeling sweet inside. Then, the proprietress smiled at Jiang Zhou and said, "This is a total of 1,000 yuan, but since you love your wife so much, I'll give you a 10% discount, so it's 900 yuan. The proprietress looked at Jiang Zhou with a smile, and then handed him the calculator. Upon hearing that it cost 900 yuan, Su Wanchua felt a pang of heartache and asked, "Madam, how much is this red dress?" 200 yuan. This is too expensive. Her usual clothes don't cost more than 50 yuan, but considering that she and Jiang Zhou are having their wedding banquet tomorrow, she definitely has to wear this red dress. She said, "Then we'll take this red dress, and we don't need anything else." Jiang Zhou squeezed Su Wanchua's small hand and said, "Boss lady, give me new sizes and wrap them all up." After saying that, Jiang Zhou took out 900 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the proprietress. "Okay." The proprietress smiled and took the 900 yuan. After touching it to confirm that it was real, she began to pack the clothes. "Jiang Zhou, it's too expensive, I don't want it." Su Wanchua frowned. Jiang Zhou smiled and said, "It's not expensive. I earn money to buy you clothes." "Exactly. What's wrong with a woman spending her man's money? Your man treats you so well, even buying you clothes. Unlike my husband, who never offers to buy me anything. I really envy you," the shopkeeper chimed in. Upon hearing this, Su Wanchua blushed. "Wanchua, go change into a new dress. We'll go take our marriage certificate photos later," Jiang Zhou said with a smile. Seeing that Jiang Zhou had already paid, Su Wanchua knew that Jiang Zhou wouldn't listen to her and only buy one item, so she had no choice but to obediently go to the fitting room and change into a light yellow dress. After changing, Jiang Zhou carried the newly bought clothes and led Su Wanchua out of the mall. After leaving the mall, Su Wanchua saw a men's clothing store. Remembering that Jiang Zhou hadn't bought any new clothes yet, she immediately said to him, "Jiang Zhou, the clothes in that men's clothing store are nice. Let's go in and take a look. I also need to buy you some new clothes." Jiang Zhou shook his head. "There's no need. My casual outfit is fine." Su Wanchua insisted. After all, Jiang Zhou had bought her so many clothes. How could she not buy him some? "Really, there's no need. I'm a grown man. I don't care about these things." Jiang Zhou shook his head and said. Seeing that Jiang Zhou was unwilling, Su Wanchua had no choice but to give up. Then, the two arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Su Wanchua looked up at the 3 characters hanging on the wall of the Civil Affairs Bureau and felt a strange sense of nervousness, but also anticipation. "Let's go in," Jiang Zhou said with a smile. Su Wanchua took a deep breath and then followed Jiang Zhou into the Civil Affairs Bureau. They first went to the lobby to get a registration form and fill in the information. When Jiang Zhou saw the ID card that Su Wanchua took out, he suddenly remembered something important that he had forgotten. Those are his parents-in-law. He didn't know, had never heard of, or met his father-in-law and mother-in-law in his previous life. But now, he is about to get married to Su Wanchua, and they will hold a wedding banquet. If he doesn't inform Su Wanchua's parents, he'll probably get his legs broken by the 2 old folks. He put down his pen and said to Su Wanchua, "Wanchua, I forgot something very important. I haven't met your parents yet. After we get our marriage certificate, we'll call your parents and tell them about our wedding banquet tomorrow. We'll try our best to get them here to attend our celebration." Upon hearing this, Su Wanchua's expression changed slightly, and she said, "There's no need to tell them." Seeing Su Wanchua's expression, Jiang Zhou paused slightly. He didn't speak immediately. He never asked about Su Wanchua's family situation when he was dating her in his previous life. Back then, everyone was very innocent. We just talked about each other and at most got to know each other's friends. Meeting the parents is a very important step, and it's the last one. Judging from Su Wanchua's current situation and the fact that she is raising 3 children alone in Changsha, there must be some issues between Su Wanchua and her parents-in-law. He didn't ask any more questions, reached out and affectionately patted Su Wanchua's head, and said, "Wanchua, I'm here for you. If you have any difficulties or other problems in the future, you can tell me. Upon hearing this, Su Wanshue's eyes reddened. She pursed her lips and nodded. After filling out the forms, they went to the photo studio next door to queue for their photos. When it was the two of them, Jiang Zhou and Su Wanshue stood in front of the camera. Don't look so tense, relax and smile, the photographer said with a smile, noticing their expressions. Okay. Jiang Zhou smiled, then looked at Su Wanshue beside him. Seeing Jiang Zhou winking at her, Su Wanshue couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chapter 91 Lin Xiao is shocked. Wanshue, you too got your marriage certificate. Seeing Su Wanshue smile, Jiang Zhou couldn't help but smile too. Are you two ready? I'm about to press the shutter, the photographer asked them with a smile. Okay, we can begin, Jiang Zhou said. The photographer pressed the shutter. Click. The photo was taken, and in it, the two people had bright smiles on their faces. So beautiful. Yes, this combination of man and woman is simply a perfect match. Looking at their smiles, I feel like I'm witnessing a beautiful painting. Hearing the discussions around him, Jiang Zhou felt a surge of excitement, and his smile grew even brighter. Gentlemen, come over and choose a photo you like. Okay. Jiang Zhou took Su Wanshue's hand and walked over. The photographer exported the photos he had just taken to the computer for them to choose from. Because the poses of the man and woman in the marriage certificate photos are all standard and uniform, but the smiles on their faces will be slightly different in each photo. In the final photo, Jiang Zhou's expression is gentle, and Su Wanshue's expression is very graceful. The two look very compatible. Su Wanshue looked at the photo on the screen and nodded in satisfaction. This one will do. Jiang Zhou nodded in satisfaction, then took Su Wanshue's hand and led her with a smile toward the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. I then submitted the documents and photos at the processing window. The procedures were completed very quickly. Congratulations to you both, happy marriage, the staff member said with a smile. Thank you, Jiang Zhou said with a smile. The staff handed two bright red marriage certificates to Jiang Zhou and Su Wanshue. Looking at the still warm marriage certificate in her hand, Su Wanshue felt a warmth in her heart, and tears welled up in her eyes. She and Jiang Zhou finally got together and became a legally recognized couple. Jiang Zhou was also very excited. He hugged Su Wanshue tightly and kissed her cheek hard. Hey, watch your image. It'll be embarrassing if someone sees you like this. Su Wanshue's cheeks flushed red as she nudged Jiang Zhou. The staff member next to them heard this and said with a smile, May you two always be happy. Jiang Zhou smiled and nodded, and those who had also come to get their marriage certificates came up to offer their blessings. Congratulations to you both on your marriage. Wishing you both happiness and a baby soon. Congratulations on your marriage. May you grow old together in harmony and be forever united in heart. You too, Jiang Zhou said, then happily led Su Wanshue away. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Su Wanshue said with a smile, Jiang Zhou, I want to make a phone call to tell Lin Xiao. Jiang Zhou immediately nodded. No problem. They walked to a nearby public phone booth. Su Wanshue went in, inserted her card, and made a call. Jiang Zhou knew that Su Wanshue must have a lot to say to Lin Xiao, so they went into the nearby fruit shop to buy fruit. Su Wanshue dialed Lin Xiao's number. Hey, Xiaoxue, how are things going on your end? Jiang Zhou's family hasn't given you any trouble, has they? Lin Xiao's voice came through the phone immediately. No, his parents are very nice. Su Wanshue smiled. She was very happy. That's good, that's good. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Xiao, Jiang Zhou and I have already gotten our marriage certificate, Su Wanshue said. As she said this, Su Wanshue looked at the red marriage certificate in her hand, and her smile became even brighter. What? Lin Xiao exclaimed in shock. Then, realizing what she had said, she immediately began lecturing Su Wanshue. Xiaoxue, before you left, I repeatedly told you not to get married right away. You had to assess the situation first, to see if Jiang Zhou could really pay off his $1 million debt within 3 months. And what did you do? You got your marriage certificate in just a few days. Girls really are a handful. Hearing Lin Xiao say these words, Su Wanshue couldn't help but smile, then said, Xiao, I believe him. Besides, I didn't hide it from you, you know. I called you immediately after we got our marriage certificate. You say I can't argue with you, Lin Xiao said helplessly. But if Jiang Zhou dares to let you down, I'll definitely beat him up. Lin Xiao added. Don't worry, he won't. I believe Jiang Zhou won't let me down, Su Wanshue said. Lin Xiao snorted, feeling somewhat unhappy. It felt like someone had stolen your most cherished possession. When are you having your banquet? Remember to let me know. I have to go, Lin Xiao continued to ask. Hearing this, Su Wanshue felt a headache coming on. She cautiously said, tomorrow. After Su Wanshue finished speaking, she moved the receiver away from her ear. Sure enough, a roar came from the other end of the phone. Su Wanshue, Do you even consider me a friend? You only told me about something this big now. Were you deliberately trying to make me worry to death? I'm sorry, Xiao Xiao. Su Wanshua said softly, her head bowed. She knew that if she told him earlier, Lin Xiao might not have let her take the children back to Jiangzhou's hometown. Now that the deed is done, there's no need to worry about Lin Xiao anymore. Lin Xiao remained silent for a long time before slowly saying, Fine, you're driving me crazy. I'll go buy the ticket right now. We're in Yongzhou tomorrow. Remember to pick me up. If you forget again, you'd better watch out. Okay, I promise I won't forget. Su Wanshue replied quickly. I'm going to back you up. Otherwise, you'd say the woman doesn't have any family members. Lin Xiao snorted arrogantly. Okay, I know. Xiao Xiao, you're the best. Su Wanshue said with a smile. All right, it's decided then. See you tomorrow. Lin Xiao said, then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Su Wanshue saw Jiang Zhou waiting for her and felt very comfortable. She walked over to him. We're done playing? I just went to the fruit shop next door and saw that their watermelons are seedless. The kids will definitely love them. We'll come back and buy some on our way home, Jiang Zhou said with a smile. Su Wanshue asked in surprise. Aren't we going home now? There's something else I forgot to buy. After saying that, Jiang Zhou led Su Wanshue to a shoe store. The sales assistant immediately greeted me warmly. What kind of shoes would you like to buy? I'll buy it for my wife, Jiang Zhou said with a smile, glancing at Su Wanshue. Su Wanshue looked at Jiang Zhou in surprise, not expecting that Jiang Zhou was buying her shoes. I don't need to buy it, Su Wanshue said. Since you're already here, take a look. It'll match your red dress tomorrow, Jiang Zhou said with a smile. After Jiang Zhou finished speaking, he pulled Su Wanshue directly towards the shoe rack. Su Wanshue walked over to the red flat shoes section to choose from. She usually wears flat shoes to make it easier to take care of her child. When the female shop assistant saw that Su Wanshue had chosen red shoes, she secretly guessed that she was probably getting married. Chapter 92 Happy Wedding. She picked up a pair of sparkly red high heels and walked up to Su Wanshue, smiling as she said, Are you wearing them for the banquet? I suggest you choose high heels, they'll look much better. What do you think of these? Su Wanshue looked at the diamonds on the high heels and liked them very much, then glanced at the price. That's so expensive. It costs 499 yuan. Su Wanshue immediately returned the high heels to the shop assistant, waving her hand and saying, No need. These heels are quite high. I'm not used to them. Jiang Zhou knew this in his heart, but he also thought the heel was too high, so he personally chose a pair of medium-heeled shoes for Su Wanshue to try on. Su Wanshue looked at the shoes Jiang Zhou had chosen. They were sparkly and very pretty, and not too high either. She really liked them. But she looked around and didn't see any price tag. She pretended to look at Jiang Zhou and ask about the price. Jiang Zhou smiled and said, Try it first. Su Wanshue nodded, sat down, and prepared to bend down to put on her shoes when she saw a pair of hands pick up the shoes and help her put them on. Su Wanshue looked down at the owner of the hand and saw it was Jiang Zhou. She quickly said, I can do it myself. Jiang Zhou didn't say anything, but continued to help Su Wanshue put on her shoes. Wow, your man is so good to you. He even puts your shoes on for you himself. You're so lucky, a shop assistant said enviously. Upon hearing this, Su Wanshue's face immediately turned red. She looked down at Jiang Zhou, who had just finished putting on her shoes, and looked up. The two locked eyes. Try it on and see if it fits, Jiang Zhou said softly. Su Wanshue nodded, stood up, and looked at herself in the mirror, wearing shoes. She looked very pretty. Great. These shoes suit you very well, Jiang Zhou said with a smile. Su Wanshue was very satisfied with the shoes. She turned to the shop assistant and asked, How much are these shoes? You look really good in these shoes. Your man has great taste. These shoes cost 599 yuan, the salesperson said with a smile. Su Wanshue looked at Jiang Zhou, indicating that she wouldn't buy it. Jiang Zhou immediately replied, The price isn't high, and it looks great. Su Wanshue shook her head. Let's look at some others. Oh my, these shoes look really good on you. None of the other customers look as good in them as you. If you like them, just buy them. Your man treats you so well, the sales clerk said with a smile. Jiang Zhou knew that Su Wanshue liked those shoes, so he smiled and said, Get us a new pair and wrap them up. Okay, I'll go get it for you right away, the shop assistant said quickly. This man is really generous. His commission will increase significantly now. Very nice. Jiang Zhou, it's too expensive. Su Wanshue frowned as she watched the shop assistant leave. It's all right, Jiang Zhou said with a smile. I'm glad you like it. Before Su Wanshue could say anything more, the shop assistant had already come over. Here you go, it's all packed for you, the shop assistant said with a smile. Jiang Zhou took the new shoes and then paid the shop assistant. Su Wanshue felt her heart bleed as she looked at the money. After confirming the money was correct, the shop assistant smiled and said, Okay, happy wedding. Jiang Zhou and Su Wanshua went to the fruit shop, bought watermelon and grapes and some other fruit, and then went home. As soon as they returned to the courtyard, Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger immediately surrounded them. Dad, Mom, you're back. The three little girls called out happily. Mm. Jiang Zhou nodded. Su Wanshua smiled and patted the heads of the three little ones. Mom's wearing a new dress? Bauer asked, looking at the light yellow dress Su Wanshua was wearing. Yes. Su Wanshua said with a smile. Mom looks so beautiful, Xiang said. Mommy looks so pretty in her new dress. All chimed in. Jiang Zhou watched the little ones circling around Su Wanshua and said with a smile, Daddy brought you lots of delicious food. Come on inside. Wow, that's great. The three little girls jumped up excitedly. Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing heard the children's voices in the yard and came out of the room. You two are back? Lin Yuehua said with a smile. Su Wanshua nodded. Seeing Su Wanshua standing there in a light yellow dress, Lin Yuehua's face showed a satisfied expression. Not bad, not bad, very pretty. Su Wanshua blushed when she was praised. Where's your marriage certificate? Show it to us all. Jiang Haixing walked up to Jiang Zhou and asked with a smile. Jiang Zhou took out the red marriage certificate from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Haixing. Jiang Haixing looked at the red marriage certificate in his hand, a happy expression on his face. He carefully examined the red marriage certificate in his hand, and the more he looked at it, the happier he became. Oh my, this young couple is quite a perfect match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Jiang Haixing praised. Lin Yuehua walked over and took the marriage certificate. She looked at it with a happy expression on her face. Yes, this young couple is indeed a perfect match. They look like a handsome man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. Lin Yuehua said with a happy smile. Upon hearing this, Su Wanshua lowered her head somewhat embarrassed. We want to see it too. The three little girls circled around Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing, staring longingly at the marriage certificate in Lin Yuehua's hand, their big eyes fixed on it without blinking. All right, let me show you. Lin Yuehua handed the marriage certificate to the three girls. The three little ones couldn't wait to examine the marriage certificate as soon as they received it. They stared at the certificate with wide eyes and grinned from ear to ear. Mom and Dad are so beautiful, the three little girls exclaimed in unison. Su Wanshua looked at the three little girls with a smile, her face full of happiness. The watermelon is here. At this moment, Jiang Zhou walked in carrying a plate of sliced watermelon and placed it on the table. The three little girls saw the watermelon and immediately ran towards it. Su Wanshua carefully put away the marriage certificates left behind by the three young girls. I want to eat, the three little girls said in unison. Go wash your hands first, Jiang Zhou said with a smile. The three little girls ran to the well to wash their hands, then ran back to the main room, where the family sat around the table eating watermelon. The scene was very heartwarming. After dinner, Lin Yuehua found Jiang Zhou and said, You're having your wedding banquet tomorrow, so I'll take you to your maternal grandparents' house tonight. Okay, Jiang Zhou readily agreed. He also wanted to visit his maternal grandparents. He remembered that his maternal grandparents were very good to his family. After the family went bankrupt, his grandparents took out all their money and gave it to his mother to pay off her debts. Me too. Me too. The three little ones responded enthusiastically. Jiang Zhou smiled when he saw the three little girls. All right, let's go together. Yay! Chapter 93 Big Brother is back. Won't this tire the children out? Lin Yuehua asked worriedly. After all, there are no cars now, so it would take half an hour to walk. She was afraid of tiring them out. No, they're used to walking. They can manage a half-hour walk. Besides, walking more is good for their health, Jiang Zhou explained with a smile. Lin Yuehua was relieved. All right then, go early and come back early. Get some rest, Lin Yuehua said. Understood, we'll get ready to leave now. Then, Lin Yuehua, Jiang Zhou, and Su Wanshua took the three little girls to the next village to visit Jiang Zhou's maternal grandparents. Jiang Zhou even bought a watermelon when he saw one being sold on the way. When the group arrived at the maternal grandparents' house, they found that neither of them was home, so they waited outside. Many people in the village knew Lin Yuehua, and when they saw her and her group waiting outside, they all came up to greet her. Oh my, Yuehua's here. Lin Yuehua smiled and nodded, saying, Where did my parents go? Why aren't they home? Those two have probably gone out for a stroll again. They should be back soon. She knew that the two elderly people were still in good health and would go out for a walk after their meals. A few minutes later, Jiang Zhou saw his maternal grandparents walking towards him. Grandpa, Grandma. Jiang Zhou greeted them with a smile. Lin Hao and Chen Xiuhua stared at Jiang Zhou in shock, their disbelief lasting a few seconds before they reacted, excitedly grabbing Jiang Zhou's arm. Zhou, is it really you? Yes, Grandpa and Grandma, it really is me, Jiang Zhou said with a smile. Lin Hao and Chen Xiahua looked at Jiang Zhou with tears welling up in their eyes. My child, you finally come back, Chen Xiahua said, her voice choked with emotion. Yes, Grandpa. Grandma, are you alright? Jiang Zhou asked with concern. We're all fine, Lin Hao said with a smile. Jiang Zhou nodded, and then introduced Su Wanxue and the three little girls to Lin Hao and Chen Xiahua. Lin Hao and Chen Xiahua nodded with smiles. They knew that Jiang Zhou was going to hold a wedding banquet, but they didn't expect him to suddenly bring his family. Come on in, don't just stand at the door, Chen Xiaomei said with a smile, gesturing for everyone to come inside. Everyone walked into the house together. That's wonderful. Our Zhou is married now, and she even has children, Chen Xiahua said, looking at Jiang Zhou. Lin Hao looked at Jiang Zhou and nodded with a smile. When Lin Hao saw Jiang Zhou this time, he felt that Jiang Zhou was much thinner than before. His face was thinner and he looked a bit darker, but he was in good spirits. Grandpa, Grandma, I promise I'll work hard to earn money and pay off the loan as soon as possible, so I can take you all to enjoy a better life, Jiang Zhou earnestly promised. Lin Hao smiled and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Grandpa believes you can do it. Great. Grandma is waiting for you to make a lot of money so that we can all live a good life, Chen Xiahua said with a smile. Jiang Zhou nodded. Having been reborn, he was determined to make sure his family lived a good life. Jiang Haixing informed Yang Li that Jiang Zhou was holding a banquet the next day and then left. As soon as Jiang Haixing left, Yang Li glared at Jiang Dai and the other two and said angrily, This second brother really doesn't take us seriously. You know, his son is having a wedding banquet and a family reunion feast tomorrow, and he's only telling us this now. Yang Li's tone was very displeased, and her face was also filled with anger. Jiang Haixing's actions clearly showed him disrespect. How could she possibly accept that? Jiang Ming and Lu Yumei sat there, feeling very uncomfortable as they thought about Jiang Haixing's cold attitude towards them. But what more can they say? You should say less, after all. This is my second brother's family's happy occasion. Jiang Ming sighed, his tone tinged with helplessness. Yang Li became even more furious upon hearing this. Why should we? We are members of the Jiang family. How could we only be told about my second brother's happy occasion now? I really don't know what he's thinking. If you hadn't always caused trouble at my second brother's house, would he have been so cold to our family? Jiang Daming said angrily. Yang Li was rendered speechless by Jiang Daming's reprimand, and her expression became somewhat embarrassed. Jiang Daming ignored her and turned away. Around 10 p.m., the children were asleep. Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue were watching TV in their room, while Jiang's parents were checking what they needed to buy the next morning and making sure all the relatives on both sides had been notified. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. You're here. Jiang Haixing got up and went to open the door. Then came Jiang Haixing's joyful voice. Fan, you're back. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhou knew that his older brother had returned. After taking Su Wanxue out of the room, Jiang Haixing turned on the lights in the main room. Jiang Zhou almost didn't recognize his older brother, Jiang Fan, when he saw him. It's gotten so much darker. I've lost a lot of weight. After greeting his parents, Jiang Fan smiled at Jiang Zhou. Without saying a word, he first went up to Jiang Zhou, hugged him, and patted him on the back, saying, You little rascal, you're finally back. You haven't come back for 5 years, you're really stubborn. I told you, I'll take care of things at home. And this is... After releasing Jiang Zhou, Jiang Fan smiled and looked at Su Wanxue. Jiang Zhou introduced, Brother, this is my wife, Wanxue. Wanxue, this is my older brother, Jiang Fan. Hello, sister-in-law. Jiang Fan greeted her with a smile. Hello, big brother. Su Wanxue greeted with a smile. When Lin Yuehua saw that the two brothers had returned, she couldn't help but raise her hand to wipe away tears of joy. She cried tears of joy. 5 years have passed, and this time their family is finally reunited. Moreover, there are 2 very happy events to attend tomorrow. In addition, Zhou started making a lot of money in Changsha, and she felt that breathing became much easier, and the mountain pressing down on her head was much lighter. However, when her gaze fell on Jiang Fan's right leg, a pang of pain shot through her eyes again. 5 years ago, after the family went bankrupt, Jiang Fan got into a fight with someone who was bullying them, which resulted in his leg being crippled. He's still limping. Jiang Fan's fiancée, with whom he had previously been engaged, also broke up with him. She sighed inwardly. However, thinking of the good news her youngest son would bring upon his return, she was filled with anticipation for the future. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Jiang Zhou took Lin Yuehua, Jiang Haixing, and Jiang Fan to the street to start shopping. At home, after Su Wanxue got up and washed, she changed into a red dress and red shoes. Looking at herself in the mirror, a smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Su Wanshue opened the door and looked at Xiang'er, Bayer and Bauer outside. Mommy, the three little girls called out happily. They knew it was their parents' wedding banquet today, so they specially wore their prettiest clothes. Chapter 94 Wedding Banquet. You're up so early? Come in quickly. Su Wanshue smiled and ushered the three children inside. The three little girls skipped and hopped into the house. Seeing how happy they were, Su Wanshue felt very happy too. Mom looks so beautiful today, Belle said with a smile to Su Wanshue. Su Wanshue reached out and pinched her rosy cheeks. Is it really beautiful? Su Wanshue asked. She was still quite nervous about the wedding banquet that was about to be held today. Jiang Zhou's relatives are coming today, and she hopes to leave a good impression on them. Really? The three little girls nodded vigorously. Su Wanshue was amused by the expressions of the three little girls. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Zhou and the others returned home. Su Wanshue saw Jiang Zhou and the others carrying a lot of things as they walked in from outside, and hurriedly went to greet them and took their bags. Jiang Zhou smiled at Su Wanshue. You don't need to worry about me. You're the boss today, go and rest. Let me help you, Su Wanshue said, looking at Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou smiled and shook his head. He glanced at Su Wanshue and asked, Why aren't you wearing new clothes? I was just worried about getting things dirty while working. We can wear them again when we eat, Su Wanshue said, taking the things from Jiang Zhou's hands. Here, put your things on the table first. I'll arrange them later. Seeing Su Wanshue's virtuous wife and loving mother appearance, Jiang Zhou smiled. Xiaoxue, leave this to us, you don't need to do it, Jiang Haixing said as he carried the things to the kitchen. That's right. We can handle these rough jobs, you can go and rest, Jiang Zhou said. Before Su Wanshue could say anything more, Lin Yuehua pulled her away and said, Xiaoxue, let's put up some double happiness characters. Oh okay. Su Wanshue had no choice but to obediently follow Lin Yuehua to put up the double happiness characters. Just as the paper was pasted up, fourth aunt Jiang Jinhua and fourth aunt Wang Zhongyi arrived. Second brother, second sister-in-law, Jiang Jinhua called out loudly as soon as she entered the courtyard. You're here. Lin Yuehua ran out of the kitchen with a smile upon hearing the noise. Jiang Haixing came out of the kitchen with a smile and said, Jinhua and Zhongyi are here. Jiang Zhou looked at them and called out, Fourth aunt, fourth uncle. Jiang Zhou remembered that his fourth aunt and uncle had made some money with his family back then, but after his family went bankrupt, his fourth aunt and uncle helped them and lent them 200,000 yuan. They have never asked for the money back. Zhou, congratulations. Happy wedding, Jiang Jinhua said to Jiang Zhou with a big smile. Jiang Zhou smiled and said, Thank you. Here, this is a small token of our appreciation from your fourth aunt. Please don't find it offensive. Wang Zhongyi took out a red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Zhou. How can I accept this? Jiang Zhou hurriedly declined. Jiang Zhou didn't want to accept their red envelopes. Take it, it's a small token of our appreciation. You and Xiaoxue didn't prepare much for your wedding, so please accept this. Jiang Jinhua said. Yes, this is just a small token of our appreciation, please accept it, Wang Zhongyi chimed in. Jiang Zhou couldn't refuse them, so he had no choice but to accept it. Then I'll accept it. Thank you so much, fourth aunt and fourth uncle, for your kind gesture, Jiang Zhou said with a smile to Jiang Jinhua and Wang Zhongyi. Jiang Zhou put the red envelope away. Where is your wife? Jiang Jinhua asked. She had heard from her second sister-in-law that Zhou's wife was no ordinary wife. Her second sister-in-law had even praised Su Wanshue for being beautiful. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhou immediately looked up and said with a smile, She went into her room and will be out in a bit. It's all right, let's get on with our work first. We'll see it eventually anyway, Jiang Jinhua said with a smile. After that, the couple started helping Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing with their work. Soon, Su Wanshue checked the time, came out of the room and found Jiang Zhou, Lin Zhao's car should be arriving soon. I have to go to the street to pick her up. Okay, why don't you meet my fourth aunt and uncle first? They were just talking about you. After you meet them, I'll go with you to the bus station to pick up Lin Xiao, Jiang Zhou said with a smile. Su Wanshue nodded, and then Jiang Zhou led Su Wanshue to meet Jiang Jinhua and the others. Fourth aunt, this is my wife, Su Wanshue. Jiang Zhou introduced Su Wanshue with a smile. Hello. Su Wanshue greeted Jiang Jinhua and the others politely. Good, you're really beautiful, Jiang Jinhua said admiringly. Su Wanshue lowered her head shyly. Zhou, didn't you buy anyone new clothes? Jiang Jinhua asked, looking at Su Wanshue's outfit. Su Wanshue was stunned, and her face flushed red instantly. She immediately explained, I bought it, but I'm afraid it will get dirty if I wear it now. Oh, I see. It's fine if you buy it. We can't let you suffer. Okay, you guys go ahead and get busy, don't worry about us, Jiang Jinhua said with a smile. Okay, I'll head over now, You two get back to your work, Su Wanshua said with a smile to Jiang Jinhua and Wang Zhongyi. Okay, go ahead, Wang Zhongyi said with a smile and a nod. Afterwards, Jiang Zhou took Su Wanshua away from home to pick up Lin Xiao at the bus station. When they arrived at the bus station, Lin Xiao had already gotten off the bus and was waiting at the exit. Jiang Zhou and Su Wanshua saw her as soon as they got out of the car. Lin Xiao, Su Wanshua waved to her happily. You're finally here. I'm so hot. Lin Xiao said happily as she walked towards Jiang Zhou and Su Wanshua. You guys go sit over there for a while. Jiang Zhou pointed to the rest area next door. Su Wanshua nodded obediently and took Lin Xiao's hand as they walked into the rest area. Jiang Zhou returned quickly, holding 2 popsicles, and handed them to Su Wanshua and Lin Xiao, saying, These are popsicles I bought for you. Thank you. Lin Xiao took the popsicle and thanked him with a smile, then started eating it. Let's go back first, Su Wanshua said, glancing at the time. It's almost time. Okay, Jiang Zhou replied. The 3 of them then boarded a bus back to Jiangjia village. On the bus, Su Wanshua and Lin Xiao chatted casually, and the atmosphere was quite pleasant. Jiang Zhou listened to their conversation the whole time, occasionally chiming in with a few words. Upon arriving at the entrance of Jiangjia village, the 3 people got out of the car and walked towards Jiang Zhou's house. The air here is really nice. Lin Xiao exclaimed sincerely as she walked around, taking in the surrounding scenery. Yes, the scenery around here is indeed very beautiful. Su Wanshua agreed with Lin Xiao. The 3 of them walked slowly along the path, feeling the cool breeze on their skin, which made them relax involuntarily. Many guests have already arrived in Jiang Zhou's courtyard. Jiang Zhou, congratulations on your marriage. Congratulations. Wishing you a long and happy marriage. Chapter 95. Jiang Zhou's wife is really beautiful. When the people in the courtyard saw Jiang Zhou and his 2 companions, they greeted them with bright smiles. Thank you everyone, Jiang Zhou replied with a smile, his eyes revealing a satisfied expression. Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger immediately ran out of the house to greet Lin Xiao when they saw him coming. Aunt Lin. The 3 little girls ran up to Lin Xiao and called out to her happily. Bauer, Bayer, Xianger, how have you been lately? Have you missed Aunt Lin? Lin Xiao squatted down and looked at the 3 children's faces. Yes, we miss Aunt Lin so much, Bauer said sweetly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao reached out her right hand and patted Bauer's head. Aunt Lin, we missed you so much. Belle chimed in. I miss Aunt Lin too, Xianger said from the side. Lin Xiaoxiang was a little surprised by this. I didn't expect Xianger to become so much more cheerful and lively after just a few days here. She's much cuter than before. Good girl, go play with the other children. Lin Xiao said gently to the 3 little girls. The 3 little girls nodded obediently, and then skipped and hopped off to play elsewhere. Watching the 3 little girls walk away, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile. Jiang Haixing and his wife Lin Yuehua also came out. Zhozhou, Xiaoxue, come in with your friends, Lin Yuehua said with a smile. Okay, Jiang Zhou replied. Then, Jiang Zhou led Lin Xiao and Su Wanshua into the house. After entering the main room, Jiang Zhou asked Lin Xiao and Su Wanshua to sit on the sofa and rest. Here, have some watermelon first. Lin Yuehua brought over a fruit platter, placed it between Lin Xiao and Su Wanshua, and handed a slice of watermelon to Lin Xiao. Thank you, Auntie. You can just call me Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao accepted the watermelon and said politely. Okay, you chat with Xiaoxue first, we'll go greet the others. Lin Yuehua stood up with a smile, preparing to attend to the other guests. Okay. Lin Xiao also stood up and watched Lin Yuehua leave. Jiang Zhou glanced at the growing number of guests outside and said to Su Wanshua and Lin Xiao, You 2 chat first, I'll go out and help serve the guests. I'll go with you. Su Wanshua stood up, ready to go with Jiang Zhou to greet the guests. She was worried that if there were too many people, Jiang Zhou and the others wouldn't be able to handle it. No need. I already said you're the boss today. Just keep Lin Xiao company and have a good chat. I can handle everything by myself, Jiang Zhou said with a smile. All right. Su Wanshua had no choice but to nod. Jiang Zhou nodded and left. Lin Xiao noticed Su Wanshua's nervousness and said with a smile, Don't be too nervous. Phew, let's go. Come with me to my room to change my clothes, Su Wanshua said with a sigh. Oh, you bought new clothes? Lin Xiao teased. Su Wanshua blushed and nodded, saying, Jiang Zhou bought it for me. Wow, it seems Jiang Zhou is really attentive to you, Lin Xiao said enviously, looking at Su Wanshua. Okay, come with me to change my clothes. After Su Wanshua finished speaking, she pulled Lin Xiao into the room and then locked the door. Su Wanshua took out the red dress, and Lin Xiao looked at it and exclaimed, This dress is really beautiful. Hurry up and put it on so I can see it. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, he turned his back to Su Wanshua. Su Wanshua smiled, then took off her own clothes and put on the red dress. Okay. Su Wanxue turned around, looked at herself in the mirror, and said, "Wow." Lin Xiao exclaimed in amazement as he looked at Su Wanxue in front of him. "Does it look good?" Su Wanxue asked, looking at herself in the mirror. "Beautiful. Absolutely stunning." Lin Xiao couldn't help but praise. Su Wanxue smiled, and Lin Xiao looked her over again and said, "Not bad. Jiang Zhou has good taste." "He has good taste," Su Wanxue said with a faint smile. Looking at Su Wanxue's happy smile, Lin Xiao hesitated and asked, "Xiao Shuo, what's wrong?" Su Wanxue asked, puzzled, seeing Lin Xiao's hesitant expression. "Your marriage to Jiang, didn't you really plan to tell your parents about it?" Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment, then looked at Su Wanxue and asked. Su Wanxue's expression changed immediately after hearing Lin Xiao's words, but she quickly returned to normal and said, "There's no need to tell them, and even if I did tell them, they wouldn't agree." "That's true," Lin Xiao said with a sigh. She knew Xiaoshua's parents' personalities all too well. If she told them, it would probably put Xiaoshua and Jiang Zhou in a difficult position. Since that's the case, it's better to just let things take their natural course. "Xiaoshua, do you regret it?" Lin Xiao asked Su Wanxue tentatively. "Regret what?" "Regret marrying Jiang Zhou." Su Wanxue asked bitterly. "Xiaoshua, I hope you'll be happy," Lin Xiao said earnestly. "Yes, I will. Thank you, Lin Xiao. I know what to do, don't worry." Su Wanxue nodded to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao nodded. Jiang Zhou was helping to greet the guests in the courtyard, while Bauer, Xiang'er, and Bayer were playing happily with the other children outside, their cheerful laughter echoing through the air. The relatives looked over and saw that the three little girls were very cute and clever, and they all liked them very much. "Jiang Zhou, those must be your triplets, right? They're so beautiful." "Yes, this is the first time I've ever seen triplets." "So cute." Yes, I really envy your family." The relatives kept praising him. "Hey, uncles and aunts, you flatter me." Jiang Zhou was in a great mood after hearing his relatives' praise, so he smiled and said to them, "Jiang Zhou, I'm not trying to be mean, but look at you. You've married such a beautiful wife. Why don't you bring her over to meet your uncle and aunt sooner?" A man around 50 years old teased Jiang Zhou. "That's right, you're such a good kid. How could you keep such a nice girl hidden away? Unlike my brat, he's still not married. It's driving me crazy. Now that he's back, I'm definitely going to urge him on. I want to have grandchildren too." Another man in his 50s chimed in. "Uncles and aunts, I'll introduce you later. I have to go do something else now," Jiang Zhou said, waving his hand hastily. "Go ahead and get busy," some relatives said with smiles and a wave to Jiang Zhou. Soon, all the food on the table was brought to the table. The relatives were all gathered around the table, eating, while the three little girls were being looked after by Lin Xiao. Jiang Zhou led Su Wanxue out, and everyone turned their attention to them. The group of people were all stunned when they saw Su Wanxue wearing a red dress. Jiang Zhou's wife is so beautiful. Chapter 96. Still call her auntie? Call her mom. Let me introduce you all. This is my wife, Su Wanxue. Today is our wedding banquet. Please enjoy yourselves. Jiang Zhou raised his glass and announced loudly. Upon hearing Jiang Zhou's words, everyone raised their glasses and shouted, "Congratulations! Your wife is really pretty." "Yes, I've never seen such a beautiful girl before." "Zhou, you are so lucky." Hearing everyone's congratulations, Su Wanxue's cheeks flushed, making her look very cute. "All right, everyone, eat and drink to your heart's content. Xiaoshua and I are going to go and greet the others." Jiang Zhou smiled at everyone and raised his glass to toast the others. Everyone raised their glasses and drank. Jiang Zhou then took Su Wanxue to greet the others. They first went to Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing's table, where Lin Xiao, her fourth aunt, and her third uncle were also seated. "Uncle, aunt, I'd like to toast you." Su Wanxue walked up to the two of them, raised her glass, and said. Because of Su Wanxue's health condition, Jiang Zhou had already replaced the wine pot on Su Wanxue's side with water. "Oh dear, you're already married, so you'll have to change how you address each other from now on," Lin Yuehua said with a smile to Su Wanxue. "Yes, we can't call them uncle and aunt anymore. We have to change how we address them," Jiang Jinhua said with a smile. Su Wanxue was stunned for a moment. Her face flushed slightly. She looked up at Lin Yuehua and the others and said with a smile, "Dad, Mom, Jiang Zhou, and I would like to toast you." "Hey!" Lin Yuehua exclaimed happily, nodding with a smile. She raised her wine glass, clinked it with Su Wanxue's, and drank the wine in one gulp. "Xiaoshua, Zhou, you two should live a good life together from now on. If you have any grievances, just tell Dad, and Dad will stand up for you," Jiang Haixing said with a smile to Su Wanxue. Lin Yuehua nodded and said, "Yes, it wasn't easy for you to marry into our Jiang family. Don't worry, we all support you. If Zhou dares to bully you, I'll be the first to object." "Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom." Su Wanshue smiled and nodded in thanks after hearing Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua's words. She was very happy because Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua's love for her was genuine, not just perfunctory. This feels so good. Seeing Jiang Zhou's family enjoying themselves so happily at the next table, Yang Li couldn't help but sneer and feel very uncomfortable. How come their family owes millions in debt, yet that Jiang Zhou can still marry such a beautiful wife and give birth to 3 such beautiful triplets? Why is she so resentful? The more Yang Li thought about it, the more resentful she felt, so she picked up her wine glass and took a big gulp of wine. Seeing her like this, Jiang Dai frowned and whispered a reminder. You'd better behave yourself. Today is Zhou's happy occasion. Yang Li snorted coldly upon hearing Jiang Dai's words. Seeing that Yang Li wouldn't listen to him, Jiang Dai didn't bother with her anymore. After Jiang Zhou and Su Wanshue toasted each table, they finally sat down. After dinner, Jiang Zhou was forced to drink quite a bit of alcohol, and because Su Wanshue couldn't drink, he also drank a lot for her, so he's not in good shape right now. Jiang Zhou, what's wrong? Su Wanshue asked with concern, noticing Jiang Zhou's unsteady steps. It's nothing. I probably drank a bit too much just now. I'll be fine after a rest, Jiang Zhou said with a smile, rubbing his temples. Xiaoxue, take Zhou back to her room to rest. We'll take care of the guests outside, Lin Yuehua said, walking up to Su Wanshue and patting her shoulder. Okay, then thank you for your trouble, Mom. Su Wanshue nodded and said. Why are you being so polite with me? Lin Yuehua said with a helpless smile. Su Wanshue smiled, then helped Jiang Zhou walk towards the room. Back in the room, Su Wanshue closed the door, then helped Jiang Zhou to bed and covered him with a blanket. Jiang Zhou, how are you feeling? Su Wanshue asked Jiang Zhou with some concern. It's all right. I'll be fine after a rest, Jiang Zhou said with a smile. You should get some sleep first. You'll be fine when you wake up, Su Wanshue said with a smile. Jiang Zhou nodded. Su Wanshue turned and left the room, then went to the bathroom to fill a basin with hot water, wrung out a towel, and prepared to use warm water to wipe Jiang Zhou's face and hands. Jiang Zhou, come here, let me wipe your face. It will make you feel more comfortable, Su Wanshue said, gently wiping Jiang Zhou's face with a towel. Jiang Zhou responded with his eyes closed. Jiang Zhou, you sleep for a while, I'll wake you up later. Su Wanshue continued to wipe Jiang Zhou's face. Seeing that Jiang Zhou had fallen asleep, Su Wanshue turned off the light, then quietly got into bed and lay down next to Jiang Zhou, before reaching out to hug him. Su Wanshue rested her head on Jiang Zhou's chest, smelling his scent, and felt an extraordinary sense of satisfaction. In the main room, there was a family reunion banquet that evening. At that time, Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing sat in the main room with their relatives, chatting and eating melon seeds. The atmosphere was very harmonious. In the evening, the ancestral recognition banquet began. As everyone took their seats, they each picked up their glasses, took a few sips of wine, and began to chat animatedly. Jiang Haixing and his family sat at the main table of the Jiang family home. Jiang Haixing raised his wine glass, stood up, and said to everyone, Tonight is the banquet for my 3 granddaughters, Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger, to recognize their ancestors. Today is a good day, so let me first toast everyone. After saying that, Jiang Haixing tilted his head back and drank the wine in his glass in one gulp. Grandfather. The 3 little girls called out obediently. Jiang Haixing nodded kindly. Oh, what a good boy. The 3 little girls simultaneously flashed sweet smiles. Everyone raised their glasses. Old Jiang, you are so lucky. You have 3 such beautiful and lovely granddaughters. Yes, and they're triplets. How enviable. I'm so envious. Hearing everyone's praise, Jiang Haixing smiled happily. The others, seeing Jiang Haixing's expression, were filled with envy. All right, let's begin the meal. Jiang Haixing then sat back down in his chair. Everyone took their seats. The 3 little girls obediently sat back down in their seats and lowered their heads to eat the food on the table. Second brother, look how well behaved these 3 little girls are. I really envy you and sister-in-law, Jiang Jinhua said enviously. You're envious? Then hurry up and tell your Xingyu to find a wife, so you can have a granddaughter too, Lin Yuehua teased. Jiang Jinhua's son, Wang Xingyu, is a sophomore in college in Beijing. He didn't come home for the summer vacation and is working as an intern at a newspaper in Beijing. Chapter 97 Parting, returning to Changsha. That kid Xingyu, it's not that easy. I'd love for him to find a wife soon, but he still hasn't come home. Sigh. Jiang Jinhua sighed and shook her head, looking disappointed. Lin Yuehua, who was standing to the side, said with a smile, You should be content. I heard that Xingyu is now an intern at a newspaper. He might already have a girlfriend. Don't worry about it. If that's the case, then I can have some peace of mind, Jiang Jinhua said. All right, let's eat quickly, stop overthinking, Jiang Haixing said. Okay. After dinner, Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing saw all the guests off. Because Jiang Zhou and his family's bus was scheduled to return to Changsha at 10 p.m., the couple hurriedly went inside to pack a bunch of food for them, including cured meat, sausages, sweet potato chips, and other snacks. Basically, anything usable was packed up by Lin Yuehua. Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue also came out after packing their things. Lin Yuehua stuffed the bags and packages into their hands and said, "Zhou, Xiaoxue, these are some food that your parents packed for you. Take them home and eat them. Be careful on the road." "Mom, why did you pack so much for us?" Su Wanxue said. "You children, is this much food?" "No, it's not. You need to eat more. Look how thin you've become," Lin Yuehua said. "Mom, I understand," Su Wanxue said, a happy smile flashing in her eyes. "Zhou, you're a man. You need to take good care of Xiaoxue and the children when you're out here," Lin Yuehua said, turning to Jiang Zhou. "Mom, don't worry, I know what to do," Jiang Zhou replied. "Okay, Mom can rest assured." Lin Yuehua nodded with relief. Jiang Zhou looked at his older brother next to him and said, "Brother, why don't you come to Changsha with Mom and Dad to help me out?" "Okay," Jiang Fan readily agreed. He didn't know why Jiang Zhou had asked him to do it, but he believed his brother wouldn't harm him. And now that his younger brother has finally come back, their family can finally reunite, which is great. Jiang Zhou patted his brother on the shoulder. The two looked at each other, feeling a sense of emotion. They were finally able to reunite. Over here, Lin Yuehua held Lin Xiao and Su Wanxue's hands. "Lin Xiao, these past few years, we've been so grateful to you for being there for Xiaoxue and those 3 children. It's Xiaoxue's blessing to have a sister like you." "Auntie, you're too kind," Lin Xiao said quickly with a smile. "You should come visit me often in the future. Don't be shy with me," Lin Yuehua said with a smile to Lin Xiao. "Okay, Auntie, I will." Lin Xiao nodded. Jiang Zhou walked over at this moment, looked at Lin Yuehua, and said, "Mom, we're leaving." "Okay, please be careful on the road," Lin Yuehua reminded them. Jiang Zhou nodded, picked up his things, and led Su Wanxue and the others out the door. Jiang Yun was already waiting outside the door. He had already said goodbye to his parents and was waiting outside because he knew that Jiang Zhou must have a lot to say to his parents, so he didn't go in to disturb them. "They're here," Jiang Zhou said to Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun nodded and called out to Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing behind him. "Uncle Jiang, Aunt Jiang." Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing nodded with smiles. Lin Yuehua looked at Jiang Zhou and the others, and secretly wiped away her tears. "Why are you crying? We're going there in a few days, and we'll see each other again soon," Jiang Haixing said with a smile. Lin Yuehua nodded, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said, "I just can't bear to part with Zhou and Xiaoxue." "Mom, don't cry. We'll see each other soon. Once you and Dad have settled things at the shop in the city, come to Changsha as soon as possible," Jiang Zhou said. Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua nodded. Jiang Haixing said, "Yes, we'll go over as soon as your mother and I have settled things at the shop." Looking at Lin Yuehua's red eyes, Su Wanxue felt a pang of heartache. She reached out and held Lin Yuehua's cold hand, gently comforting her. "Mom, don't be sad. We'll always be together, and we'll never be apart." Lin Yuehua looked at Su Wanxue, nodded, and said, "Yes, you're right. We won't be apart from now on." "Grandma, don't cry." Belle and Bauer held Lin Yuehua's hands and looked at her with their big, blinking eyes. Xianger took out a piece of candy from her pocket and handed it to Lin Yuehua, saying, "Grandma, don't cry. Mom said that only obedient people get candy. I'll give you candy, and then you won't cry, okay?" Lin Yuehua took the wedding candy Xianger handed her, patted the 3 little girls' heads, and nodded with a smile. "Yes, Grandma won't cry anymore. These 3 little girls are so sensible and adorable. All right, let's go, we should go." Jiang Zhou called to everyone. "Dad, Mom, we're leaving," Su Wanxue said with a smile. "Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma." The 3 little girls waved to Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua. "Okay, be careful on the road." Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua smiled and waved to them, watching Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue's group leave. Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue arrived in Changsha at 3 a.m. The 3 little girls were already asleep. Jiang Zhou, Su Wan'er, and Lin Xiao each carried 1 child and returned home. Put the 3 little girls back in their room. "Wanxue, you stay home and look after the children. I'll go take them." Jiang Zhou turned to Su Wanxue and said, "Okay, be careful," Su Wanxue said. "Don't worry." Jiang Zhou nodded and said. Su Wanxue saw Jiang Zhou and Lin Xiao to the door. Lin Xiao looked at Su Wanxue and said, "Xiaoxue, we're leaving." "Okay," Su Wanxue said. After watching Lin Xiao and his group leave, Su Wanxue returned home and looked at her sleeping child on the bed, a gentle smile appearing on her lips. Jiang Zhou and his group came out. This place was close to the train station, so there were many places to stay. Find a place for your brother to stay first, Lin Xiao said. Jiang Zhou nodded. Jiang Zhou led Lin Xiao and the others to a guest house not far from the train station. Jiang Zhou booked a room for Jiang Yun to stay in temporarily, since it was already late at night. You can stay here for now, Jiang Zhou said to Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun nodded. I'll come find you again tomorrow and take you to the internet cafe, Jiang Zhou said. Okay, you should also take Lin Xiao back as soon as possible and go back to rest. Jiang Yun patted Jiang Zhou on the shoulder and said, All right, we're leaving now, Jiang Zhou said, turning and walking out of the guest house, with Lin Xiao following closely behind. On the way back to Lin Zhao's house, Lin Xiao said as they walked, Jiang Zhou, you and Xiao Shui are now married and have registered your marriage. You must treat Xiao Shui and the others well from now on. Chapter 98. My friend is shocked. The internet cafe business is so good. She knew that Jiang Zhou had been very caring and loving towards Xiao Shui and her 3 daughters during this time. Judging from today's photos, the smiles on Xiao Shui's and the children's faces, it's brighter than before, and there's even more happiness in it. Moreover, Jiang Zhou's parents were especially kind to Xiao Shui and the 3 little girls today, and she saw all of that. This is enough to show that Xiao Shui and Jiang Zhou are living a happy life after their marriage, and her hard work over the past few years has been worthwhile. But she still had to say what she needed to say to Jiang Zhou. Don't worry, Lin Xiao. I will take good care of them and will definitely live up to Xiao Shui's expectations of me, Jiang Zhou said. Okay, that's good. Lin Xiao nodded and said. The two chatted for a while longer before arriving at the entrance of Lin Zhao's residential complex. Upon arriving at the entrance of the residential compound, Lin Xiao said to Jiang Zhou, I've arrived. You don't need to see me in. You should go back now and not keep Xiao Shui waiting too late. All right, I got it. Jiang Zhou nodded with a smile, then looked at Lin Xiao and said, I'll go in first. After saying that, Jiang Zhou walked into the residential area. Jiang Zhou watched Lin Xiao walk into the residential area before leaving. Jiang Zhou returned home at 5 a.m. and found that Su Wanxue was still awake and in the kitchen. Wanxue, why aren't you asleep yet? After saying that, Jiang Zhou walked towards the kitchen and found that Su Wanxue was making breakfast. I already slept in the car, so I'm not sleepy now. Besides, aren't you going to collect eels this morning? I'll make you some breakfast to tide you over, Su Wanxue said, turning to Jiang Zhou. After saying that, she continued with her work. Jiang Zhou watched Su Wanxue's busy figure and felt a surge of emotion. He thought to himself that he was incredibly lucky to have married such a wife in his life. But then I thought of Su Wanxue's health. She's still taking medication and can't stay up late. Wanxue, you're not feeling well, so don't keep busy. Go to sleep. You have to go to work later. I'll just grab something quick for breakfast outside, Jiang Zhou said, watching Su Wanxue busy at work. Su Wanxue stopped what she was doing, turned to Jiang Zhou and smiled sweetly. Jiang Zhou, I'm not tired. You go wash up first, and you can have breakfast when you come out. Jiang Zhou nodded, and then went into the bathroom to wash up. A dozen minutes later, Jiang Zhou finished washing up and came out. Just as he sat down at the table, Su Wanxue brought over a bowl of noodles and placed it in front of him. Wanxue, thank you for your hard work, Jiang Zhou said to Su Wanxue. Su Wanxue shook her head. It's nothing. Jiang Zhou picked up his chopsticks and began to eat the noodles. He felt that the breakfast Su Wanxue had prepared for him was so delicious, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Jiang Zhou felt that being able to marry Su Wanxue was the greatest blessing in his life. After watching Jiang Zhou finish his noodles and leave, Su Wanxue washed up and went back to her room to sleep. Jiang Zhou drove his car into the countryside. The farmers all recognized Jiang Zhou's car, so when they saw him arrive, they all greeted him. Xiao Jiang is here. Xiao Jiang, we haven't seen you these past few days. We've been talking about you. Yes, Xiao Jiang, you haven't been here for so long. Did something happen? No. I went back home for a few days to get married, Jiang Zhou explained with a smile, looking at the villagers around him. When the villagers heard Jiang Zhou say he had gone back to get married, they were all very envious and praised him, saying, Congratulations! You've finally gotten married and started a family. Isn't your wife beautiful? Jiang Zhou smiled and replied, Beautiful. Xiao Jiang, you have to treat us all to wedding candy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair. Yes, let us share in your joy, Xiao Jiang. Yes, you absolutely must offer wedding candy, otherwise it's disrespectful. Right. It wouldn't be true brotherhood if we didn't give them face. The villagers all chimed in, hoping that Jiang Zhou would invite them to share the wedding candy. Jiang Zhou smiled and took out the wedding candies he had prepared in advance from the car, distributing them to everyone, and saying, I prepared these for you all a long time ago. Thank you, Xiao Jiang. Thank you, Xiao Jiang. The villagers received the wedding candy and expressed their gratitude, overjoyed. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Jiang Zhou felt quite gratified. After distributing the wedding candies, Jiang Zhou collected the eels and drove to the noodle shop. "Boss lady, I've brought you some eels," Jiang Zhou called out to the noodle shop owner as he walked in. "Oh, it's Xiao Jiang. You're back in Changsha so soon?" the noodle shop owner asked with a smile. Jiang Zhou smiled and nodded, then handed out wedding candies to the proprietress. "Congratulations. Happy wedding," the noodle shop owner said to Jiang Zhou with a smile after accepting the wedding candy. She still felt a little regretful, as she had originally wanted to marry her daughter to Jiang Zhou. "Thank you, ma'am," Jiang Zhou said with a smile. Jiang Zhou left the noodle shop after only a short while. He also had to deliver the eels to several other places. After Jiang Zhou delivered the eels to other shops, he went to the guest house to find Jiang Yun. He knocked on the door of Jiang Yun's room. Jiang Yun's voice came from inside the door. "Who is it?" Jiang Zhou replied, "I am Jiang Zhou." Upon hearing that it was Jiang Zhou, Jiang Yun quickly opened the door. "Let's go. I'll take you to the internet cafe first," Jiang Zhou said to Jiang Yun with a smile. Jiang Yun nodded. The two walked side by side out of the guest house. "Get in the car." As they walked out of the guest house, Jiang Zhou pointed to the van next to them and said, "You actually bought a car?" Jiang Yun asked in surprise. "This is what I rented. It's usually used to transport eels and tea oil cakes," Jiang Zhou explained. Jiang Yun nodded. He knew some of Jiang Zhou's situation. After the two got into the van, they started driving towards the internet cafe. "We're here," Jiang Zhou said to Jiang Yun, who was sitting in the passenger seat, after parking the car in front of the internet cafe. Jiang Yun pushed open the door and got out of the car. Looking at the Wangwang Internet Cafe in front of him, he thought to himself, "This name is quite interesting." Jiang Zhou got out of the car and walked to Jiang Yun's side. "Let's go in," Jiang Zhou said. "Okay." Jiang Yun responded and followed Jiang Zhou into the Internet Cafe. When Jiang Yun entered the Internet Cafe, he was shocked to see that it was full of people and all 15 computers were occupied. Moreover, there were people waiting to use each computer. He never expected the Internet Cafe business to be so booming. In that case, wouldn't my own brother make a fortune? Thinking of this, Jiang Yun couldn't help but smile. "This internet cafe is doing so well," Jiang Yun exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 99 Employees shocked. Boss Jiang bought 8 more computers. "That's for sure." Seeing his friend's shocked expression, Jiang Zhou said with a hint of pride, "Although this place is a bit remote, it's near the train station, so the foot traffic is very high. People come in to surf the internet and pass the time at all times." Jiang Yun nodded, surprised that the internet cafe was so profitable. "And this internet cafe is so big. He likes to surf the internet." The internet cafes he used to go to were just small ones with only 4 or 5 computers. This internet cafe now has more than a dozen computers, and the environment is very good. It even has fans installed. "Come on, I'll show you our internet cafe management system." After saying that, Jiang Zhou led Jiang Yun to a person who was about to board the plane. Jiang Yun saw that the person directly entered their account and password and logged into the network. He looked at Jiang Zhou in surprise, and Jiang Zhou explained with a smile, "Everyone who uses the internet here has their own account and password. This system directly records the login and logout times, and the money will be deducted from here. Moreover, this system is currently only available on our end." Jiang Yun looked at Jiang Zhou in surprise, not expecting Jiang Zhou to be so capable. It seems that Jiang Zhou has learned a lot from his studies in the past few years. After showing Jiang Yun around this area, Jiang Zhou went to the cashier. When Lily saw Jiang Zhou come to the internet cafe, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She took out the money and handed it to Jiang Zhou, saying hurriedly, "Boss, you're finally back. Come and take the money from these past few days. I'm afraid it will get lost if I leave so much money here every day." These past few days, whenever she leaves her money here, she always feels like someone is watching her, and she's constantly worried and afraid. Now that her boss was back, she finally felt relieved. Jiang Zhou smiled and took the money. He counted it and found it to be 4,800 yuan. He took 4,500 yuan and kept 300 yuan. He currently has 4,500 yuan in his hands. He had 17,000 yuan before he went home last time, but this time he spent 3,500 yuan on the banquet and money for his parents, leaving him with 13,500 yuan. With this money plus the 2,000 yuan he spent on buying eels, he has a total of 20,000 yuan in his hands. After Jiang Zhou put the money away, he took Jiang Yun to the computer mall. Now that he had money, he planned to buy a few more computers. "Jiang Zhou, show me your computer configuration list," Jiang Yun said, looking at Jiang Zhou. He was worried that Jiang Zhou would be ripped off when buying the computer later. "Okay," Jiang Zhou replied and handed the configuration list to Jiang Yun. After reviewing the configuration list, Jiang Yun was shocked. Jiang Zhou's configuration was far superior to his. He hadn't expected Jiang Zhou to have such a configuration. Jiang Zhou, how come your setup is so good? Jiang Yun asked in surprise. It's alright. After all, we're opening an internet cafe, so we need to figure things out first, Jiang Zhou said with a smile. Jiang Yun nodded and did not ask any further questions. Let's go. Jiang Zhou led Jiang Yun to Hu Dayong's shop. Mr. Jiang, you're here? Please have a seat. Hu Dayong immediately came out from behind the counter and greeted Jiang Zhou with a smile. How have you been lately? Business is alright, right? Jiang Zhou asked. Hu Dayong nodded. It's alright, but not as good as you, Boss Jiang. Are you here to buy a few computers this time? I've come here this time to discuss something with you, Jiang Zhou said, getting straight to the point. Hu Dayong was taken aback. What's wrong? I want to buy a few computers, Jiang Zhou said. What's the problem? I'll do whatever it takes to help you, Hu Dayong said with a heart full of loyalty. Jiang Zhou smiled slightly after hearing Hu Dayong's words. He wouldn't take such business-related flattery seriously. Then I'll get straight to the point. I'm planning to buy a batch of computers recently. However, I'm a little short on cash right now, so could I discuss with you, Mr. Hu, whether I can pay a 30% deposit first and settle the balance a month later? Jiang Zhou said directly. He plans to buy 8 computers this time, but he doesn't have enough money right now. That's why he came up with this idea. Hu Dayong hesitated. He hadn't expected Jiang Zhou to make such a request, a computer costing several thousand yuan, and not even the full amount, so he hesitated. He didn't know whether he should agree to Jiang Zhou's request. He's a businessman, and once he's done a business deal, he has to be trustworthy. He can't do a losing business, especially since the computer is so expensive. If Mr. Hu finds it difficult, I won't force him, Jiang Zhou said, looking at Hu Dayong. Hearing Jiang Zhou's words, Hu Dayong gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I'll agree. How many computers will you buy? He can't afford to lose Jiang Zhou, such a big client. 8 computers, the same configuration as before, Jiang Zhou said, glancing at Hu Dayong. No problem, but the price is still the same as before, 8,000 yuan, Hu Dayong said. No, I'm a long-time customer. I'll give you 7,800 per unit. Is that okay, Mr. Hu? Jiang Zhou said to Hu Dayong. Alright, 7,800 it is then, Hu Dayong sighed and said. Okay, Mr. Hu is so straightforward, Jiang Zhou replied with a smile. Finally, Jiang Zhou paid Hu Dayong 18,720 yuan on the spot, and he would have to wait a month to pay the remaining 43,680 yuan. After buying the computers, Jiang Zhou returned all 8 computers to the internet cafe. Li Li, Lu Hui, and Wang Yumei watched in shock as the workers brought in 8 computers. Boss Jiang is so generous. He actually bought 8 more computers. Wang Yumei exclaimed in shock. Yes, but recently there are more and more people in the internet cafe, so we need to buy a few more computers, Li Li said. Yes, Lu Hui agreed with Li Li's statement. Those waiting to use the computers showed delighted expressions when they saw 8 new computers arrive at the internet cafe. Boss, that's great. You bought a new computer again. Yeah, your internet cafe is great. I'll have to come here often from now on. Now we can avoid the long queues. Jiang Zhou listened to what the people around him were saying, smiled at them, and then immediately had someone set up the computer network cables. He then said to Lu Hui, install the system on these 8 computers as well. Lu Hui nodded and quickly followed Jiang Zhou's instructions to install the internet cafe management system on the 8 computers. After Lu Hui finished setting it up and said it was ready to use, the people rushed over and immediately logged in with their accounts and passwords to start playing. Some people were a step too late and missed out, so they just had to keep waiting. They also wanted to play with the new computer, but they couldn't. They were a step behind the others. Jiang Zhou smiled as he looked at the situation inside the internet cafe. Then he called Jiang Yun outside. Jiang Yun, I'd like you to help me make a website. Can you do it? Jiang Zhou asked. Jiang Yun looked at Jiang Zhou with some surprise upon hearing his words, not expecting that Jiang Zhou would ask him to make a website. What kind of website do you want to create? Jiang Yun asked, puzzled. Chapter 100, Creating a Text Message Alliance. I've already thought of a name for the dating website. A line connecting men and women. Everyone who enters the website will have to fill out a profile first. Then, based on each person's interests, it will recommend people with similar interests to the user. After that, everyone can follow each other, and there will also be a display of the number of friends followed, Jiang Zhoujin told Jiang Yun, sharing his ideas. In later generations, many men and women met and exchanged their hobbies through this online platform, and many people also found their other half through this method. So this kind of website is very popular. I can handle it for you. Why do you want to do this? This website won't make any money, Jiang Yun asked, puzzled. Although the website looked very good, Jiang Yun felt that it was not very useful, and it would take a lot of time and energy to promote, so it was impossible to make money. Try to make it work first. Once we have traffic, we can do SMS affiliate marketing. If we do well with SMS affiliate marketing, we can do SP, service provider, marketing later, Jiang Zhou said, revealing his idea. What are SMS alliances and SPs? Jiang Yan asked, puzzled. An SMS affiliate program is essentially an advertising network. For example, after we create this website, we apply for an account on an SMS affiliate program. They then provide us with various optional codes. When we put these codes on our website, it automatically generates a page for downloading SMS messages. Whenever a visitor successfully downloads or subscribes to SMS services through our website, we can collect a commission from the visitor's service fee. Basically, our website is like advertising for others, Jiang Zhou explained. He remembered that in his previous life, around 2001-2002, most websites turned their fortunes around and made a lot of money by doing SMS alliances. Now that I've been reborn, I must seize this opportunity to make money. Moreover, China Mobile only started operating as a service provider, SP, and launched SMS services in 2000. It's August 1999 now. He'll first build up his website's user base, and when China Mobile launches its SP, service provider, service, he can directly cooperate with SMS alliances and SPs. He believes he'll make a fortune then. But we need to promote this website first to get traffic, Jiang Yan said. Don't we have a ready-made customer flow in our internet cafe? Jiang Zhou said with a smile. The internet cafes are currently experiencing a huge flow of customers, with a constant stream of people coming in to surf the internet every day. Once Jiang Yan has created this website, he can use his internet cafe to promote this Love Connection website. After the website reaches a certain user base, he can then launch it to the wider market, at which point he will definitely make a fortune. Jiang Yan listened to Jiang Zhou's long speech. Although he didn't understand everything, he knew that the website could make money. He nodded and said, okay, don't worry, I will definitely make this website well for you. Hearing Jiang Yan's reply, Jiang Zhou patted him on the shoulder with satisfaction and said with a smile, yes, thank you for your hard work. Get the website set up first. Okay, I know what to do, Jiang Yan said. Okay, I'll be going now. Do you want to come over for lunch? Jiang Zhou asked. No need. I'll just stay in the internet cafe and figure out how to make this website even better, Jiang Yan said with a smile. Since Jiang Zhou said this website can make money, he needs to get it up and running as soon as possible so he can make money from it. Okay, I've hired a cook at the internet cafe, so you can have lunch there too, Jiang Zhou reminded him with a smile. Jiang Yan nodded, and then Jiang Zhou and Jiang Yan went into the internet cafe together. After telling Wang Yumei, Li Li and Lu Hui that Jiang Yan would be working at the internet cafe, they left. Not long after Jiang Zhou returned home, Su Wanxue also came back. Wanxue, why are you back? Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Zhou asked hurriedly when he saw Su Wanxue return. He was worried that Su Wanxue's body might not be able to handle the strain from the car ride last night, and the fact that she didn't get to rest until 6 a.m. Su Wanxue shook her head, then smiled slightly and said, no, it's because my supervisor found out I got married and gave me 3 more days off. As Su Wanxue spoke, she recalled the teasing words her colleagues had made when she handed out wedding candies to everyone at work that morning, and her face flushed slightly. That's good. That way I can rest a bit longer, Jiang Zhou nodded and said. Su Wanxue nodded, then remembered something and said, by the way, Jiang Zhou, when I was packing my things yesterday, I found a bunch of red envelopes in my bag. They must have been from my relatives, and then Mom put them in my bag. That's probably it. Let's count them. We need to have a number, Jiang Zhou said, looking at Su Wanxue. Yes, that's what I think too. Su Wanxue nodded, then went into the room, took out the bag, and sat on the sofa with Jiang Zhou to count the money everyone had given as gifts. Wow, that's quite a lot. Su Wanxue counted them, and found that there were a total of 6,300 yuan. This surprised her greatly. She never expected her relatives to bring so many gifts. Jiang Zhou rummaged through the bag and, sure enough, found a list of recorded gift money inside. He took it out and looked at it. My third uncle and fourth aunt each gave 1,000 yuan, Jiang Zhou read aloud, looking at the gift list. Isn't this too much? Su Wanxue said in surprise. She knew that her third uncle and fourth aunt were genuinely good relatives to Jiang Zhou's family. But their family isn't exactly wealthy, so this gift money is a bit too much. Jiang Zhou nodded, also remembering the kindness shown by his third uncle and fourth aunt. Su Wanxue thought of her uncle's family. She glanced at the gift list and found that her uncle's family had only given 10 yuan. The difference is just too big. Moreover, people from other villages gave more gifts than my uncle's family. Su Wanxue thought to herself that her uncle's family was really stingy, but that was normal, since they knew what kind of people her uncle's family was. Su Wanxue shook her head, putting all the matters concerning her uncle's family out of her mind. She continued reading and discovered that her older brother had also made 500 yuan. Although it wasn't as much as her third uncle and fourth aunt, she knew it was probably all the money her eldest brother had. This moved Su Wanxue once again. After Su Wanxue finished reading the list of gift money, she asked Jiang Zhou to put all the money away. Wanxue, I need to discuss something with you, Jiang Zhou said, looking at Su Wanxue. Chapter 101 Renting a Big House. Go ahead, Jiang Zhou said with a smile. I was thinking we should rent another place. In a few days, after Mom and Dad finish dealing with things at home, they will come over with my older brother. Also, Zhang Yun can't always stay in ghost houses, so we need to rent a place too. Su Wanxue nodded after listening. She had thought about it too. This time, however, I have too much money, and the cost of renting a house is definitely not cheap. I'm thinking of renting 3 apartments, all in the same building, so it will be more convenient for all of us, Jiang Zhou said, revealing his thoughts. Sure, that's a great idea. Su Wanxue agreed without hesitation. Thinking about the money, Su Wanxue continued. How about we rent this building? She knows the owner of the house, so they can negotiate the price later. No, these are all small apartments, only 40 square meters. We need to rent larger apartments, at least 100 square meters or more, Jiang Zhou said. The house was indeed a bit small for them. It was a bit cramped for the whole family to live in. He wanted Su Wanxue and the 3 little girls to be more comfortable. But that would make the rent more expensive. Su Wanxue frowned. Their family is indeed facing difficulties and is not very wealthy. I know that. Don't worry, I'll take care of it, Jiang Zhou said with a smile, trying to reassure him. Su Wanxue looked at Jiang Zhou. She didn't want Jiang Zhou to work so hard. Although the house was small, it was still manageable. It was better than Jiang Zhou having to go out and work hard every day. Moreover, as long as Jiang Zhou and the 3 little girls are by her side, she is fine even if the living space is small. Jiang Zhou knew what Su Wanxue was thinking. He knew that Su Wanxue cared about him, so he smiled and said, Don't worry, I plan to hand over the eel and vegetable pancake business to my parents after they come. I'll just take care of the internet cafe. I'm currently having Jiang Yun develop a website, and the internet cafe business will continue to expand. So don't worry about money. Really? Su Wanxue finally felt relieved when she heard Jiang Zhou say that. Jiang Zhou smiled and nodded. Don't worry. Yes, I believe you. Su Wanxue smiled and looked at Jiang Zhou. After lunch, Jiang Zhou took Su Wanxue and the 3 girls to a real estate agency to look at apartments. He needed to resolve this issue as soon as possible. When the real estate agent saw Jiang Zhou and his group arrive, he quickly and warmly greeted them. He looked at Jiang Zhou with a smile and asked, How can we help you? Jiang Zhou smiled slightly and said, We'd like to rent a place. Can you recommend one? Upon hearing Jiang Zhou's words, the real estate agent immediately perked up and quickly began to introduce the properties. I have a very complete range of listings here. It just depends on what type you are looking for. We want to rent a bigger house, at least 100 square meters or more, Jiang Zhou said. Oh, I see. The real estate agent nodded. All right then, let me show you the available properties here. You can choose whichever one you like, and I'll introduce it to you. After saying that, he took out a stack of papers and handed them to Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou took the stack of papers and casually flipped through them. Su Wanxue and her 3 little maids also went over to watch. The properties introduced by the real estate agency are mostly in ordinary neighborhoods, and some are older buildings. Look here, these are older style apartments, which should suit you. The prices aren't too high either. This building is in the Old Town area, so the apartments are spacious, well decorated, and in an elegant environment. Most importantly, there are several farmers markets nearby, making grocery shopping very convenient, the agent said. Su Wanxue nodded after listening to the agency's words, and then looked at Jiang Zhou, seeking his opinion. She also hopes to rent in this neighborhood because the rent for such apartments isn't too expensive, which would save her some money. Let's go take a look at this house first, Jiang Zhou said. After thinking for a moment, he said, Okay, I'll take you to see it now, the agent said. He led Jiang Zhou and his family into the old-style residential area. Su Wanxue and the others arrived at the house. She looked around the room and found it to be fairly clean and tidy. Jiang Zhou looked at Su Wanxue and said, This house is quite nice. Su Wanxue looked around the room, nodded, and thought the house was not bad. Moreover, the area is already quite large, with 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, and a kitchen. It's much bigger than their previous house. Bayers Younger, do you like this house? Jiang Zhou asked. We like it, the 3 little girls answered in unison. This house is much bigger and more beautiful than their previous one. The agent quickly said, I see that your family likes it a lot, so why don't you rent it here? The rent is very cheap. Are there any houses available here? I'd like to rent 3, preferably adjacent to each other, Jiang Zhou said. 3 sets. The real estate agent was utterly shocked. Renting 3 houses costs a considerable amount of money. This is a big deal. If this were rented out, it would definitely bring in a huge amount of income. Thinking about this, he felt somewhat incredulous. Well, my parents moved here after they arrived, and I was thinking that if we could rent together, we could look after each other, Jiang said. You're so good to your parents. But if you want to rent here, it might not be possible. There are only 2 large apartments like this available for rent. The rest are already rented out, the agent said. When Jiang heard the agent say that there were no more available, he couldn't help but frown. He felt the neighborhood was quite nice because of its good environment, and it would be a shame if he couldn't live there. Moreover, it's very close to Wanshua's workplace and her own internet cafe. Does this complex have any smaller apartments? Like a 1-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom unit? Jiang asked after thinking for a moment. If there's a smaller place available, Jiang could live there alone. Yes, it is, but it's not in the same building as yours. It's in the building next door, the agent said, pointing to a building not far away. Jiang nodded and said, Then can you take us to see it? Sure, of course, no problem at all, the agency said. So he led Jiang and Su Wanshue to the building next door. Do you like this house? The agent asked after opening the door. Jiang stepped inside and carefully observed the layout of the room, finding it quite nice. The house here is much smaller than Jiang's place, but it's enough for Jiang to live in alone. Moreover, the furniture sets I've seen are all very complete. Chapter 102 Staying at the new home tonight. It's pretty good, Jiang replied with a smile. If you like it here, you can rent it, the real estate agent said. He hadn't expected Jiang to buy it so readily. It was beyond his expectations. Su Wanshue and the children looked at the layout of the house and felt that the environment here was indeed quite nice. How is the rent calculated? Jiang asked. When the agent heard that Jiang was planning to rent a room, he was immediately delighted and quickly invited them to sit down. Our rental policy here starts at least 6 months. The 3-bedroom, 2-living room type you initially looked at costs 720 yuan a month, while this type is 250 yuan, the agent said, taking a folder out of his bag and opening it. Upon hearing this, Su Wanshue realized that although the price was a little cheaper than the others, it was still quite expensive. The 3 sets together would cost 1,690 yuan per month. Look, we're renting 3 apartments at once. Can you give us some discounts? Su Wanshue said. If you're going to rent, I'll give you our employee rate. After all, you're a big client, so I'll give you a discount. I'll give you 20% off, the agent said with a smile. He felt that this time the performance could be improved significantly. All right then. Jiang didn't argue with the agent. He thought the price was reasonable anyway, so he asked the agent to give him a 20% discount. After signing the contract with the intermediary, Jiang and his team began the handover procedures. After the agent completed all the tasks assigned by Jiang and his team, he handed the 3 keys to Jiang and said, If you have any questions later, you can come to me. Okay. Jiang nodded. The agent mentioned some precautions and other things before leaving. Let's go, we're going back to move. Jiang said happily, looking at Su Wanshue and the 3 little girls. Yes. The 3 little girls nodded vigorously in unison. Let's go then, Su Wanshue said with a smile. Jiang smiled and nodded, then turned and walked towards his car. Back at their old home, Su Wanshue and the others began packing their things. They took out their clothes one by one and put them into their suitcases, preparing to move. Daddy, we can move into our new house today, Belle exclaimed excitedly. Yes, have you packed all your things? Jiang asked, turning around. It's all packed. I'm going to take this doll to the new house, Xiang said, pointing to a large plush doll on the bedside table. The plush doll was exceptionally beautiful, with big, blinking eyes. It was a birthday gift Lin Xiao had given her. At this moment, Su Wanshue also brought out a bunch of things, preparing to move them into the new house. Seeing this, Jiang quickly ran over to help. The 2 of them quickly packed everything up. After finishing tidying up, Su Wanshue and her family got into the car and drove towards their new home. After arriving at their new home, Su Wanshue and the others first put their luggage away, then did a quick cleaning of the room, and finally moved their belongings in and put them in the bedroom. The 3 little girls were running around happily inside the house. They were having a great time. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang and Su Wanshue had almost finished tidying up the house. That's about it. Wanshue, you and the children stay home. I'll go buy groceries and cook dinner. Jiang will come over for dinner tonight, Jiang said to Wanshue. Su Wanshue nodded and said, Then drive carefully and be safe. Jiang nodded and then left home. He went to the internet cafe and saw Jiang building a website on a computer. When Jiang saw Jiang coming over, he immediately said, Jiang, could you cancel my room at the guest house? I think this place is quite spacious, so I'll stay here. I can just find a sofa to lie on tonight. He knew that Jiang Zhou's family still owed more than 1,000,000 yuan in debt, and he didn't want to add to Jiang Zhou's burden. Moreover, it takes time to figure out how to make a website, so he simply rested in an internet cafe, hoping to make money sooner if he could finish the website sooner. We'll have to cancel the room reservation. I've rented a place for you nearby. Let me show you around, Jiang Zhou said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun's eyes widened in surprise, and she asked, "Why are you renting me a place? You should cancel the lease right away. Don't waste your money. Don't refuse. Don't be so formal between us. Besides, I still need you to set up my website," Jiang Zhou joked. Okay, I got it. Now that you put it that way, I feel bad. I won't stand on ceremony with you. Jiang Yun shook his head helplessly. He felt embarrassed to refuse Jiang Zhou again. Otherwise, it would seem too pretentious. Let's go, Jiang Zhou said with a smile. Jiang Yun nodded, then followed Jiang Zhou outside. After Jiang Zhou took Jiang Yun to check out of the room, he took him to the house he had rented for him. The furniture here is all complete, so you don't need to buy anything else, Jiang Zhou said to Jiang Yun. Thank you, Jiang Yun said with a smile. Do we need to be so formal with each other? Jiang Zhou said. Jiang Yun laughed and punched Jiang Zhou lightly. Let's go buy groceries and then eat at our place. Jiang Zhou, he said with a smile. Jiang Yun replied. Jiang Zhou and Jiang Yun went to the nearby vegetable market. After Su Wanxue had thoroughly tidied up the house, she told Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger to stay home, and then went downstairs to the nearby convenience store to make a phone call to Lin Xiao. Hello, Wanxue, what's up? Lin Xiao asked after answering the phone. Su Wanxue said with a smile. We moved to our new house this afternoon. Why don't you come over for dinner? We just moved all our things from our old place to the new house, and everything is settled. Great. I definitely have to come and celebrate with you guys. Lin Xiao said happily. Okay, then remember to come over, Su Wanxue reminded her. Don't worry, I'll be there in a bit. I still need to take that dog over to you. This dog really can't stay in my house any longer, or I'll go crazy, Lin Xiao said with a troubled expression. She remembered when she came home last night and opened the door to find the whole house in a mess, and the dog lying in the middle of the room, snoring soundly. The sight made her so angry that she gritted her teeth. She would never allow that dog to stay in her house again. She had to send Jiang Zhou and the others back. Otherwise, they might tear her house down. What dog? Lin Xiao, when did you get a dog? Su Wanxue asked curiously, because she had never heard her mention that Lin Xiao had a dog. Chapter 103 Jiang's parents are preparing to come to Changsha. Don't you know? This isn't my dog. It's yours, Wang Kai. You went back to Jiang Zhou's place last time, right? He sent it over for me to take care of for a few days, but it's been a nightmare. This dog is so hard to take care of. It's made a mess of my house, and it's acting all silly. Lin Xiao complained. Upon hearing this, Su Wanxue immediately laughed. Haha, I see. It seems you really have been working hard. I'll make you something delicious to make it up to you later. Then you guys have to cook a lot of good food today. I'm going to eat my fill tonight. Lin Xiao said happily. Okay, Su Wanxue readily agreed. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the two hung up the phone. Soon, Lin Xiao found the apartment they rented using the address Su Wanxue had given her. When Lin Xiao reached the door, she heard bursts of laughter coming from inside the house. It was quite lively. She knocked on the door. Not long after, Bauer ran over and opened the door for her. Aunt Lin, Bauer called out sweetly. Quick, give me this. Lin Xiao handed the bag in her hand to Bauer. Bauer handed the bag to Lin Xiao, then turned and walked into the house, calling out, Mommy, Aunt Lin is here. Hearing Bauer's voice, Su Wanxue quickly came out of the kitchen. Seeing the large bags in Lin Xiao's hands, she immediately went over to take them and said with a smile, Why did you bring so much stuff? I have to buy you something to congratulate you on moving to your new house. Besides, there are also things for your dog, Wang Kai. Lin Xiao put the things down and sat down on the sofa next to her. Su Wanxue smiled, and Bauer poured a glass of water and placed it in front of Lin Xiao, saying, Aunt Lin, have some water first. Oh, what a good girl. Lin Xiao praised Bauer. Belle and Xianger had already run out of the room by then. Aunt Lin. The two little girls called out to Lin Xiao in unison. Lin Xiao happily agreed. Belle then saw Wang Kai beside her and immediately rushed over, hugging him with her chubby hands, saying in her childish voice, Wang Kai, I missed you so much. Wang Kai barked, Wong at Belle. Su Wanxue couldn't help but laugh as she watched Belle's expression. Bauer also ran over and petted Wang Kai. Lin Xiao smiled at them, then stood up and looked around the house. This house is decorated quite warmly. It's nice and pretty, and it looks clean and tidy. Plus, it's much bigger than your previous house, Lin Xiao said with satisfaction. The house where Su Wanxue and the others lived before looked nice, but it was a bit dilapidated. This house is now decorated very luxuriously, with all the furniture, and it looks very comfortable and has a lot of charm. It was all arranged by Jiang. Su Wanxue said with a smile. Looking at Su Wanxue's happy face, Lin Xiao teased. TSK. Married women are really different. Su Wanxue's face turned red instantly upon hearing Lin Xiao's words. She glared at Lin Xiao and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. It must be Daddy coming home. Bauer quickly ran to open the door. Bauer opened the door and sure enough, she saw Jiang Zhou and Jiang Yun standing outside carrying a large pile of food. "Dad, Uncle Jiang," Bauer called out with a smile. When Su Wanxue saw Jiang Zhou and the others return, she immediately went over and helped take the groceries from Jiang Zhou's hands. Jiang Zhou and Jiang Yun entered the house and saw Lin Xiao, greeting her in greeting. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded, saying, "I brought your Wang Kai back. That dog really gave me a hard time. Jiang Zhou, you'd better treat me well tonight." "No problem. I'll cook a whole table of delicious food for you to try in a bit." Jiang Zhou patted his chest and assured him. "All right, you guys sit here. Jiang Zhou and I will go cook," Su Wanxue said to them. "You can go ahead and cook without worry," Lin Xiao said. She knew how delicious Jiang Zhou's cooking was, so she couldn't bear to miss this opportunity to try it. Su Wanxue smiled, and then she and Jiang Zhou carried the groceries to the kitchen. Su Wanxue put down the dishes, and Jiang Zhou said to her, "Wanxue, I can take care of things here. You go outside and keep Qin Xiao company." He didn't want Su Wanxue to be constantly helping out in the kitchen, where the cooking fumes were heavy. "Okay, then I'll head out first," Su Wanxue said with a smile. "Okay, go ahead," Jiang Zhou said. Su Wanxue left the kitchen and went to the living room to chat with Lin Xiao. Although Jiang Yun couldn't cook, he knew how to wash and chop vegetables, so he went to the kitchen to help Jiang Zhou. Su Wanxue and Lin Xiao chatted on the sofa. "Xiaoxue, you're in for a treat. Jiang Zhou's cooking is delicious," Lin Xiao said with a smile, watching the two men busy in the kitchen. "I know, anything he makes is the best," Su Wanxue said with a smile. Lin Xiao looked at Su Wanxue with an ambiguous smile. Soon, Jiang Zhou and Jiang Yun had prepared a table full of dishes and placed them on the table. The fragrant aroma of the food filled the air, making everyone's mouths water. "Dinner's ready," Jiang Zhou said with a smile as he brought the last bowl of food to the table. "Yay!" Bell cheered. Then, Jiang Zhou and the others started eating. "Come on, let's congratulate you on your housewarming," Jiang Yun said happily, raising his glass. "Cheers." Everyone else raised their drinks and clinked glasses with Jiang Yun, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. "I enjoyed the meal very much." 2 days later in Yongzhou, Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua were busy working in their shop. A woman in her 40s walked in. She looked at Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua with a smile and said, Boss's wife, are you renting out this shop?" "Yes," Lin Yuehua nodded and said. Upon hearing this, the woman immediately smiled and began to look around the shop. Just then, Xiao Longji from next door came over and asked, "Yuehua, are you really going to sublet this shop?" Lin Yuehua nodded at Xiao Zhilan. "Aren't you doing business anymore? Where are you going?" Xiao Zhilan asked Lin Yuehua with some surprise. She knew that Lin Yuehua's family had debts, and that the couple had been working hard to pay them off in recent years. So she found it strange that their shop was going to be sublet. "I'm going to Changsha to find my Zhou. We're planning to do business there," Lin Yuehua explained with a smile. Xiao Zhilan stared at Lin Yuehua in shock. "I never expected that she would be going to Changsha to do business, which means they will have fewer opportunities to meet in the future." Thinking about this, she felt a little disappointed. However, Yuehua had always hoped that her youngest son would come back, and it's good that her family can be reunited now. Chapter 104 Jiang Dai interrogates Yang Li about where her family's money went. "That's great. You should come back to visit more often in the future," Xiao Longji said with a smile to Lin Yuehua. Lin Yuehua nodded and said, "Yes, I'll definitely come back to see you when I have time." Xiao Longji nodded repeatedly, a satisfied smile on her face. "Then you guys go ahead with your work. I won't bother you any longer." "Okay," Lin Yuehua said with a smile. Xiao Longji left Lin Yuehua's house, where the woman was discussing the transfer of the shop with Jiang Haixing. Lin Yuehua didn't go over to disturb them and went to tidy up the things in the shop. "It's settled." After a while, Jiang Haixing walked over and said. Lin Yuehua nodded and said, "Okay, let's pack up quickly and transport everything back to our hometown, so we can go to Changsha to find Zhou and the others." "Okay." Jiang Haixing nodded and started packing with Lin Yuehua. After packing everything up, Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing hailed a tricycle to load their belongings onto it. Lin Yuehua then said goodbye to Xiao Zhilan and returned to her hometown. Back in their hometown, Jiang Haixing and Jiang Fan unloaded their belongings and carried them inside. Yang Li, who lives next door, has been keeping a close eye on Jiang Haixing's family lately. When she saw Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua bringing back all the things they sold in the city, she was immediately delighted. When she saw Jiang Zhou bring his family back, with fireworks and a wedding banquet, she thought he had made a lot of money in Changsha and was showing off his wealth back home. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua returned from the city with all their belongings. This must have cost Jiang Haixing and his family all their money for the banquet. Now, they can't even keep their shop open. She was overjoyed. Now she has a good reason to mock Jiang Haixing and his family. Humph. Let's see how you manage to live your lives from now on, Yang Li said with a sneer. After saying that, Yang Li walked towards Lin Yuehua's house. Lin Yuehua was packing her things at that moment. Yuehua, Yang Li called out with a smile. Lin Yuehua hummed in agreement, then looked up at Yang Li before continuing to tidy up her things. Yuehua, are you not planning to do business in the city anymore? Yang Li asked Lin Yuehua with a smile. After hearing Yang Li's words, Lin Yuehua glanced at her indifferently and said, Yes, we've already sublet the shop. It's been sublet? When did that happen? Yang Li asked Lin Yuehua, feigning surprise. Humph, she knew Jiang Haixing's family's money had all been squandered by Jiang Zhou. Now look what's happened. They can't even afford to rent a shop. Their family will be completely broke from now on. Let's see what they do with their millions in debt. Yang Li felt an indescribable joy as she thought about the future life of Jiang Haixing's family. Lin Yuehua didn't want to waste words with Yang Li, so she continued packing her things. Sigh, I say, second sister-in-law, you shouldn't have let Zhou do whatever he wants. It's one thing to hold a banquet, but to buy fireworks is ridiculously expensive. Now look at this mess, Yang Li said, shaking her head and sighing. Lin Yuehua stopped what she was doing and glanced at Yang Li. She didn't expect Yang Li's mouth to be even more sharp than a needle. In the blink of an eye, she was back in front of her, berating her again. I heard from Zhou last time that your younger brother bought a car. Your brother is so rich, why don't you ever see him helping his older sister out? Lin Yuehua asked deliberately. What nonsense are you talking about? Yang Li said, her expression changing slightly. Oh dear, that's true. Your younger brother seems to be a lazy bum. How could he have money to buy a car? Could it be that you, his older sister, are supporting him with money? Lin Yuehua said, feigning surprise. Yang Li was speechless after hearing Lin Yuehua's words. You're using family money to support your worthless younger brother? At this moment, Jiang Dahe walked in and questioned Yang Lizzie. He had just returned home when he heard these words, and he was immediately furious. He knew the family situation all too well. Over the years, he had basically entrusted Yang Li with his salary, yet she would give her own money to her younger brother. What nonsense are you spouting? Yang Li glared at Jiang Dahe and said. After saying that, Yang Li immediately left Jiang Haixing's house, afraid that Lin Yuehua might say something else, which would be terrible. I'm talking nonsense. Jiang Dahe chased after her angrily. I heard what you said with my own ears. Why would I need to talk nonsense? Yuehua is talking nonsense. How could I possibly give my brother money from my own family? Yang Li insisted that Lin Yuehua was spouting lies. Lin Yuehua listened to the two arguing next door, shook her head with a smile, and continued packing her things. From next door, Jiang Dahe demanded. Then tell me, where did all the money in the house go? Where else could we go? Do you think Jiang Yan's schooling is free? Yang Li said irritably, her face flushed. Jiang Dahe fell silent upon hearing this. Indeed, a lot of money has been spent on his son Jiang Yan over the years, but fortunately, his son has lived up to expectations and was admitted to a good university. So what exactly happened to your brother? Jiang Dahe asked, frowning. I don't know either. I'll go back to my parents' house tomorrow and see. If my brother really does make it big, that would be wonderful. Then we can ask him to help you make money, and we can live a good life, Yang Li said. Hearing Yang Li's words, Jiang Dahe's expression softened slightly. It's 12:30 in Changsha. After lunch, Jiang Zhou and his family sat down to rest in the living room. Wanxue, Mom, Dad, and my older brother are coming to Changsha today, Jiang Zhou said, sitting next to Su Wanxue. What time are you arriving? You didn't even tell me beforehand. After hearing Jiang Zhou's words, Su Wanxue turned to ask him. I wouldn't dare. Luckily, I bought some household items and daily necessities for my parents' house during my vacation these past few days. When my parents come and move in, we won't need to buy anything else. It's still early. They won't arrive in Changsha until 5 p.m. They probably just got on the train a little while ago, Jiang Zhou replied to Su Wanxue. That's good. Su Wanxue breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Jiang Zhou say that. Then, Su Wanxue said, however, since Mom, Dad, and my older brother are coming over, we need to cook a good meal tonight. Yes, that's what I'm planning to do too. I'll go to the market downstairs to buy groceries and eat at home, Jiang Zhou said with a smile after hearing Su Wanxue's words. Sure, but I'll have to cook dinner tonight. I haven't had a chance to properly show off my cooking skills to Mom and the others yet, Su Wanshua said happily. Chapter 105. Jiang's parents are shocked. The house is so big. Jiang Zhou looked at Su Wanshua with a doting expression and said, "Okay, I'll leave dinner to you tonight. I'll help you out." "Okay," Su Wanshua said with a smile. She'd better prepare something special tonight, so her parents and older brother can really see her culinary skills. Although her cooking skills are not as good as Jiang Zhou's, they are at least presentable. At 5 p.m., Jiang Zhou went out to pick up Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua. When Jiang Zhou arrived at the bus station, he saw his parents already waiting at the exit. Jiang Zhou quickly walked over and called out, "Mom and Dad, big brother." "Zhou." Lin Yuehua was overjoyed to see her son come to greet them. Lin Haixing also put on a big smile and greeted Jiang Zhou. "Zhou, you're here." Jiang Zhou nodded, and seeing that his parents were all beaming, he smiled and said, "Mom and Dad, big brother, let's go. I'll take you home." Lin Haixing and his wife nodded and got into the car with Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou drove the car toward the house. Back at the house, Jiang Zhou first took them to the house he had rented for Jiang Haixing. "This is the house I rented for you. You'll live here from now on. Our house is right across from yours," Jiang Zhou said with a smile as he led his parents to the house Jiang Haixing and his family had rented. Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua were shocked when they saw their house. This house must be over 100 square meters, and it's decorated very warmly, with all the furniture and appliances. How much would a house like this cost per year? Such a nice house must have cost a lot of money, right? Jiang Haixing looked at the house in surprise and asked Jiang Zhou, "It's all right, I'm just renting this place. But once I make some money, I'll buy a house in Changsha," Jiang Zhou said calmly. Lin Yuehua was even more shocked when she heard Jiang Zhou say he wanted to buy a house in Changsha, as her family was still heavily in debt. Especially after 1998, when Changsha bid farewell to the welfare housing allocation system. Housing prices soared to 2,500 yuan per square meter. An average person earns only about 800 yuan a month, which is hardly enough to buy a house. Not to mention that their family is in debt, it's even less likely that they could afford to buy a house in Changsha. Jiang Zhou's words completely terrified Lin Yuehua. "Dad, Mom, hurry up and come inside to see if there's anything we need to buy." Jiang Zhou urged his parents to come in and have a look when he saw that they looked confused. Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua snapped out of their daze, looked at Jiang Zhou, and quickly said, "There's nothing else we need to buy. All right, let's go over there. Wanshua is already preparing dinner." After saying that, Jiang Zhou led them to his house across the street. As soon as the door opened, Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger greeted Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing with Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle. "Come here, sweeties, come to Grandma's side." Lin Yuehua's smile widened as she looked at the three beautiful and adorable children. The three little girls ran over and hugged Lin Yuehua. Belle said affectionately, "Grandma, have you missed us lately?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yuehua burst into laughter and said, "Of course. Look, Grandma has come to find you." Upon hearing the sound, Su Wanshua immediately came out of the kitchen and called out with a smile, "Dad, Mom, big brother." "Oh, Xiaoxua," Lin Yuehua said with a smile when she saw Su Wanshua. "Mom, please sit down first. I'm cooking," Su Wanshua said with a smile. Jiang Zhou stood up and said, "I'll help you." "No need, I'll go help Xiaoxua," Lin Yuehua immediately said, grabbing Jiang Zhou's arm. After saying that, she went into the kitchen. When Lin Yuehua went into the kitchen, she saw Su Wanshua chopping vegetables, and Lin Yuehua immediately reached out to help. "Mom, there's no need for that. Go and rest in the living room," Su Wanshua said quickly as she saw Lin Yuehua enter the kitchen. "It's okay, Mom will help you," Lin Yuehua said with a smile. Su Wanshua had no choice but to let Lin Yuehua help her. When cooking, Su Wanshua noticed that Jiang Zhou's family liked spicy food when she went back to Yongzhou last time, so she specially prepared spicy dishes for Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing this time. However, she usually eats very bland food, so making dishes with strong flavors like this is actually quite difficult for her. Cough, cough, cough. Su Wanshua choked on the chili peppers twice and couldn't help coughing. "What's wrong? Are you all right?" Lin Yuehua asked with concern. "It's nothing." Su Wanshua wiped away her tears and shook her head with a smile. However, the chili peppers were so pungent that Su Wanshua couldn't handle it and started coughing. Lin Yuehua knew that Su Wanshua didn't eat spicy food, so she immediately went over, patted Su Wanshua's back to help her catch her breath, and said, "Okay, go outside and get some fresh air. I'll take care of things here. You can continue cooking later." Su Wanshua nodded and went outside for some fresh air. A short while later, Lin Yuehua brought out a plate of spicy diced chicken from the kitchen. After seeing that the dish was ready, Su Wanshua went back into the kitchen to finish the rest of the dishes. After the dishes were served, Jiang Yun also came over. The family enjoyed their meal together happily. Try it. This dish was made by Xiaoxua herself today. Lin Yuehua picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks and brought it to Jiang Haixing's mouth, gesturing for him to eat quickly. Delicious, delicious. My daughter-in-law's cooking is really good. Jiang Haixing praised after taking a couple of bites. Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxua laughed when they heard Jiang Haixing say that. Delicious. I didn't expect Xiaoxua to be such a good cook, Jiang Fan praised with a smile. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, Su Wanxua lowered her head shyly. After everyone finished their meal happily, Jiang Zhou looked at them and said, Dad, Mom, let me take you to see my internet cafe. Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing nodded. By the way, Zhou, what are we here to help you with? Jiang Haixing asked curiously. They didn't want to be a burden to Zhou when they came here. I was thinking of having you, Mom, and my older brother take charge of the vegetable pancake and eel business first, Jiang Zhou said to them. This was his plan from the beginning, to hand over the eel and vegetable pancake business to the three people to manage, while he would go do other things. Jiang Haixing thought for a moment, then said, The three of us are too much for this business. It's enough for your mother and me to handle it. As for your older brother, let him manage the internet cafe or do something else for you. We've worked in Changsha before, so we know this area well. You don't need to worry about your mom and me getting lost or anything else. As long as you explain to us how to do business, your mother and I will not hold you back. Jiang Zhou thought about it and realized that the business of selling tea oil cakes and eels was actually quite simple. Plus, his father had obtained a driver's license years ago and knew how to drive. Moreover, his parents made their fortune from small businesses and are quite skilled at business. Moreover, the two of them had spent a lot of time in Changsha before and were familiar with the city, so they wouldn't get lost. He nodded, agreeing to Jiang Haixing's suggestion. Chapter 106. John's parents are shocked. Their son's business is so profitable. Okay, you can show me around these two businesses over the next few days. Once I'm familiar with them, I can work with your mother on my own, Jiang Haixing said with a smile. Okay then. Jiang Zhou nodded. Shall we go to an internet cafe now? Jiang Yin suggested. Good. Then, Jiang Zhou led a group of people toward the internet cafe. Is this internet cafe far from here? Jiang Haixing asked. It's not far, only about 10 minutes away. When I rented the place, I specifically chose this one because it's close to Wanshua's workplace and my internet cafe, Jiang Zhou explained. Oh, that's not bad. Jiang Haixing smiled. They arrived at the internet cafe, and Lin Yuehua looked at the name of the internet cafe and joked with a smile. Who came up with this name? It's quite interesting. Dad named it after Wang Kai, Belle replied with a smile. Oh, it's Wang Kai. Lin Yuehua nodded. She could also hear the joy in Belle's tone. Then, a group of people walked into the internet cafe and heard a lot of noise coming from inside. They saw that all the computers in the internet cafe were occupied, and there were also people waiting on the side. The internet cafe was packed with customers, which surprised them. They hadn't expected it to be so popular. This internet cafe seems to be doing good business, Jiang Fan said with some surprise when he saw this. It's normal for business to be good here, because there are plenty of customers. Although our location is a bit remote, it's still pretty good, Jiang Zhou said with a smile. He was very satisfied with the internet cafe he had started. Not bad, Zhou. It's really impressive that you were able to spot this business opportunity, Jiang Haixing exclaimed. Although this place looks a bit remote, anyone who pays a little attention will know that this location is very profitable for an internet cafe. He had just noticed on the way that there was a train station near the internet cafe, with people coming and going by train every day, which would greatly increase the internet cafe's customer base. Lin Yuehua was naturally pleased to see so many customers in the internet cafe. The more people there are, the more money they can make. Jiang Zhou felt very proud when he saw his parents praising his internet cafe and smiling. Although he was very successful in his business in his previous life. But in this life, with family by my side to start a business together, everything has become much better. The next morning, Jiang Zhou got up and took Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing to sell vegetable pancakes and eels. He drove to the vegetable pancake stall first, bought the pancakes, and then drove into the countryside. Now the villagers all know that Jiang Zhou comes to buy eels at a certain time every morning, so they have prepared the eels in advance and are waiting for him to come and buy them. Jiang Zhou parked his car on the side of the road and watched as groups of people gathered around his vehicle. Looking at the enthusiasm of the group of rural farmers, he felt a sense of emotion. Although some of the rural women here are quite old, they still insist on working every day to make a living. Moreover, their work is very arduous. They did farm work while also taking on other jobs. Xiao Jiang, you're here so early. We've already prepared the eels, a middle-aged farmer said as he stepped forward. Jiang Zhou nodded and said with a smile, Yes, we'll still buy 200 caddies. Okay. Afterwards, Jiang Zhou was collecting eels, while Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing watched him silently, their eyes filled with satisfaction. After buying the eels, an old man asked, "Xiao Jiang, who are those two people next to you?" Jiang Zhou turned to look at the old man and replied, "They are my parents. I plan to hand over the business of buying eels and selling tea oil cakes to them in the future." "What big thing are you planning to do, kid?" An older woman said with a smile. Although she didn't know what Jiang Zhou did, she could tell from his demeanor that he was definitely not an ordinary person. "I do need to do something else. My parents just happened to come to Changsha to help me, so I'm planning to have them help manage this business of buying eels and tea oil cakes," Jiang Zhou said, sounding very relaxed. "That works too," the villagers said with a smile and a nod. As long as they can make money, they don't care about anything else. When purchasing eels, Jiang Zhou personally taught Jiang Haixing which eels were acceptable to buy and which were not. Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua both studied very diligently. Furthermore, Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua also interacted with the villagers, since they would be in charge of the income from this area in the future, and it would be easier to get to know each other before making any decisions. Jiang Zhou put the eels he bought in the car, and then took his parents to an eel noodle restaurant in Changsha. "Dad, Mom, after you collect the eels, you can just deliver them to the noodle shops every day," Jiang Zhou said as he drove. "Okay," Jiang Haixing replied. Arriving at the first eel noodle shop, Jiang Zhou carried 50 caddies of eels inside, with Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing following behind him. When the noodle shop owner saw Jiang Zhou coming, she immediately greeted him warmly. "Xiao Jiang, you're here," the proprietress said with a smile. Jiang Zhou nodded and handed the eel in his hand to the proprietress, saying, "Proprietress, from now on, my parents will have to deliver the eels to you." "Oh, what's wrong?" the proprietress asked. "I have some other things to take care of, so I asked my parents to come and help me with the eel business," Jiang Zhou explained. Upon hearing Jiang Zhou's words, the proprietress immediately smiled. "Not bad. It seems your business is getting bigger and bigger," the proprietress said with a smile. She felt a little regretful, knowing she wouldn't see such a handsome young man delivering eels again. Jiang Zhou smiled and said, "It's all right. I'll have to trouble the landlady to take care of my parents from now on." As he spoke, Jiang Zhou introduced his parents to the proprietress. Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua were in business and were very good at greeting people. The relationship was handled well. After resolving the issue, Jiang Zhou took Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing out and left, going to several other noodle shops to inform them of the news. After buying the eels and returning to his car, Jiang Haixing calculated the money he had earned from selling eels and tea oil cakes that day. "I made a net profit of 2,200 yuan today selling eels and tea oil cakes," Jiang Haixing said in surprise. So much money. Lin Yuehua was also a little shocked when she heard Jiang Haixing's words. They used to run a small snack shop in Yongzhou, and they only made 1,500 yuan a month with all their hard work. And now they've made a net profit of 2,200 yuan in such a short time. I can hardly believe my ears. Jiang Haixing was also very satisfied with this harvest. Chapter 107, Choosing a Kindergarten for the Children. Lin Yuehua looked at Jiang Zhou driving in the front and exclaimed, "Zhou, you're so smart. How did you come up with this way to make money? I've done some things outside these past few years and met a group of people. Those people taught me some things," Jiang Zhou said after thinking for a moment. "I see." Lin Yuehua thought about how difficult it must have been for Zhou to work outside these past few years. Jiang Zhou secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't possibly tell his parents that he was a reincarnated person. Next, Jiang Zhou continued to take Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haixing to sell vegetable pancakes and eels. 5 days later, after Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua had become completely familiar with each other, Jiang Zhou let them handle the business themselves. As for the eldest brother, Jiang Fan, he has been watching over the shop in the internet cafe these past few days. In the evening, after taking a shower, Su Wanxue came out and sat down next to Jiang Zhou. "Jiang Zhou, I need to discuss something with you," Su Wanxue suddenly said. "What's the matter?" Jiang Zhou asked. "Well, Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger are all of kindergarten age now, and I want them to go to kindergarten," Su Wanxue said after thinking for a moment. Choosing a good kindergarten for 3 little girls is a very difficult task, no matter how you look at it. So Su Wanxue has been thinking about it for the past few days. She picked out a few after much deliberation, and since kindergarten was starting in a few days, they had to choose quickly. But Jiang Zhou is unaware of this matter, so she must obtain Jiang Zhou's consent first. "Oh, that's a good thing. The 3 little girls should go to kindergarten. This will also give them some experience," Jiang Zhou said after thinking for a moment. Jiang Zhou then continued. "However, we also need to ask the 3 girls for their opinions. After all, they have the right to choose where to go to school, and we can't force them to make any choices." Su Wanxue nodded. She understood what Jiang Zhou meant, since children have the right to choose where to go to school. Afterwards, Su Wanxue and Jiang Zhou went into the room of the three little girls, who were lying on the bed reading storybooks. Dad, Mom. Bauer called out as soon as she saw Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue enter. Su Wanxue and Jiang Zhou walked over, and Jiang Zhou looked at the three little girls and said, "You three, look after me and give me to your mother. We need to ask you something." The three little girls all nodded obediently. Su Wanxue and Jiang Zhou walked aside and began to ask the three little girls their opinions on going to school. "Do the three of you want to go to kindergarten?" Su Wanxue asked. Bauer nodded. "I want to go." She had seen many fun things at the kindergarten before, but she never had the chance to go. Xianger nodded in agreement. Belle remained silent. Su Wanxue looked at Belle, whose face still showed hesitation. "Belle, do you want to go to kindergarten?" Su Wanxue called out softly. Belle raised her head and looked at Su Wanxue and Jiang Zhou without saying a word. "Belle, do you want to go to kindergarten?" Su Wanxue asked again. Belle bit her lip, thought for a long time, and finally said, "Mommy, I don't want to go to kindergarten." "Why don't you want to go? Don't you really like children?" Su Wanxue asked. "I want to stay with my mom and dad, and I want to go with my dad to sell flowers and earn money," Belle whispered. She didn't want to go to school. Going to school was nothing compared to the fun of selling flowers with her dad, and selling flowers could even earn her money. She wants to stay with her parents. Su Wanxue was taken aback, not expecting Belle to say such a thing. "Belle, selling flowers to earn money is your father and mother's business. You two should focus on your studies right now," Su Wanxue said. "Yes, you'll have lots of friends to play with when you go to kindergarten, and you'll make lots of new friends there," Jiang Zhou chimed in. Belle thought for a moment, and then shook her head. "Both Bauer and Xianger will be going to kindergarten, so there won't be anyone at home to play with you. Besides, there are lots of fun things to do and delicious food waiting for you at kindergarten. Are you sure you don't want to go?" Su Wanxue tempted her. "Yes, I saw a lot of fun things in the kindergarten before, and I want to go play with them when I go to kindergarten," Bauer said. Belle's expression showed a hint of wavering. Seeing that Belle was wavering, Jiang Zhou immediately pressed his advantage. "Belle, how about this? You come with us to the kindergarten first to take a look before deciding whether you want to go to kindergarten or not, okay?" Belle thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Jiang Zhou smiled when Belle agreed. "Okay, then we'll take you to see the kindergarten tomorrow." Su Wanxue smiled. Tomorrow is Sunday, so she can rest. "Okay," Belle said happily. "Let's leave it at that for now," Su Wanxue said. "You three should go to sleep now. We're going to visit the school tomorrow," Jiang Zhou said, glancing at the three girls. "Okay, Mom and Dad, go to bed early tonight," the three little girls said in unison. "Okay," Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue said. Seeing that the three girls had all laid down, Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue walked out of the room. The next day, Su Wanxue and Jiang Zhou took the three little girls to visit a nearby kindergarten. The first kindergarten was a private one, not particularly large, but the environment and benefits were quite good. The only downside was the high tuition. Su Wanxue felt a pang of pain looking at the tuition fees. 500 yuan for just one semester was too expensive, so she gave up immediately. This is something they simply cannot handle. After visiting the first kindergarten, Jiang Zhou took his three little girls to see other kindergartens. Su Wanxue and Jiang Zhou took Bayer and Xianger to see other kindergartens, but some schools had really bad environments, and some schools were not suitable for the three little girls. Su Wanxue and Jiang Zhou had no choice but to continue taking them to see other kindergartens. "These kindergartens are so hard to choose from. How long will it take us to find one?" Su Wanxue sighed. "Wanxue, don't worry, we can take our time choosing from so many kindergartens. We'll definitely find a school that's suitable for our three little girls," Jiang Zhou comforted her. Then, Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue took the three little girls to visit various kindergartens. "Finally, we chose a kindergarten called Sunflower Kindergarten. This is a kindergarten that is not very large, but it meets the criteria of Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue's ideal kindergarten. The environment here is not only very good, but the educational resources and food are also quite good. It's close to home, only a 10-minute walk away." When Su Wanxue and Jiang Zhou led Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger into Sunflower Kindergarten, there were many other children from other schools inside. Chapter 108 Colleagues shocked. "Wanxue, you're resigning?" When Su Wanxue and Jiang Zhou entered the kindergarten with their three little girls, they attracted everyone's attention. "These three little girls are so beautiful. Wow, all three of them look exactly alike. Their clothes are so pretty." When some children saw the three little girls, they exclaimed in surprise and ran to them, circling around them. Bauer and Bayer weren't scared when they saw the children circling around them. Instead, they were quite excited. Xianger is a little timid, and she felt a bit shy being surrounded by so many children. "Xianger, don't be afraid. The children here are all very cute. They like you, that's why they're circling around you," Jiang Zhou said to Xianger. Xianger nodded. Belle is already playing with a group of children. Seeing that Belle and the others were having a lot of fun, Su Wanxue and Jiang Zhou did not disturb them, but instead negotiated with the head of the kindergarten. Finally, it was decided that my child would attend this kindergarten. When it was time to leave, Belle looked longingly at the kindergarten gate. Seeing Belle's expression, Su Wanxue couldn't help but reach out and pinch her nose, saying, "Mommy and Daddy weren't lying to you, were they? The children in kindergarten are all very cute and easy to get along with." Belle looked around and found that it really was as Su Wanxue and Jiang Zhou had described. The children inside looked cute and fun. So she nodded and said, "Yes, Mom and Dad, what you said is true. Let's go to this kindergarten then." "Okay," Jiang Zhou said with a smile. When they got home, Jiang Haixing and Lin Yuehua had just returned from outside. "Dad, Mom, let's go out for a walk," Jiang Zhou said. He wanted to buy some new clothes for everyone in his family. "Okay," Lin Yuehua said with a smile. Jiang Zhou nodded. As long as his mother agreed, that was fine. They first went to an internet cafe to find Jiang Fan, and then set off for the mall. "What are we doing here?" Jiang Fan asked, puzzled. "Let's go shopping and buy new clothes for everyone," Jiang Zhou replied. "What's the point of buying this? My clothes are fine," Jiang Fan said. Su Wanxue frowned. She had just bought several new outfits not long ago, and buying more now seemed like a waste of money. However, Jiang Zhou insisted, so she didn't say anything more. The three little girls were the happiest. They were all overjoyed to hear that they were going to get new clothes. Jiang Zhou bought 2 sets of little dresses for Belle and Xiang'er, and also bought Xiang'er a dress and a pair of pink little leather shoes. Then I bought clothes for each of the 4 of them, including Jiang Haixing. "Jiang Zhou, you should go buy yourself a new outfit," Su Wanxue said. Jiang Zhou bought clothes for each of them, but he didn't buy anything for himself. "No need, my clothes are fine. I don't need to change," Jiang Zhou said. Su Wanxue insisted that he go. Jiang Zhou couldn't persuade Su Wanxue otherwise, so he had no choice but to compromise. Jiang Zhou ended up buying a tracksuit and a pair of sneakers. Su Wanxue was very happy to see that Jiang Zhou had finally bought it. After buying these things, Jiang Zhou took Su Wanxue and the 3 little girls to the vegetable market and bought a bunch of vegetables. That evening, Jiang Zhou personally prepared a table full of delicious food. That night, Su Wanxue and Jiang Zhou put the children to sleep together. "Wanxue, I have something to tell you." Jiang Zhou pulled Su Wanxue into the bedroom. "What is it?" Su Wanxue asked, puzzled. "I think you should quit your current job," Jiang Zhou said. "Why do you suddenly want me to resign?" Su Wanxue asked. "If she quits her job now, the family will lose another source of income. Jiang Zhou already has a heavy workload. If she were to resign, he would be overwhelmed with work. Here's what I'm thinking. You're not fully recovered yet, so it's not good for you to overwork yourself. I don't want you to work so hard. Besides, if you quit your job, you can stay home and take good care of Bauer and the others," Jiang Zhou said earnestly to Su Wanxue. This was a decision he had considered for a long time before making it. He wanted to relieve Su Wanxue from such hard work and make things easier for her. Su Wanxue remained silent after hearing Jiang Zhou's words. "Wanxue, I know it's difficult for you to quit your job right now, and I understand how you feel," Jiang Zhou continued. Jiang Zhou knew that Su Wanxue had concerns, but he really couldn't bear to see her so tired. After a long silence, Su Wanxue looked up at Jiang Zhou and slowly said, "Okay, I agree to resign. I'll go back to work after I feel better, don't worry." After hearing Su Wanxue agree to resign, Jiang Zhou smiled and nodded. The next day, Su Wanxue went to the company and submitted her resignation to the manager. Looking at Su Wanxue's application, the manager exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on? Why are you resigning? You're doing a great job here. And women can't be without a job. I know you got married recently, but you can't rely on a man forever. It's okay at the beginning of marriage, but what if he doesn't take responsibility after the honeymoon period? So you still need to have a job." She was very satisfied with Su Wanxue's work. Su Wanxue's work attitude and ability were obvious to all, and she hoped that Su Wanxue would continue to work under her. Su Wanxue smiled and explained, "I'm not feeling well, so I plan to rest for a while. Besides, I have 3 children at home who need my care." "I see." The manager nodded. "I understand your situation. Since you're not feeling well, I won't force you. You're welcome to come back anytime you want." Su Wanxue smiled and thanked the manager before leaving the manager's office. After returning to her seat, Su Wanxue began packing her things. When her colleagues saw Su Wanxue packing her things to resign, they all gathered around. "Congratulations, Xiaoxue. Yes, you found a good husband. You'll definitely be happier and happier in the future." Li Lin looked at Su Wanxue and said, "Xiaoxue, why did you suddenly resign?" "Yeah, is it because your husband won't let you work?" Wang Wan said. Su Wanxue shook her head and said, "He's not the kind of person who's unreasonable. It's just that I'm not feeling well right now, so I want to rest for a while. You need to rest well. But remember, the manager values you so much, so come back when you're feeling better, Li Lin said to Su Wanxue. Su Wanxue nodded to Li Lin, then said goodbye to Wang Wan and the others. After Su Wanxue left, Wang Wan and the others gathered together to chat. Wanxue's husband treats her well. He used to bring her lunch every day at noon. Now he doesn't let her go to work. It seems Jiang Zhou earns a lot. Yes, I also want my husband to earn more money to support me, so I don't have to work so hard. I have to commute to work every day. It's so tiring. The most important thing is having such a handsome husband. Even if I just look at him at home every day, I'll still be in a good mood. Chapter 109. Borrowing 200,000. Expanding the internet cafe. Jiang Zhou went to the bank and found Songzhe. Jiang Zhou, what brings you here? Songzhe greeted Jiang Zhou with a smile and invited him to sit down. After Jiang Zhou sat down, he looked at Songzhe and said, I have something I'd like to ask you for help with. What's wrong? I'll definitely help you if I can, Songzhe said immediately. Jiang Zhou nodded and said, It's like this. I want to use the computers in my internet cafe as collateral to get a loan from the bank. The computers in my internet cafe are all new and worth about 100,000 yuan. Is business bad for internet cafes? Songzhe asked, frowning. Jiang Zhou hasn't paid off his previous loans yet, and now he's using the internet cafe to take out another loan. Is the internet cafe business not doing well? He couldn't let Jiang Zhou make one mistake after another. Jiang Zhou shook his head. No, the internet cafe is doing quite well. It's precisely because the internet cafe is doing well that I want to expand its scale. Hearing this, Songzhe breathed a sigh of relief and said, As long as the internet cafe business is good, that's fine. How much money do you need? 200,000. Jiang Zhou thought for a moment and replied. Songzhe looked at Jiang Zhou in surprise. 200,000 is no small sum. It's equivalent to more than 10 years' wages for an average person. Despite working at a bank, he didn't have the authority to make such a large sum of money, so he wasn't sure if Jiang Zhou could get a loan of 200,000. Here's the thing. I'll give you a few forms later. Fill them out, submit the application, and then come back to talk to the bank. I can't make the decision on a loan of 200,000, but this time is different. You have physical collateral worth over 100,000, so there's a high probability they'll approve the loan, Songzhe said after thinking for a moment. Jiang Zhou glanced at Songzhe, nodded, and said, Okay, thank you for your help. Songzhe shook his head and said, Of course, please sit down for a moment. I'll go get the form for you. After finishing his sentence, Songzhe turned and left. A moment later, he brought over several documents and handed them to Jiang Zhou, saying, Here are a few forms. Fill them out yourself, and then I'll submit them to the bank for you. Jiang Zhou took the document, nodded, and began filling in the information. While Jiang Zhou was filling out the forms, Songzhe advised him to slow down his expansion, but Jiang Zhou shook his head and refused. He knew that loan interest rates were low at the time, while internet cafes were a highly profitable industry. Of course, being able to borrow more money means you can earn more money. Jiang Zhou then handed the completed form to Songzhe. After taking the documents and glancing at them, Songzhe nodded and said, Okay, come back in 2 days. Okay, then, Jiang Zhou replied, then stood up to take his leave. Songzhe escorted him to the door and saw him out of the bank. 2 days later, Jiang Zhou went to the bank again to find Songzhe. How did it go? Did the bank approve it? Jiang Zhou asked. Songzhe nodded and said, It's been approved. After signing the contract, we can proceed with the handover procedures. Jiang Zhou nodded, followed Songzhe to the office, signed his name, and received the loan of 200,000 yuan as stated in the contract. The money has already been transferred to your account by the bank, Songzhe said to Jiang Zhou after seeing him out of the bank. Thank you, Jiang Zhou said, looking at Songzhe. He knew that Songzhe had vouched for him, which was why things had gone so smoothly. It's okay, I'm going back to work now. Contact me if you need anything. Songzhe waved to Jiang Zhou and turned to leave. After leaving the bank, Jiang Zhou went straight to the computer mall. When Hu Daong saw Jiang Zhou coming over, he quickly welcomed him into the house. Boss Jiang, you've arrived, Hu Daong said respectfully to Jiang Zhou. Yes, I'm here to buy a computer, Jiang Zhou said directly. Upon hearing this, Hu Daong immediately told Jiang Zhou to sit down, took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Zhou, then lit it for him, lit one for himself, took a puff, and blew out a smoke ring. How many are you planning to buy this time? Hu Daong asked after finishing his cigarette. 90 units. Jiang Zhou thought for a moment, then said. Upon hearing Jiang Zhou's words, Hu Daong was stunned, thinking he had misheard. 90 units? Hu Daong looked at Jiang Zhou, swallowed hard, and asked. Jiang Zhou nodded affirmatively. Hu Daong swallowed hard, thinking to himself, no wonder he's boss Jiang, daring to buy so many computers at once. I'm going to be rich now. However, Let's do it the same way as last time. I'll pay 30% up front, and the rest will be paid to Mr. Hu next month. How about that? Jiang Zhou asked. Yes, of course. Hu Daong nodded repeatedly, his face filled with excitement. Boss Jiang is my cash cow. If Boss Jiang is willing, I'm sure I'll make a fortune. Mr. Hu, look how many computers I've bought from you. Shouldn't you give me some discounts? Jiang Zhou asked Hu Daong. Upon hearing Jiang Zhou's words, Hu Daong nodded with a smile. Of course, I'll sell you these computers for 7,500 each. 7,000 per unit, Jiang Zhou said. Hu Daong felt his heart bleed as he heard the price. He hadn't expected Jiang Zhou to lower the computer price so drastically in one go. But who can blame him when Jiang Zhou is his benefactor? He had no choice but to accept it. Fine, Hu Daong said through gritted teeth. Jiang Zhou then made a transaction with Hu Daong. At this time, there was already a POS machine, so they could directly swipe their cards at the computer mall to make the transaction. However, before making the transaction, Jiang Zhou went to check out the computer. After all, it's a purchase of 90 computers at once, and it's uncertain whether Hu Daong has them in stock, or if they are all brand new. Don't try to fool him by giving him a refurbished machine. Hu Daong didn't actually have that many computers all at once. After all, 90 computers would cost several 100,000 yuan to purchase. No store would stock so many computers all at once. Hu Daong made an appointment with Jiang Zhou, and 2 days later, Hu Daong told Jiang Zhou that the computer had arrived and asked Jiang Zhou to go and see it. Jiang Zhou took Jiang Yin to look at computers. Jiang Zhou carefully inspected each computer and confirmed that there were no problems with the configuration and that they were all brand new machines before paying on the spot. Then Hu Daong was instructed to send someone to transport the computer back. Hu Daong personally escorted the shipment this time. After all, it was a shipment worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. If something went wrong on the way, he would have to compensate Jiang Zhou with a new computer, which would be a loss for him. In no time at all, the truck arrived at Wangwang Internet Cafe. Boss Jiang, there might not be enough room for this computer, Hu Daong said, looking down at the first floor. Put what you can't put on the second floor, Jiang Zhou said. Hu Daong immediately had the computers moved to the second floor, and soon the entire shop had computers on both the upper and lower floors. Those waiting for others to disembark stared wide-eyed at the new computers. They no longer need to wait for the new computer, they can play on it now. Once Lu Hui installed the Internet Cafe management system, those people immediately rushed to claim the new computers, afraid that if they were a step too slow, someone else would take them. Chapter 1. Tinzhan's parents are shocked, earning tens of thousands of yuan a day. Jiang Zhou watched this scene with satisfaction. After a while, Li Hao led a group of people into the Internet Cafe, and his eyes widened in surprise. This Internet Cafe has so many computers. It's still new, and it was completely full of people. Brother Hao, this computer actually has CS on it, someone said, pointing at the screen. Holy crap, there's even CS. Li Hao exclaimed in surprise when he saw the CS game on the computer. The others chimed in, expressing their own fondness for the game. They immediately went to the cashier to get a card, waiting for others to log off so they could play the game. As Jiang Zhou watched the increasing number of visitors to the Internet Cafe, he thought for a moment and went to find Uncle Lin to ask him to help introduce 2 bodyguards, in case there was trouble caused by the large number of people in the Internet Cafe, which would affect the normal operation of the Internet Cafe. A day later, Jiang Zhou brought Jiang Haisheng, Lin Yuehua, and Jiang Fan to the Internet Cafe. Jiang Haisheng and his group walked into the Internet Cafe and were stunned to see so many computers suddenly appearing, and each computer was occupied. Zhou, what's going on? Why did you buy so many computers again? Jiang Haisheng asked Jiang Zhou in confusion. How much money would it cost to buy so many computers? Their family simply cannot afford to pay that amount of money. Because the store is doing quite well, I wanted to buy more, and that way I could earn more money. As for the money to buy the computer, I mortgaged this Internet Cafe and got a loan of 200,000 yuan, Jiang Zhou explained with a slight smile. This, Lin Yuehua looked at Jiang Zhou with concern, hesitating to speak. He was worried that Zhou might not be able to repay such a large loan. Dad, Mom, don't worry, let's take a look at yesterday's profits first, Jiang Zhou said, knowing what Jiang Haisheng and Lin Yuehua were worried about. Then, he led Jiang Haisheng and the others to the cashier. When Li Li saw Jiang Zhou arrive, she quickly put down what she was doing and took out a wad of cash from the bottom of the cash register. Boss, this is what I earned yesterday, a total of 10,823 yuan. Li Li handed the money to Jiang Zhou. Li Li had been feeling anxious all night, but thankfully the 2 bodyguards were there, which made her feel a little more at ease. The Internet Cafe earned 10,823 yuan that day. The boss is absolutely amazing. These days, even someone with 10,000 yuan is pretty awesome. Their boss can earn tens of thousands of yuan a day. That's absolutely terrifying. Jiang Zhou took the money, counted it, and it was exactly 10,823 yuan, not short at all. Jiang Haisheng, Lin Yuehua, and Jiang Fan stared in shock at the wad of cash in Jiang Zhou's hand. This internet cafe makes so much money in just one day? That's absolutely terrifying. This is what they used to earn in 6 months of running a store. Now I earn this much in just one day. If this continues, the internet cafe can earn around 300,000 yuan a month. They never dared to imagine that they could earn over 300,000 yuan a month. In addition, there's the money from selling eels and tea oil cakes. Based on this calculation, the family's debt of over 1 million should be paid off in less than 3 months. Thinking of this, Jiang Haisheng and Lin Yuehua felt relieved and smiled, feeling much more at ease. Jiang Fan was also very happy. Zhou is so amazing. Making so much money in such a short time is simply amazing. This internet cafe business will only get better and better in the future. Zhou, you've managed your internet cafe business so well. You've worked so hard, Lin Yuehua said to Jiang Zhou with admiration. Jiang Zhou smiled slightly and shook his head. Mom, it's not hard work. That's a huge sum of money. Now he finally has the ability to help his parents pay off their gambling debts. This is also a great career he has since been reborn, and he will definitely make it big. Once I save up some more money, I can open a branch, Jiang Zhou said after thinking for a moment. Now his shop is filled with computers on both floors, a total of 110 computers. He needs to open a branch. The internet cafe business is booming right now, and he needs to seize this opportunity to make more money. Opening a branch is fine, but Zhou, you need to pay attention to your debt ratio. Don't expand too quickly and end up with a high debt ratio that makes it impossible to pay back the money. That would be a huge loss, Jiang Haisheng reminded her. After all, he had done business before and knew that sometimes moving too fast could easily lead to a break in the cash flow, which is very dangerous. Yes, Dad, I know what I'm doing, don't worry. Jiang Zhou nodded with a smile. That's good. Afterwards, they chatted with Jiang Zhou for a while longer before leaving. After Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haisheng left, Jiang Zhou and Jiang Fan found Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun was still preoccupied with the website. Jiang Zhou sat down beside him. How's the website doing? Jiang Zhou asked, looking at Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun looked up at Jiang Zhou. Almost there, just one last step. Jiang Zhou nodded without saying a word, waiting silently for Jiang Yun to complete the last step. Time passed little by little. Finally, the last step is complete. Looking at the data displayed on the screen, Jiang Yun breathed a sigh of relief. All right, the website is finished, Jiang Yun said excitedly. Jiang Zhou nodded. Let me see. As he spoke, he opened the new website. Once inside, you'll see a striking title, A Bond of Love. He first registered an account, clicked in, filled in the information, and then nodded as he looked at all the functions on the website. How is it? Jiang Yun asked. Although it wasn't his first time building a website, he was still a little nervous about it being his first time. Not bad, Jiang Zhou nodded and said. Then, Jiang Zhou turned to Jiang Fan and said, Big brother, you'll be in charge of the website from now on. No problem, Jiang Fan agreed with a smile. You can register everyone. If they have a mobile phone, they can register their phone number directly. If they don't, they can register a number. After registering, they can enjoy 20 minutes of free internet access, Jiang Zhou said. This is all traffic to their website. Moreover, these people are all young people, and he believes that as long as he recruits them, he can attract more people to the website. They can use the popularity of these people to attract more people to the website. Okay, I understand, Jiang Fan replied. Although he didn't know why Zhou did this, he knew that Jiang Zhou must have his reasons. He only needs to follow Jiang Zhou's instructions. Jiang Zhou continued. Also, brother, you need to find some beautiful women to take some photos of, a set of all kinds of beauties, and you must get the exclusive right to use the photos. You can reimburse me for whatever it costs. Chapter 111, Searching for Someone in the Bar. Okay, no problem. Leave this to me. I know quite a few people. Jiang Fan nodded. After all, I had lived here before and knew quite a few friends. Therefore, these were not difficult tasks for him. All right, I'll leave this matter to you, brother. Jiang Zhou nodded. Then, he turned to Jiang Yun and said, You've worked hard these past few days. Once the photos are released, our website can officially launch. It's all right. Why are you being so polite with me? Jiang Yun said with a smile. They then talked about some things on the website. Jiang Zhou checked the time. It was almost lunchtime. Go grab a bite to eat first, then go home and get some rest. You haven't had a proper rest lately, have you? You've been so busy with the website. Okay. Jiang Yun also realized that he hadn't been resting well lately. The moment he stood up, he suddenly felt dizzy. Are you all right? Jiang Zhou asked with concern when he saw Jiang Yun's appearance. It's nothing. I'm just a little tired lately. Let's go. Jiang Yun said with a smile. He hasn't had a proper rest in a while. Okay, let's go. Jiang Zhou nodded. The next evening, Jiang Fan went to a bar called Coco. He had kept the task his younger brother had entrusted to him in mind and was going to start doing it tonight. Upon entering the bar, Jiang Fan was immediately enveloped in a cacophony of noise. The mix of colors, sounds, and smells created a stimulating atmosphere. He stepped into the cacophony. In the middle of the dance floor, a group of men and women swayed their bodies to the rhythm of the music. In this era, men and women wore simple clothes, such as simple t-shirts and jeans. Their hair was neatly combed, and many boys had buzz cuts, bangs, and so on. Moreover, many boys dyed their hair in various colors, giving them a playboy image. Jiang Fan was searching for his target in the bar when he spotted a tall, beautiful hostess. She was very pretty, with big eyes, a high nose, and a round face. Jiang Fan walked over and sat down next to her. The bar was dimly lit, with only a crystal chandelier illuminating her face, making her fair skin appear as smooth as jade, and she looked incredibly alluring. Hello, may I buy you a drink? Jiang Fan picked up the bottle of wine on the table and joked with the hostess. The hostess glanced at Jiang Fan, then took the bottle. She explained that her family was poor, her grandmother was seriously ill, her father was heavily in debt, and she had no money to pay her tuition, so she had to sing for a living to earn some extra money. This was the first time she had been asked to drink by a customer. She didn't refuse. She didn't want to cause herself any trouble, so she drank the alcohol and left. Jiang Fan could tell that the hostess didn't want to get entangled with him, so he smiled and said, "My name is Jiang Fan, and I'd like to introduce you to a job." "What kind of work?" the hostess asked. She needs money now, and she needs medicine to treat her grandmother, so she doesn't mind finding herself another job, since she still needs to earn extra money. "I want to hire you as a model so I can take a set of photos and put them on our website to attract more users," Jiang Fan said. "Taking photos? What kind?" the hostess asked, puzzled. "Don't worry, we're doing a proper shoot. We won't take any explicit photos. And we will give you 500 yuan to acquire ownership of this set of photos, meaning that this photo can only be used by us," Jiang Fan explained. Upon seeing the payment, the hostess immediately nodded and said, "Okay, I agree." Her usual monthly salary is only 400 yuan, but now that she has 500 yuan for this job, it's a very lucrative job, so of course she's willing to take it. "Okay, what's your name?" Jiang Fan asked with a smile, looking at the hostess. "Just call me Fei Fei," the hostess said with a smile. "Okay, wait for me here tomorrow. I'll come find you," Jiang Fan said with a smile. Fei Fei nodded and said, "Okay, see you tomorrow." The following afternoon, Jiang Fan met Fei Fei. He had played with cameras before, so he was quite good at taking simple photos. Fei Fei also specially wore a pure and innocent style short-sleeved shirt and skirt, with her hair tied up at the back of her head, revealing her smooth and white forehead. Although her face was not very beautiful, it was very pleasing to the eye and gave people a very comfortable feeling. "Fei Fei, you're looking at me with a slightly innocent expression, then you stick out your index finger and point to your lips," Jiang Fan said with a smile. Fei Fei nodded slightly after hearing Jiang Fan's words and pointed her index finger to her lips. Jiang Fan nodded and smiled. "Okay, that's it." Jiang Fan immediately snapped a few photos of her with his camera. Great results. Your poses are fantastic. Let's keep going." Jiang Fan faced the camera, pressed the shutter, and snapped a picture. Click, 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 click. After taking about 10 photos in a row, Jiang Fan stopped and turned to Fei Fei, saying, "That's about enough." Fei Fei looked at the photos she had taken and nodded. "Here's your money, take it." Jiang Fan took out 500 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Fei Fei. Fei Fei smiled and took the 500 yuan, then counted it. "Thank you," Fei Fei said softly. "You deserve it. Do you want to be our customer service representative? Our website is a dating site. After it officially launches in a while, different people will appear. Your job is to process the messages that customers send us. If you come, you'll get 1,000 yuan a month, and if you do well, you'll get a commission," Jiang Fan explained. This was the first time he had ever heard of the customer service position. Zhou had to explain it to him. He could only repeat what Fei Fei had said. "Really? I want to try it," Fei Fei said with shining eyes. "You know, a month's salary is 1,000. She didn't want to miss this opportunity. If she could find a well-paying job, her grandmother's future medical expenses would be covered. This is a lot of money for her. "Okay, come find me at the Wangwang Internet Cafe next to the train station. Do you know any hot beauties? We need to photograph women of different styles. If you know any, could you introduce us?" Jiang Fan said with a smile. Fei Fei nodded and said, "That's no problem. I can help you with the introduction." "That's great," Jiang Fan said joyfully. He had already seen hope. "I know a woman named Lan Lan. Although she works in a bar, she takes good care of me. If you need, I can take you to her right now, Fei Fei said with a smile. Then I'll have to trouble you. Jiang Fan nodded hurriedly. If he had Sister Lan as an acquaintance, it would definitely be much more convenient for him. Chapter 112, Taking Photos. Fei Fei led Jiang Fan to the bar and found Sister Lan. I'll go talk to Sister Lan first. Fei Fei waved to Jiang Fan, indicating that he should wait for her there and that she would be back in a little while. Jiang Fan nodded and said, "Oh." He sat down in the chair and took out a cigarette to smoke. After a while, Fei Fei walked over with a tall woman wearing a red dress and red high heels. The woman had a hot figure, a very delicate face, and an outstanding temperament, like a beautiful rose. You must be Sister Lan? Jiang Fan asked with a smile. Lan Lan nodded and said, yes. Fei Fei just told me about taking pictures. I'm okay with it. Shall we take them now? Great. Let's take pictures here. Jiang Fan glanced around the bar. The lighting was dim, and there weren't many people around, making it perfect for taking photos. Sister Lan, just sit on that sofa and strike a pose, Jiang Fan said, beckoning to Lan Lan. Lan Lan glanced at Jiang Fan, smiled, and nodded, saying, okay, I'll sit here. She sat on the sofa, leaning back against it, her hair cascading over her shoulders, her figure curvaceous, her eyes slightly closed, exuding a languid air. Jiang Fan snapped a bunch of photos of Lan Lan, and he was very satisfied. After filming, Jiang Fan also told Sister Lan about making her a customer service representative. When Sister Lan heard that it was 1,000 yuan, she readily agreed. Jiang Fan was delighted and immediately placed the order. After taking photos of Fei Fei and Sister Lan, Jiang Fan still had to go and take photos of 2 other types of beautiful women. He figured that the place with the most beautiful girls must be his school, so he went straight to Hunan Women's Vocational University. When Jiang Fan arrived at the school, it was exactly 6:30 p.m. Students were leaving the campus one after another, and he observed them from the gate. He suddenly saw a pair of girls, and his eyes immediately lit up. The tall girl looked to be around 1.7 meters tall. She was dressed very coolly, wearing black skinny jeans, a black t-shirt, black leather boots, and a ponytail. She gave off a capable and efficient vibe. The girl next to her was sweet-looking, with short, ear-length hair, big, dark eyes, a straight nose, cherry-like lips, and faint dimples at the corners of her mouth. These 2 beautiful women are named Lu Bingqin and Zhou Xiaoke. Jiang Fan looked at the 2 beauties and secretly marveled. Wow, these 2 beauties are so elegant. Hey ladies, wait for me. Jiang Fan called out to the 2 beauties. Upon hearing the call, Lu Bingqin and Zhou Xiaoke immediately turned around and looked over. When they saw Jiang Fan, they stopped in their tracks and stared at him in confusion. What can I do for you? Lu Bingqin asked with a smile, but there was a hint of wariness in their eyes. I was hoping to invite you 2 to take a set of photos to promote our Love Connection website, Jiang Fan said with a smile. I'm sorry, we're not interested in taking photos, and we're just students, so it's not appropriate for us to deal with things online. You should find someone else, Lu Bingqin said, frowning. After saying that, she pulled Zhou Xiaoke and turned to leave without saying a word to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan hurriedly ran to the tall, beautiful woman and reached out to block Lu Bingqin and Zhou Xiaoke's path. Don't rush to reject me. This is a legitimate website. We're just taking photos to promote our site. And we do pay you. You'll get 500 yuan for a set of photos, Jiang Fan said with a smile. 500 yuan. Zhou Xiaoke asked, her eyes wide. 500 yuan is my monthly living expenses. Now I can earn 500 yuan just by taking a set of photos, so this job is quite easy. Yes, you'll get 500 yuan if you're willing to take the photos, but that 500 yuan is also the buyout right for your photos. That means the photos you take can only be published on our website, Jiang Fan explained. Zhou Xiaoke was tempted by Jiang Fan's words. This was a good thing, 500 yuan. I can save 3 or 4 days worth of living expenses. I won't have to eat instant noodles every day anymore, and I'll have a good job too. What type of photos are we taking? Zhou Xiaoke asked hesitantly. Although she wanted the 500 yuan, she wouldn't just take the picture. She needed to figure things out first. Don't worry, we're a legitimate photography studio. Since you're the cute type, we'll take cute photos of you, while your friend will be taken to look cooler, Jiang Fan quickly explained. He knew that young girls were wary these days, so he had to explain things clearly. Zhou Xiaoke nodded, then turned to Lu Bingqin and whispered, Bingqin, I think this guy's suggestion is good. We can consider it. Lu Bingqin looked troubled and shook her head, saying, Xiaoku, I don't think this guy is very reliable. What if he sells you off? But it's 500 yuan. There are 2 of us together, and he's all alone, and there are people all over the place outside. I don't think he's lying, Zhou Xiaoke said, frowning. All right then, we can only film near the school, Lu Bingqin said helplessly. 500 yuan is indeed a lot of money for her. We agree, but we can only film near the school, Zhou Xiaoke said. No problem. I promised to film near the school. Jiang Fan nodded. Afterwards, Jiang Fan led Zhou Xiaoke and Lu Bingqin to a less crowded area near the school. Is this place alright? Jiang Fan asked with a smile. Okay, you can stay here. Zhou Xiaoke nodded. Jiang Fan nodded. Okay, which of you two wants to go first? I'll do it, Lu Bingqin said first. Jiang Fan nodded, gestured for Lu Bingqin to stand under a tree, picked up his camera, and said, make your expression a little more serious, and your eyes a little sharper, so that the effect I take will be more impactful. Your posture doesn't need to be too stiff, just stand normally. Lu Bingqin followed Jiang Fan's instructions and struck a few poses. That looks cool. Step back a little more. Jiang Fan nodded in satisfaction, then raised his camera, zoomed in, and snapped several close-up shots of Lu Bingqin's face. Click. With a snap, Jiang Fan took a few more photos. Alright, take a look, are you satisfied? Jiang Fan said to Lu Bingqin with a grin. Not bad, right? Lu Bingqin glanced at the photos on Jiang Fan's camera and nodded in satisfaction. Come on, Jiang Fan said with a smile to Zhou Xiaoke. Zhou Xiaoke nodded and said, Jiang Fan looked at her and said, go behind the tree, then peek your head out from behind and give it a natural smile. Following Jiang Fan's instructions, Zhou Xiaoke poked her head out and smiled, her face flushed with shyness. Chapter 113. A Bond of Love officially launched website. Not bad, not bad. This expression is great, very spot on. Let's keep this one. Jiang Fan nodded. Jiang Fan then took out his camera and snapped 2 photos. Then, Jiang Fan had her sit on the grass and started adjusting the camera. The scenery here is quite nice. Move a little closer. Click. Jiang Fan continued adjusting the camera. Click. The camera captured Zhou Xiaoke's expression once again. Alright, Jiang Fan said with a smile, putting away his camera. How's the result now? Lu Bingqin stared at the camera screen, quite surprised. She found the photos to be very beautiful, especially the one Jiang Fan captured of Zhou Xiaoke's smile, which gave her a sense of youth. She felt that this photo was sure to become a hit. It's great, Lu Bingqin said with a smile. Jiang Fan put away his camera, took out 1,000 yuan from his pocket, and gave 500 yuan each to Lu Bingqin and Zhou Xiaoke. Lu Bingqin and Zhou Xiaoke took the money, exchanged a glance, and were secretly pleased. This money was too easy to earn. Thank you, Zhou Xiaoke said happily. You're welcome, Jiang Fan said with a smile. Then, turning to Lu Bingqin and Zhou Xiaoke, he continued, I have another job here. I can become a customer service representative for our website. The salary is 1,000 yuan a month, and there will be commission if I do a good job. After Jiang Fan finished speaking, he explained to them the main tasks of customer service and their working hours. Lu Bingqin and Zhou Xiaoke were overjoyed. They never expected Jiang Fan to introduce them to such a great job, one they had never encountered before. 1,000 yuan. That's a lot of money. So the two of them readily agreed. After leaving Hunan Women's Vocational School, Jiang Fan immediately found Jiang Zhou. Zhou, I've found and taken photos of all the types of beautiful women you wanted. Take a look. Jiang Fan took out his camera, opened the photos, and handed them to Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou took the camera and immediately began flipping through the pages. This one is called Fei Fei. She's the innocent type. This one, taken in the bar, is called Lan Lan. The other two, the handsome one is called Lu Bingqin, and the cute one is called Zhou Xiaoke. Jiang Fan introduced to Jiang Zhou, pointing to the 4 beauties in the photos. Very good. Those are the 4 of them. Jiang Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Okay, by the way, Zhou, didn't you ask me to talk to them about customer service? I did, and all 4 of them agreed, Jiang Fan mentioned. Jiang Zhou nodded, smiled, and patted Jiang Fan on the shoulder, saying, that's good. I'll let them know when I've made up my mind. We have more important things to do right now. What's the important thing? Jiang Fan asked. Come with me. Jiang Zhou smiled mysteriously. Jiang Zhou brought Jiang Fan to the internet cafe, where Jiang Yun was currently checking for vulnerabilities in the Love's Bond website. Jiang Yun. Jiang Zhou called out, and Jiang Yun looked up. Alright, stop what you're doing, and let's register accounts for the 4 of them first, Jiang Zhou said to Jiang Yun. Okay, Jiang Yun replied, quickly putting down his work and restoring the computer to its original state. Okay, first open the website for Love at First Sight, Jiang Zhou said. Jiang Yun nodded and, following Jiang Zhou's instructions, opened the website, which led to the Love's Bond website. Register an account, Jiang Fan said to Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun clicked on the account login, then clicked on the Register Account button below, and a window immediately popped up. The form asks for your username, password, gender, age, etc. How do I fill it out? Jiang Yun asked. Fill in the first girl's name first, and name her Fei Fei. She likes to sing. Her gender is female and her age is 20-inch. Jiang Zhou thought for a moment and said to Jiang Yun, "Okay, please wait a moment," Jiang Yun replied. 2 minutes later, Jiang Yun finally confirmed that Fei Fei liked to sing, was female, and was 20 years old, and registered an account. "Try logging in," Jiang Zhou said. Jiang Yun returned to the login page, entered his username and password, and logged in directly. Soon the screen popped up with an options box. Your hobbies: singing, watching dramas, playing video games. "Let's choose to sing," Jiang Zhou said. Jiang Yun chose to sing, and after clicking confirm below, he was taken to the profile page of the Love's Bond website. The profile page displayed the account's information, and there was also a photo wall below. Here's the thing, you take this set of photos of Fei Fei from this camera, and put them on Fei Fei's main profile page, but you have to choose a classic one and put it at the very top of the homepage, so that people can see it at a glance. That way, when someone clicks into our website, they will immediately see Fei Fei's photo, Jiang Zhou said. Good. Jiang Yun looked through the photos taken by Jiang Fan, and Jiang Fan pointed to the first person in the photo and said, "That's Fei Fei. Great job, brother Fan. You found everyone and got all the filming done in just one day," Jiang Yun praised, giving a thumbs up. Jiang Fan chuckled and said, "Of course, this is nothing to me." Jiang Yun smiled, then uploaded Fei Fei's set of photos to her account's photo wall, and selected a photo of her pointing at her mouth with her finger and looking at the camera innocently as her homepage. "Jiang Zhou, take a look, is this okay?" Jiang Yun asked. "Yes, very good." Jiang Zhou nodded in approval. Jiang Yun then registered accounts for Lan Lan, Lu Bingqin, and Zhou Xiaoke and uploaded photos for them. Each of them had an eye-catching photo on their homepage. All done. Jiang Yun breathed a sigh of relief after finishing all this. "Let me see." After saying that, Jiang Zhou took the mouse and reopened the Love Connection website. As soon as he opened the login page, photos of 4 beautiful women appeared, along with their account names. The photo of Lan Lan shows her lounging on a sofa in a bar, legs crossed, one hand supporting her chin, her eyes fixed on the screen with a relaxed expression. The photo of Lu Bingqin is a close-up of her face, with a deep gaze. Zhou Xiaoke's is very cute, with big eyes, a pout, and an angry look on her face. "That's good. This will attract more people to visit our website," Jiang Zhou said with a smile. "Yes, this is a great idea. We'll definitely have a lot of customers visiting our website then," Jiang Fan said happily. "Yes, Jiang Yun, you need to promote this website to all 110 computers in our internet cafe right now. The website page must automatically pop up as soon as the computer is turned on and logged in," Jiang Zhou said. "Okay, I'll start right away," Jiang Yun said, immediately beginning to operate the mouse. 15 minutes later, Jiang Yun stopped operating. "Done," Jiang Yun said happily. Chapter 114, Walmart Network Technology Company, Limited. "Great, let's just stay here and see how things go," Jiang Zhou said with a smile, patting Jiang Yun on the shoulder. Jiang Yun nodded, his eyes fixed on the screen. There were many people using the internet in the cafe now. It was just a matter of whether anyone would be willing to click on this website. He was a little nervous. At this moment, a boy walked into the internet cafe. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Li Hao, who had brought a group of people to the internet cafe last time and happened to catch Jiang Zhou returning from buying a new computer. Li Hao paid the money directly, found a computer, turned it on, and immediately saw the pop-up page of the Love Connection website. He looked at the photos of the 4 beautiful women, his eyes suddenly sparkling. Then his gaze lingered on Fei Fei's face, and he couldn't help but think to himself, "Wow, what a beautiful girl." He glanced at the account login page next to him and immediately registered an account. He registered very quickly. Then, he clicked on the Love Connection website and directly opened Fei Fei's profile page. When he saw Fei Fei's photos on the screen, Li Hao's eyes widened immediately. "What a beautiful woman. So gorgeous. Wow, what a beautiful woman," Li Hao exclaimed excitedly. "Li Hao, what are you looking at?" A chubby boy next to Li Hao looked at him curiously. "There are just too many beautiful women on this website," Li Hao exclaimed. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, the chubby boy's eyes immediately lit up with greed. He craned his neck to look at Fei Fei's photo on the screen. "Wow, this is so beautiful. What website is it?" the chubby boy exclaimed. "A thread of fate connects us." After finishing his sentence, Li Hao ignored him and went straight to open the chat box with Fei Fei, who loves to sing, and clicked into Fei Fei's chat history. "Fei Fei, I also love singing. I hope we can be friends." Li Hao clicked into Fei Fei's chat box and sent a message. The next day, Jiang Zhou found Uncle Lin and rented an office floor. "I bought 5 computers and put them in, then connected them to the network." Jiang Zhou glanced around and felt that the office was still too monotonous. So he went to a nearby furniture store and bought some pink sofas that girls like, and also picked up a few succulents on the way to put on his desk. The office was instantly filled with a girlish atmosphere. Jiang Zhou was very satisfied. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Zhou went to the Administration for Industry and Commerce to register the office space as a company named Wanwang Network Technology Company, Limited. He first went to get an application document, handed it to the Administration for Industry and Commerce, and then ran back to complete the registration procedures. After going through all the procedures, Jiang Zhou was covered in sweat. At the company, Jiang Fan brought Fei Fei, Lan Lan, Lu Bingqin, and Zhou Xiaoke to the office building. What are we doing? Fei Fei asked, puzzled. Let me show you where we'll be working from now on. Jiang Fan opened the door. Fei Fei, Lan Lan, Lu Bingqin, and Zhou Xiaoke went inside and looked around, and were all surprised. Although the office is not large, it is decorated in a very warm and romantic style, and there is a faint floral fragrance, which gives people a comfortable feeling. Wow, that's great! Fei Fei exclaimed in surprise. Yes, this office is absolutely fantastic. Lu Bingqin exclaimed. I like it here too, Zhou Xiaoke said. Zhou Xiaoke's gaze fell on the pink sofa, and his eyes immediately lit up. This sofa is so cute, Zhou Xiaoke exclaimed. Her family's living conditions were decent, and they even had a computer, but compared to the computers in this office building, they were nothing, utterly insignificant. The computers here all look great, and they're so much better than hers. Fei Fei was very happy with the office environment. If she could work here, she wouldn't need to go to the bar anymore, and the salary here would be higher than at the bar. Boss, what are we going to do now? Zhou Xiaoke asked Jiang Fan expectantly. I'm not the boss. You guys familiarize yourselves with the place first. The boss will be here in a bit, Jiang Fan said. Yes. Zhou Xiaoke and the others nodded in agreement, all very excited, as they had been looking forward to being here. After a while, Jiang Zhou walked into the office building, holding the company registration documents in his hand, with a bead of sweat on his face. Zhou, you're here. Jiang Fan greeted him with a smile. Jiang Zhou looked up when he heard the sound and saw 4 girls staring at him. He was stunned for a moment. Zhou, these are our 4 customer service representatives, Jiang Fan said immediately. Jiang Zhou nodded, looked at the 4 beautiful women, and said with a smile, We are Wanwang Network Company, Limited. Welcome to our website. You are now our members. He chose to rent another office floor because the website couldn't be set up in an internet cafe. After all, the internet cafe environment isn't very good, and it's full of girls. Hello, boss. Zhou Xiaoke and the others shouted in unison. Fei Fei, Lu Bingqin, and Zhou Xiaoke, the 3 girls, didn't dare to look up at Jiang Zhou because they thought he was very handsome, so handsome that their hearts were racing. There's also a mature, masculine charm that makes him very attractive. Lan Lan, being a worldly woman, sized up Jiang Zhou. I have to admit, this man is quite handsome. Most importantly, she could sense a unique quality about him that made her feel very comfortable. Okay, this will be your workplace from now on. Let's have a meeting now and introduce your jobs, Jiang Zhou said with a smile. Zhou Xiaoke immediately became excited upon hearing this. Boss, we'll all work hard, Zhou Xiaoke said with a grin. Lan Lan, Lu Bingqin, and Fei Fei nodded with smiles. Jiang Zhou looked at the 4 girls and said, The 4 of you need to use the accounts the company set up for you to chat with other people. Someone will send you messages from the back end, and you need to reply to them. But there are techniques to replying, because you need to attract the other person's attention and make them interested in you. As Jiang Zhou spoke, he turned on a computer and logged into Fei Fei's account. He saw that Fei Fei's account already showed 99 plus messages and nodded to himself. Come and look here, this account belongs to Fei Fei. You've already received many messages from people. Just open one at random and see how you would reply, Jiang Zhou said to the 4 people with a smile. Zhou Xiaoke and the other 3 gathered around, and when they looked at the information on the account, they were all stunned. So many messages? Lan Lan exclaimed in surprise. Yes, that's right. Zhou Xiaoke nodded. Chapter 115 Kindergarten starts. How am I supposed to reply to so many messages? Fei Fei asked, puzzled. Let's see if anyone is interested in you first. Take a look, and if anyone is interested, reply. If not, don't reply, Jiang Zhou said with a smile. Fei Fei nodded. There were many messages from other people, most of whom expressed their admiration for her. She randomly clicked on one and saw the message. Fei Fei, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? She immediately wanted to click the X button, but Jiang Zhou stopped her, saying, This is it. Everyone was attracted here by your beauty. What would you say if it were this? Of course we refused. Fei Fei said hurriedly. Jiang Zhou shook his head and said, Refusing is definitely not an option. If you refuse, wouldn't we lose our users? Then how should I answer? Fei Fei asked, perplexed. We can reply like this, Jiang Zhou said, typing a few lines on the keyboard, and soon a message appeared on the computer screen. We don't know each other very well yet. Let's get to know each other better first, and then see if we're a good match. After Jiang Zhou finished playing, he looked at everyone and said, "You need to arouse their curiosity and make them more interested in you." "Oh, I see." Zhou Xiaoka and the other three nodded. They all understood what Jiang Zhou meant. Afterwards, Jiang Zhou logged into the accounts of Lan Lan, Lu Bingqin, and Zhou Xiaoka, teaching them how to contact other netizens and how to attract attention. After teaching them all, he taught them how to create accounts on various chat platforms, saying, "You need to use these accounts to chat in various chat rooms, and when the time is right, you need to bring people to our Love Connection website to increase our customer base." "Okay, we'll definitely work hard. We know what to do. We will work hard," Zhou Xiaoka and the other three said in unison. "Now that you understand, let's do it," Jiang Zhou said with a smile. "Yes," the four replied in unison. After finishing up things here in the evening, Jiang Zhou returned home. Su Wanxue and the others had already prepared dinner and were waiting for him to return. "Daddy." When Belle saw Jiang Zhou return, she jumped up from her chair and rushed towards Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan opened his arms and hugged Belle, then gently stroked her nose and said with a smile, "Have you been a good girl and listened to mommy today?" Belle nodded and said, "I'll be good today." Bauer and Xianger sat on the chairs watching Bayer being held in Jiang Zhou's arms. They were very envious, but they didn't dare to act like Bayer and could only watch silently. "Zhou, hurry up and wash your hands and eat," Lin Yuehua said with a smile as she came out of the kitchen carrying a bowl of soup. Jiang Zhou nodded. "Okay." After putting Belle down, he patted Xianger and Bauer's heads and said, "Bauer, Xianger must have been a good girl too." After saying that, Jiang Zhou went into the kitchen to wash his hands. Bauer and Xianger exchanged a glance, then nodded simultaneously, smiling happily. After Jiang Zhou washed his hands and sat down, the family happily began to eat. After finishing her meal, Su Wanxue went to clear the dishes. Lin Yuehua and Zhang Haisheng also returned to their house. Jiang Zhou accompanied the three little girls to play outside. "Jiang Zhou, do you have time tomorrow?" Su Wanxue asked as she came out of the kitchen after washing the dishes. Jiang Zhou smiled and tore off a tissue to dry Su Wanxue's hands, saying as he did so, "If you have time, tomorrow is the day the three little girls go to school, right? I'll go with you to take them to school." "Okay." Su Wanxue nodded with a smile. "Mom, are we going to school tomorrow?" Bauer asked Su Wanxue. Su Wanxue smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, your kindergarten starts tomorrow, and Mom and Dad will take you to register." "Great." Belle clapped her hands excitedly. "We'll be able to play with lots of friends then." Xianger chimed in. Bauer smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, we can find several friends to play with then." The three little girls were very excited and chattered excitedly in the living room about it, while Jiang Zhou stood quietly listening. "The three of you must not bully other children when you go to kindergarten. You must get along well with other children, understand?" Su Wanxue instructed with a smile. Bauer and Bayer nodded and said in unison, "We understand." "That's good." Su Wanxue nodded with a smile. "Mom, don't worry, we will definitely listen to the kindergarten teacher." Belle patted her chest and promised. "Okay, then Mom can rest assured," Su Wanxue said with a smile. Jiang Zhou smiled as he watched this scene, feeling incredibly warm inside. "Then you three should go to sleep quickly. You have to go to kindergarten tomorrow morning," Su Wanxue said with a smile. "Yes." The three little girls nodded and ran to their bedrooms. Jiang Zhou sat down next to Su Wanxue, put his arm around her shoulder, and then kissed her forehead. "You've worked so hard, Wanxue. With you and the three little girls around, I feel my life is much more fulfilling." Su Wanxue smiled slightly. "We don't need these formalities between us. As long as you and the children are doing well, anything I do is worthwhile." "Thank you, Wanxue." Jiang Zhou took a deep breath, rested his head on Su Wanxue's shoulder, and then gently closed his eyes. "Let's get some rest too. You've been running around all day," Su Wanxue said, then stood up and walked towards her room. Jiang Zhou nodded, then got up and followed. When Jiang Zhou woke up at 7 o'clock the next morning, he found that Su Wanxue was no longer by his bedside. He quickly sat up and got dressed. As soon as he opened the door, he smelled a rich aroma wafting from the kitchen. He couldn't help but sniff, then walked into the kitchen and peeked inside. Su Wanxue was busy in the kitchen, wearing an apron. A warm feeling welled up inside him. "Wanxue, let me help you," Jiang Zhou said with a smile. "Why are you up so early?" Su Wanxue glanced up at Jiang Zhou, then continued focusing on the ingredients in her hands, saying, "Go outside and wait for me. I'll be done soon." Jiang Zhou nodded and then left the kitchen. "Daddy," Belle and Bauer called out together. Jiang Zhou turned his head and saw the two little girls standing in the living room, both dressed neatly. He smiled and said, "You're up so early today? Did you sleep well last night?" Chapter 116 Su Wanxue's illness is cured. "Very good." Belle and Bauer nodded. Jiang Zhou chuckled and patted their heads before going to wash up. When Su Wanshua brought out breakfast, she only saw Bauer and Bayer, so she told them to eat first. Then, Su Wanshua went straight to the room of the three little girls and saw that Xiang'er was still fast asleep on the bed. She shook her head. Xiang'er, get up quickly, or you'll be late. Su Wanshua called out. Xiang'er turned around and muttered, I don't want to get up, I don't want to go to kindergarten. Helpless, Su Wanshua simply picked up Xiang'er and took her to the bathroom to wash up. After breakfast, Su Wanshua and Jiang Zhou took Bauer, Bayer and Xiang'er to Sunflower Kindergarten. As they walked into the kindergarten, the family attracted a lot of attention, and everyone was shocked. Wow, they're so beautiful. My God, are those three little girls triplets? Yes, she's so cute. She's absolutely adorable. Those three little girls' parents are so beautiful. Everyone looked at the three little girls with great curiosity and started talking amongst themselves. Belle smiled and waved to the other children. Su Wanshua and Jiang Zhou checked the three girls in for a while, and then took them to the classroom. Some children were crying and looking for their parents at the classroom door. Wah, I want my mommy. I want to go home. Wah, I don't want to go to kindergarten anymore. The children were crying their eyes out at the classroom door, and the kindergarten teachers were comforting them. Su Wanshua felt extremely sorry for them. She turned to look at the three little girls, who were all staring at the other children with wide, curious eyes. It seems she doesn't need to worry. You three be good in class. Your dad and I will pick you up after school. Su Wanshua waved to them, signaling them to listen to their teachers. Yes, Mom, you don't need to worry about us. The three little girls nodded. Okay, be good. I'll make you something delicious later. Jiang Zhou said with a smile, patting the three little girls on the head. The three little girls nodded obediently, then followed the teacher into the classroom and sat down quietly. Su Wanshua and Jiang Zhou observed the three little girls from outside for a long time to make sure they were all right before they turned around and left the kindergarten. Let's go to the hospital, Jiang Zhou said. Su Wanshua nodded. She had finished the last course of her medication and needed to go for another checkup today. Upon arriving at Shanya Hospital, Jiang Zhou immediately queued up to register. Today was a work day, so there were fewer people than usual. After Jiang Zhou got his number, he took Su Wanshua straight to Chen Xingli's office. Jiang Zhou arrived at Chen Xingli's office and knocked on the door. Who is it? Please come in. Chen Xingli's voice came from inside. Jiang Zhou pushed open the door and entered. Chen Xingli smiled when he saw him and Su Wanshua, and gestured for Su Wanshua to sit down. Dr. Chen, I've finished the last course of my medication. I came here today to have another checkup, Su Wanshua said with a smile. Chen Xingli nodded and said, Okay, I'll give you a form. Have you had breakfast this morning? I skipped breakfast specifically to come here for the inspection, Su Wanshua said, shaking her head. Okay, go get your blood drawn first, and then have a gastroscopy, Chen Xingli said. After he finished speaking, he handed a form to Su Wanshua. Su Wanshua took the order, then said goodbye to Chen Xingli, and left his office to get her blood drawn for a blood test and undergo a gastroscopy. When she arrived at the blood drawing window, Su Wanshua waited in line for a long time before it was finally her turn. After having her blood drawn, she went straight to have a gastroscopy. Wanshua, wait here for a bit. I'm going out for a bit, and we'll be right back, Jiang Zhou said to Su Wanshua while they waited for the results. Okay, come back soon. Su Wanshua nodded, eager to know how her body was doing. Jiang Zhou exited the hospital and saw a vendor selling breakfast from a cart nearby. He walked over to the stall. Jiang Zhou looked at the various steamed buns, soy milk, and fried dough sticks on the stall, and then at the various items in the vendor's cart. He said directly, Boss, give me a meat bun and a cup of soy milk. Okay, please wait a moment. The vendor immediately agreed and got to work. Jiang Zhou paid the money, took the steamed buns and soy milk, and went back into the hospital. Wanshua, come on, eat it while it's hot. Jiang Zhou walked up to Su Wanshua, took out the steamed buns, and handed them to her. Su Wanshua looked at the steamed buns and soy milk in Jiang Zhou's hand with surprise. She didn't expect that Jiang Zhou had gone out to buy her breakfast. Jiang Zhou, thank you, Su Wanshua said to Jiang Zhou with a smile. Silly girl, why are you thanking me? Jiang Zhou ruffled Su Wanshua's hair and said affectionately. Su Wanshua smiled and didn't say anything more. Jiang Zhou handed her the steamed bun. Eat it quickly. Su Wanshua responded, and began eating her steamed buns and soy milk. She hadn't eaten anything all morning, and she was indeed hungry. I didn't feel anything when I had the checkup, but now the smell of steamed buns is making me hungry. Jiang Zhou watched her eat the steamed buns, looking completely satisfied, and his smile grew even brighter. Jiang Zhou, you should eat too. Su Wanshua took out a steamed bun and handed it to Jiang Zhou with a smile. I'm not hungry, you eat. Jiang Zhou shook his head. He had already eaten breakfast that morning. Su Wanshua didn't insist. 10 minutes later, Su Wanshua's test results came out. Jiang Zhou, do you think I'm cured? Su Wanshua asked Jiang Zhou, holding the test report. She was very nervous and a little scared to hear that she was unwell. Jiang Zhou comforted him. Don't be nervous. We'll take him to Dr. Chen later and see what he says. Su Wanshua responded. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Jiang Zhou and Su Wanshua came to Chen Xingli's office again. Chen Xingli looked at them and smiled, saying, How did it go? Dr. Chen, take a look. Su Wanshua handed the examination report to Chen Xingli. Chen Xingli flipped through the test results. Dr. Chen, do you think I'm cured? Su Wanshua looked at Chen Xingli nervously. Chen Xingli closed the examination report and said with a smile, Congratulations, your body has recovered very well. You are basically cured now, but you still need to rest more and not overwork yourself. Really? Su Wanshua said happily. Chen Xingli smiled and nodded. Thank you so much, Dr. Chen. I'm so happy. Su Wanshua said excitedly. You're welcome. It's what I should do, Chen Xingli said with a smile. Su Wanshua smiled and nodded. She turned to Jiang Zhou and said happily, Jiang Zhou, I'm all better. Chapter 117, A Small Celebration. Wanshua, this is wonderful news. Jiang Zhou was also happy for Su Wanshua. He looked at Chen Xingli and continued, Thank you, Dr. Chen. Chen Xingli smiled and waved his hand, saying, You don't need to be so polite. As doctors, we naturally all hope our patients recover quickly. Jiang Zhou smiled and said, Then Dr. Chen, we'll be going now. Okay, I wish you happiness. Jiang Zhou smiled and nodded, then left the hospital with Su Wanshua. Su Wanshua shed the tension she had shown when she first arrived at the hospital, and her face was filled with a happy and sweet smile. Jiang Zhou looked at her and felt very happy. In this life, he seized the opportunity. Wanshua's illness has been cured. Su Wanshua has fully recovered. This is so exciting. Jiang Zhou, this is all wonderful. I'm so happy, but I still want to thank you, Su Wanshua said to Jiang Zhou. During this time, Jiang Zhou was the one who brewed medicine for her and took care of her. Su Wanshua was deeply moved by Jiang Zhou's kindness to her. Jiang Zhou took Su Wanshua's hand, looked at her gently with a smile, and said, We're husband and wife now. Isn't it only natural for me to be good to you? Upon hearing Jiang Zhou's words, Su Wanshua's pretty face flushed slightly. She lowered her head and looked at the large hand holding hers, feeling the warmth emanating from it. Su Wanshua looked up and smiled at Jiang Zhou. Both of them exuded happiness. Come on, to celebrate your recovery, Wanshua, I'll take you out for a nice meal, Jiang Zhou said with a smile to Su Wanshua. Su Wanshua paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded, saying, Okay, what do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you, Jiang Zhou said with a smile. Su Wanshua hesitated for a moment before asking, Can we eat at the food street? During the time she was taking the medication, she avoided spicy food, afraid that her stomach wouldn't be able to handle it. However, she really missed the stinky tofu and sugar-coated glutinous rice cakes from the snack street. Okay, no problem. I'll take you there, Jiang Zhou said with a smile. When he was with Su Wanshua, he always liked to take her to the snack street to eat snacks. Jiang Zhou led Su Wanshua to the snack street. Su Wanshua's eyes lit up when she saw the stinky tofu displayed in the distance. Jiang Zhou, this stinky tofu smells so good. Let's go eat it, Su Wanshua said excitedly, pointing at the stinky tofu. Jiang Zhou smiled and nodded, then bought her a bowl of stinky tofu. Then they continued walking inside, and along the way Su Wanshua suggested what to eat, while Jiang Zhou smiled and accompanied her, paying for her meals. He was also very happy that Su Wanshua had recovered, and he was relieved. Jiang Zhou, you should try this too, it's delicious. Su Wanshua smiled and put a piece of stinky tofu into Jiang Zhou's mouth. Jiang Zhou chewed a few times and repeatedly praised, Jiang Zhou noticed the grease residue on Su Wanshua's lips, so he took out a tissue and gently wiped it away. Su Wanshua blushed slightly when she saw how delicate and gentle Jiang Zhou was. Wanshua, let's go. You've just recovered, so it's better to eat less, Jiang Zhou reminded her with concern. After all, Su Wanshua was still a patient who had just recovered, so it was better to be careful to avoid a relapse. Okay, I understand. Su Wanshua nodded obediently. The two left the food street and returned home. Lin Yuehua and Zhang Haixing immediately opened their door upon hearing the noise outside. They felt a surge of relief when they saw Jiang Zhou and Su Wanshua holding hands. Zhou, Xiaoxua, come in and sit down. Su Wanshua nodded and followed Jiang Zhou into Zhang Haixing's house. Xiaoxua, how did your checkup at the hospital go? Have the results come out yet? Lin Yuehua asked with concern. They knew that Su Wanshua was going to the hospital for a checkup today, so they were very worried. Mom, don't worry, I've recovered. Su Wanshua smiled and reassured Lin Yuehua. That's good, Lin Yuehua said repeatedly. Mom and Dad, don't worry, Wan Xue has fully recovered. You don't need to worry, Jiang Zhou said. Hearing Jiang Zhou's assurance, Lin Yuehua felt slightly relieved. Then she looked at Su Wanxue and said, Xiao Xue, you still need to be more careful in the future. Don't overwork yourself. Health is the foundation of everything. Hearing Lin Yuehua's instructions, Su Wanxue felt a warm current flow through her heart and nodded, saying, I understand, Mom. Lin Yuehua and Jiang Haisheng were relieved, as long as their daughter-in-law recovered. By the way, Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger started kindergarten today, right? Jiang Haisheng suddenly remembered something and quickly asked. Upon hearing Jiang Haisheng's words, Su Wanxue quickly nodded and said, Yes, Dad, they started school today. Did the three little girls cause any trouble? Lin Yuehua asked with a smile. After all, it's the three little girls' first time going to kindergarten, so they're bound to be a little nervous and scared. She's really a bit worried about them. Jiang Zhou smiled and shook his head, saying, No, those three little girls are very well behaved. They didn't cry or fuss at all. In fact, I saw them getting along very well with the other children. That's good. I was worried they wouldn't adapt well to school, Lin Yuehua said repeatedly. Jiang Haisheng smiled and said, Of course. How could my three little girls be anything less than excellent? He then laughed. Lin Yuehua laughed when she heard Jiang Haisheng's words. The three little girls must be very popular with their classmates at school, which puts her at ease, since all three children are very beautiful, smart, and sensible. All right, Xiao Xue, you should go back and rest now, Lin Yuehua said with a smile. Upon hearing Lin Yuehua's words, Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue stood up and said, Then, Mom and Dad, we'll be going now. Lin Yuehua nodded and watched them leave. After leaving Jiang Haisheng and Lin Yuehua's house, Su Wanxue and Jiang Zhou returned to their own home. In the afternoon, Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue went to Sunflower Kindergarten to pick up the three little girls. The three little girls arrived at the kindergarten gate early and waited for their parents to appear. Upon seeing them approach, the three little girls immediately ran up to them. Daddy, Mommy, the three little girls called out in unison. Jiang Zhou patted their heads and said with a smile, Were you good at school today? Very good, the three little girls said in unison. Dad, look, the teacher gave us little red flowers as a reward. Belle proudly showed the red flower to Jiang Zhou. Bauer and Xianger also took out their little red flowers. Jiang Zhou saw that all three of them were holding red flowers, and said with a smile, So well behaved. Chapter 118 Lin Xiao is shocked. Jiang Zhou earns tens of thousands of yuan a day. The kindergarten teacher next to them smiled and praised. Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger are all very well behaved at school. While other children cry and fuss to go home, the three of them never make a fuss. Thank you, teacher. I'll need you to take good care of these three little girls in the future, Su Wanxue said politely. These three little girls are really adorable, and our teachers like them very much too. Don't worry, I will take good care of them, the kindergarten teacher assured her. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the teacher, Su Wanxue prepared to leave the kindergarten with the three little girls. Goodbye, teacher, the three little girls waved. Okay, see you tomorrow, the kindergarten teacher waved. After saying goodbye to their teacher, the three little girls left the kindergarten with Jiang Zhou and the others. Mom, how did your trip to the hospital go? Bauer asked on the way home. Su Wanxue smiled, patted the heads of the three children, and said, Mom's checkup today went very smoothly, and I'm all better now. Hearing Su Wanxue say that she was all better, Bauer and the other two were finally relieved and smiled happily. Great, the three little girls cheered. Jiang Zhou and Su Wanxue exchanged a smile, then took Bauer, Bayer, and Xianger home together. The evening sunset shone on their family, making them look especially warm and beautiful. 2 days later, Lin Xiao, who was on vacation, came to see Su Wanxue. As soon as she entered her house, Wang Kai pounced on her, and Lin Xiao immediately jumped away, saying, You stay away from me. She could never forget how that dog had turned her house upside down. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Wang Kai barked a pitiful woof. Su Wanxue smiled and said, Come and sit down. Are you all alone at home? Lin Xiao asked, slumping down on the sofa. Su Wanxue nodded and said, Yes, Bauer and the others went to kindergarten, and Jiang Zhou went out. I really envy you. I'm exhausted from work every day, Lin Xiao complained. Su Wanxue smiled, knowing that Lin Xiao had been very busy with work lately, and said, I'll make you something delicious later. By the way, I went to the hospital for a checkup last time, and my illness is cured. Upon hearing Su Wanxue's words, Lin Xiao's eyes widened immediately, and she exclaimed, Really? Are you really cured? Yes, the doctor said there are no problems at all now, Su Wanxue said, her eyes filled with excitement. Lin Xiao was very happy to hear Su Wanxue's words. That's good. It's all thanks to Jiang Zhou taking care of me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have recovered so quickly, Su Wanshua said gratefully. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. Besides, Jiang Zhou's internet cafe business is booming right now, bringing in over 10,000 yuan a day. I believe he'll be able to pay off his million yuan debt soon, Su Wanshua said. Lin Xiao stared at Su Wanshua in shock. Earning 10,000 yuan a day. I work myself to the bone for a year and only earn 10,000 yuan. The difference is quite significant. Looking at Su Wanshua's happy face, she said, "That's wonderful. Xiaoxua, you've married a good husband. You're going to have a wonderful life from now on." Lin Zhao's words warmed Su Wanshua's heart. Yes, Jiang Zhou is so good to me, and I feel like I married the right person, Su Wanshua said with a smile. TSK, I was just praising you, and you're already showing off. I'm all alone, and I don't want to keep eating your dog food, Lin Xiao teased with a smile. Hearing Lin Zhao's words, Su Wanshua blushed and said coquettishly, "I'll make you eat dog food. Why don't you hurry up and find a partner to bring over to see?" Looking at Su Wanshua's charming and adorable appearance, Lin Xiao reached out and pinched her rosy cheek, teasingly saying, "You woman really. Your husband treats you so well, and you're practically trying to push me away." Su Wanshua was amused by Lin Xiao and giggled. Lin Xiao and Su Wanshua talked for a long time before ending their conversation. Afterwards, Lin Xiao received a phone call from home as soon as she got home. "Dad," Lin Xiao saw the familiar number and carefully called out into the phone. "Lin Xiao, have you forgotten about me and your mother because your father hasn't called you? Look how long it's been since you last called us." An angry voice came from the receiver. Lin Xiao muttered softly, "Didn't we just get it done last week?" "What did you say?" Lin's father asked in response to Lin Zhao's words. Lin Xiao immediately changed her tune, saying, "I've been so busy with work this week, and I finally got some free time. I was just about to call you when you called, Dad. We're really on the same wavelength. All right, stop flattering me. You're coming home for the Mid-Autumn Festival no matter what, or I'll personally go to Changsha to arrest you," Lin's father threatened. Upon hearing his words, Lin Xiao immediately surrendered, saying, "Dad, I understand. I will definitely go back." She hasn't gone home for the holidays in the past 2 years, so she really should go back and see her parents. That's more like it," Lin's father said with satisfaction. He has missed his daughter very much these past 2 years, but since she doesn't come home, he can't force her. "By the way, Dad, I want to start my own business in the future. I don't want to work for someone else anymore," Lin Xiao said at the start of the lesson. Upon hearing this, Mr. Lin was overjoyed and quickly asked, "Really? Xiao, are you coming back to inherit the family fortune? Dad supports you." He had always hoped that Lin Xiao would inherit his family business, so he was naturally happy that his daughter had brought up this idea. "Dad, no," Lin Xiao said, shaking his head. "Didn't you want to start your own business?" Lin's father pressed. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and said, "Yes, but I don't want to inherit the family business. I want to start my own business." "So what do you want to do?" Lin's father asked. "I want to open an internet cafe," Lin Xiao said. Jiang Zhou's internet cafe was making so much money that she wanted to own one herself. "The money I earned from working hard for a year was earned in just one day by opening an internet cafe. It was incredibly profitable." "An internet cafe?" Mr. Lin was stunned, never expecting that his daughter would want to open an internet cafe. "Yes, internet cafes," Lin Xiao said confidently. "Dad, let me tell you, a friend of mine's husband makes a lot of money running an internet cafe. His internet cafe makes 10,000 yuan a day, and he can make millions in 3 months. And it's easy for him. It's more than my salary in a year." "Opening an internet cafe is so profitable?" Lin's father asked in shock. "This internet cafe is making money way too fast." "Which friend's husband?" Lin's father asked. How come he didn't know that Lin Xiao had a friend who ran an internet cafe? Internet cafes are a completely different industry from what the Lin family does. As the saying goes, a trade is like a mountain to climb. Sometimes, what seems like a lucrative business can actually lead to huge losses once you actually get involved. He needed to find out more about his daughter's business venture. Chapter 119, Visiting the In-Laws on Mid-Autumn Festival. "Dad, don't worry about this. You wouldn't know him anyway. But this internet cafe is really profitable. Just trust me, and my friend's husband is a really nice guy," Lin Xiao said. "Okay, I understand. We'll talk about this properly when you come home for the Mid-Autumn Festival." Mr. Lin nodded and said, "Okay, thank you, Dad," Lin Xiao said with a smile. Xiao, is Xiaoxua coming back with you for the Mid-Autumn Festival this year?" Lin's father suddenly asked. "I probably won't go back," Lin Xiao replied. Lin's father sighed upon hearing Lin Xiao's words. "You should also try to find a way to let Xiaoxua come back with you to see her parents. After all, her parents miss her a lot," Lin's father said earnestly. Upon hearing Lin's father's words, Lin Xiao fell silent. Seeing that Lin Xiao didn't speak, Lin's father continued. Xiao, Her parents aren't angry about that anymore. They just miss Xiao Shui and want her to go back and see them. So, you should also try to persuade Xiao Shui to go back. I understand. I'll try to persuade her, Lin Xiao said. Okay, that's all for now. If anything comes up, just tell your dad. Your mom misses you a lot too, so call home often when you have time, said Mr. Lin. Okay, Dad, I'll hang up now. Contact me again if anything comes up, Lin Xiao said. Okay, bye-bye. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiao sighed inwardly, wondering how he could persuade Xiao Xue to come home with him. It was going to be a very difficult thing. Lin Xiao called Su Wanxue. Hello. Su Wanxue answered the phone. Xiao Xue, Lin Xiao said. What's wrong? Didn't you just come back from my place? Did you forget something? Su Wanxue asked. Lin Xiao let out a breath and said, No, I want to discuss something with you. What is it? Su Wanxue asked. Xiao Xue, my dad just called and gave me a firm order that I have to go home for the Mid-Autumn Festival this year. I was thinking, you haven't been home for the past few years. Do you want to come back with me this time? Lin Xiao said in one breath. Upon hearing this, Su Wanxue immediately understood. Your aunt and uncle miss you very much. These past few years have passed, and they're no longer angry. Go back and spend some time with them this time, and also settle things between you and Jiang, Lin Xiao continued. Su Wanxue thought for a moment and said, I understand, but I need to discuss this with Jiang. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao realized there was still hope. Then I'll wait for your news, Lin Xiao said. Su Wanxue smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll hang up now, bye. Bye. Lin Xiao hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Su Wanxue fell into deep thought. She brought her 3 children to Changsha over the past few years, and it's not that she hasn't considered going back. But thinking about her parents' attitude, she didn't dare go back, afraid of upsetting them again. When her parents found out she was pregnant with triplets, they made her abort the babies. Because she was a sophomore in college at the time and was unmarried. When her parents asked her who the father of her child was, she refused to say, no matter what. Her parents wanted her to abort the child to avoid public backlash and to prevent it from affecting her future relationships. She was naturally unwilling, which caused a major conflict with her parents. In the end, she broke off all contact with them in a fit of anger. She has been taking her 3 children out for the past few years and has not returned home. She has come to terms with it now. Her parents were doing it for her own good, but she was unwilling to compromise. So, things have remained stagnant for the past few years. Thinking of this, Su Wanxue sighed. When Jiang returned home, he saw Su Wanxue looking distressed and couldn't help but ask with concern, Xiao Xue, what's wrong? Why do you look so unhappy? No, you're back. Su Wanxue snapped out of her daze. Seeing that Su Wanxue was unwilling to talk, Jiang stopped pressuring her and gently poured her a glass of water. Have some water, you don't look well, Jiang said. Su Wanxue took the cup, took a sip, and then put the water down. Jiang. Su Wanxue looked up at Jiang. Jiang looked at Su Wanxue with a puzzled expression, waiting for her to continue speaking. Lin Xiao told me today that I should go home for the Mid-Autumn Festival to see my parents, Su Wanxue said. That's perfect. You haven't been back in a long time, so I should go visit your parents too, Jiang replied. That's what I thought too, but Su Wanxue told Jiang about how her parents had asked her to abort the triplets, which she refused and had caused a falling out with her family. Hearing this, Jiang felt extremely sorry for Su Wanxue. He knew that Wanxue had had a hard time raising the child these past few years, but he never expected that Wanxue hadn't been home for the sake of the child and had fallen out with her family. Jiang took Su Wanxue's hand in his and gently comforted her. Xiao Xue, don't worry. I'll explain everything to your parents. I'm sure they'll understand. He knew that Wanxue must also want to go back and see her parents, but she didn't dare to go back because she was worried about herself and her child. Now that he is married to Wanxue, he has to face Wanxue's parents. Besides, Wanxue's parents aren't unreasonable people, so they shouldn't make things difficult for her. What parent wouldn't love their child? Su Wanxue felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing this. She looked up at Jiang, her eyes filled with dependence. Thank you, Jiang. Su Wanxue said softly, her voice tinged with shyness. Seeing this, Jiang smiled and said, now that we're your husbands, I definitely have to protect you and the children. I'll apologize to my parents-in-law when we get back. Yes. Su Wanxue nodded heavily upon hearing this, feeling extremely grateful. You're welcome. I don't have much to do these days anyway, so I can accompany you home to see your parents. Don't look so gloomy. You've been worrying about such a small thing for so long, Jiang said with a gentle smile. Jiang's words immediately dispelled Su Wanxue's worries. Her mood immediately improved. When we get back, my dad will probably give you a beating, since you've run off with his daughter, Su Wanxue teased. Jiang laughed and said, if being beaten by my father-in-law would appease them, Then I'd rather be beaten by them than see you with a long face. Su Wanshue felt a sweet warmth in her heart upon hearing these words. Don't worry, I'll definitely protect you then, Su Wanshue assured her. Chapter 120 to create a Wang chat software that surpasses QQ. Haha. Jiang Zhou laughed heartily upon hearing this. Su Wanshue also showed a bright smile. Alright, stop thinking about all this nonsense. I'm going to cook. Wait a minute, Jiang Zhou said, standing up. 3 days later, Jiang Zhou arrived at Wang Company. Now, Fei Fei and the other three had become proficient in their work. Jiang Yun also moved his workplace here, and he is mainly responsible for these matters. Jiang Yun, come here for a moment. Jiang Zhou walked into the office and called out to Jiang Yun. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun put down what she was doing and quickly walked to Jiang Zhou's desk. Jiang Zhou, what's wrong? Do you know any skilled network engineers? Jiang Zhou asked. Yes, but what do you want to do? Jiang Yun looked at Jiang Zhou with a puzzled expression. I want to create software similar to QQ, so I need a network engineer, Jiang Zhou said. QQ is a product that was only released this year and is not yet widely used across the country. Therefore, he needs to seize an opportunity to capture the market and thus obtain huge profits. After all, Tencent later became one of the giants of the internet age thanks to QQ. Yes, I knew a senior from abroad who recently returned from overseas. He interned at ICQ before, Jiang Yun said after thinking for a moment. That's great. Jiang Zhou's eyes lit up upon hearing this. ICQ is one of the most popular international chat software programs. QQ borrowed from it and created its domestic version of chat software. Since Jiang Yun Sr. had interned at ICQ, he must know the software better. Yes, his name is Chun Wenhao. I'll contact him first. Jiang Yun nodded. Okay, then I'll leave this to you. If you get in touch with Chun Wenhao, let me know immediately, Jiang Zhou instructed. Okay, I will do my best, Jiang Yun said, patting his chest. Alright, go ahead and get busy. Jiang Zhou nodded. After leaving the office, Jiang Yun immediately went to contact the person in charge. Jiang Yun quickly contacted Chun Wenhao, and after a conversation, they arranged to meet in the afternoon. At 3 p.m., Chun Wenhao appeared on Jiang Zhou's office floor. Upon seeing Chun Wenhao, Jiang Yun greeted him warmly. Senior, we meet again. Chun Wenhao nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and then the two of them went to Jiang Zhou's office together. When Jiang Zhou saw Jiang Yun leading Chun Wenhao, he immediately stood up. Jiang Zhou walked up to Chun Wenhao, extended his hand, and said, I am Jiang Zhou. When Chun Wenhao saw Jiang Zhou extend his hand, he also extended his hand and grasped Jiang Zhou's hand, saying, Chun Wenhao. Chun Wenhao was about 25 years old, wearing black-rimmed glasses and dressed in a tech-savvy style. I believe Jiang Yun has already told you the purpose of my call for you. I heard you interned at ICQ. Jiang Zhou went straight to the point, without any pleasantries. Chun Wenhao nodded and said, Yes, I did intern at ICQ. Since you interned at ICQ, I believe you must be quite familiar with the QQ software, right? Jiang Zhou, he asked. Chun Wenhao pondered for a moment and slowly said, Yes, I know about QQ. In fact, I used to work at Tencent and participated in the design of QQ. However, as you know, QQ has never been profitable, and my elderly mother needed medical treatment, and I was short of money, so I had to quit and go elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhou felt a sense of certainty. I believe in your abilities, but you still have to pass my interview, Jiang Zhou said. Chun Wenhao nodded. He was very confident in his professional abilities. Jiang Zhou nodded and said, Then write some code. Write some program code. Do you think that's okay? Of course, no problem, Chun Wenhao said with a smile. After saying that, he started typing on the keyboard and began a series of operations. Chun Wenhao quickly understood the program Jiang Zhou had mentioned and designed some special programs on it. Jiang Zhou nodded in satisfaction after reading it. Okay, work hard. I can offer you a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, but you have to help me build a team and create a Wang chat software that is in no way inferior to QQ. Jiang Zhou offered generous terms. When Chun Wenhao heard Jiang Zhou mention wages, his heart jumped. He was shocked. 10,000 yuan a month? He wouldn't even dare to dream of that. Okay, no problem. I won't let you down. Chun Wenhao immediately expressed his determination. Seeing Chun Wenhao's sincerity, Jiang Zhou smiled and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Okay, then I'll wait for your good news. Chun Wenhao nodded heavily, then turned and left Jiang Zhou's office. Jiang Zhou then checked the number of customers on the Love Connection website over the past few days. He found that the number of registered users on the Love Connection website had increased from the initial 4 to 1,000. Moreover, among Fei Fei, Lan Lan, Lu Bingqin, and Zhou Xiaoke, Lan Lan has the most fans. Jiang Zhou walked out of the office and looked at Fei Fei and the others who were working. He said, Everyone, Look at me first. I want to know if you've encountered any problems chatting with people on the website recently. Yes, many of them want to ask me to go to the movies, but I don't know if it's okay to meet them, Zhou Xiaoka said with a slight frown. Yes, boss, I've had several people make appointments with me, Lanlan nodded and said. Yes, several people have asked me out several times, but I don't dare to agree rashly. Fei Fei nodded in agreement. Lu Bingqi nodded and said yes. I'm experiencing the same thing here. Jiang Zhou said directly, no, none of you can meet with them right now. What if you agree to their requests so easily and run into scammers? But they all say they're sincere, so it seems impolite of us to keep refusing them, doesn't it? Fei Fei asked. Yes, I'm afraid if I refuse too many times, they'll just run away, Zhou Xiaoka nodded and said. Jiang Zhou shook his head. Whether they are sincere or not, you must not easily agree to their requests. If you are deceived, it will be like sending yourselves into the tiger's den. You can give them something to look forward to, make them feel hopeful. But you absolutely cannot easily agree to their invitation. Wait for the right time to discuss everything. Fei Fei and Zhou Xiaoka both nodded. Okay, boss. Okay, boss, we understand. Then you can continue working. Jiang Zhou nodded and returned to his office. Back in the office, I'll be thinking about how to increase the number of customers on the Love Connection website. He felt that the current rate of user growth was too slow and that the pace had to be accelerated. Chapter 121 Goddess Ranking Event. Website traffic explodes. Furthermore, it is essential to find a stable development path so that the Love Connection website can attract more users. After thinking for a while, an idea popped into Jiang Zhou's mind, and he immediately went out and called Jiang Yun into his office. What's wrong? Jiang Yun asked as he entered the office. Jiang Yun, I'm planning an event for the Love's Bond website. This is the only way to increase our customer base. Otherwise, the growth is too slow, which will affect the future development of our website, Jiang Zhou said. Hearing Jiang Zhou say this, Jiang Yun nodded. Jiang Zhou, tell me the specific plan. He believed that once Jiang Zhou had made a decision, it was definitely. He had his own ideas, so he would listen to Jiang Zhou's arrangements. Jiang Yun, the event I'm thinking of is called the Goddess Ranking Event, which means only girls can participate. After the event ends, we will also have prizes. First prize of 10,000 yuan, second prize of 5,000 yuan, and third prize of 2,000 yuan. There will be 1 first prize winner, 3 second prize winners, and 5 third prize winners. So what are the details of this activity? Jiang Yun asked with some confusion. Jiang Zhou smiled and said, the content of my event is that all users on this website can participate. Some users can ask their friends to help them climb the rankings, which will attract more users. Finally, the first, second, and third prizes will be awarded based on the final number of rankings. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun suddenly realized what was going on. I see. We can definitely organize this event. Jiang Zhou, don't worry, I'll take care of this. Jiang Zhou nodded when he heard Jiang Yun say that. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. You must handle this matter well, Jiang Zhou said. No problem, leave it to me. When do we start this event? Jiang Yun nodded and said, go and prepare the announcement now, and we can start as soon as it's done. On our Love's Bond website, start a goddess ranking event as soon as possible, for a month, Jiang Zhou said. Okay, no problem. I'll definitely get this done for you before 6 p.m. today. Jiang Yun nodded, then smiled at Jiang Zhou and said, I'll get back to work now, Jiang Zhou. Okay, go ahead. At 6 p.m. sharp, Jiang Yun placed the goddess ranking event on the homepage of the Love Connection website and sent a notice to all registered users. This kind of publicity is considered to be the best possible, ensuring that all users know about the news. Meanwhile, there was a girl named Xiaoqian, who would make friends online when she had nothing else to do. These past few days, she found someone she got along very well with on a dating website. She was chatting with this person when she suddenly saw a pop-up ad for a goddess ranking event. When she saw that the first prize was 10,000 yuan, she immediately clicked into the goddess ranking event. The event also has a promotional slogan, the Love Connects Us website's goddess ranking event. As long as you're willing to participate, you can get 1 free chance every day. Don't miss out, the rewards are generous. Soon, it was discovered that some people had already participated in the event. She looked at the comments section and saw that almost everyone was praising the event. The ranking system was indeed excellent, and it was no wonder that the boss came up with it. Moreover, the reward of 10,000 yuan caught her eye. So much money, enough to splurge for a while. She continued reading and discovered that the event was actually free. Thinking of this, she immediately and without hesitation clicked the Participate button at the bottom. After filling in my information, I selected a few beautiful photos I had taken and uploaded them to the computer. I clicked Submit, and the screen immediately displayed the words, Participation Successful. She looked at her photos on the computer and nodded in satisfaction. Seeing the number of likes on the list, She immediately switched to QQ and sent messages to all her good friends. Hurry up and go to the Love Connection website to vote for me. I want to win first prize. Okay, I'll be right there, you wait. After hearing what she said, her friends all said they would come right away, and then quickly logged onto the Love Connection website and entered the site. On the website's homepage, a line of eye-catching words caught their attention. A website that connects lovers. When they saw the introduction to the ranking event on the website, and the fact that the first prize was 10,000 yuan, they were surprised. They were all stunned. The developer of this website is so generous. They actually took out a whopping 35,000 yuan as a tip. For many people, 35,000 yuan is a very large sum of money. Even the third prize of 2,000 yuan was particularly attractive to them. Not to mention the first prize of 10,000 yuan. They were instantly captivated and decided to participate in the event. Hey, how do I participate in this tipping event? Several women went to ask Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian checked her QQ and found that several people had left her messages, some of which were quite long, a total of 8 messages, all asking her how to participate in the event. She knew all these people, and some of them she had a pretty good relationship with. She immediately explained to them how to participate in the activity. After hearing Xiaoqian's explanation, they all understood what had happened. They all immediately went to the website to register accounts and participate in the goddess ranking event. After participating, they quickly reconnected with their friends. Asked them to help me get on the popularity charts on the dating website. Soon, the ranking event on the Love Connection website spread like wildfire. In a QQ chat room, a group of people were discussing this event. Wow, this event is amazing. 10,000 yuan. Nobody can compete with me for it. I feel like if I sign up for this event, I could become rich overnight. Haha, this event seems pretty interesting. I've decided to participate. Yeah, I really like this ranking event too. I've decided to sign up, and I'm definitely going to win first prize. Everyone wants the first prize, so it's okay if I get the second prize too, huh? Suddenly, everyone was participating in the ranking event on the Love Connection website. Jiang sat in front of the computer, feeling extremely excited as he watched so many users flood the website at once. Jiang suggestion is absolutely brilliant. Chapter 122: The Emergence of Manhwa. With so many users registering, their website's popularity is sure to skyrocket, although he doesn't know how to monetize that increased traffic. However, Jiang suggested that they should work through a text message alliance from now on. Although he didn't understand what that was, he had a gut feeling that Jiang was right. All he wants to do is increase the number of website users. The more users he increases, the more money the website will make in the future. Seeing this, Jiang immediately rushed to Jiang's office. Jiang, the activity you proposed is amazing. Many people have already registered on our website to participate. Jiang said excitedly. Jiang smiled and nodded. It's normal for such activities to be attractive. As long as there are enough tempting benefits in front of them, no one will be able to resist. And if they are tempted, they will participate. Besides, women love to compete in beauty, especially since no one thinks they are bad looking. Tell Lan Lan and the others to post this on the website too. They have influence, after all, Jiang said to Jiang. Upon hearing Jiang's words, Jiang immediately nodded. Okay, I understand. Jiang then left Jiang's office. Sister Lan, the 4 of you are currently the most popular on the website. Please post something to encourage everyone to participate in this event. As soon as he left the office, Jiang greeted them. Okay, we understand. The others nodded in agreement immediately. Subsequently, the group immediately posted the event on the Love Connection website, along with a photo of themselves. Their post immediately attracted a lot of attention. Wow, this website is amazing. Not only are the prizes high, but participation is free. Yeah, who built this website? I'm really curious who it is. I also find it quite amazing. This is the first time I've ever seen a ranking event like this. Yes, I didn't expect this website to be so interesting. Yes, I'm looking forward to it too. Let's hurry up and participate in the ranking event. This website is great. I've met so many beautiful girls. The number of registered users on the website continues to increase. Our website's user base is still growing. Jiang said excitedly. Zhou Xiaoka said with a smile. Jiang, don't get too excited, calm down a bit. Exactly. You're so jumpy, you're giving me a heart attack. Sister Lan teased with a laugh. Upon hearing this, Jiang said apologetically, I was just too happy. I'll be careful. Jiang heard Jiang excited voice and shook his head with a smile. Then he realized that he hadn't been to the internet cafe in a long time and didn't know how it was doing. He then got up, walked out of the office, and said to Jiang, I'm leaving now. I'm going to check on the situation at the internet cafe. Okay. Jiang nodded. Now he's completely focused on this website, hoping that in the blink of an eye, The number of users will soar to hundreds of thousands. Then he'll be laughing in his sleep. After leaving Manhwa company, Jiang came to the internet cafe. He has now handed over the management of the internet cafe to Jiang Fan, and he has nothing to worry about. Zhou. Jiang Fan smiled slightly when he saw Jiang, and then waved to him. Jiang saw Jiang Fan waving and nodded with a smile. He looked at the internet cafe, which was still packed with customers, and there were even people queuing up for a computer. This internet cafe is doing really well. The machines are practically never idle. It's making a lot of money, Jiang Fan said as he walked over. Jiang said with a smile. That's good, so we can pay off our family's debts sooner. Moreover, the Mid-Autumn Festival is just around the corner, and I'm going to take my wife and kids to Beijing to meet my in-laws. He also didn't want his family to have too much debt, so that his parents-in-law wouldn't feel comfortable leaving their daughter with him. Jiang Fan nodded. Boss Jiang. Just then, Jiang heard someone calling him. He turned around and saw a dark-skinned man with a bare chest, sweat dripping from his forehead, and a muscular physique walking towards him with a simple, honest smile on his face. Jiang knew him. He was Wang Daqing, the owner of a fried rice stall near his internet cafe. What's wrong, Mr. Wang? Jiang smiled and nodded to the person who called him. Wang Daqing smiled as soon as he saw Jiang. Hee, Mr. Jiang, your business is booming right now, Wang Daqing said with a simple smile. Really? Mr. Wang, your business is doing quite well too. Jiang looked at Wang Daqing politely. That's nothing compared to you, Mr. Jiang. Actually, I came here today to discuss a collaboration with you, Wang Daqing said with a fawning smile. Jiang couldn't help but chuckle at his fawning manner. Mr. Wang, please just tell me what you need. Boss Jiang, your internet cafe is doing very well. Let's go together. From now on, if any of your customers want to eat, they can just call me, and I'll deliver it to them, Wang Daqing said to Jiang with a smile, rubbing his hands together. He also saw the potential in Jiang's internet cafe business, and believed that if he partnered with Jiang, his own business would also benefit. Therefore, he wants to cooperate with Jiang. He continued, Boss Jiang, if your internet cafe helps sell these, I'll give you 3 cents back for every order. Wang Daqing said. The internet cafe partnered with the restaurant, although this didn't have much impact on the internet cafe itself. After all, once someone leaves to go eat, someone else immediately boards the plane. He earns based on total hours played. The total duration remained unchanged, and his internet cafe did not increase either. Wang Daqing now makes a profit of 3 cents per serving of fried rice. According to the financial records, the daily passenger flow is around 1,000, which is a significant amount at the train station. There are probably more than 100 people who need to eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day. Even if you make 150 at 3 cents a serving, the profit would only be $45. That's too little. But he suddenly realized something, and his eyes lit up. He said to Wang Daqing, how about this? I can skip the money, but if I order your fried noodles from my internet cafe, then you have to give me a 30-cent discount per serving, and you'll also need to deliver them here. 3 cents is nothing to him, but for people who go online, it's something to save money wherever possible. Moreover, this was just the beginning of Matewan's business. Fried rice was just the first profit point for the internet cafe, and it was all preparation for the future Matewan business on the website. Chapter 123 Zhou is getting more and more amazing. With the 30-cent discount, the fried rice he orders at his internet cafe will be cheaper than elsewhere, which can also increase the number of customers at the internet cafe. This will also benefit the reputation of their internet cafe. After hearing his words, Wang Daqing's eyes lit up. He liked Jiang's straightforwardness the most. If it weren't for Jiang, he would probably have had to spend a lot of effort negotiating with him. It was perfect that they were able to reach an agreement so quickly. Mr. Jiang is indeed straightforward. In that case, let's stick to this agreement, Wang Daqing said with a smile. A hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Jiang smiled slightly upon seeing this. He was indeed pleased. After all, doing so would bring him many benefits, and it was a very worthwhile thing to do. But since it's fried rice, which involves food, it has a wide-ranging impact. He wrote all the requirements into the contract. For example, the quality of the food, or if something goes wrong after eating it, he won't take responsibility, etc. After the two reached an agreement, Jiang wrote a simplified agreement by hand, which they both signed. Wang Daqing took the paper, read its contents, and nodded in satisfaction. He knew he had made the right choice this time. Jiang was a good partner, and the cooperation was a win-win situation. It was beneficial to both of them, and they could also earn some profits from Jiang's side, which was extremely advantageous to them. He knew a bit about how popular Jiang's internet cafe was, so he could imagine how considerable its income was, which would also be beneficial to him. As for Jiang's conditions, he accepted them as well, and was very happy to accept them. Haha, then I'll leave now, Wang Daqing said with a smile. Okay, Jiang Zhou said. Afterwards, Wang Daqing got up and left, and Jiang Zhou saw him to the door. Goodbye, Mr. Jiang. Wang Daqing waved and said. Goodbye, Jiang Zhou replied with a smile. Watching Wang Daqing's departing figure, Jiang Zhou's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. This is just a small corner of the grand blueprint for the future of websites. Back in the internet cafe, Jiang Fan came over and said, Zhou, why didn't you take the 3 cents? Brother, 3 cents is nothing to us, so I'm giving this to the people who come to use the internet. They can buy it for 1.7 yuan in our internet cafe, but it will cost 2 yuan outside or in other internet cafes. I believe Wang Daqing is definitely not only cooperating with us. At that time, which internet cafe do you think people will prefer to go to? Jiang Zhou analyzed with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands with a smile, saying, That's right. How come I didn't think of that? Our internet cafe is much more efficient than theirs, and the price they pay for fried noodles outside is a bit higher than over there, so we can give them a discount. That way, our internet cafe's business will definitely be even better. Jiang Zhou smiled and nodded upon hearing this. This is just one aspect. The bigger goal is to prepare for future development of a food delivery platform similar to Manhwa. Let's start by laying the foundation. Jiang Zhou explained to Jiang Fan that anyone who wanted to order food would need to register as a Loves Bond user and spend more than 1 hour online to have a chance to place an order, and the food would be delivered to an internet cafe. For orders exceeding 3 hours, 2 orders can be placed. Jiang Fan wrote down everything Jiang Zhou said, and said he would do it right away. Jiang Zhou called Jiang Yun again, asking Jiang Yun to cooperate with Jiang Fan's operation. Because